Everyone is busy going through their busy lives. Sung-woo steps out of a crowded bus. He seems to be pretty exhausted from his travel. He has to go through this rough bus travel daily because he's commuting from his home. His friend Han-ho makes fun of him because Sung-woo completed his harsh military service as a Special Forces Reserve Sergeant, and now he can't even bear 2 hours of commute. Sung-woo gets back at Han-ho by reminding him that he did not even complete his military service because of a girl, Mi-young. After hearing this insult, Han-ho becomes completely silent, and they head towards their class. On their way, Sung-woo feels a bit bad about the silence of his friend and asks him if Han-ho is crying. Han-ho points towards the sky at the top of the library building and tells Sung-woo that he saw a message in the sky saying "downloading monsters," and that message disappeared after the timing reached 100%. Sung-woo thinks Han-ho is sad about his previous girlfriend and he is seeing things in the sky because he spends most of his time playing video games. Sung-woo tells Han-ho to snap back to reality and they both head towards their respective classes. During the lectures, Sung-woo becomes a bit dizzy and it's hard for him to stay awake. Suddenly, a blackout happens and all lights went out. A system message popped up in front of everyone in the class. It was written in the system message to pick a class which can help them in the apocalypse. After that, a 15 seconds timer started and different skill cards with stars appeared in front of the class. Some students panicked and asked others not to pick anything because it could be dangerous. Sung-woo is skeptical about them and thinks not choosing a card within the 15 seconds is going to be even more dangerous. Sung-woo tried to pick a warrior card with 2 stars, but a fat kid Min-soo picked it before him, and a sword appeared in his hand. Sung-woo became a bit panicked and picked a random card with the most stars. The card he picked belonged to the 5 stars Necromancer class and the skill card went inside him. After the timer was up, Sung-woo and the fat kid Min-soo were the only ones who had chosen any cards. The fat kid Min-soo is amazed by his new sword. After a while, a student rushes into class and there's a small monster on his back which looks like a goblin, and he's constantly stabbing the shoulder of the student who is crying for help. He keeps crying for help until the goblin kills him in cold blood. Everyone starts running away from the goblin, leaving Sung-woo at the front because they think it's their turn next. Some students request Min-soo to do something because he's the only guy with the sword, but Min-soo is a coward and he's not quick enough to adapt to this situation. Sung-woo also thinks that depending on Min-soo is useless and he has to get out of this situation on his own. The goblin plunges towards Sung-woo with his small dagger. Sung-woo thinks that he will also be done for if he gets caught up like the previous kid the goblin killed. Sung-woo kicks the goblin with all of his might, which throws the goblin a bit back. Sung-woo realized that the goblin barely felt like it was 30 pounds, and he can easily kill it. He picks up a chair and smashes the head of the goblin with all of his force. The goblin is defeated and he receives 10 gold from the system for defeating the goblin. Everyone is shocked after watching this. Sung-woo is quick to adapt to the situation and realizes that the world has fused with the game. While Sung-woo is busy understanding the current situation, a system message pops up which tells Sung-woo that he can command the dead under his authority. He touches the goblin skeleton option in his command list and the dead goblin behind him reanimates as a skeleton. At this point, he understands that his Necromancer class allows him to summon the undead beings. 2 more goblins rush inside the classroom. Sung-woo orders his undead skeleton to kill those 2 goblins. The skeleton plunges at one goblin and stabs him in the shoulder. The stab wound is not deep enough and he gets pushed back by the goblin. Both goblins gang up on him and start chopping off his bones one by one. Sung-woo thinks that he needs to help his skeleton and getting rid of these 2 goblins is easy, but he needs a proper weapon, so he asks Min-soo for his sword, but Min-soo is a coward and rejects him. Sung-woo thinks he's pretty pathetic and asks him to use his sword to peel potatoes. Sung-woo picks up another chair and throws it towards the 2 goblins who were attacking his skeleton. The goblins are knocked back a bit by the chair, and the undead skeleton seizes this chance to end them both with his knife. Sung-woo receives 20 gold for defeating both goblins. After the fight ended, Sung-woo received another system message that he has maxed out the number of minions under his authority. His classmates ask him about what he had done and he has also no idea about the ongoing events. Other students think that the same thing is happening all over the campus because they can hear screaming voices of others. But when Sung-woo opens the curtains on the windows, he witnesses fires all around the city. Some students decide that they need to leave the campus if they want to survive. In the corridor, they encounter more goblins which start chasing them, but they are all subdued by Sung-woo's undead skeletons. While Sung-woo's skeletons are fighting the goblins, he asks the other students to run away while they hold the goblins. Sungwoo also realized that this world is now working like a game, and he can get more stronger if he keeps killing goblins and grinding levels. Meanwhile, one of his undead skeleton gets defeated, and his head comes flying near him. Luckily, the goblins are exhausted, and his 2 other skeletons manage to kill them, which earns him 20 gold and a level up. He is now on level 2, and he has access to his status window. 5 random skill cards appear in front of him, and he can choose one as a level up gift. He chose a card which increased his maximum number of minions by 1. He can now control up to 4 undead skeletons at once, but he has used up most of his mana because he called up so many skeletons. Sungwoo looks outside the window, and it seems like the situation outside is worse than the campus itself. While he's going downstairs with the skeletons, Hanho gets freaked out by one of his skeletons and stabs it in the head. Hanho becomes relieved after seeing Sungwoo alive. Sungwoo tells him that these skeletons are part of his skill. Sungwoo asks which class did Hanho pick, and Hanho replies that he picked 1-star rogue class. They are both heading down the stairs with the skeletons, but suddenly a message pops up saying that they have received synergy with a dagger. It turns out if 5 members of a party have a dagger equipped, they will receive a 10% fatal blow chance and 10% additional gold. While they are moving down the stairs with the skeletons, they encounter another pack of goblins, and there is a goblin chief among them. The goblins become affected by a skill called Scent of Death, which weakens their stats by 30%. Scent of Death activates automatically when there are 4 to 5 skeletons present in a party. Skeletons start attacking the goblins, but the goblin chief activates a skill called Wild Berserker, which buffs all the goblins under his command. The goblins become more powerful and start pushing back the skeletons. Sungwoo knows that they are being pushed back because of the skill of the Goblin Chief, so he ordered one of his skeletons to cut off the arm of the Goblin Chief, which he is using for the Berserker skill. The skeleton manages to chop off the arm of the Chief, which weakens the goblins, and the skeletons finish them off with ease. Goblin Chief is enraged, but he is easily killed by the skeletons working in synergy. Sungwoo receives one-handed crude spear and the bracelet of the Goblin Chief, which he was using for the Berserker skill. He becomes a bit happy and praises one of his skeletons, who starts making weird creepy noises with his bones. When they reach the entrance of the campus, they see a lot of survivors. Sungwoo orders his skeletons to hide in the copy room because people will freak out after watching them. Situation on the entrance doesn't feel any good. They are locked inside the campus and they can't go out. While Sungwoo tries to head outside using the main door, he is stopped by one of the student council members, Jinsuk, who was previously famous for being a bully and a harasser. He tells them that he is a shield master with 2 stars and he already killed one of the goblins. He further elaborates that everyone with a weapon should work together to defend the other students. Minsu comes running towards Jinsuk and reports that he heard faint sound of goblins near the entrance. Jinsuk orders the students to get inside the cafe so he and the other guys with skills can protect them. Sungwoo tells Hanho to come near the entrance of the gate. They see a message on the entrance that the entrance door has been sealed by a magical force and they need to defeat the boss monster within 2 hours and 11 minutes. If they fail to defeat the monster within a given time frame, the monsters inside the building will grow even stronger. Sungwoo now knows what he needs to do next, but he is stopped by Jinsuk, who wants them to hold the monsters in there until backup arrives. Sungwoo tells Jinsuk that this same thing can be happening around the whole country and waiting for a rescue team is useless, but Jinsuk refutes by saying that the Korean military is more stronger than the monsters. Sungwoo has enough of this bullshit and starts heading towards the stairs, but he is stopped by an approaching group of 5 goblins. Sungwoo orders his skeletons to come out. After watching the skeletons, everyone freaks out because they think skeletons are part of the monsters unit. But Sungwoo tells them that they don't need to be scared because they belong to his class, which is stronger than the idiot Jinsuk. Goblins get scared by the Death Scent skill of the skeletons and it reduces their stats by 30%. Sungwoo orders his goblins to start the hunt. Skeletons start attacking the goblins and Sungwoo helps them using his spear. 2 goblins try to run, but Sungwoo orders the skeletons to block their way. Sungwoo is fighting himself because he wants to show the others that defeating them is not impossible, so he can persuade them to join him in boss hunting. One goblin is killed by a skeleton while the other one tries to run away, but Sungwoo throws his spear which pierces the back of the goblin. Everyone is overjoyed by watching the fight. Sungwoo received a roulette ticket by the system for killing 20 monsters, and he's the 34th person to complete this achievement, and his rank will be increased to infinite status. And there are only 100 people who are eligible for this ticket. He praises his skeletons for their work, and they again start making that weird voice with their bones. Sungwoo heads inside the cafe and tells everyone that no backup is arriving, and they will be killed by stronger monsters if they cannot find and kill the boss monster within the given time period. One of the students tells Sungwoo that he saw the boss monster on the rooftop and it killed his professor. Now he knows his next destination, but no one comes forward to join his party. Even his friend Han-ho wants to stay behind, but he forces him to come with him because he needs the knife buff for his skeletons. A 23-year-old girl, Jisoo-yeon, comes forward. She has a 3-star class called Tiger Hunter. Sung-woo asks Jin-suk to come up with them, but he is a coward, so he makes an excuse that he needs to stay behind to defend the other students. Jin-suk and his party start heading towards the rooftop. They encounter some goblins on the stairs. Sung-woo heads upstairs with the skeletons to fend off the goblins, while Jisoo-yeon takes care of the 2 goblins coming from behind using her fast sword. Sung-woo and Han-ho are both impressed by her skill. On the upper floors, they encountered an injured Professor Hwang. Professor Hwang tells Sung-woo that most of his students are dead because they tried to head to the rooftop, according to the instructions of Emergency Evacuation Manual, but they encountered the boss monster there and most of the students were killed. Professor Hwang instructs Sung-woo to never go towards the rooftop, and these prove to be his last words. Sung-woo receives a new exclusive quest after the death of his professor. The quest says that he can appease the grudge of the dead by defeating the boss monster within the given time limit, and this choice is going to affect his destiny. Sung-woo gets more furious and heads toward the rooftop to fight the boss with his companions. Rooftop is in a terrible state. The goblins are pillaging everything valuable from the dead bodies of the students. Sung-woo and Jisoo-yeon become furious after watching it. Sung-woo uses his bracelet skill Berserker to increase the stats of his skeletons, and an all-out skirmish starts on the rooftop. Everyone is fighting, which pumps Han-ho a bit, and he throws his knife, which hits the head of a goblin, earning him his first kill. He becomes more encouraged, which makes him feel like a character from JoJo. After encountering scent of death, the surviving goblins became scared and run off to their boss, the Goblin Captain. After hearing the roar of the Goblin Captain, the goblins' morale rises, and they start attacking Sung-woo's party, but they are still no match for his skeletons. On the other hand, the Goblin Captain starts smashing skeletons one by one. Sung-woo can make more skeletons from the corpses, but it depletes his mana. Han-ho throws 2 knives at the boss, which are blocked by the shoulder of the boss. This makes the boss more furious, and he starts charging towards Han-ho. The skeletons try to save him, but 2 of them get easily smashed by 1 hit of the boss. One of them survives and manages to land a hit. While boss is busy taking care of the last skeleton, Jisoo-yeon takes advantage of this opening and slashes the boss, which wounds him a little bit. Sung-woo starts fighting more strategically and uses his skeletons as bait, while he throws his spear towards the boss, which slashes his cheek a bit. The boss becomes more agitated and smashes some of the skeletons of Sung-woo. Now Sung-woo has barely enough mana left for a last skeleton summon. Sung-woo sees a sword stuck in the rubble, and he now knows that he needs to end this quickly or they are gonna die. Sung-woo picks up the sword and orders his 2 skeletons to charge at the boss. The boss smashes both of his skeletons, and the 3rd skeleton jumps up towards the boss, and he has a sword. But the boss deflects his attack. It turns out Sung-woo was after the synergy of swords, and now Sung-woo, Jisoo-yeon, and his skeleton have a sword which activates sword synergy. This synergy decreases the weight of the swords by 50% and increases attack speed by 10%. Sung-woo charges towards the boss with a chair, and his other party members also start attacking the boss. Han-ho manages to hit the arm of the boss with a knife. Sung-woo orders his last skeleton to attack the boss. This skeleton was the first goblin monster killed by Sung-woo, and it surprises Sung-woo by beheading the boss with a sword in 1 hit. They receive 255 gold for defeating the Goblin Captain. Sung-woo gets leveled up. Now he is a level 3. The skeleton also absorbed the mana of the Goblin Captain, which upgraded his class, and now he has a tattoo on his forehead. He is now a level 2 elite goblin, and he has also a commander attribute. Sung-woo thinks his commander attribute is going to be useful once he gets more skeletons. Han-ho has leveled up to 2, and Jisoo-yeon leveled up to 3, and all of them received options to choose a random card. Sung-woo chose a card and he got a basic skill to create weapons from bones. This skill costs 10 mana, and he can create swords, clubs, spears, and bows using the bones of the corpses. Because Sung-woo completed an exclusive quest of avenging his professor, he will receive an exclusive reward, and his destiny has been altered slightly. His maximum number of minions have increased by 1, and now he can summon up to 5 minions. Han-ho received a hood as a reward, and it increases his chance of hiding from the monsters by 50%. He can use this hood to run away from the monsters, but now he knows how to fight, so he is gonna use it to fight against the monsters. Jisoo-yeon received a fire whetstone. If she sharpens her blade with it, there is a chance that her sword will catch fire during an attack. Sung-woo tells them that they can test their skills later and they need to head back down. On the entrance, Jin-suk is pissed at everyone because they keep saying that Jin-suk should have gone up along with Sung-woo. Jin-suk gets angry and starts spouting bullshit that Sung-woo was an idiot and he must be dead by now. Suddenly, skeletons appear behind Jin-suk and he becomes scared. Sung-woo heads towards the entrance and it opens up after he touches it. He also tells Jin-suk that he is very pathetic. All students start making fun of Jin-suk for being arrogant and a fool. Sung-woo heads outside and asks the students to follow him. There are dead bodies all over the place and Sung-woo thinks that goblins did that. Hano spots a group of survivors along the way. Sung-woo can easily tell that these people have fought and survived against these goblins, and they have a bit of experience in this field. Jin-suk knows the leader of this group of survivors. His name is Taesung Park, and he's also the president of the student council. Taesung tells the students with Sung-woo that he also fought and survived against the goblins and he can guarantee their safety if they tag along with him. But he seems to have some ulterior motives. He tells Sung-woo that he can also join him if he destroys all of the monsters he is controlling using his class, because he thinks they are creepy and they can be a threat to other survivors. But Ji Soo-yeon intervenes and tells Taesung that he is full of shit and they don't even want to join his group. She also tells everyone that Taesung is a hypocrite and he embezzled student membership fees during the festival by fabricating an event staging company and its receipts. She was the one who reported him on the university website. Taesung becomes embarrassed after hearing it. Ji Soo-yeon leaves along with her party members. After a while, Ji Soo-yeon starts telling more details about Taesung to her party members. It turns out Taesung was a rich, spoiled kid and he used to take advantage of girls. Some of her friends were also abused by him. That's why she knew about the true nature of Taesung. Han-ho becomes enraged after hearing about the true nature of Taesung. Sung-woo suggests that they should take the path by the hill to escape the campus. There would be less monsters present there because there is low human activity in that area. Along their path, they spot an orc which is even bigger than the goblin boss. After spotting them, the orc makes a loud scream and plunges towards Sung-woo's party to attack them. Sung-woo is a bit excited because he has found a new material for the skeletons. The orc proves to be quite strong and he's about to hit Ji Soo-yeon, but a goblin skeleton takes the hit instead of her and perishes right there. The one-armed skeleton warrior attacks the orc and the orc receives massive damage because of the effect of 88% blade damage of the one-handed sword warrior. Sung-woo party flees into the forest and he uses his skeletons to bait the boss. When the orc is in the forest, he gets attacked by flying knives from Han-ho and the skeletons. The orc manages to deflect some knives. He starts smashing the skeletons, but there are a lot of goblin dead bodies around and Sung-woo can make them again and again until he runs out of mana. Two skeletons take hold of the arms of orc. Sung-woo and Ji Soo-yeon charge at the orc together. Ji Soo-yeon manages to slash the leg of the orc and one of his arms is chopped off by Sung-woo. The skeleton warrior finishes him off with a sword stab to the neck. Sung-woo's party receives 110 gold for defeating the orc patrol leader. Orc patrol leaders are a bit stronger than normal orcs. Sung-woo tries to make the orc patrol leader into one of his skeletons, but he fails to do so because of his low summon level. Some of Sung-woo's mana is recovered, so he uses his create bone weapon skill on the dead orc leader to forge some low-level bone clubs. He equips his skeletons with the bone clubs to reach a 5-member synergy with the same weapon to get extra buffs. He gives the sword of the one-armed skeleton warrior to Han-ho and tells him to return the sword back to the skeleton warrior if the need arises. When they reach the entrance, they again see a blocked path message which says that they need to defeat the boss monster within 8 hours, or if they fail to do so, the monsters in the area will grow even more stronger. A message pops up in front of them which says that an orc unit is beginning their hunt and they need to choose a suitable location to fight them. Orcs mostly use their sense of smell to track their prey, so it means that more people you have in your party, the more stronger orc unit will be dispatched to get rid of them. Sung-woo's party seems to be a bit safe because they are only a 3-member party and they will get less of a challenge as compared to Taesung's group. Suddenly, they start hearing screams from Taesung's group. They seem to have caught the attention of the orcs due to their large number of survivors. The first attack on Sung-woo's group has also begun and it seems like they only need to take care of 5 orcs. Soon they spot 5 orcs which seems to be searching for them. Sung-woo has an idea to lay a trap using the empty cars and his skeletons. When the orcs get close to the cars, Han-ho starts making fun of them by calling them greedy pig bastards. The orcs become enraged and start rushing towards him. Once the orcs are within the vicinity of the abandoned cars, the skeletons attack them by surprise with their clubs and they get knocked out due to the synergy effect of the clubs. Sung-woo, Han-ho, and Ji Soo-yeon finished off the knocked orcs with ease. They received a total of 231 gold for killing the 5 orc hunters. They also receive an additional award of 100 gold for killing the first wave of temperatures. Sungwoo got up to level 4 and he chose a random card which increased his maximum number of skeletons by 2. Now he can have a total of 7 minions at the same time, but his mana capacity is still only 50. Hanho also received a high-speed stabbing skill which he can only use with the dagger. Ji-soo-yoon chose a strength card and gained 2 stat points. She's also feeling a bit stronger than before. Sungwoo asks Hanho to give the sword back to the one-armed warrior skeleton because now Hanho needs to use that dagger in order to fully monopolize his skill. On the way, they see 7 orc hunters attacking a bus. The people inside the bus are retaliating with a spear, but they cannot hold the orcs for a long period of time. Ji-soo-yoon suggests that they attack the orcs from the front while the person with the spear attacks them from behind. But Sungwoo is skeptical about whether or not the person inside the bus will cooperate with them. He suggests a new better plan. Inside the bus, 2 persons, Kyun-soo Lee with a spear and the other with a shield and sword, are trying their best to fend off the orcs, but they seem to be scared. Meanwhile, a car with skeletons crashes into the orcs. The skeletons start massacring the orcs. The survivors inside the bus mistake them for worse monsters than the orcs. They are startled when they see Hanho banging on the bus's door and calling them out. The spear guy tells Sungwoo's party that there is a machine which they can use to buy items with the gold they acquired by killing the monsters. It's basically an E-rank shop, and when Sungwoo turns it on, he has 3 roulette options including bronze, silver, and gold. Hanho has 360 gold and Ji-soo-yoon has 584 gold, so they can only go for the bronze option. Sungwoo has 1552 gold and he can try the silver roulette, but he also has an unlimited rank roulette ticket he received early on in the lobby of the college building. Sungwoo taps on the gold roulette option and it starts spinning. He gets first place item due to his luck. It is a legendary class item called Tear of the Sea Spirit, and it increases the total mana by 200 and it boosts the mana recovery speed by 200%. Sungwoo is quite happy after receiving this item because he can summon a lot of minions again and again if enough dead bodies are present. Sungwoo spins the silver roulette using his 1000 gold and he receives a second place item Vanguard Shield. Ji-soo-yoon receives a second place sword in the bronze roulette called Leader of the Expedition Force. Meanwhile, Hanho receives a C-rank potion bundle. It looks like Daesung's group is still fighting in the sports field. Sungwoo decides that they are going to help them using a bus instead of a car this time. Normal students are getting massacred by the orcs while Daesung and his other awakened friends are trying to escape the orcs by themselves. The bus arrives in the sports field and it crashes into the orcs. Kyung-soo Lee, the spearman, is driving the bus and he's quite happy because he's receiving a lot of gold for killing the orcs. Meanwhile, Hanho and the skeletons are also getting rid of orcs by throwing knives at them. The bus stops near the survivors and Sungwoo tells the survivors to get inside the bus. Ji-soo-yoon slashes an orc and the orc catches fire due to the effects of the fire whetstone which she has received after killing the first boss on the campus building's rooftop. The remaining orcs are easily killed left and right by Sungwoo and his minions. After the battle ended, Daesung and his awakened friends try to get on the bus but they are stopped by Sungwoo. Sungwoo knew that they were trying to escape using the other students as bait. Daesung is quite pissed after hearing it, but their conversation comes to a halt when they hear a roar and they receive a notification that the orc chief is infuriated by the failed hunt. Sungwoo gets a bit afraid after hearing the roar. He knows that he needs as much help as he can to defeat the orc chief. Sungwoo tells Daesung's party that they can join him if they are willing to listen to his orders. Daesung eats his pride and is about to enter the bus, but Sungwoo demands that Daesung should hand over his chainmail if he wants to hop on the bus. Daesung asks how he can protect himself without the chainmail. Sungwoo replies that he will protect him, and this is a small price he needs to pay for his protection. Sungwoo is now on level 5 and he can summon mid-level monsters like orcs. The skill card he chose allows him to summon 2 more minions. Now he can summon up to 9 minions. Sungwoo gave the chainmail to the one-armed skeleton but he seems to be struggling with it. The one-armed skeleton is his oldest minion, that's why he gave him a nickname, Righty, because he only has a right arm. While Sungwoo is removing chainmail from Righty, Hanho tells him that he thinks they need another bus if they want to keep rescuing more survivors. Sungwoo says that there is no need for that. He tells the survivors that they are gonna engage in combat with the orcs very soon, because the orc chief is pissed and he decided to wage an all-out war on the humans, unlike previously where they were only attacking in waves. One of the survivors breaks the silence and tells them that he saw over 100 orcs in the gym. This scares the survivors, and they receive penalties because most of the survivors have lost their will to fight after hearing it. But Sungwoo is sure that there are less than 100 orcs left because they already killed a lot of them. He tells everyone that he's going to fight the orcs alone. Daesung and his lackeys become more cocky after hearing it. They think Sungwoo was just lucky until now and he's soon gonna dig his own grave. Ji Soo-yoon tells Sung-woo that killing 100 monsters is not going to be easy, even for him. Sung-woo replies that even if they flock together, they are not going to be useful because majority of the survivors are weaker than his skeletons. He tells his companions that they are helpful, but things are going to get more dangerous. That's why he is not going to take them with him. Jisoo thinks Sung-woo has a rational mind, but this time he is being a bit reckless. After escorting the survivors in a safe building, Sung-woo starts heading towards his next destination along with his minions. His party members are watching him from the bus and they will rush over with the bus if something happens to Sung-woo. In the sports ground, Sung-woo comes face to face with a large number of orcs. There is an enraged red-haired orc who is commanding them. Sung-woo thinks that he is a mid-level boss. The red-haired orc orders the other orcs to attack Sung-woo. Sung-woo heads towards a small staircase where he and his minions make a stand. There is only one narrow staircase where the orcs can attack him, making his place easy to defend. Orcs start approaching the stair and Sung-woo uses his bracelet skill Wild Berserker, which will give him and his minions a 10% attack increase and a 20% speed increase against all goblin-type enemies for 10 minutes. Skeletons start throwing their knives towards the orc and they start falling like flies. The red-haired orc blocks the knives and Sung-woo orders his skeletons to start attacking using the bone clubs, but they are easily overwhelmed by orcs. The one-armed skeleton becomes enraged after watching his skeleton friends getting decimated, but Sung-woo stops him because it's not his turn yet. Sung-woo resurrects the dead orc in place of the fallen skeletons. They will also receive a weapon synergy buff because there are more than 5 orcs with the same axe weaponry in the party. The skeleton orcs start decimating the orcs. Even if some skeleton orcs fall, new are resurrected to take their place and they don't even get tired like the orcs. Sung-woo knows that this is the correct way of utilizing his Necromancer class. The survivors watching from the windows of the building are amazed after witnessing the onslaught of orcs by Sung-woo. His party members who are in the bus are also quite happy after watching him slaughter the orcs. Meanwhile, Sung-woo is impressed by his new legendary item, Tear of the Sea Spirit. It increases his total mana by 200 and his mana regen by 200%. The remaining orcs are still holding up fiercely, so Sung-woo orders Righty to jump into the fight. Righty takes care of the remaining orcs in a few seconds, and Sung-woo receives a new roulette ticket for slaying 100 monsters. It turns out Sung-woo is the 21st person to complete this achievement and his rank will also increase to infinite status, which is only limited to 100 people. Sung-woo witnesses some fools crashing a bus into the main gate. On the other hand, school president Daesung's group is being kidnapped by orcs. Sung-woo heads towards their direction to save them, and other awakened people who were watching got pumped up and started following him. Sung-woo heads inside the building where orcs have kept Daesung's group captive, and a shaman orc, which seems to be their new boss, is present there. There are also many dead bodies of other monsters present in there. Sung-woo tells everyone to get ready, but the situation of Daesung and his henchmen is not looking good. Daesung begs Sung-woo to save them, but Sung-woo replies he will try his best, but he is not a miracle worker, and they got themselves into that situation in the first place. When Sung-woo's party charges at the orcs, they start killing the Daesung group members as some sort of ritual to enhance the power of the boss monster, and Sung-woo's group stops after watching this cruel scene. The boss gets a power buff after the sacrifice and he uses Breath of Abyss on Sung-woo's party, and they all fall into a state of confusion. Their mana is also burning at a faster rate now. The reinforced boss monster makes his full appearance. He is a junior black magician orc chief. Han-ho drinks a potion to heal his status effect and he offers it to Sung-woo, but Sung-woo is not affected by the boss's Breath of Abyss. On the contrary, his mana has increased up to 4,000 due to the effects of the Breath of Abyss, so he tells Han-ho to give the potion to Jisoo. Sung-woo's other stats have also increased temporarily due to the Breath of Abyss. Now he can summon 50 minions at the same time. The boss did not expect it to happen, and he is also confused by it. Jisoo and Han-ho starts rushing towards the boss, but Sung-woo stops them. He resurrects all the dead bodies inside the boss room. Sung-woo receives a lot of synergies due to this large number of minions possessing the same type of weapons. Sung-woo is now overflowing with power, and he's ready to show the true power of death to the boss. Magician Orc Chief smashes a lot of skeletons, but it is of no use because they keep reviving. Sung-woo's physical form has also temporarily changed, and the boss gets scared by him. He tries to run away, but the pass is blocked from all sides by Sungwoo's minions. The boss makes his last-ditch effort to reach Sungwoo, but Righty chops off his head in one clean slash attack. Sungwoo receives 1,055 gold for killing the Orc Chief. Righty's rank increased up to level 3 after killing the Orc Chief. His defense and commander characteristics have also increased. Hanho points out an item coming out of the boss's mouth. It's an item with devil attribute, and once a devil attribute has been accepted, it requires a lot of sacrifices in order to remove it. Sungwoo still accepts it because it is not that much different from his Necromancer class. He receives a legendary rank devil's Bloodstone Orb. This item grants the user a devil attribute which steals the enemy's mana by 2% during the fight, and if the enemy runs out of mana, it starts leeching their physical strength. Sungwoo returns to his normal state because the effects of the Breath of Abyss have been lifted, which granted him temporary power-up. Everyone is happy when he comes out, and they cheer for their hero. The seal on the gate is also lifted, and their tutorial is completed. So they leave campus, but the situation outside is also the same as the campus. Spearman Kyung-soo Lee tells Sungwoo that there are 2 buses available, and he can take all of them to a nearby military base, but Sungwoo makes an excuse that his house is nearby. All survivors leave on the bus, but Hanho and Jisoo stay behind to tag along with Sungwoo. Sungwoo says to Hanho that he can allow him to tag along if he lets him cut off one of his arms so he can reach maximum synergy with his one-handed skeleton Righty. Spearman Kyung-soo stops his bus because he notices some dragons moving towards the bus which are moving. The dragons pick up the other unlucky moving bus and kills everyone inside it. Sungwoo and his friends can clearly see the scene. Sungwoo tells his companions that from now on, they are gonna find the monsters to hunt them and get more stronger, or their fate will be the same as the people on the bus. With this said, Sungwoo and his party get ready to start their next hunt. Goblins are on the run from the onslaught of Sungwoo and his minions. After killing them, Sungwoo levels up to 6. This time he chooses a guaranteed strength boost card, which increases his strength by 3. Sungwoo goes out where Jisoo just finished up killing 9 goblins. Sungwoo asks Hanho to pack up the daggers, and he tells his teammates they are going to switch to hunting orcs because they give much more experience points and better rewards. They start finding clues for orcs, but instead find a few military vehicles with dead bodies of soldiers laying around, and it seems like they try to fight back using their field shovels. There is a surviving soldier, but he is a bit confused about the skeletons with Sungwoo's party. Sungwoo clears his doubt about his minions. Soldier tells his Sergeant Kim about Sungwoo's party. Sergeant Kim is in a very bad situation. His leg is injured and he can't leave his vehicle. It turns out he was slashed by a little goblin, but he managed to beat the goblin somehow. Sungwoo inquires why the military is using shovels instead of their guns. Sergeant Kim replies that the guns no longer work. That is why the military is in this bad condition. Hanho asks Sungwoo if he can hand over the healing potion to the sergeant, but Sungwoo thinks giving away things for free is not a good choice. Sergeant Kim tells him that he has some information that he can exchange for the potion. He tells them about wolves, which were as big as bulls, and whole squads of military were wiped out by them. There are also 2 blue QR codes which Sergeant Kim saw. He tells them one of the QR codes is in the bus station and the other one is in the subway transfer center. If a player scans the QR codes, it will install an app on their phones. All other communications are down, and this app is the only way to communicate with other survivors. Sungwoo hands him the healing potion. Sergeant Kim tells them that he is going to rejoin with the main unit and he can take them with him, but Sungwoo thinks it will not be safe with them. Sungwoo gives them a last warning as a farewell gift. He tells them about the dragons which follow moving vehicles. Sergeant Kim and the soldier became more scared, but they thank Sungwoo for this crucial information. Both of the parties part ways. Sungwoo and his party reaches the bus station and they scan the QR code which installs the app on their phones. Sungwoo clicks on the official announcement and it is written that the game has officially launched today. In the first round of class selection, 2,967,821 people were chosen as players, and there are 1,341,122 players who are still alive. The second round of class card selection will take place in 3 days, and the writer of this message is looking forward to the humanities' performance in the next card selection round. Sungwoo opens the message board, but there is no post yet because it costs 1,000 gold to make a post, and it requires 100 gold just to comment on that post. Suddenly a post pops up. It turns out some players have reached level 8 and they are currently building a safe zone in H apartment complex in Hwasong City. H apartment is near Han-ho's place. Sung-woo thinks that they need to head over there. Sung-woo is a bit skeptical about it because they have reached level 8 and Sung-woo is still on level 6. After Sung-woo and his friends start heading towards the H apartments, someone deletes the post and a new post pops up which says that someone posted that bullshit. That's why he deleted the post and he tells the readers to disregard the previous post. We see a glimpse of the writer of the post and it seems like he has long teeth just like a vampire. In the city, a father is trying to protect his daughter from the goblins using a baseball bat. He calls for help but there is no one around to help them. The goblins are about to attack the father and his daughter, but a flying knife hits the head of a goblin from behind. It turns out they are Sung-woo's minions and they finish the goblins with ease. Sung-woo tells them that he will take them safely to their house, but the father tells him that his house is close by and they came out to find food. Sung-woo shares some of his food with the survivors. There are 2 remaining goblins which run into the basement. This basement is a dungeon. Han-ho asks Sung-woo if they need to chase the goblins inside the dungeon or not. The father tells them that they should not go down into that basement. A friend of his used to run a karaoke bar down there, and he heard there is something more terrifying than those green beasts lurking down there. Sung-woo thanks him for the tip and they enter the Elder Slime's shrine. They encounter some slimes and each slime gives 140 gold after being defeated. These slimes are corrosive and they dissolve the metal, but they can't melt bones, which makes Sung-woo's minions their natural predators. Suddenly, the boss Elder Slime appears behind them and it easily crushes one of Sung-woo's orc skeleton. Sung-woo pierces the slime boss with a basic bone spear. Sung-woo can't summon skeletons because there are only bones around them, but he can create basic bone weapons with those skeletons. Jisoo Yun throws a skeleton towards the boss and Sung-woo creates 2 more bone spears with that skeleton, and they pierce the boss slime. The boss slime tries to kill Sung-woo but an orc skeleton gets caught in his place, and Han-ho pulls him back with him. Slime Monster made a big mistake. The bag orc skeleton was carrying had a lot of bones. Sung-woo uses his skills to make a lot of bone spears which pierce the boss and his minions start cutting the slime into pieces so it cannot regenerate. Righty delivers the last attack on the boss. They receive 2,255 gold for defeating the boss slime. Slime's mucus is an extremely strong acid. Sung-woo orders his minions to collect the mucus in empty bottles. Sung-woo also received an Elder Slime's core. It's covered with a thick shell. Its interior is composed of a concentrated strong acid, which is capable of dissolving anything. It is mostly useful for dissolving or fusing objects together. Meanwhile, Han-ho tells Sung-woo to check a new comment. It looks like the situation in the post have become more chaotic. Anyone who arrives at the H apartments gets his comments deleted. Han-ho is an idiot, but he also knows that something fishy is happening in H apartments, and Sung-woo has an idea of what is really occurring there. During the night, some thugs are discussing about their sinister plan to kill other players. If they kill a normal human, they receive 500 gold. And if they kill a player, they receive 1,000 times the gold according to the level of the player. Inside the car, a bulky thug inquires about the identity of their real boss from his bald boss. The bald guy is scared. He tells his comrade that the serial killer Professor Red is their boss. Professor Red spared his life because he wanted Bald Thug to work for him, and the Bald Thug can feel something changing inside him. Meanwhile, back in the slime dungeon, Sung-woo asks Han-ho if he can kill a person, because from now on, things are about to get more chaotic. Bald Thug remembers his past where he completely turned into a minion of a vampire lord after being bitten by him. He was a low-rank vampire. He killed and drank the blood of his own henchmen. Professor Red was quite happy after witnessing it. In the present, a henchman of the bald vampire knocks on the car's door. His henchman reports that they just got a confirmation that their new prey has arrived. According to the comments, there are 3 of them and they are waiting in the park. They start heading towards Sung-woo's party on their car. Bald Vampire tells his lackey that it's their 17th prey. The H apartment is quite big and complex. That's why it's easy to lure people there. The apartment residents stay quiet, saying it's none of their business, but once they run out of prey, they will target the apartment residents. They spot 3 targets and the Bald Vampire orders his lackey to run them over. Those 3 targets were actually disguised bone skeletons. Sungwoo turns them into bone spear weapons, which pierce the car. Sungwoo punches through the window and drags the bald vampire outside. Bald vampire tries to imitate Sungwoo and Sungwoo kicks his chin. Sungwoo asks him about the number of people they got upstairs. Bald vampire turns into a complete vampire and tries to kill Sungwoo, but Riley chops off one of his hands. Bald vampire's lackey becomes scared after watching him. Sungwoo asks his lackey about their number and he tells Sungwoo there are 8 people upstairs. He was about to reveal more information but Bald Vampire beheads him. Hanho and Jisoo becomes disgusted after watching Bald Vampire kill his own ally. Bald Vampire's wrist bones are morphing into a pointed blade. He starts drinking blood from the head of his lackey. It turns out he got healed after drinking blood, and his stats have also increased. He was originally a 3-star ninja, but he became a low-rank vampire after Professor Red bit his neck. Once someone becomes a vampire, they are stuck at level 1, but that's not much of a hindrance because if they kill humans instead of monsters, they can absorb their stats by drinking their blood. Bald Vampire activates Berserk Mode, which increases all of his stats temporarily by 20%, but there is a big penalty of Berserk Mode, which occurs after exiting Berserk Mode. It reduces their stats by 50% for 10 hours. Sungwoo thinks that this vampire class is even more gruesome than his Necromancer class. Sungwoo tells Hanho and Jisoo to get behind him. He also orders his minions to attack the vampire, but he is quite fast, and he easily manages to dodge the attacks of the skeletons. He goes directly for Sungwoo, but Sungwoo blocks his attack with his shield. Jisoo Yun attacks him with her swords, but Bald Vampire easily dodges it, and they both start exchanging blows. Hanho throws daggers but the vampire blocks them. Hanho keeps throwing daggers like a Gatling gun which pisses off the vampire. He dashes towards Hanho but Righty successfully parries his attack. He tries to slash the neck of the vampire but vampire somehow dodges it. Sungwoo comes from behind with his shield but vampire destroys his shield with one slash attack. They both start exchanging blows and the vampire is quite confident at this point. Jisoo Yun tries to sneak attack him from behind with her burning sword, but the vampire is too fast and manages to dodge it. Righty was at the back of Jisoo and he jumps at vampire and manages to cut off his arm again. Sungwoo orders his minion to attack the vampire, but his backup arrives in time. Thugs also become afraid after watching their boss's true form. His arm is getting regenerated, but Jisoo chops it off again. An orc skeleton tries to attack Vampire, but he smashes him, and it turns out that orc skeleton was just a mere bait. Sungwoo stabs his sword through his orc skeleton, which pierces the vampire's neck, and Sungwoo finally chops his head off. Sungwoo's party receives 1,000 gold for killing a level 1 player. Now, Sungwoo knows exactly what was going on in H apartments. They were killing off other players for their gold and experience. Vampire's lackey gets surrounded by Sungwoo's minions. Sungwoo tells them to drop their weapons or he will kill them all. Thugs are afraid and they drop their weapons. They tell Sungwoo about their true boss, but they also have limited information about him, and this was their first time watching their bald boss's true form. Sungwoo realizes that their real boss has a 5 or more stars class because he can make other players into monsters. Sungwoo asks the thugs about how many people they killed, and one of them tells them that they killed 21 or 22 people. Sungwoo becomes enraged and orders his minions to kill all of them. They receive a total of 5,000 gold for killing all of them. Even Hanho and Jisoo Yun become surprised after watching it, but Sungwoo tells them that if they don't kill them now, they will start killing other innocent people. Hanho and Jisoo Yun agree with Sungwoo's decision. The next morning, someone posted that the people in apartment H were murderers and he barely escaped with his life. He was observing them from afar, but some other player finished them all off with his skeletons. Sergeant Kim becomes happy after reading it because he knows it must be Sungwoo's party. Sergeant Kim posts some appreciation comments about Sungwoo's party, and other students Sungwoo helped back in the school are also posting good stuff about Sungwoo, but no one knows his real name. In a depleted building, we see a glimpse of a mysterious figure who became happy after reading the comments, and they head off to an unknown location. Hanho tells Sungwoo about a new post by a guy named Prosecutor. Someone posted that if people want to post something and they lack gold, they can just comment down below this post and help each other. He also provides some other minor information like how they can use this setting to change their nicknames. Most of the comments are about missing family members or useful information about synergies and wolves, which can jump 2 stories high. Sungwoo's party arrives at Hanho's place and Hanho hopes his parents are still alive. Inside the building, there are quite a few dead orcs laying around on the stairs. Hanho prays for his parents' safety. After arriving at the room 202, Hanho desperately calls for his mom and his parents rush out to see their child. It turns out his parents didn't pick a class card. Hanho is skeptical about his dad because he used to play card games all the time. Sungwoo asks them about how they managed to stop those orcs. It turns out those orcs ran away after Hanho's father used pesticide spray on them. Everyone becomes shocked after hearing it. After they finish eating food, Hanho's mom thanks Jisoo and Sungwoo for bringing their good-for-nothing son back to them. She also prepared some green tea for them. Hanho tells his mom about the awesome things he did to help his party, but she asks her son to shut up. After watching the lights from outside, some biker guys give off a grin smile. Meanwhile, inside the building, Jisoo is happy after taking a shower, and she thanks Hanho's mom for the pajamas. Sungwoo and Hanho are taking shower along with Raidi. Sungwoo is happy to see Hanho's parents alive. He thinks that Hanho's father was quite lucky. He used pesticides against orcs, whose biggest strength is their sense of smell. Sungwoo knows that Hanho must be overjoyed because he found his parents. Sungwoo tells them that this is not a safe place to stay. The orcs which came before were just mere scouts, and it will turn into an all-out war if their main group arrives. But the main problem is that they don't know where to go next. It turns out Prosecutor again made a post. He tells the survivors that one of his friend is a 3-stars pioneer, and they created a small safe area inside Yeongdong-po station where monsters can't enter, but the survivors need to provide gold or rations because pioneer skills take up a lot of resources to maintain. Sungwoo is skeptical, but he knows what the prosecutor guy said can be true because the world has become a game. But they can't take Hanho's parents there because it is quite far away from their location. There is another comment by a guy called Section Chief Gu, who claims to be a 3-star pioneer, but he can only let in others if they give him rent. This guy is in Hwasong Fortress, which is 20 minutes away if they travel on a bus, and Sungwoo's party decides to head over there. The next morning, they start heading over to Hwasong Fortress along with Hanho's parents. Hanho's dad informs them about some delinquent who steals resources from other survivors. Sungwoo is a bit worried about these third-rate delinquents running amok. Soon, some delinquents arrive at their location on their bikes. A cocky delinquent girl addresses them as Jeezers and tells them to hand over their resources and gold, which pisses off Sungwoo. Sungwoo is about to order his minions, which are hiding in a building behind him, but suddenly they hear a sound, and all delinquents make a run for it. Soon, a pack of giant wolves arrives, but they are not attacking Sungwoo's party mindlessly. Sungwoo's party is at a disadvantage, so he tells his companions to slowly back away. After getting inside the building, one of the wolves tries to attack them, but Sungwoo uses his brain and throws a slime-filled bottle at the face of the wolf. His minions start throwing bone spears at him and the wolf dies. The second wolf tries to run away, but one of Sungwoo's minions tries to stop him. Wolf bites the minions, but it was a trap, and Wolf's mouth becomes filled with slime liquid. Raidi leaps towards the exhausted wolf and finishes him off with one strike. The last wolf becomes afraid after watching it, but he soon gets pierced by spears. They receive 240 gold per wolf they slayed, and Sungwoo's level has risen up to 7. Jisoo-yeon is a bit worried because she thinks they are becoming a burden to Sungwoo, but he tells her that they are quite helpful, but he is skeptical about Hanho's growth. Sungwoo tries to resurrect the wolf, but his level is quite low for that. The next morning, a helicopter is being followed by some wyverns. Suddenly, a field boss wyvern alpha male appears in front of them, and it easily destroys the helicopter. Sungwoo and his friends were watching it from a window, and they think even army is no longer a match for these monsters. Sungwoo's party can't go forward because some wyverns are sleeping ahead on rooftops. Sungwoo suggests to take a break for now, and they will leave once the wyverns go away. Night falls and the wyverns are still sleeping on the rooftops. Suddenly, a message pops up which tells them that they should pick a class card, which will help them survive in this apocalypse. Hanho tells his parents to choose a card with the most stars this time. A 15-second countdown starts and cards appear in front of them. These same cards are also presented to other survivors too, and they disappear after someone chooses them. Hanho is trying his best to find a card with the most stars. But Sungwoo thinks simply picking a card with the most stars is not a good option, and he should pick a card which combines well with his Necromancer class. Sungwoo picks a 3-star Dark Mage Link card and it combines with his Necromancer class to grant him new skills. He got a skill called Death Aura which buffs his minions and debuffs his enemies. Hanho was trying to pick a 4-star card but someone else picked it before him and he accidentally tapped on a 1-star Priest card. He got a new skill which shields him from his enemies for 10 seconds after he kills an enemy. Hanho's father picked a 3-star Pioneer card and he can now make safety zones. Sungwoo is quite happy because now they don't need to go to Hwasong Fortress anymore. Hanho's father is quite overjoyed by his new Pioneer class. Hanho's mother picked a 1-star Chef card and Hanho tells her she should have picked a class which could have helped them during their fights. Hanho parents become sad after hearing it because they raised Hanho for 20 years and now their son wants them to fight. Jisoo-yoon picked a 3-star Hitman card. Her new passive skill, Supreme Sense, heightens her senses whenever she's in danger. Jisoo-yoon thinks she needs to become stronger so she can be more helpful to Sungwoo. Sungwoo asks Hanho's father to explain the skills of Pioneer. This skill costs 10 mana after every 10 minutes to create a safe zone whose surface area is 2,150 square feet and its height is limited to 33 feet. Once the user runs out of mana, this skill starts consuming 100 gold per every 10 minutes. The shield around the zone regenerates over time, but it can be destroyed by powerful attacks. Sungwoo tells them that they can't afford to use this skill right now and they will only use it for emergencies. Sungwoo further tells them that the other groups with Pioneer will try to abuse their power and Sungwoo's party will stay away from them. Meanwhile, the wyverns have rested enough and they take off. Sungwoo asks Hanho to check the location of a store or a roulette machine on the forum because he needs to spend his gold and get stronger. Soon, they hear motorbike sounds and they become alerted. Sungwoo has an idea. They will ask the motorbike punks about the location of the store. It turns out these delinquents were stuck in a meat shop while they were waiting for the wyverns to go away. Their leader, Taesung, is a level 6 fighter and he needs a little bit more gold to spin the silver roulette this time. Taesung arrives at his hideout but is suspiciously quieter than usual. When he gets inside a room, he finds his friends there but they are quite sad about something. One of them tells Taesung that their friend Yujin had not collected enough money so the vampire made her into a lesser vampire. Taesung becomes quite sad after seeing his friend as a lesser vampire. There's another vampire present in the room and he asks Taesung why he killed his previous leader Woo-seok. Taesung replies that he had no other choice because their previous leader Woo-seok had turned into a complete vampire and he killed many people. The vampire informs Taesung that he will kill all of them next if they fail to gather 10,000 gold within 2 days. Suddenly, Sungwoo comes in with his party and he is not happy with the customer service provided by these thugs. Vampire asks what they want and Sungwoo replies he wants everything they have. Vampire becomes pissed and his fangs become visible. After seeing his fangs, Sungwoo mistakes him for the real boss of thugs in H apartments. Vampire rushes at Sungwoo and his minions get a hold of his hands. Sungwoo stabs the throat of the vampire and he warns the vampire to not move or else his head will fly off. Sungwoo asks him if he is the vampire lord and he starts laughing. Vampire is quite powerful and he breaks the skeletons holding him with his hands. He also mends the sword piercing his throat with his bare hands. He tries to go for Sungwoo again but this time he gets hit by Hanho's daggers. Jisoo rushes at the vampire and chops one half of his arm. Vampire tries to regenerate his arm but he gets burned halfway due to Jisoo-yoon's fire whetstone effect. Jisoo attacks the vampire once more and this time she completely severs the burned arm of the vampire. Vampire is about to get back at her by throwing the sword piece stuck in his throat, but she manages to dodge it thanks to her newly acquired skill, Supreme Sense. Due to the new skill of Sungwoo, his minions become more buffed and the vampire gets 10 times weaker. Orc skeletons start mashing the vampire with their bare hands. Vampire can't bear any more beating and he yields to Sungwoo's party, but in reality he is just pretending to give up so he can somehow finish Sungwoo once he drops his guard. Sungwoo is not a child and he sees through his lie. Sungwoo makes bone spears which pierce the vampire, rendering him motionless. Sungwoo asks the vampire if he had enough or he wants more piercing. Vampire tells Sungwoo that even though they managed to defeat him, but soon the day will arrive when their boss's true plan will come to fruition and the likes of Sungwoo will be wiped out. Sungwoo had enough, so he tells Jisoo-yoon to finish off the vampire and she receives 322 gold for killing a player. Taesung is quite surprised after witnessing the fight and he begs for mercy. He tells Sungwoo that he had nothing to do with that vampire. Sungwoo tells him that it doesn't matter and they should hand over everything they got. Hano tells Sung-woo that these third-rate thugs had less gold than what he expected. Ji-soo-yoon thinks that maybe this vampire was connected to the vampire at H apartments. Sung-woo tells them that the vampire boss is growing in power and he's quite crafty. He's using these lesser vampires to collect gold for him. Sung-woo is afraid because the vampire they killed had the ability to turn other humans into lesser vampire, and soon the vampirism will spread like a virus. Sung-woo needs to become stronger because they can barely defeat a single vampire, and if they get attacked by multiple vampires at once, they will be wiped out. Sung-woo asks Taesung if there's a store nearby, and Taesung happily leads the way, but suddenly a red system message window pops up. There's a question in this message, and it is asking about what should be done to those people who were arrogant enough to not pick any card during second-class selection for players. Sung-woo has a bad feeling about it. Suddenly, a delinquent named Min-sik becomes afraid because he had not chosen any card during second-class selection. He never trusted the system, that's why he didn't choose anything. He tells Taesung that he is not only the one. Jae-hee also didn't pick any card. Another red system message pops up. The system is going to turn all those people who have not picked any cards into monsters. Min-sik is about to be turned into a monster and he tells others to run away from him. Sung-woo is afraid because once they completely transform into a monster, they will not stand a chance against them. Sung-woo tells others that this is their only chance and they should attack them. Righty and his other minions rush at both of them before they can complete their transformation. Sung-woo is a bit hesitant, but he has no other choice. His minions start attacking them, but a skeleton soldier dies with a clumsy hit from a werewolf, and it proves that Sung-woo was right, and they need to die before they can fully transform into a monster. Finally, Sung-woo's minions manage to kill both of them, and Sung-woo receives 6,000 gold for killing them, and his level rises up to 8. Sung-woo is astonished because the werewolves they killed outside Hano's apartment were just 240 gold coins, and these werewolves, which were not even fully transformed, are worth 3,000 gold each. Sung-woo selects random stats cards as his level up award and his speed increases by 3. Hano is afraid because now they have to fight against powerful monsters like these werewolves. Sung-woo has a plan. Up until now, he has never tried to make a dead human into his minion, because he thought others will have a bad impression of him, but now the situation has changed. Sung-woo successfully turns both werewolves into his minions. He thinks both of them are at least on par with vampires. Taesung is a bit worried because Sung-woo turned his dead friend into his minion. Sung-woo again asks him about the store and he tells Sung-woo that the store is in a used car complex. Taesung's group only used to steal gold from others, but the group occupying a used car complex is working directly under the vampires, and they kidnap humans for the vampires. When they arrive at the car complex, Sung-woo feels like something is wrong because this place is too quiet and there are no guards around. Taesung's vampire friend is also tagging along with them. They hear screams from close by. They start silently observing the situation. There is a bear monster and a vampire going toe-to-toe. Bear is punching the vampire like a training bag. Someone notices chains on the hands of the bear. It turns out that bear was a human and he couldn't select a class because his hands were tied. And then he turned into a bear and killed the other vampires. The last vampire again attacked the bear with its fangs and manages to injure it a little bit. At this point, both the vampire and the bear are at their limit. Both of them plunge at each other, but they get instantly wiped out by Sung-woo's werewolf minions. He receives 3,500 gold for killing the bear, and he turns him into his minion. Hanho spots the same bus Kyung-soo, the spearman from school, was driving. Jisoo thinks they were kidnapped by these vampires. Taesung is about to tell them the store's location, but his friend Yoo-jin, which was previously turned into a vampire, has been possessed by real vampire boss. He is here to watch who has been killing his children. Vampire Lord gets to the point and tells Sung-woo that he is a mere insect. He then uses his ability to inflict a lesser curse on Sung-woo. Now Sung-woo needs holy magic to analyze and neutralize this curse. Vampire Lord starts spouting bullcrap, and Sung-woo kicks him with all of his force. There's a small red curse mark left on Sung-woo's hand, but it is not affecting Sung-woo for now. Hano is a priest, so maybe he can help Sung-woo with his curse. Hano tries to lift Sung-woo's curse, but his ability is too weak. Sung-woo has been marked by the Vampire Lord's exclusive skill, Trace of Blood, and his location will be exposed to the Vampire Lord after every 12 hours. Sung-woo's unique circumstances have triggered a special quest called No Country for Wicked Men. He has to eliminate the Vampire Lord and he will receive 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket for completing this task. Vampire Lord will not stop scheming against Sung-woo until one of them dies. They move to the D-rank store, and it seems to be a bit different than the roulette machine they found in school. Sungwoo goes first, and he has one unlimited rank roulette ticket. It was the reward he received after he killed 100 orcs in the school, but he is saving that ticket for later. Sungwoo clicks on 10,000 gold option, and 3 more options pop up. Sungwoo clicks on first place prize ball, and he receives 5 balls. After using them, he receives a legendary rank Master Craftsman rank skill coupon. After using the coupon, he got an exclusive masterclass skill called Refuge in the Void. This skill costs 0 mana, and it creates a space for his minions to rest and recover. He can summon his minions to his current place at any time. There is also a sub-skill called the Great Spirit. If Sungwoo summons multiple minions simultaneously, it will trigger the Curse of Death to spread in the area. Its range and effects will increase as his number of minions increases, and this skill has a cooldown of 1 hour. Hanho and Jisoo-yun are amazed by Sungwoo's luck. Sungwoo uses his skill to return his minions to the void. This skill is quite useful, and now he can move around without making others afraid of his minions. Hanho and Jisoo-yun are not as lucky as Sungwoo. Jisoo-yun got B-rank survival package, and Hanho got a normal armor called Tough Bullhide Cuirass. Now we move to another location where Spearman Kyung-soo Lee is standing around many dead bodies. He is regretting his decision of parting ways with Sungwoo party outside college campus. They managed to arrive at the military base in the past, but it was already destroyed. Other survivors started panicking after watching the current situation of military base. All of their criticism was pointed towards Spearman Kyung-soo because he was the one who suggested the idea of going to the military base. One of Kyung-soo's friends tells him about the Hwasong Fortress, and Kyung-soo decides to head over there. But it was a bad decision, because what awaited them were monsters in human guise. One of the vampires kicks Spearman Kyung-soo and tells him he will take him to the kitchen and make him into food if he stops working. Spearman Kyung-soo is skeptical because he knows these vampires are going to get rid of him once they find some other replacement for him. Vampires are putting the human survivors in a building, but suddenly their path gets blocked by no one other than Righty. Righty challenges one of the vampires. Vampires think of Right as just a new weak type of monster, and they rush toward him. It was a trap, and the vampires started getting nailed by bone spears. One of the vampires is still confused about the current situation. Soon, Sungwoo minions jump out of the void. Spearman Kyung-soo becomes happy after watching Sungwoo, and Sungwoo is also happy after seeing him alive. Kyung-soo thinks Sungwoo has grown much stronger than the last time they parted ways. The vampires are still confident they can win. Sungwoo tells his minions to kill everyone and just leave one vampire alive so he can interrogate him. Spearman Kyung-soo thinks even Jisoo-yun has gotten stronger, but he is skeptical about Hanho's growth, who is hiding behind Righty. Last remaining vampire begs them to spare her life. Sungwoo asks the vampire about the exact number of players and vampires inside the factory, as well as details about their levels. They have a level 5 vampire manager inside. There are 12 players working with them, and the highest one is on level 4. Sungwoo thanks her for being honest, but he is still not going to spare her. She keeps begging for her dear life, but Spearman Kyung-soo stabs her from behind. After taking revenge for his friends, Kyung-soo starts crying, and he's missing his friends who were killed by the vampires. Sungwoo tells him that he did the right thing. The world has changed, but they cannot let scums like these vampires roam free. Inside the factory, some hunters tell the vampire manager that they have been capturing humans as they ordered, but they don't know how much longer they can keep this up. Vampire manager tells them that these humans are easy to capture and they are their means of food and experience. Once the real plan of their leader comes to fruition, they are going to become the apex predators in this new world. The human players become happy because they will also be turned into a vampire if they keep it up. Sungwoo comes inside and tells them that they are all delusional creeps. Vampire manager asks him about his identity. The school survivors in the cages become happy after watching Sungwoo. Vampire manager becomes pissed and tells them to shut up. Vampire manager tries to be cocky, but Sungwoo is ready to pit him into his place using his skills. Soon, the vampires and players become engulfed by black smoke. Vampire manager and players are confused about the current situation, and they become inflicted by Curse of Death, which reduces their stats drastically. Sungwoo's minions start rushing towards the players. Vampire manager tells them to calm down and they just need to get rid of Sung-woo and his skeletons will stop working. Vampire manager tries to go directly for Sung-woo, but Han-ho throws a bottle filled with slime liquid to his face. Ji-soo-yoon rescued the survivors by cutting their cages with her sword. Spearman Kyung-soo comes inside riding his bus and he tells the survivors to get inside. Vampire manager is pissed by the current situation, but Righty jumps on him and cuts off one of the arms of Vampire manager. The vampire leader was observing the fight through Vampire Manager and he lends some of his strength to him. Vampire Manager turns into a high-level vampire and he activates Berserk skill. Han-ho becomes afraid after witnessing the true form of Vampire Manager. Vampire Manager tries to rush at Sung-woo but his minions surround him. Vampire Manager destroys one orc skeleton with a single attack, but he also gets attacked from behind by a werewolf skeleton. Vampire Manager punches the werewolf skeleton with all of his might, but he gets slashed from behind by another werewolf. Ji-soo-yoon jumps toward him and she manages to slash the back of the Vampire Manager. Jisoo grabs Righty and throws him in the direction of the Vampire Manager, and he manages to land a little slash attack on the vampire as well. Two orc skeletons try to attack him from behind, but they get easily wrecked by the vampire. Sung-woo revives other dead monsters in their place, but he is worried because he thinks he's going to run out of corpses before Vampire Manager's Berserk skill runs out. He's just a subordinate of Vampire Lord, but Sung-woo and his party members are having a difficult time dealing with him. Sung-woo gets a bit lucky because he notices a dead Cerberus corpse lying around. He resurrects the Cerberus and all of his werewolves receive a lot of buffs because of Cerberus skills. Werewolves manage to pin down the Vampire Manager. Sung-woo tells him to convey his message to their boss and that their business in Hwasong has gone bankrupt. Sung-woo receives 10,000 gold for killing a special player. Sung-woo tries to resurrect the Vampire Manager and he succeeds in his first try. A message pops up that Sung-woo can now revive the memory fragments of the deceased. Sung-woo gets a flashback from the memory fragment of Vampire Manager Kim. In the flashback, Vampire Lord asks the managers about the true purpose of this game, but the managers have no answer for it. Vampire Lord tells them that he also has no idea about the game's true purpose, but he is sure about something, that they need to evolve into a completely different species and make a new world order. Vampire Lord tells the managers that he got a new quest. He needs their help with the quest and he orders Manager Kim to procure food and farming supplies. They are going to lure in survivors and perform a great feast. Sung-woo becomes pissed after hearing the plans of the Vampire Lord. Suddenly, he receives an exclusive quest called Master of Death. He needs to prevent or take advantage of a massacre. There are going to be many massacres in this world, but this one is specifically tied to Sung-woo's destiny. He can either save others or he can take advantages of the corpses. Han-ho is trying to wake Sung-woo, but his consciousness is inside the memory fragment. Han-ho thinks Sung-woo died because he revived the vampire and he starts crying. Sung-woo wakes up and tells Han-ho that he will not die before him. He also tells them about everything he saw in the Vampire Manager's memory fragment. Vampire Lord is a bit frustrated because Sung-woo killed his Vampire Manager even after he lent some of his strength. Madame Yang asks him if Sung-woo can pose a threat to his plans, and Vampire Lord replies that Sung-woo can't kill him with his puny skeletons. Madame Yang starts blushing with fear after hearing it. Vampire Lord tells her that after the Great Feast is over, he will search Sung-woo using his curse and get rid of him. The next morning, Han-ho informs Sung-woo that something big is happening on the online forums, and it seems like the vampires are trying to lure as many players as possible. The post has been made by a guy named Manager Gu, and it is written in the post that they are welcoming all survivors and no one even needs to pay gold to enter their camp, and they can also guarantee their safety. Han-ho is about to post a comment against that post, but Sung-woo stops him. If people become alerted after reading the comment, then the vampires will be forced to alter their plans, and Sung-woo will lose his advantage because he is already aware of their current plans. Ji-soo-yoon informs Sung-woo that she found a lot of useful potions in the Vampire Manager Kim's warehouse. Meanwhile, Han-ho found a wireless charging battery item. They start charging their mobile batteries with it. Ji-soo-yoon found a white-colored potion and it's called Treatment. This potion can apparently treat and alleviate various infections. Sung-woo thinks this potion will come in handy right away. Sung-woo used the potion on Taesung's friend and she became partially normal. Taesung and his delinquent friends are quite happy about it, and they thank Sung-woo from the bottom of their hearts. Sung-woo tells Taesung to keep an eye on their friend because if she causes trouble or gets possessed by the Vampire Lord, he will get rid of her. Sung-woo further tells him that he didn't heal her for free, and Taesung has to do something later for him. Sung-woo asks Han-ho's dad, Mr. Lee, to use his skill. Mr. Lee gets ready to use his skill. After he uses his skill, a shield forms around their area, and this area can now heal all wounds as well. Mr. Lee has full authority within this area. Everyone starts feeling better because their wounds are healing. Hano's mom prepared food for everyone, and this food can give different buffs to the consumers. It turns out no one other than Sungwoo had received any exclusive quests. Sungwoo tells Jisoo-yoon that she can stay behind if she wants, because this exclusive quest is not related to her. Jisoo tells Sungwoo that even if she stays behind, she will be killed by something worse than vampires. That's why she needs to improve her skills. While they are talking, a new notification pops up. It turns out all survivors are on chapter 1 of this game. The admin congratulates all players who have survived till now. Many lives were lost in the process, and those who couldn't adapt to this new world were turned into werebeasts. However, their trials and tribulations are just beginning. They need to fight back against monsters and humans alike. Only those who are bold enough will be able to survive. There are 4 further warnings in the message. This event is going to run for 7 days, and during this time, they are unable to leave this region of Suwon and Hwasong Fortress. The amount of gold that players will be awarded will be doubled during this event. Every time a second round player is able to defeat a werebeast, they will be given a chance to receive a combo card at random. A boss monster will spawn in every region, and players can get powerful items after defeating the boss. Sohan is quite pleased after hearing the conditions of this quest. Hanho is mad because Sungwoo is forcing him to tag along on his dangerous quest. Sungwoo tells him that he's weak and he will not even survive a single day without him. Hanho changes the topic and tells Sungwoo that people are responding to his post on the community forum. Sungwoo received all sorts of comments, but one comment is more captivating, and it is done by prosecutor of Yeongdong-po, the same guy who made a base with a level 3 pioneer skill. It seems like they made their own guild called Independence. Their guild's top priority is the survival of their group. They are making their safe zone stronger by hunting monsters and rescuing survivors. Sungwoo thinks this prosecutor guy is too ambitious. Sungwoo asks Hanho about his level, and Hanho replies that he is on level 5. Sungwoo thinks Hanho is too weak and he needs to grind levels as well. Spearman Kyung-soo stops the car and tells them that they have arrived at their destination. Sungwoo's party steps out of the car and Sungwoo tells them that this is their new hunting ground, while a lot of monsters are hiding behind cars and various blockage. These monsters are called kobolds and they can use magic as well. They are not that much of a threat and they get easily wiped out. The main purpose of this hunt is to help Hanho level up and to find new minions for Sungwoo. A single werewolf is capable of defeating 3 or 4 low-level vampires, even though these kobolds can use magic, but they are not strong enough to be used as minions. There are a lot of dead bodies outside the parking lot, which is looking a bit similar to the college campus. Sungwoo thinks that same tutorial must have taken place in all densely populated areas. Spearman Kyung-soo tells them that he thinks countryside places and small mountain villages like Jeju Island can be safer because they have low population. Jisoo-yoon's family lives on Jeju Island and she tells them not to worry because her family members are big shots, so they must be fine. Sungwoo and his party enters the mart, but their exit gets sealed with magic, and this mart has now become a large-scale dungeon called the Sorcerer's Fortress. They can now only escape by defeating the boss of this dungeon. Suddenly, a huge magic circle forms beneath them, and they all get teleported to different locations inside the dungeon. Hanho falls down from a circle on the ceiling. There are a bunch of kobolds and they are telling each other that a single human has fallen into their trap. Hanho is amazed after hearing them talk. Hanho tells them that he may be alone, but he can wipe those puny kobolds by himself. But when Hanho realizes he is really alone, he becomes afraid. All kobolds rush towards Hanho, but he is too scared to fight back, but he manages to kill one kobold by accident, and the other kobold starts beating him. He is crying because he was forced to come here by Sungwoo and now he's going to die, but soon he realizes that he cannot feel any pain. Hanho remembers that one of his priest class skill protects him for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. The kobolds become afraid as Hanho starts laughing. Hanho starts feeling like a character from Fist of the North Star and he tells those puny kobolds that he hates weaklings like them. Spearman Kyung-soo and Jisoo are both together and they're trying to find their party members as fast as they can. Soon, they see blood coming out of a corner. Once they come close, they realize that it was Hanho who just finished a bunch of kobolds. Jisoo-yoon still can't believe what she saw and Hanho tells her that he has finally awakened his hidden potential. All 3 of them are now together and they don't think they need to worry about Sungwoo because he's more powerful than all of them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sungwoo and his minions are massacring the kobolds. Sung-woo finally reaches a place with a lot of kobold dead bodies, and a survivor is lying there. His wounds are too severe to be healed by mere potions. The survivor points toward a box. Sung-woo picks it up for him. There's a mysterious egg inside, and it's an exclusive item which can be hatched. With his last breath, the survivor tells Sung-woo that the boss of this dungeon has the owner token for this egg. This egg originally belonged to the survivor, and its token was stolen by the boss monster somehow. Sung-woo knows that the survivor was a 5-star dragon knight, and this mysterious egg has a real dragon inside of it. More kobolds appear, but they get slaughtered by Sung-woo's minions. Now Sung-woo is determined to find that token and take revenge for the survivor. Sung-woo notices that something is strange about these kobolds. They just keep charging at him without thinking, as if they were buying time for something. Soon, Sung-woo spots a kobold sorcerer. One of his minions easily kills him, and the other kobolds also die without much resistance. Sung-woo levels up, and this time he chooses a skill card. He receives a new basic skill called Corpse Explosion. This skill requires 10 mana to explode a corpse. More kobolds start charging at him, and Sung-woo tests out his new skill, which causes a big explosion. 4 kobolds are hiding inside a room. Righty comes in and easily takes care of them. Sung-woo praises Righty for it, and Righty becomes happy. Further inside the room, they spot the boss, which is a high-level kobold sorcerer. There is a force field around him, and it cannot be broken until 3 cores are smashed, which are spread around the dungeon. Boss monster is angry after witnessing the massacre of his underlings. He uses a low-level instant death spell. If this spell isn't stopped within an hour, any player in the dungeon with a level lower than 10 will die right away. Sung-woo becomes afraid because everyone in his team is below level 10. His minions keep attacking, but they can't do anything to the force field. Sung-woo thinks normal attacks are not going to work, so he orders his minions to gather all dead bodies near the boss. Sung-woo leaves the room and he detonates all kobold dead bodies, which results in a big explosion. But once Sung-woo comes back, there's not even a single scratch on the boss. The boss becomes enraged and sacrificed some of his health to reduce the spellcasting time. And now there are only 52 minutes left. Sung-woo becomes really pissed and the boss starts smirking. Sung-woo received memory fragments after reviving some kobold sorcerers, and now he knows the exact location of the cores. First core is located on their floor and Righty destroys it, but there are only 19 minutes left. They move up to the next floor and there are a lot of dead kobolds in there. Sung-woo thinks Jisoo must have killed them. When he gets closer to the second core's location, he witnesses Hanho destroying the kobolds. Both Sung-woo and Righty can't believe what they just witnessed. Jisoo tells Sung-woo that they also received that spell notification and she destroyed the core located on their floor. Hanho tells them that they are wasting time and they should head toward the last core. Sung-woo and his party is wreaking havoc as they are heading towards the last core. Finally, they spot the last core, but kobolds are desperately trying to protect it with their lives. Sung-woo gives Righty a hand, and Righty jumps above the kobolds and manages to cut the last core into 2 pieces. The force field around the boss has been dispelled, and now they only need to kill the boss within 9 minutes. Sung-woo is quite pissed at the boss, and he's going to wreck him. Hanho also transfers back to his normal state. There are only 2 minutes left, but Sung-woo and his party arrives on time. One of the kobold sorcerers of Sung-woo uses Fireball on the boss, and he gets knocked over, which results in cancellation of the instant death spell. The boss becomes pissed, and he starts transforming into his true form, which is a fallen tree spirit. After transforming, it starts smashing Sung-woo's minions with ease. It tries to attack Sung-woo and his friends, but they manage to dodge it in time. Jisoo uses a fire sword attack to burn one of its branches, but it starts regenerating right away. Sung-woo orders one of his werewolf minions to throw dead kobolds at the boss. When the dead bodies come closer to the boss, Sung-woo detonates them, which results in a big explosion. The explosion damaged the face of the boss, but it is regenerating at a faster pace. The boss gets hit from behind by Kobold Sorcerer Fireball, which is quite effective against him. Sung-woo's party starts attacking boss with fire attacks, and soon he runs out of mana because of Sung-woo's legendary item, the Devil Bloodstorm Orb, which leeches the enemy's mana by 2% after every attack. The boss became weaker after losing his mana. Sung-woo and his party retreats, and Sung-woo detonates all the dead bodies of the kobolds, which were piled upon each other by his minions just below the boss. The boss dies because he had no mana left to regenerate himself. Sung-woo received 12,840 gold for defeating the fallen tree spirit, and he also leveled up to 10. Sung-woo also receives another roulette ticket from the system because he's the 69th person to reach level 10, and his rank has increased to infinite level. Sung-woo's maximum number of minions has also increased by 5. Sung-woo chooses a skill card and he gets a death response skill which consumes 100 mana, and it summons 10 zombies which disappear after 10 10 minutes, and these zombies are not included in his total number of minions. Sungwoo can now command 25 undead at the same time, which will be a huge advantage against the Vampire Lord. Sungwoo received the Dragon Token, which is a masterless sword, and he is now confident enough to face the Vampire Lord head on. This new masterless sword increases its user's strength by 6 and is required to open the dragon egg, but Sungwoo can't open the egg because his class is not synchronized with the Dragon Tamer class. He can still hatch the dragon egg if he can keep it closer to him for 5,000 days, or if he can slay powerful foes with the masterless sword to reduce the maximum number of days. Hanho tells him that 5,000 days are equal to 13 years, and he will be a middle-aged man by the time the egg hatches. But he can slay powerful foes with the sword, which will decrease the egg hatching time. Sungwoo receives a message from Taesung, who was sent to Haegung Square Inn to spy on the vampires. He tells Sungwoo that there are hundreds of people present there, but there are no signs of vampires yet. He also informs Sungwoo that private messages like this cost 300 gold. Sungwoo thinks Taesung is doing a good job by sneaking in with the survivors. Meanwhile, Orc Skeleton spots something. When Sungwoo arrives, there are 2 werewolf corpses which seem to have been killed by the tree spirit. Sungwoo revives them, and now he has 5 werewolves under his authority. Sungwoo has a total of 15 minions, and he thinks right now is the best time to head towards Hwasong to finish off the vampires. The survivors are in a confused state because the guys who invited them there are not in sight. At the same time, the vampires are watching the survivors from a nearby building. Second-in-command Vampire Master comes around and tells them to get ready because they're going after the guy who attacked their factory. Vampire Lord wants the guy dead before he can interfere with their grand feast. Taesung spots them heading outside and he informs Sungwoo about them. According to the Vampire Lord's curse skill, they were at the elementary school. After reaching the spot, they spot a werewolf dead body lying on a car. They think this werewolf was killed by Sungwoo's minions because his wounds are still fresh. There is a trail of blood nearby and it leads to the auditorium nearby. All of them start rushing inside the auditorium. The vampire leading these low-ranked vampires is a Vampire Master, and he can handle 2 werewolves at the same time, and he works directly under the Vampire Lord. Some vampires rush inside and they spot Sungwoo with his minions. Vampire are quite confident they can easily take him down. Sungwoo and his minions start running away from the vampires. Sungwoo stops after leading them to a dead end. Vampires become a bit afraid because they feel something is wrong. Sungwoo summons his remaining minions from the void. He also uses death response to summon zombies, and vampires become afraid. Zombie starts massacring the vampires. Righty uses his command skill on the skeleton minions, which gives them a small buff. Most of the vampires have lost hope because of Curse of Death. Sungwoo is quite pleased with his formation and strategy. A female vampire tries to go directly for Sungwoo, but she gets hit by fireballs of kobold sorcerers. Righty finishes her off by cutting her into 2 pieces, and Sungwoo receives 2,000 gold for killing her. Vampire Master is the last remaining vampire, but he is quite strong. Normal skeletons and zombies are getting easily wrecked by him. 2 zombies manage to bite him, but he easily gets rid of one of them. Vampire Master tries to go directly for Sungwoo, but while he is in the air, Sungwoo explodes the remaining zombie, which deals a huge amount of damage to the Vampire Master. He falls to the ground and werewolves start munching on him. Sungwoo kills the Vampire Master with the nameless sword. He receives 20,000 gold for killing a special player, and the egg hatching days are reduced to 4,949 days. Sungwoo revives all of the dead vampires with complete limbs. Sungwoo also received another synergy because he has more than 5 vampire skeletons in his party. This synergy adds 5% bleed damage to all of their attacks, and they activate the Berserk mode after dying, which boosts all of their stats by 10%. Sungwoo is now sure that he has the best deck possible in this level. Jisoo and Hanho have also sneaked in with the survivors. Jisoo sent a private message to Sungwoo because the vampires have just started acting more suspicious. They are asking people to hand over their weapons as a requirement to enter the safety zone. Sungwoo is sure that Vampire Lord must have sensed the deaths of his underlings. That's why he's speeding things up. Meanwhile, in the survivors' camp, an old player spots some werewolves which are piked on the rooftop. The survivors become amazed after watching it because these werewolves are powerful enough to tear apart normal wolves with ease. Jisoo and Hanho's turn comes up for handing over their weapons. Jisoo thinks these players who are working for the vampires are pathetic. Meanwhile, Taesung comes from behind. He tells Jisoo Yun that he hid her twin swords in the spot she told him about. It was quite easy for them because their gang member Yong-shik is a 2-star thief. They also got the stuff Hanho requested. After going through the weapon screening process, they are moved with other players. Soon, the Vampire Lord comes out with his lesser vampires. They are all wearing masks, and the Vampire Lord seems mad because of Sungwoo. Hanho and Jisoo-yun both know that the one leading this group is the true Vampire Lord, and now they just need to wait for Sungwoo to arrive. The vampires surround the survivors, and the Vampire Lord start addressing them. He tells them that humanity has stopped evolving, and this disaster has happened because of the shortcomings of humans. He goes on to say that they will be killed here, so that the next stage of evolution can happen. All of the vampires remove their masks, and Vampire Lord tells them that the vampires are the only chosen one who are destined to ascend to the next stage of evolution. Survivors become scared, and the vampires start massacring them. The survivors can't escape because there are electric fences around them. Spearman Kyung-soo comes driving in and he crashes the school bus into the electric fences. Jisoo and Hanho come out with their weapons and they start guiding the players to safety. Vampire Lord becomes more enraged, but Sungwoo steps out of the bus and tells him that he is here to crash the Mosquito King's party. Vampire Lord welcomes Sungwoo to the party, and Madame Yang heads out with the human collaborators to round up the escaping survivors. Vampire Lord tells him that the survivors will be dead by the time he deals with him, but Sungwoo is sure that his party members can take care of them on their own. A werewolf jumps on the Vampire Lord and he easily smashes the head of the werewolf, but it was a trap, and there are goblin dead bodies filled inside the werewolf. Sungwoo detonates the goblin corpses, which results in a huge explosion. The vampires become more agitated because their leader has been hit with a deadly attack. Sungwoo runs back inside the bus and the vampires start following him. There are a lot of dead monster corpses inside the bus, and Sungwoo seems to have escaped through a hole in the bus. Sungwoo explodes the bus, which results in the death of a huge number of vampires. Vampire Lord Han starts emitting red energy, which means he is somehow regaining his strength. Meanwhile, Madame Yang is chasing down the survivors along with the player collaborators, but suddenly the player collaborators start dying one after another. Madame Yang feels an ominous presence behind her, and she manages to dodge a deadly surprise attack from Jisoo-yun. Both girls are pumped up and they get ready to go toe-to-toe against each other. Hanho and Taesong manage to escort the survivors to a safe location, but a vampire appears who was stationed there by the Vampire Lord himself. Hanho tries to stop Taesong, but he starts attacking the vampire because he thinks this vampire looks weaker than others. The vampire manages to dodge all of his attacks, and he's about to bite the neck of Taesong, but he gets interrupted by Hanho's daggers. The vampire jumps up in the air while dodging the punch of Taesong. Hanho throws some daggers which successfully hit his face, and he falls down to the ground. The vampire is not dead yet, and he is pissed because they damaged his beautiful face. On the other side, Sungwoo has taken care of the low-level vampires with that explosion, but he knows that his real adversary is still alive. The Vampire Lord jumps on the bus, and he seems to have changed his form after drinking the blood of his own lesser vampire. Sungwoo summons his minions from the void, and the Vampire Lord starts rushing toward him. The Vampire Lord jumps in the middle of the orc skeleton formation and he starts crushing them to pieces. Sungwoo realizes that these orc skeletons can't stop the Vampire Lord for much longer. Sungwoo activates Death Response and zombies come out of the ground. Vampire Lord easily gets rid of them and Sungwoo detonates the zombies, but this time Vampire Lord blocks the explosion with his blood field skill. Sungwoo changes his strategy and he sends the werewolves for the Cerebrus synergy. This synergy effect increases their strength against a single enemy. Vampire Lord is quite confident and he takes care of 3 werewolves in just a single slash attack. Vampire Lord tells Sungwoo that he is losing badly because he belongs to an unevolved species. He further elaborates that the strong ones are destined to rule over weak. The Vampire Lord was a serial killer even before the class selection happened. After selecting the vampire class, he knew for sure that the guy who turned this world into a game wanted him to evolve into an apex being, and he's going to lead the world to its next evolution. Sungwoo tells him these things are not even gonna matter because Vampire Lord is destined to die today. Soon, Vampire Lord gets a telepathy message from Madame Yang and she needs his help. Madame Yang has suffered several injuries at the hands of Jisoo-yun. Madame Yang is pissed because she couldn't land even a single hit on Jisoo. Jisoo-yun got a lot of practical experience by hunting herself, while Madame Yang just bit-chained players to get stronger. That's why she's badly losing to her. Jisoo-yun manages to land a critical double slash attack on Madame Yang. Madame Yang falls to the ground and Jisoo-yun finishes her off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hanho and Taesong are not doing well. The vampire gives them a once-in-a-life opportunity to become a vampire like him. He tells them this new world is unfair, and they can increase their survival chances by becoming a parasite and sticking to someone stronger like the vampire lord. Hanho says he is right, and sticking to someone stronger is the best strategy in this world filled with monsters. That's why he's sticking with Sungwoo. A rider comes from behind the vampire and he gets distracted. Hanho throws a dagger while the vampire's attention is on the motorbike. The vampire manages to dodge the dagger and it goes directly into the chest of the rider, but he is saved because he had a goblin sitting in the front. It was all part of Hanho's plan, and he was aiming for the goblin in the first place. Hanho grows bigger because of his skill, which makes him invincible for some time after each kill. The vampire attacks him with all of his force, but his attack had no effect on Hanho, who is currently invincible. Hanho stabs him again and again with his high-speed slash skill. Taesong and a spearman also attack him at the same time. Vampire tries to go for Taesong, but Hanho blocks his attack. Vampire becomes pissed and he keeps attacking him. Spearman and Taesong go for another attack, and they manage to inflict serious damage on the vampire, while Hanho is working as their shield. Hanho starts losing power and the vampire notices it. Someone throws a goblin and Hanho kills it with his knife. It turns out one of Taesong's gang members is tasked at throwing goblins at Hanho whenever his skill runs out. Hanho tells the vampire that he can power up as many times as he wants because he has a lot of fresh goblins in stock. All players gang up on the vampire and they manage to defeat him. The vampire lord was observing their fights and he gets even more pissed at his elite vampires. Someone tells him that his elite vampires lost to humans and it is his turn next because he already knows about all of his weaknesses. Someone tells him that his first weakness is that he can't use any weapon. Vampires' second weakness is their low defense level and their high regeneration ability. Their third weakness is that they have no mana, and they need blood for all of their abilities. All this time, Sungwoo was using Devil's Bloodstone item, which was leeching off his health by 2% with each successful hit. Vampire Lord starts feeling weaker. Sungwoo tells him that his fourth weakness is that he talks too much, and instead of focusing on his minions, he should have gone straight for Sungwoo. Vampire Lord activates Blood Field around him, and he starts heading directly towards Sungwoo. Righty blocks his way, and he tries to attack Righty, but he uses his parry skill to divert the attack of the Vampire Lord. Righty throws a bottle filled with slime liquid directly to his face. Vampire Lord's face starts melting and his vision is getting blurry as well. He has used too much blood and now he has not enough regeneration power to heal his eyes. Sungwoo orders his minions to finish off the Vampire Lord. He can hear their footsteps, but it is still dangerous for him and he could easily die. He starts wrecking low-ranked orc skeletons rushing at him, but he needs blood to regain his power. Soon he smells blood somewhere and he starts heading over there. He's going after the blood of werewolves they hung at the building for survivors to watch when they entered. Vampire Lord reaches the rooftop, but a werewolf minion stabs him from above. Sungwoo tells him that he's an idiot, and Sungwoo was getting his werewolf minion supply from that building in the first place. Vampire Lord receives massive damage as he hits the ground. Sungwoo is gonna finish this party with fireworks, so one of his minions throws the Vampire Lord in a room filled with monster corpses. Sungwoo detonates the building, and the Vampire Lord finally dies with that explosion. Sungwoo receives 10,000 gold for killing a special player, but he also completed No Country for Wicked Men special quest, so the system awards him with 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket. His destiny has been altered as well because he completed an exclusive quest and he will receive an exclusive skill in return. His party arrives and Sungwoo is glad to see them alive, and they start celebrating their victory. The next morning, everyone is quite happy to see their saviors. There are also some people in the mix who were saved before by Sungwoo's party, but soon the survivors become confused with the arrival of a whole regiment of soldiers. Sergeant Kim is leading them and he was spectating their fight from a distance. Sungwoo is wondering what they are doing here. Sergeant Kim tells him they were monitoring the group which was claiming that they have made safe zones, but they never imagined something this disastrous could happen. Sungwoo is glad that they didn't try to fight the vampires because they look much weaker. Sergeant Kim informs him that the Korean army is alive and well, and there is someone who wants to meet him. The army returns to their base without Sungwoo, and their leader seems to be pissed about it. During nighttime, Sungwoo opens up his status window. He received 150,000 gold alone from his last battle against the Vampire Lord. He got a new skill called Create Bone Armor, and now he can make armor using the bones of corpses. Sungwoo uses his skill to make a bone armor for himself, It automatically becomes equipped on Sungwoo's body, and it is also quite comfortable. He can equip his minions with this armor as well, which will greatly boost their defense. Finally, he received a heroic rank Drawn repeating crossbow, which can be fired without reloading. This is a perfect weapon for Sungwoo because he stays behind most of the times while his minions do the fighting. Sungwoo is feeling quite confident about his current state, but suddenly he sees a house engulfed in flames. His mom and dad are burning inside, and they are calling for his help. Sungwoo tries to help them, but he realizes that he is in the body of a kid. Kid Sungwoo becomes afraid and he starts running away from his burning parents. He wakes up from his dream, and Hanho informs him that Sergeant Kim is here to see him with some soldiers. Sungwoo starts preparing to meet them, but he is still afraid after watching that dream. A bold officer rushes inside while Hanho tries to stop him. He introduces himself as Lieutenant Major Taeyeon Park of the Army's S1 Division, and Sergeant Kim is also accompanying him. Lieutenant Park gets straight to the point and he tells Sungwoo that he wants him to collaborate with them in their future missions. Sungwoo inquires about which type of collaboration they want, and Lieutenant Park tells him they want him to join the army. Sungwoo and Raidi become a bit disappointed after hearing it, and he asks Lieutenant Park why he wants him to join. Lieutenant Park tells them that they want him to help them in reclaiming a territory. He further informs him that the prosecutor of Yeongdong-po denies the government authority and he created a renegade group. Plus, he created the first guild in Korea and he formed a safety zone to re-establish order. He also defeated a boss monster in their area. Lieutenant Park becomes enraged as he thinks the entire nation should be rallying behind the army. But Sungwoo disagrees with him because government was completely ineffective when the survivors needed their help. Lieutenant Park is about to burst with anger and Sungwoo tells him he can work as a mercenary for them. He further tells him that government does not mean anything in this new world. Lieutenant Park grabs his collar, but Sungwoo pushes him away and starts leaving. Lieutenant Park tells him that he will not survive long enough without the support of the army, but Sungwoo is ready to take his chances in this new world. The survivors are feeling safer with the soldiers around. Ji Soo-yeon tells Han-ho that people tend to rely on stable organizations, such as military, but the expressions of these soldiers are not looking well. Han-ho has watched many army-related movies, so he is quite impressed by them. He asks one of the soldiers about the Private Kwan, whom they met back with Sergeant Kim. The soldier tells him that it's a classified information, so he can't share it with him. Both Ji Soo-yeon and Han-ho realize that these soldiers are acting weird, and some information about a private soldier can never be considered classified. Meanwhile, Sungwoo wanted to cooperate with the army, but he can't bear that arrogant Lieutenant Park. Sergeant Kim approaches Sungwoo and he's feeling bad for the Lieutenant Park's aggressive behavior. In truth, the army is in a real pickle and they need his help. Sergeant Kim tells him he wants to show him some top secret thing. Both of them head toward a parking lot of a building. There are a few soldiers stationed around there. They make their way around them and reach a room. Sergeant Kim shows a prophecy stone to Sungwoo. These prophecy stones are scattered around the world, and whoever touches them can see a vision of the future, but not everyone sees the exact same thing. He further tells him that this game is totally unbalanced because those people who have access to these prophecy stones have an advantage. Sungwoo is a bit hesitant, but he touches the Season 2 prophecy stone. It shows him a glimpse of the future where everyone, including him and his party, had been turned into undead creatures by a being known as Lich King. Lich King looks at Sungwoo and he starts burning. With that, the dream is over, but Sungwoo is still getting goosebumps from what he just witnessed. The Prophecy Stone gives an announcement that Season 2 will start on 1st January. It turns out Sergeant Kim also had seen something similar when he used the Prophecy Stone in the past. Sungwoo receives another objective-based exclusive quest called Who is the Master of Death? He needs to seize the Grim Reaper's scythe, and as a reward, he will receive Wave of Death skill, which he just witnessed after touching Prophecy Stone. The location of the Grim Reaper's scythe will be revealed to him when he reaches level 15. The choices he makes during this quest will affect his destiny. Sungwoo is worried because Season 2 will start in just 2 months, and if he fails, everything will just turn out like what he saw in the Prophecy Stone. Sungwoo inquires about the location of the boss of this area from Sergeant Kim. It turns out boss monsters have started appearing after the start of Season 1, but Sungwoo was dealing with the vampires at that time. Sergeant Kim has information about one boss monster, and it is the same boss monster that Lieutenant Park wanted Sungwoo to kill. Sungwoo tells Sergeant Kim to inform Lieutenant Park that he was able to convince Sungwoo to help them get rid of the boss, but Sungwoo also wants gold for his service. The next day, Sergeant Kim informs Lieutenant Park that Sungwoo is ready to help them, but he wants 100,000 gold for his service. Lieutenant Park becomes angry after hearing it. Company commander informs Lieutenant Park that there is no one on the same power level as Sung-woo, and he also witnessed his power when he defeated the Vampire Lord. Lieutenant Park tells them that they still have First Class Sergeant Kang, who is quite powerful. Company commander informs him that First Class Sergeant Kang is powerful, but the players under army command are not that much useful, while Sung-woo has an army of skeletons, which can sacrifice their life for him at any given moment. Sung-woo can easily wipe out a whole battalion with just his low-ranked skeletons. The army brings in around 60,000 gold per day by defeating monsters, and they can hire Sung-woo with their 2 days of gold earnings. The boss monster has taken control of Airstrip, which is a strategic point for the military. The army had previously sent dozens of players, but only First Sergeant Kang returned alive from there. Traveling by air is the safest means of transportation if they can avoid the wyverns. Plus, Lieutenant Park will be promoted if they take back control of the airstrip. Lieutenant Park is still angry, but he agrees to hire Sung-woo. The company commander pays Sung-woo, and he tells Sung-woo that he needs to defeat the monster within 3 days. Sergeant Kang will be accompanying them on this mission, and he is the only survivor who returned alive from the failed boss hunt. Sergeant Kang is a bit disappointed because he will be working as an assistant of Sung-woo. Sergeant Kang asks about the level of Sung-woo, and he informs him that he is on level 10. Sergeant Kang and the army players become shocked. They have been killing orcs non-stop, but they still haven't reached level 10. Sung-woo tells them that he needs to kill stronger monsters than just mere orcs. Sergeant Kang angrily tells him that the boss is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, the number of survivors in Sung-woo's camp has also increased. Spearman Kyung-soo suggests that they should build a town with the help of these survivors. Those people with support skills will help build the town, while the players with fighter classes will be responsible for hunting and defending the town. Their goal is to increase their gold and military strength. Han-ho's parents praise Kyung-soo for his idea, but he tells them that it was the idea of Sung-woo in the first place. Kyung-soo thinks he is not a reliable person because all of his friends died at the hands of the vampires due to his rash decisions. Han-ho's father tries to motivate him and tells him that he has all the qualities of a true leader. Meanwhile, Sung-woo and his party is wreaking havoc on the streets. Not even a single mob can stand their ground against them. Even low-ranked monsters are now afraid of them. Sung-woo's party heads inside a building and they find a smith shop in there. The smith shop gives option to Sung-woo to combine 3 of his legendary rank item into 1 at the price of 100,000 gold. Sung-woo starts preparing his 3 items for the combination, but there's a 2% chance of losing his items, so Jisoo starts praying for Sung-woo. Sung-woo proceeds with the combination and the 3 items start merging. Sung-woo gets a legendary rank item called Chaos Crystal. It grants Chaos attribute to its user and boosts mana by 500 and mana regen by 250. It can also steal mana and health by 3% during simultaneous attacks. Both Han-ho and Ji Soo-yeon congratulate Sung-woo for his new item. Ji Soo-yeon checks Smithy, and it turns out she can also combine her Fire Whetstone with Incendiary Blade, and this combination requires 15,000 gold. She combines her items and receives an Ignition Blade which causes burns whenever she strikes an enemy. Han-ho becomes angry at the system because there is nothing available for him to combine. They head back to the store in a car complex to buy more items, but the store has already been destroyed by someone else. There's a message written on the wall which says that all pathetic humans are going to die because the age of a new species is coming. They realize that this message was written with monster claws. Sung-woo thinks that maybe it was done by a new kind of intelligent monster. With that said, they start heading back to the town. On their way, they meet Sergeant Kim, who is performing a group quest with other soldiers. If they complete a group quest, their commander receives a completion reward and the soldiers' defense and attack power increases by 10% for the next day. But Sergeant Kim is wondering that they have been killing orcs and goblins for a very long time, but they keep appearing like they are respawning from somewhere. Sergeant Kim hopes that it must not be the case or their sufferings will never end. The low-ranked soldiers are just being used as slaves by the army to mine gold, and they don't even let the soldiers use the online forum. Sung-woo is thinking that army is still using same old rules. That's why the Prosecutor Guild has a better chance of growing in this new world. Sung-woo tells the soldiers to rest at their own town because it is close by. Meanwhile, the town is getting invaded by werebears, and the survivors can't seem to hold their ground against them. In the end, Spearman Kyung-soo becomes scared after facing the werebear. The bear does a swing attack, but Kyung-soo jumps over the bear. He slashes both of the eyes of the bear with one swing attack. Kyung-soo is happy because he bided some time for others, but another bear manages to catch him. Kyung-soo is about to be crushed to death, but Righty chops off the arm of the bear. Ji Soo-yeon finishes off the bear with a single stab attack. Another bear is about to attack her from behind, but Hanho blocks his attack with his invincible skill. Sungwoo arrives there and he's quite happy because these powerful bears are about to become a part of his army. The soldiers become amazed after witnessing Sungwoo's power from their very own eyes. Sungwoo received the bears and he received a wild tyrant synergy for having more than 4 bears in his party. This synergy decreases enemy defense by 10%, and it increases all allies' defense by 10%. Sungwoo tells Sergeant Kim to inform his commander that he is ready to fight the boss and reclaim the airstrip. The next morning, the survivors from the last werebear attack are getting healed. Hanho and Ji Se-yoon congratulate Spearman Kyung-soo for holding down the werebears on his own. Sungwoo and Righty praise him as well. Sergeant Kang arrives there and he mocks the condition of Sungwoo's town, and Sungwoo is not happy with his attitude. Sungwoo tells them that they are in a rough condition because they were attacked by werebears last night. Sergeant Kang tells him he knows those bears are very tough opponents because he defeated one of them in the past. Sergeant Kim informed Sungwoo before that Sergeant Kang has a 3-star striker class. He uses martial arts instead of weapons, but no one knows about what he chose during the 2nd class selection. Sergeant Kim informs 1st class Sergeant Kang that Sungwoo is ready and they can leave right away. Sergeant Kang becomes more pissed. He angrily grabs Sergeant Kim and tells him that he should shut up because he is not bringing in the required gold from daily quests. Sungwoo thinks these low-ranked soldiers are nothing more than slaves for the army. Sergeant Kim bursts out in anger and he tells Sergeant Kang that a lot of his companions died because of him. Sergeant Kang strangles him and tells him to just shut up and keep bringing in gold like he's supposed to. He further tells him that his troops died because of the incompetence of Sergeant Kim and he should not have chosen a useless class like a warsmith. Sungwoo tells him that he wants to leave right away and he don't have time for Sergeant Kang's circus. Sergeant Kang angrily leaves with his troops. Sergeant Kim also leaves with his troops because they need to prepare for the boss raid. Sungwoo and his party members feel sorry for Sergeant Kim, but there is nothing they can do to help him. Sungwoo and the military guys arrive at the airstrip, but the airstrip is in a very bad condition right now. Sergeant Kang is a jealous person and he hasn't told Sungwoo any useful information about the boss, but Sergeant Kim already informed Sungwoo about it. Finally, the boss monster Giant Troll appears at the airstrip, but it is much bigger than what Sungwoo expected. Troll finally spots Sungwoo party and he starts running toward them, but Sungwoo uses death response on him and his zombies take a hold of his legs. Troll easily gets rid of all of them in a single slam attack. The whole ground starts shaking because of his attack. Sungwoo detonates the zombie and the explosion engulfs the troll. After the smoke subsides, the troll seems to have suffered a minor injury, which is getting healed with his regeneration ability. This boss monster has no special abilities like the boss monster Sungwoo faced in the past, but his strength alone is enough to make up for it. Boss gives a loud roar. Hanso and Ji Se-yoon get prepared because it's their turn to fight the boss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Company Commander informs Lieutenant Kang that the prosecutor of Yeongdong-po is gaining more influence by absorbing the small groups of survivors. Company Commander asks Lieutenant Park for his permission to write a post on the public forum to make the public calm, but Lieutenant Park stops him because the higher-ups think trusting this system too much will be dangerous for the army. Company Commander is a bit skeptical about the higher-ups' decision because the game's influence in the real world is now too big, and they should play by its rules. Lieutenant Park is a pathetic person and he orders his troops to kill Sungwoo after the boss monster gets defeated. First Sergeant Kang is accompanying Sungwoo and he will perform the execution right after the troll gets defeated. Lieutenant Park orders Company Commander to head over there and steal all gold and valuable items from Sungwoo before killing him. Company Commander is not happy with the decision of Lieutenant Park, but he has no other choice but to follow the orders of his superiors. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hanho is soaking up all of the damage from the boss with his invincible skill. Hanho is a bit disappointed in the boss because his attacks are not even tickling him a bit. Boss is a bit tired after all of his attacks, and Ji Se-yoon jumps on him from behind. She manages to stab the back of the boss. She jumps away from the boss after leaving her sword stuck in him. There is an invincible rope attached to her sword. Hanho starts circling around the boss with the rope. First Sergeant Kang is amazed because he thought Sungwoo's friends were just useless idiots, and they were using him to gain levels. They are both able to easily face the boss without suffering any major injuries. Hanho's invincible ability is about to go on cooldown, but Sergeant Kim has got a fresh supply of goblins for him. Hanho kills the goblins by throwing a knife, and his force field reactivates. Finally, Hanho is able to tie down the boss with the invincible rope. The boss monster falls to the ground, and now it's Sungwoo's turn to face the boss head-on. One of Sungwoo's minions gives him Dragon Knight's Masterless Sword, and he starts charging toward the boss with his minions. All of them start bashing and piercing the boss. One of the orc skeletons punches the boss from behind. The boss monster eats the orc skeleton, but there were many dead bodies inside the skeleton's bag, and Sungwoo detonates them, which results in a big explosion inside his mouth. Sungwoo walks up to the boss and he stabs the head of the boss with masterless sword, which results in his death. He receives 220,000 gold for defeating the boss, and his level has risen up to 11. All of his stats have increased by 2, and he received a special item chest. Killing the boss monster with masterless sword decreased egg hatching time by 98 days, and now there are 4,850 days left until the egg hatches. Sungwoo chose Create Bone Weapons card as his level up skill, and now he can make more variety of weapons with the bones. First, Sergeant Kang is amazed by Sungwoo's feat, but now he needs to get rid of him. Sergeant Kang is a bit hesitant, but Sungwoo tells him that he's a bit late for the surprise attack, meaning he knew everything from the start. Sergeant Kang attacks him with his Magnum Blow skill, which results in a big explosion, but Sungwoo used a new shield bone to block his attack. Their surprise attack failed, so Sergeant Kang orders his soldiers to attack Sungwoo's minions while he takes care of them. He starts charging straight towards Sungwoo. He blows Sungwoo's bone shield with a single Magnum punch. Sungwoo tries to attack him with the masterless sword, but Sergeant Kang kicks it out of his hand. He becomes more cocky, but Sungwoo slashes his face a bit with a bone dagger he just created from his bone armor. Sergeant Kang is still confident that he can win, but he realizes that he is surrounded by all the dead skeletons that he just mashed. Sungwoo creates spears with those bones that pierces through Sergeant Kang. He calls for his soldiers' help, but they were already in cahoots with Sungwoo. Sergeant Kim comes up to him and tells him that they will no longer be slaughtered for the delusional creeps like First Sergeant Kang. Company commander arrives there and he tells them that they are making a mistake and they can't survive in this ruthless world without the army. Company commander starts throwing threats at the soldiers. Meanwhile, First Sergeant Kang got out of the spears, but he finally snapped. Company commander tries to stop him, but he uses a mysterious injection on himself. After taking the injection, his body mass starts increasing. It was a drug that turns humans into uncontrollable werebeasts. Sergeant Kang kills Company Commander first. He has fully transformed into a tiger-type werebeast. Both Ji-soo-yun and the tiger start advancing toward each other. He does a frontal attack, but Ji-soo-yun manages to dodge it with her supreme sense skill. She jumps at him to attack him with her ignition sword, and she manages to stab one of his paws. But her sword is stuck inside his hand, and he throws her away with a single punch. Sungwoo activates his Cerebus synergy, which gives his minions a lot of buffs if they are fighting against a single enemy. Sungwoo is really pissed and he's determined to finish him off right here. His wolves and bears easily manage to take down the were-tiger with their huge numbers. Meanwhile, on the other side, soldiers report to Battalion Commander that their troops are back. Sergeant Kim arrives there and Battalion Commander Park inquires about their mission. Sergeant Kim reports that they have defeated the boss. Battalion Commander is happy, but he asks about Company Commander and Sergeant Kang. Sergeant Kim replies that they are both dead, and Sungwoo arrives there. He is here to talk about the mission where Sergeant Kang tried to kill him. Sergeant Kim arrives at their main headquarters with Sungwoo and his minions. The soldiers become afraid after seeing the skeletons. Sergeant Kim informs his companions that they are going to be free very soon. Sungwoo rushes inside the building. He throws Lieutenant Park inside their commander's office. The commander is disappointed in Lieutenant Park because he failed to stop the rebellion. Sungwoo thinks this commander is pathetic because he drives his troops to their deaths. Commander informs him that they only survived up to this point because they followed the military rules. Sungwoo tells him that he is pathetic and he forced his troops to fight for him, and they are on edge right now. Commander tells him that on the first day of this apocalypse, they battled hard against the monster and many soldiers sacrificed their lives in the process. They were granted a hidden synergy effect for fighting hard as a group. This synergy effect grants the commanding officer with the commander class. The commander can order anything from his troops, and if they disobey him, they will receive punishment in the form of a restriction on all of their stats. His troops are granted a group quest at 6 AM every day, and they receive a small amount of buff upon the completion of the quest. If a soldier disobeys or leaves the area, he will be branded as a deserter, and all the monsters within the vicinity will start hunting down that soldier. Sungwoo tells him all this time he was sending his soldiers to their deaths. The world right now is just like a survival game, and all humans are just chess pawns on the board of the creator of this game. Sungwoo gets to the point and inquires about why he ordered his troops to kill him. Commander tells him that he is a thorn in his side, and he cannot let rogue groups like his flourish in this world and topple the government. Commander keeps accusing him of many things, but Sungwoo realizes that the commander is not even trying to mince his words to not offend Sungwoo, and maybe the commander thinks he can take care of Sungwoo with his little crossbow. Sungwoo tells him to release the soldiers from vicinity and hand over all of his gold to him. If he does that, Sungwoo will leave this area once Season 1 ends. Commander becomes pissed and he tells Sungwoo that all gold and soldiers belong to the military. Sungwoo sets the record straight and tells him that he is not here to make a deal. Either the commander should hand over everything himself, or Sungwoo will retrieve them after killing him. The commander becomes afraid and he agrees to Sungwoo's conditions. Commander hands over 45,000 gold to Sungwoo, but Sungwoo thinks it's too less. Sungwoo inquires about the werebeast vials from the commander, but he refuses to tell him because it was not part of their deal. Sungwoo blackmails him by saying that he will not leave after the first stage ends. The commander tells him that he bought the vials from the wandering peddlers and they never told him their main location. They also told the commander that powerless and pathetic people buy stuff from the roulette stores. Sungwoo remembers that this same catchphrase was written on the destroyed store wall, and he thinks they are responsible for destroying the store. Sungwoo starts leaving with his minions, but Commander tries to attack him from behind with his crossbow. Another soldier rushes in with the crossbow and he fires at Sungwoo, but he manages to block it with his bone shield. Sungwoo had enough and he throws the bone spear shard at them, which led to their deaths. Sungwoo receives 14,000 gold for killing both of them. A minion tries to go for the commander, but he tells him to stop, or he will detonate a bomb. This bomb is called Abyss Concentrate, and he bought it from the wandering peddlers. Sungwoo becomes happy and asks him to use Abyss Concentrate on him, because it's the same skill Arc Shaman used against him back in the school. The were-tiger smashes through the window and he crushes the commander's hand. Sungwoo tells him to send his regard to the vampire lord in hell, and the were-tiger beheads the commander with a single attack. Sungwoo receives 6,000 gold for killing a level 3 player. He thinks the commander was a pathetic loser because he was still on level 3. Commander had only a little gold left because he spent all of their resources to buy something else. Were-tiger opens up a locker and there are many products inside which the commander bought from the peddlers. The description of the werebeast vials say that they were originally created by an unknown player by boiling a human who just turned into a werebeast. Injecting this vial into the muscles will turn the player into a werebeast for 20 minutes. Meanwhile, on the outside, Jisoo-yun is getting healed by Hanho's new healing skill. They are using Hanho's skill instead of potions because they gave them away to the wounded soldiers and Hanho needs to increase his healing skill level. Hanho is a bit hurt because even Sungwoo's minions look down upon him, but Righty comes up to him and pat him, which gives him some courage. Sungwoo comes out and inquires about Jisoo-yun's injuries. She tells him that she is alright and she rushed at the were-tiger because she thought her class can easily match the were-tiger. Sungwoo tells him that it is alright because there are many other monsters she can easily kill with her skills alone. Sungwoo is glad that Hanho learned a healing skill because soon they will need to face the Lich King's undead army and the priest class is the perfect counter for the undead class. Hanho can even one day beat Sungwoo if he utilizes his class well. Hanho asks about Sungwoo's new cool-looking robe. Sungwoo tells him that he received it from the chest he got after killing the troll. It's a legendary rank coat called Shadow King's robe. It reduces damage by 10% and it allows the wearer to remain hidden in the shadows until he attacks an enemy or someone uses a detection skill to catch him. Hanho becomes disheartened because he never received any legendary rank item. Sergeant Kim informs Sungwoo that some soldiers decided to depart to look for their families while the rest of them are going to Sungwoo's town. There were also some who refused to cooperate to the very end, and they will fend for themselves now. Sungwoo tells them to head back to the town. Sungwoo needs to keep grinding levels because there are only 3 days left until the end of stage 1. Back in the town, everyone is busy grinding levels and raiding dungeons. Meanwhile, Sungwoo leveled up to 12 after defeating an orcs camp, but his level up progress has slowed down because he is only encountering weaker monsters. Sungwoo selected a strength card as his level up option, and his strength increased by 3, and now his total strength is 13. But it's still not enough. He needs to level up to 15 as soon as possible and acquire the Grim Reaper's Scythe. A new notification pops up which informs the players that chapter 1 of the main story has ended, and the double gold event bonus is also invalid now. Plus, the restriction on travel between different areas has also been lifted. A main story start guide pops up. It congratulates the player for surviving up to chapter 2. The system further tells them that they will soon find out the purpose of this game, and now the survivors need to build up their strength to face this new world. 3 more warning pop up which tells them that this event will last for 20 days. Raid boss monsters will appear throughout the world, which will provide major rewards, and these raid bosses can attack the safety zones as well. The last warning says that signs of angels or demon caps are scheduled for a later update. Players can start looking for the traces of both species which are scattered across the world. Sungwoo realizes that there are 2 important things in this new update. First are the raid bosses, and second are demons or angels, but he has no information about them. Hanho informs Sungwoo about something major in the mobile app. It turns out they published the ranking for the Korean server. Sungwoo is on 3rd place on the whole Korean server. Sungwoo is amazed by the guy on 1st position because he's been killing monsters non-stop, but he's still on level 12. He thinks maybe that guy on rank 1 is a hardcore gamer. Jisoo realizes something strange about the 4th and 5th place players. Judging by their ID names, they both belong to the same group, but they're still in the top 5 together. Hanho tells Sungwoo to check out the online forum. It turns out second place prosecutor of Yeongdong-po wants to meet him, and he made a public post about it. He wants to request an official meeting with Sungwoo. He has the Korea's largest survival community with 500 players working under him. Their goal is to overcome this crisis and reveal the truth behind this game. The prosecutor has heard many good things about Sungwoo and he wants him to join his guild. The prosecutor will come in person if Sungwoo agrees to meet him. Sungwoo is sure that this prosecutor guy wants something different from him, that he is not showing to others. Now Sungwoo has one more thing to worry about. Meanwhile, on the other side, prosecutor and his guild members are burning some monsters. One of his players informs him that travel restrictions have been lifted, and this is the perfect opportunity to expand their territory. A female hunter stops him because there are raid bosses, demons, and angels outside, and they first need information about them. Prosecutor tells them that their mission is to slay monsters and save people. They need to prevent the annihilation of their civilization. The players become motivated after hearing it. The female player tried to track the number 1 player so they can recruit him, but there is no trace of him anywhere. That's why she made that post to recruit Sungwoo, who is on the 3rd place. They need good reputed players like Sungwoo to increase their strength because this world is filled with selfish and corrupt people. The survivors are praising Sungwoo non-stop on the online forums, and he has become more popular than Prosecutor. The prosecutor needs to meet him as fast as possible and make sure that he is not a threat to their future. The female player informs the prosecutor that Sungwoo replied to their post and he's ready to meet the prosecutor. Prosecutor tells his players to get ready to travel to Hwasong Fortress in Suwon. The next morning, Sungwoo tells his companions that he needs to meet prosecutor to share some important information, and he wants to know about tips to level up quickly, or they will be killed by the Lich in the future. Taesong biker groups arrives there, and he informs Sungwoo that they were attacked by some strange people who took his friend Yongsik with them. They were looking for something called Golden Deer, but once they found out Taesong group knows nothing about the Golden Deer, they started attacking them. Jisoo-yun thinks that they're just a bunch of outlaws from another area, but soon they will find out about their town once they investigate Yongsik. Sungwoo asks Taesong to lead him to those bandits. Meanwhile, the bandits are beating Yongsik, but he is not giving away any information to them. He knows they will finish him off if he tells them the information about their town. One player is about to kill him, but Sungwoo's party arrives there on time. Bandits ask them the same question about the Golden Deer, but Sungwoo tells him that he has no idea about what they have never heard of anything related to Golden Deer. The bandit is a pervert, so he asks them to hand over Jisoo-yun to them. Jisoo-yun snaps and she wants to kill him. The bandit rushes toward her. He uses a skill with his weapon, but Jisoo-yun dodges it. He keeps swinging his weapon at her, but she easily dodges all of his attacks. Finally, she decides that it is enough, and she cuts one of the arms of the bandit. His henchman throws a fireball at Jisoo, but she easily manages to parry it. Jisoo rushes at them with her sword, and she burns them alive with her skill. 2 more bandits get nailed by Hanho's daggers. One of the bandits took Yongsik hostage, and he is threatening them to back off. Sungwoo appears from behind him, and he finishes him off with his dagger. Some bandits manage to escape in time on their motorbikes. Taesong asks Yongsik if he found out about anything on the Golden Deer from the bandits, and he replies that it gives players some epic items. Soon, Jisoo spots a Golden Deer near them. A hidden quest appears, and now they need to catch the Golden Deer to acquire one of the tickets to a hidden stage. Sungwoo uses his technique right below the Golden Deer, and his zombies start appearing out of it. The Golden Deer managed to escape from them. Sungwoo sends his werewolves after the deer. They chase the deer into an alleyway, but their path seems to be already blocked by a werewolf. The werewolf becomes scared after watching Sungwoo's party and it starts running away from them. The golden deer gets easily crushed by Sungwoo's werewolves. Sungwoo receives a part of the ticket to the hidden stage. But Sungwoo is worried about something because all werewolves instinctively attack their prey while this one used his head and ran away. He is worried about it, but they need to head back to town for their meeting. Meanwhile, back in town, everyone is happy because they are going to see the prosecutor, which is quite famous on the online forum. Sungwoo is quite impressed because prosecutor made it this far using a helicopter without worrying about the wyverns. Sungwoo and the prosecutor meet each other for the first time. The prosecutor introduces himself as Jung Chun-che. Sungwoo notices that people of his town saw the prosecutor for the first time, but they are acting overly charmed by him. They are acting the same way the lesser vampires acted for their vampire lord. Even Hanho's eyes are sparkling after meeting the prosecutor. Sungwoo takes him to his office and prosecutor tells him that the people of his town are very lively. Prosecutor further elaborates that they are not doing too much well because survivors are flocking in Yeongdeung-po and the total number of people in Yeongdeung-po has exceeded 30,000. Sungwoo thinks that having more people must make his guild stronger, but prosecutor tells him that it is not the case because most of the survivors are children or elderly who cannot go out in the fields to hunt. That is why he needs strong people like Sungwoo to join his guild. He knows Sungwoo is quite capable because he made it to top 5 in the rankings, which is a tough task in itself. When the game started, his parents were killed by the monsters. He somehow made it out alive due to his power. The prosecutor despises this game and he wants to take his revenge on the entity who created it. That is why he wants Sungwoo to join him, because he wants reliable people with good reputation like him. There is also something else which made him personally come to Sungwoo. Prosecutor shows him another prophecy stone and he asks Sungwoo to touch it. After Sungwoo touches it, he is shown another bad ending for the Korean server. This ending shows future glimpse of Yeouido Island. Some roots start sprouting out of the ground and they turn into a big world tree. Its roots start finding and killing players around the area. The Prophecy Stone's notification informs him that this tragedy will occur if they fail to stop the Fallen Ones, who will plant the seed of the World Tree in a certain area and cause it to mutate by offering human sacrifices. Prosecutor tells him that they need to work together to stop this tragedy from happening. He further informs him that the World Tree has planted its roots on Yeouido Island and there happens to be a boss raid in there. Prosecutor becomes pumped up and he tells Sungwoo that they need to raid the boss as soon as they can. Sungwoo also agrees with him because the fate of their world is at stake, but he hesitates to share the information about the Lich King because that tragedy will only occur if Sungwoo fails to obtain the Grim Reaper's scythe, or maybe Prosecutor will kill him thinking that it will cancel the exclusive quest. Sungwoo agrees to cooperate with him, but he will not join his guild. They will form a temporary alliance and the rewards from the raid will be shared equally among them. They are about to shake on these conditions, but Hanho bursts in the room and he informs them that a group of raiders is heading toward their town. Prosecutor tells him that it is a great opportunity to show off their guild's fighting prowess. The raiders are drawing close by, and Prosecutor already knows about Sungwoo's class, so he tells him about his class. Prosecutor has a Crusader Commander class. He can receive a powerful synergy by appointing Crusaders and forming an order of knights. One of the raider lackeys spots Sungwoo's party and he informs his leader that they killed his men. The leader tells them that he was originally looking for the golden deer, but now he will get a lot of gold and resources after massacring the whole town. Prosecutor can just tell by one glance that these raiders are used to killing people. He orders his Crusaders team to charge at the enemy. The raider leader orders to shoot down the Crusaders with ranged attacks. The ice and fireball skills are about to hit the Crusaders, but Prosecutor forms a shield around them, which manages to soak up all of the range attacks. The leader of the raiders tells his lackeys to engage in close-range combat. One raider tries to bash a Crusader with his iron mace, but he gets chopped in half by him. The Crusaders are successfully managing to keep the raiders at bay. Raiders try to mash 2 of their trucks into the formation of Crusaders, but Prosecutor uses his cross spear skill which obliterates both trucks in an instant. Sungwoo is impressed because Prosecutor just took out 2 trucks with 1 attack. The raiders are getting pushed back by the Crusaders, but the leader of the bandits threw his axes at them, which dealt massive damage to some of them. The leader recalls his axes to himself, which proves that he is quite powerful, and those axes are not ordinary weapons. The leader tells them these are vortex axes and no armor can block them. Prosecutor calls his weapons mere toys and he gets ready to face the leader of the raiders. The raider leader becomes angry after hearing it and he throws his legendary vortex blades at the prosecutor, which results in a big explosion. After the smoke subsides, the prosecutor is standing above the vortex blades and they have been destroyed by his sword. The bandit leader becomes more angry after losing his legendary rank weapon. The female player under prosecutor informs Sung-woo that the prosecutor receives a defense boost based on the number of knights in his party, and he probably has the highest defense in the world. But Sung-woo and Ji Soo-yeon are skeptical about it, because they think Han-ho has the highest defense in the whole world. Prosecutor uses a Crusader's Splendor skill, which heals his units and gives them a buff equal to the amount of damage that he blocked. His knights are buffed and they start rushing at the raiders, but the raider leader is still not done with his schemes. Meanwhile, the townspeople are hiding because of the ongoing raid. Han-ho's father is curious to know how the Liberation Guild looks like. Spearman Kyung-soo is also curious, so both of them go out to take a peek, but the condition of the Crusaders is not looking good. They were all knocked out by what looks like poison gas. The raider leader tells them that he bought his abyss concentrate from the wandering salesman. On the other hand, Prosecutor wanted to demonstrate a small bit of the fighting power of the Liberation Guild to Sung-woo. Prosecutor starts getting ready to use a secret technique which he wanted to keep a secret, but Sung-woo asks Prosecutor to stand down because he has seen enough, and now it's his turn to show his new power he just got from the abyss concentrate. The leader of the raiders throws another bottle of abyss concentrate at Sung-woo, but he becomes even more powerful after absorbing the essence of the abyss concentrate. Sung-woo realizes that this abyss concentrate is a lesser form of the skill orc shaman used at him back in the college campus. One of the bandits removes his mask thinking that the poison is defective, but he gets knocked out in an instant. Sung-woo activates Death Response in the midst of the bandits' formation, and bandits get scared because they now know they are up against the third-ranked Necromancer from the Korean server. Sung-woo's minions start massacring the bandits. Han-ho's father and Kyung-soo are both happy after watching Sung-woo wreaking havoc. Han-ho's mom comes up to check on them, which scares them and they give out a loud scream. The bandit leader notices it and tells his underlings to take them hostage. The bandits start rushing at them, but Ji Soo-yeon blocks their way. She starts slashing them with her skill, and the bandit leader realizes that he should not have messed with these people. But he's too late, and he gets stabbed from behind by Sung-woo. Sung-woo receives the other half of the Golden Deer ticket as a reward which completes his quest. Another notification pops up which tells him to get ready, because he will be teleported to a hidden stage where only ticket owners are allowed. Soon, he gets teleported there, and Prosecutor is curious about this gate. He tries to enter it, but he gets stopped by the system because he has no ticket. One of his underlings says that Sung-woo was more powerful than Prosecutor, but Prosecutor stops him from spreading such rumors, and it looks like he's being jealous of something. Prosecutor asks Ji Soo-yeon about the gate Sung-woo just went into, but Jisoo refuses to tell him anything. The prosecutor was using a passive skill called War Hero Aura on everyone around him till now. This skill creates an aura around the prosecutor which instills feelings of likability and respect for him. This skill works well on lower level players. It can also affect high level players if they are in a state of anxiety. Ji Soo-yeon is not affected by this skill. On the other hand, dumb Han-ho is completely affected by it, and he's about to tell a prosecutor about the event, but Ji Soo-yeon shuts his mouth. Prosecutor tells them that he wanted to inquire about his gate because he's worried for the safety of Sung-woo. These words put Ji Soo-yeon in a state of anxiety, and she spills the beans that this gate leads to a hidden stage. The prosecutor thanks her and he tells her that they don't need to be worried about Sung-woo because he's one of the top-ranking players. He further informs Jisoo that her skills with sword are on another level and he wants her to be a part of the Liberation Guild, but Jisoo straight out refuses his offer. Han-ho is ready to join them, but Ji-soo drags him away. Prosecutor is quite impressed because most of the people he met before were easily affected by his skill. On the other side of the gate, Sung-woo arrives at the hidden stage. A notification pops up which tells him that he will receive a special award for clearing the stage. Even if he fails, he will be transported back to his original location, and if he dies, he will still get transported back to the real world. Some gold-colored goblins start surrounding Sung-woo. These goblins are quite cocky, and they think Sung-woo is their prey. Sung-woo summons Righty only, and orders them to get rid of these low-ranked pests. Meanwhile, just outside the gate, Liberation Guild is taking care of their injured members. Normal healing potions were not effective, so they had to use antidotes, which proves that it was a low-ranked debuff curse, but it can be healed with antidotes. Prosecutor is still wondering why such a powerful curse had no effect on Sung-woo. The glasses guy in Prosecutor Guild has a 3-star scouter skill, and he informs Prosecutor that Sungwoo was buffed by the curse during the fight. The female player tells Prosecutor that she will write the contract for their alliance herself, which will be more beneficial for them. Prosecutor allows her to write the contract but reminds her that she should not do anything which can turn Sungwoo against them. Prosecutor is wondering that everyone who first touched the Prophecy Stone became afraid after witnessing a glimpse of the end of the world, but Sungwoo seems nonchalant about it. He tasks the female player to find out if Sungwoo had come in contact with the Prophecy Stone before. Meanwhile, Sungwoo's minions are wreaking havoc inside the secret dungeon. He resurrects some golden orcs and realizes that these monsters are a bit stronger than the ones in the human world, but it poses no threat to Sungwoo and he is enjoying this hunt. Inside the dungeon, he has no one to protect, so he can go all out without worrying about anything. He is also thinking that he is a one-man army and he has no need for any teammates. His expression starts changing, but he becomes normal after hearing someone call his name. There is no one around, but he thinks he needs to get out of here as soon as possible, or he will lose his mind. He moves further into the dungeon and he finally arrives to a location where he has 2 options. He can go for a bigger treasure or a smaller one with less danger. Sungwoo is quite confident at this point and he chooses the bigger one. Sungwoo reaches the treasure chest, but he is skeptical because no one tried to stop him. He orders his minions to attack the treasure chest. After getting attacked, the treasure chest turns into a mimic boss monster. Mimic's teeth are very strong, and his bite attack can deal a massive amount of damage. Sungwoo thinks that its mobility must be low, because it has no legs or arms. Sungwoo orders his werebears and werewolves to attack it, but the boss monster easily pushes them back, and Sungwoo gets caught up in the impact. Sungwoo starts coughing blood. Mimic becomes more active after smelling the blood, and he starts chasing Sungwoo. At this point, Sungwoo realizes that he really messed up this time and he should not have taken the boss monster lightly. He is also missing his teammates because he is always extra careful when they are around. Mimic is about to chomp Sungwoo, but his minions somehow manage to hold it back. Sungwoo activates Death Response inside the mouth of the Mimic, and his zombies start rushing inside its mouth. Sungwoo gets back and his minions close the mouth of the Mimic with their weight. Sungwoo detonates the zombies and even his minions get knocked back by the impact of the explosion. After the smoke subsides, Sungwoo receives a total of 1,434 points for defeating the Mimic and completing a+ ranked mission. The Mimic has no damage on its outer shell, which means it could not be defeated from outside. Sungwoo takes a note of it and he will be extra careful from now on. After getting healed, Sungwoo heads towards the next room. This classroom is a reward room and there are many lockers inside which can be unlocked using the points he just got from defeating the boss. The items inside these lockers are not available in the normal stores and they can boost experience and stats of a player. Sungwoo buys an oath parchment item which can allow him to make a pledge with another player. Both players can each purpose one condition and failure to meet the condition will result in death. Sungwoo chooses 3 more C-rank items which includes an upgrade stone, strength upgrade vial, and an experience card. Sungwoo leveled up to level 13 as a reward for completing the hidden stage and all of his stats are boosted. He also received 150,000 gold. Sungwoo chooses a guaranteed 3-point agility card because if he had enough agility, he could have easily outrun the Mimic. A portal to the real world opens up and Sungwoo heads inside it. Sungwoo and the prosecutor meet up again and Sungwoo tells him that he is sorry for wasting his time. The prosecutor presents him some potions as a gift. The prosecutor wants to announce their alliance to the public, so he suggests that they should post a picture of both of them and their contract on the forum. One of his guild members has a photographer class. He has skills and items that allow him to post picture on the online forum. He further elaborates that people need hope, so they look up to heroes like Sungwoo and Prosecutor. This can make Sungwoo an easy target for other player, but he needs a positive image so he agrees to it. After that, Prosecutor leaves with his guild. Jisoo-yun tells Sungwoo that they need to grind more levels before the raid and Sungwoo agrees with her. The next morning, a group of goblins and orcs get attracted by a smell. Both groups start charging at each other and Sungwoo detonates the ones who just died, which results in a big explosion. They are hunting with this method and it is quite fast for gaining experience. This item they are using to attract monsters is called rancid wolf meat. It was a failed recipe of Hanho's mom and it smells a lot, so Sungwoo asks him to put it away. Hanho's father set up a sentry post with his new Korean sentry skill that provides a buff to the safety zone. Now Sungwoo has no need to worry about the town's safety. Taesung arrives there with his biker gang. They have an urgent news for Sungwoo. They found a store in Hangneum, but it was already destroyed by someone. Sungwoo thinks that this is turning into a really serious problem. They basically have to hunt or forage for their daily necessities, and there is no way they can attempt things like farming anytime soon. Sungwoo tells him to inform Spearman Kyung-soo to assign guards on every single store they find, or this problem can soon threaten their safety. Sungwoo asks Taesung why his female friends are standing so far away. Taesung informs him that he kicked his friend when she was possessed by the vampire lord. Now they think Sungwoo is a brute who beats women. Taesung leaves with his gang and Sungwoo gets ready to grind more levels. Suddenly, Ji Soo-yoon's skill activates, which informs her of incoming danger. She tells everyone to get ready for action. Suddenly, 2 werewolves rush out from the windows of buildings. Sungwoo's minions try to hold them back. Sungwoo is about to shoot a werewolf, but another werewolf appears behind him, and he tells him not to shoot. Sungwoo becomes amazed after hearing a werewolf talk. The werewolf starts attacking them even after he asks them to not shoot. A werewolf takes hold of Hanho's bag, and all 3 of them start eating the rancid wolf meat like crazies. While werewolves are busy eating the meat, they get surrounded by Sungwoo's minions. Sungwoo asks the werewolf to give him a good reason to not shoot this time. 2 werewolves are scared and they ask their leader what they should do. The werewolf leader starts rushing at the location with weakest orcs. He starts killing them and he tells the other werewolves to run away while he buys time for them. Sungwoo shoots 2 arrows which successfully stop him, but his 2 companions manage to get away. Sungwoo informs the werewolf leader that he showed a stunning display of camaraderie, and he asks him why they attacked his party. The werewolf leader informs them that they lost their minds after they smelled the meat Hanho was carrying. That's why they attacked them. Sungwoo inquires about how he came back to his senses. He informs them that they were given a quest to hunt and devour 10 humans. After completing the quest, they came back to their senses. Sungwoo thinks that they must be the ones responsible for destroying the stores, but the werewolf informs them that they are not responsible for it, and they try to avoid humans as much as possible. He further informs them that there is another group that is extremely hostile towards humans, and they are responsible for destroying the stores in order to put players at a disadvantage. He further informs them that there are humans in that group as well. They are called the Mad Scientists, and they are basically the leaders of that group. They are all collaborating together to create dangerous items. Sungwoo realizes that they must be the wandering salesmen. Sungwoo thanks him for being honest, but he informs him that his friends are not going to come back to save him. Werewolf has no worries because when the class selection happened, he was skeptical about the system, so he didn't choose any card and he didn't allow his family to choose anything either. But his son was into games, so he chose a card. His son was the first human he devoured and he wanted to die the moment he regained his senses. The werewolf wishes Sungwoo and his party the best of luck for their future adventures and Sungwoo stabs him. Hanho is feeling bad for the werewolves, but Sungwoo tells him to get ready because they are going after the 2 werewolves who just got away. Sungwoo needs to interrogate them so he can find more information about the werebeasts territory. Sungwoo is a bit hesitant, but he knows werebeasts are designed as monsters, and they can get out of control at any given moment, so he can't show any mercy to them. Sungwoo's party has come quite far as they were searching for the werewolves. They hide after hearing some voices coming from nearby. It turns out both of the werewolves were captured by kobolds. One of them suggests that they should make sausages out of these wolves, but their team leader tells them not to eat them because they are presents for their queen. Kobolds start stabbing the werewolves with spears which are coated with some sort of paralyzing poison, and they drag them to their hideout once they lose consciousness. Sungwoo and his friends are confused because kobolds are low-ranked monsters and they easily manage to capture 2 mid-tier werewolves. This dungeon has a store as well, which means that the store must be still intact because it has not been cleared yet. Sungwoo tells his party members that they need to secure this store for the survival of their whole community. They receive a notification which states that this is a large dungeon called the Venomous Spider Queen Chambers. This is a killer dungeon as well because it has taken the lives of 124 players. They will receive additional 50% rewards for clearing it. Hanho is afraid because they didn't bring any live goblins with them and this dungeon is designed to be favorable for monsters. Further inside the dungeon, they witness people who are tied with spider webs and they are calling for their help. Ji Soo-yoon uses her fire sword technique to cut down the webs and free the players. One of the players is quite thankful, but suddenly some spiders burst out of his mouth, which results in his death. Sungwoo explodes the dead bodies of the players to stop spiders, but it alerts the kobolds who seem to be working with the spiders, and they start swarming them. Hanho kills one of them by throwing a knife, which activates his ability. Hanho is now ready to show these little critters what real pain and despair feels like. Hanho activates his berserk mode and he is easily bashing the spiders and kobolds. Even the monsters become afraid and they think of Hanho as a true demon. Hanho uses his punches to smash the heads of the monsters. One of the kobolds instructs them to change their strategy and tie Hanho with spider webs. They surround Hanho with spider webs from all sides, and they finally manage to tie him up, but Hanho easily bursts out of the webs. Hanho is quite pissed at them, but a kobold orders the spiders to keep spraying Hanho with webs, and they finally manage to completely immobilize him. Hanho becomes scared and he calls for Sungwoo's help. Sungwoo explodes all dead bodies and the monsters get caught up in it. Sungwoo, Jisoo-yeon, and Raidi remind Hanho that he got into this situation because he was too cocky. While they are talking, more monsters swarm them. Sungwoo activates Death Response to summon zombies. He then explodes them to get rid of the invading monsters. After some time, they cleared the whole subway station, but their path to the next station is blocked. Sungwoo just remembers that this subway was connected to a mall above and maybe the queen is present there. After clearing the whole mall, they reach the boss room. They are about to enter it, but a notification pops up which informs them that it's a killer dungeon which has taken the lives of 124 players, and they will receive a small reward if they give up now. Hanho and Jisoo-yeon ask Sungwoo to reconsider it because it looks like a tough boss is ahead, but Sungwoo informs them that the boss raid is going to be even more tougher, so they should face this queen now to get stronger. When they enter the boss room, a kobold shaman is present there who welcomes them, and he is the boss of this dungeon. Hanho is surprised because this kobold shaman can perfectly mimic human language, unlike other kobolds who only know a few human words. Kobold shaman informs them that he ate 20 human brains, which gave him speech ability. Sungwoo now knows that the game is designed two ways, and monsters can also become stronger by killing humans. Kobold shaman tells them that he will soon have 23 human brains. The ground starts shaking and another boss monster called Giant Venomous Spider Queen makes her appearance. Both monsters unite their forces and merge into one. Sungwoo uses Death Response for his usual explosion skill. Spider Queen uses her steel webs to capture the zombies and Sungwoo's minions. Instead of finishing them, she throws them away from her. Kobold Shaman already knew about Sungwoo's explosion skill because he was observing them through his scouts. Sungwoo is worried because this kobold knows human speech, plus he has become intelligent like a human. Hanho throws his daggers at the kobold, but they get blocked by Spider Queen. Kobold informs them that after merging, he has become the brain while Spider Queen is the body, so now she will protect him at all costs. Spider Queen attacks them with more webs, but Jisoo-yeon uses her ignition sword which easily manages to burn the webs. Jisoo-yeon attacks the spider and one of her legs catches fire. Kobold Shaman uses his aqua skill to spray water on the spider's leg. He then starts holding back Jisoo-yeon with his aqua skill. Sungwoo instructs his minions to stand together and block the boss monster. He further instructs Hanho to stay with Jisoo-yeon. Sungwoo seems to have cooked up a plan for the boss. The boss is smashing the minions one by one and he is eager to eat the human brains. Sungwoo resurrects all of the dead monsters which were captured above by the queen before. Sungwoo tells him that his dinner time is over because this boss nest filled with dead bodies is a perfect combination for his Necromancer class. The newly reincarnated minions start rushing towards the boss. Spider Queen easily slashes some of them in half with her leg attack. One of the minions manages to slash one of her legs. The queen becomes more agitated and she throws poison at the minions, but the minions are not affected by the poison because they are just made up of bones. Kobold Shaman also realizes it and he instructs the queen to not use poison on the corpses. Queen somehow manages to bash the first wave of skeleton minions, but someone reincarnates more dead monsters. Most of the dead bodies in the boss room belong to werebeasts because Spider Queen is a picker-eater and she prefers stronger monsters. The Kobold Shaman becomes agitated by the continuous waves of werebeast minions, so they jump up to go directly for Sungwoo. Spider Queen lunges at Sungwoo with all her might, but he manages to block her attack with his bone shield. Spider Queen keeps destroying his bone shields, and Sungwoo keeps making them again and again. One of her attack manages to hit Sungwoo, but he's holding her back as much as he can. Kobold becomes really pissed at the minions who keep attacking him from behind. The queen grabs all the corpses and the Kobold Shaman burns them using his fireball skill. Sungwoo realizes that this kobold is getting more smarter as the fight goes on. Sungwoo's minions dash toward the Kobold Shaman, but he blocks them using an air boom skill, which creates a force field around him. Kobold Shaman becomes more cocky because Sungwoo has a limited number of minions remaining, and he can't summon more. Shaman lets his guard down and Jisoo-yeon jumps from behind him and she tries to strike the shaman, but her attack gets blocked by Spider Queen's legs. Hanho appears along with zombies and it turns out both Jisoo and Hanho were planning something behind the scenes. Kobold Shaman makes fun of Hanho for being weak and pathetic, but Spider Queen seems to be hesitating for some reason. Hanho pulls out a rancid meat dish. It turns out Hanho was preparing rancid meat all this time. Both Spider Queen and Kobold Shaman can't resist its smell. All zombies have been loaded with rancid meat, so the queen grabs them and they start chomping on them. Sungwoo says his final goodbye to the copy Kobold Shaman as he detonates the zombies, which results in a huge explosion. On the other side, Prosecutor is facing a bat boss monster and he manages to cut it into two with his sword/attack. His troops start celebrating their victory. It turns out Prosecutor can receive 10% experience points from his Crusaders too, but he's still worried about how Gang-Sok-han became the first ranked player. Prosecutor has the best guild in Korea under his command, but he still cannot catch up to the mysterious guy on first place, and he can be a threat to him in the future. The scouter of his party informs him that the Korean rankings have changed. It turns out Sungwoo reached level 14 before him and he is now on second place. Prosecutor bursts out with anger after watching it as he is obsessed with staying on the top rankings. After the explosion, Goblin Shaman is still hanging on to his dear life, but Hanho throws a knife which gets stabbed in his head, and they receive 300,000 gold for defeating the Kobold Shaman boss, plus 50% extra watts for clearing the killer dungeon. Hanho is glad because he finally pulled his weight, but the Spider Queen is still alive and she tries to go for Hanho. Righty stabs her in the eye and she dies on the spot. Sungwoo levels up to 14 for defeating the boss, and Righty's rank increases because he defeated a powerful boss monster. His fighting power and his commanding abilities increased as well. Sungwoo draws another card as a gift for leveling up, and now his total number of minions have increased by 2. He is now ready for the boss raid, plus his first awakening is not far away either. After some time, they manage to find the C-rank store in the dungeon. This store works like a slot machine and there are gold, platinum, and diamond options in it. They need to spin the slot machine and they will receive a reward if 3 same things match on the screen. Hanho is quite pissed because he knows this is a gambling machine and he has the most bad luck out of all of them. Jisoo and Hanho both have 300,000 gold coins, while Sungwoo has 1,600,000 gold coins, so they can try again and again until they get something good. This time Hanho tells them that he's going to use the machines first because the first person has the most luck, but Sungwoo tells them that there are 3 machines and they can all try together. All of them keep trying but none of them succeeds. A machine message pops up which informs them that they will receive a guaranteed low-ranking item even if they fail 5th time in a row, and Hanho is pissed about it. Sungwoo and Jisoo keep trying like they are addicted to the gambling system, while Hanho finally manages to hit a jackpot. He received a legendary magic scroll which allows the player to use a random skill, and there is a 50% chance of failing for this item. Finally, Jisoo had enough and she gives up while Sungwoo is completely addicted to it. Sungwoo gets the first place item after a few tries, and even he can't believe it. He got a legendary item called Shadow King's Ring. It increases its user's agility by 3 and health by 2. It also summons a Shadow Clone which deals 50% damage. Sungwoo got a new special quest called Shadow King's Heir. He needs to gather all of Shadow King's relics and he will get a Shadow King's crown for completing this mission. Jisoo didn't get anything, so Sungwoo gave her the Wind Spirit's bracelet. Sungwoo returns to the town to inform others about the newly discovered system shops. Sungwoo and his party spends the next few days to make the system of the town more self-sufficient. Sungwoo and his companions are now ready to leave for the raid. Hanho informs Sungwoo about a new development in the app. It turns out there is a new broadcasting station feature and one of the broadcasts is live right now. Jisoo thinks it's a test stream because they can only see an office. Sungwoo knows that this can be a good way to manipulate public opinion. Prosecutor is not a bad person, but he is too ambitious and he will use this feature to rally more men under his guild. Sungwoo has become more popular after advancing to level 14 before him, which has thrown a wrench in the prosecutor's plan, and he will try to keep Sungwoo in check. Sungwoo has oath parchment he got from the hidden stage, and he knows it is going to come in handy pretty soon. A helicopter arrives to pick them up. Minhwa Sung introduces himself as the lieutenant of the Crusader team. While they are on their way, Sungwoo asks him if it is okay to fly like this with all the wyverns around. Minhwa Sung tells him that nothing is impossible for the Liberation Guild, and the pilot gives them a thumbs up. They have guild members all over Seoul who are tracking the location and route of each wyvern in real time. Sung-woo wonders that having a bigger guild has many advantages like this. Suddenly, a notification pops up which tells them that the raid group has been assigned a quest. It's a competition type quest, and they need to slay the raid boss on their own. They will be given a special item as a reward. There are a few groups participating in this raid, so it can turn into a friendly competition which can produce better results. The final raid boss lizard man warlord will receive the gladiator's blessing, which can reduce the damage from most concentrated attacks by 90%. This buff will be deactivated during a one-on-one combat, plus the person who will defeat the boss alone will receive a special title. Minhwa Song becomes a bit taken aback after reading it because it was not part of their plan, but he is sure his sister or prosecutor can take care of it, which makes Hanho think that they are both cut from the same cloth. Sung-woo was not expecting this because raid boss monsters are supposed to be defeated with combined efforts. Raid bosses are quite formidable foes. He is sure that someone is watching them. They put in a lot of work to get ready for this raid, but at the last minute, someone made it much harder. Sung-woo is now out of other options and he will have to compete against the leaders of other groups. In the player guidebook section, Prosecutor uploaded a message in which he stated that 12 different groups and 1,000 players will be taking part in Yoido Island Raid. This whole process will be broadcasted live. After Yoido Island Raid, Liberation Guild plans to hunt down monsters throughout Korea and ultimately across the whole world. The human players become happy to know about this announcement, but there are also some people in the mix who think Sung-woo should be leading this expedition instead of Prosecutor, because he has a higher rank than the Prosecutor. Finally, Sung-woo and his party members arrive at their destination. Prosecutor welcomes him in person and Sung-woo commends him by saying that the whole area is well organized and they must have prepared well for the raid. Sung-woo notices a camera and he has a feeling that Prosecutor wants to use the raid as an excuse to boost his public image through the live broadcast. A player comes forward and he starts defaming Sung-woo for only coming with 2 people while he came here with 31 of his elite players. Sung-woo thinks that Prosecutor and this purple-haired Harry Potter must have planned this in advance so they can defame him. Prosecutor introduces him as Gang Yoon Lee and he is the leader of a group of survivors in Daehak-ro. Gang Yoon Lee is a fire-type sorcerer and he's mentioned pretty often in the app forums. Sung-woo reminds him to not be cocky and his teammates can easily beat his whole group. Plus they are here for a boss raid, not a war. Gang Yoon Lee becomes pissed, but Prosecutor tells him not to underestimate Sung-woo's class because he is never alone and he can summon his minions at any time. Prosecutor tells them to head inside because it is almost time for the meeting. Inside the meeting room, leaders of different groups are gathered. Minhwa Song introduces herself as the deputy lieutenant of the Crusaders team. She informs them that the raid's level of difficulty has increased with this new quest and the awards have also increased accordingly. They don't know what type of items they will receive, but they are thinking about converting the value of items into gold and dividing it equally among the 12 of them. All of the leaders agree without any second thoughts, but Sung-woo realizes that it was all pre-planned and they are working together with Prosecutor from the start. All 10 of these leaders belong to the Liberation Guild in some way, and their rewards will also go toward the Liberation Guild, and Sung-woo will only receive 1/12 of the share. Minhwa Song asks if anyone has other suggestions. Sung-woo raises his hand and he objects her proposal. Sung-woo further elaborates that this quest stimulates the players to fight the boss one-on-one, so the player who risks his life to defeat the boss must get better rewards. Minhwa Song informs him that he was the one who proposed the idea of equal distribution in the first place. He reminds her that he wanted a fair reward, not an equal one. Most of these players are low level and they can't even go one-on-one against the boss. One of the leaders becomes pissed and he asks Sung-woo for a one-on-one duel. He is Anseok-gu, a self-styled Iron Fist. He is 11th in the ranking and he is famous for fighting big monsters hand-to-hand. Sung-woo tells him to just sit down because if he gets serious it will not end well for Anseok. Anseok bursts with anger, but Prosecutor slams his hand on the table and he tells Sung-woo that he agrees with his plan. During nighttime, some lizard men try to attack a player, but Anseok-gu bashes all of them with his fists. More monsters approach him, but he is not faltered. They start rushing toward him, but someone throws fireballs at them which leads to a big explosion and all the monsters perish with it. Gangen Lee comes from behind and he tells them to be careful because these lizard men are not their average monsters, but Antaku is confident enough to beat them up and finish the boss raid. Gangen Lee informs him that they also need to stop the fallen ones because they are the ones who will plant the seed of the world tree here. That is why they need to secure Yoido Island so they can prevent that bad ending. Antaku is sure that Prosecutor can take care of those fallen ones along with the boss. They spot a helicopter heading toward the Yoido Park and they think they are covering Prosecutor through that helicopter, but Gangen Lee informs him that Necromancer is heading toward the boss room, which is in Yoido Park. Myung-soo Yang, who is a level 11 armored archer, is following Sung-woo in this raid. He is a certified bootlicker and he is even proud about it. He thinks Sung-woo is going to lose in this raid because the other 11 teams support the Prosecutor. All Myung-soo had to do was to wait for an opportunity and trip up Sung-woo, but all of his plans failed after he watched Sung-woo and his teammates in action. Ji Se-yeon is blasting off enemies with her ignition sword, while Han-ho of the North Star is pummeling enemies with his indestructible defense. Most of all, Sung-woo achieved a new synergy after he equipped 30 plus minions with armor. This synergy creates a protective armor around his minions. Myung-soo remembers that the Crusaders have a similar synergy which he just created by himself. Sung-woo asks Myung-soo and his fellows if they also want armor, but Myung-soo rejects him. Sung-woo equips them with armor even after they rejected his offer. They feel more relaxed and lighter after wearing the armor, and Sung-woo's synergy effect doubles because he has more than 40 units with his armor. Myung-soo is pissed at Sung-woo because he is using them to boost his synergy level. Myung-soo switches back to his boot licking. He informs Sung-woo that the place in front of them is Yoido Station, and just past that is a park where the boss room is. Sung-woo is concerned because the water level is rising as they are getting closer to their destination. Myung-soo tells him that many lizard men will be lying in ambush inside the water, so they should cooperate with other teams. Sung-woo ignores him and he tells Han-ho and Jisoo to stand back. His werebear minions throw the lizards further into the water and Sung-woo detonates them. Sung-woo starts receiving a lot of gold for killing the lizard men which were hidden under the water, and the archers become amazed after witnessing it. After some time, the smoke subsides and Sung-woo tells them that their path is now clear. A helicopter arrives and the cameraman starts filming Sung-woo's exploits. He is quite pumped about it because it will give the survivors more hope and inspiration. Even the viewers are quite positive and they are cheering for Sung-woo. His assistant informs him that they are receiving a call from the Crusaders team. Manhwa Song starts shouting at him and she tells him to get back or he will have to bear the consequences. Sung-woo and his friends think that the reporter helicopter is moving the other way because other teams must be rampaging through the monsters. After some time, they arrive at the boss room. Ji Se-yeon thinks that this looks more like a jungle. Their surroundings start rumbling and it feels like an earthquake is happening. A strong ray of light moves up from the northern woods. They receive a notification that raid boss Lizardman Warlord has appeared, and damage from mostly concentrated attacks is reduced by 90%. Lizardman Warlord is looking for a worthy warrior, and the person who can beat him in a one-on-one fight will receive a special title. Soon they see a lot of helicopters moving toward the boss. Sung-woo thinks that the prosecutor was lying in wait for them to find the boss, and he is now here to reap the rewards. Prosecutor is more competitive than he thought, and he is going directly for the boss without defeating the surrounding monsters. Han-ho asks Sung-woo about their future plan, and Sung-woo tells him that they have no other choice but to fight their way through these monsters. Sung-woo's minions are clearing the way for them, but suddenly a green light starts shining from his clothes. It's the C-rank card Sung-woo received from the hidden dungeon. It provides a significant experience boost when consumed, and it gives off a green light when the player has enough experience to level up with this card. Sung-woo can finally level up to 15, and he can unlock his first stage awakening after finding the Grim Reaper Scythe. Sung-woo is quite happy and he uses the experience card, but Han-ho and Ji Se-yeon run toward him and they look worried. After seeing a bright flash of light, he wakes up in a realm just like Prophecy Stone, and he can see a bright light. After some time, he can see a person inside the bright light. A system notification informs him that he is the one who holds the reins of death, and he needs to find the Grim Reaper's Scythe. An objective-based exclusive quest pops up called Who is the Master of Death? Part 2. After seizing control of Grim Reaper's Scythe, he will receive First Stage Awakening. Because Sung-woo has witnessed a glimpse of future, he has an advantage, but he will still lose and become a minion of the Lich King if he cannot become stronger. The system message further points out that the Grim Reaper's scythe can be found in death, and the choices he makes during this quest will affect his destiny. Sungwoo notices that the being made of light wants to convey a message, but Sungwoo cannot understand its words. This being is of unknown origin, but he is giving him a feeling of calmness and he seems familiar. A new system message pops up and informs him that he will be a direct witness to death. The bright light disappears as Sungwoo tries to get a hold of it, and he wakes up in the real world with Hanho and Jisoo-yeon. Hanho tells him that he just disappeared for about 10 seconds. This confirms that it was not a vision, but Sungwoo was physically transported somewhere, and he really received a quest from the mysterious being. Sungwoo is soon going to witness a death, but he is hoping to not witness the death of one of his friends for this quest. Soon they hear a big explosion in the direction of the boss monster. Sungwoo informs his teammates that they are going after the boss. Sungwoo tells Youngsu to retreat and regroup with the rest of his friends. With that said, Sungwoo and his teammates start rushing toward the boss. It turns out the helicopter of Crusaders crashed after getting hit by a spear. Prosecutor comes out of his helicopter and he tells his teammates to get back into formation. Prosecutor used blind faith zone skill while they were crashing, which saved their lives. Only the pilot died in the process. They get ready as more lizardmen start heading toward them. The other helicopter is still streaming their fight. There are about 17,000 people watching them. Crusaders are easily marching through the lizardman groups. Prosecutor uses his cross spear skill to get rid of hordes of lizardmen in one attack. He tells his companions to brace themselves for the second wave of monsters' attack. Finally, the boss monster Lizardman Warlord makes his appearance. Prosecutor orders his crossbowmen to fire at the boss. Most of the arrows get deflected after hitting the boss, and he receives no damage because more than one person is attacking him. Boss performs a slash attack and 2 Crusaders get cut in half. Third Crusader calls for help as he is about to be cut in half, but someone throws an attack at him, which he manages to easily dodge. Prosecutor comes forward and he tells the Crusaders to get back and take care of the lesser lizardmen. Prosecutor challenges the boss to a one-on-one duel. Lizardman Warlord plunges at the Prosecutor and he blocks his attack with his sword. Prosecutor thinks that they are evenly matched in terms of strength, but the Warlord has a massive weapon which gives him an advantage. Prosecutor has more speed and reflexes, which can give him an upper hand. The boss plunges at the Prosecutor, but he is sure he can win against this boss in a one-on-one battle. They both keep exchanging blows left and right while the helicopter crew is still recording their fight. Kang Yun Lee and An Seok-gu arrive there as well. Prosecutor sees some skeletons in the distance, so he thinks maybe Sungwoo has arrived there. Prosecutor hits the boss with a cross spear skill. Boss gets pushed back, but Prosecutor realizes that something is wrong. The boss is giving off an evil smile while he is losing badly. Prosecutor becomes more angry and he's determined to wipe the floor with this Lizardman Warlord's head. Lizardman Warlord performs a fire breath attack, but Prosecutor blocks it with his force field skill. His Crusaders try to give him backup, but he orders them to stand back. Prosecutor thinks it's becoming more dangerous because this boss is just playing around with him. Boss monster starts shedding its skin and the true boss monster Wandering Drake appears out of it. A new notification pops up which informs them that phase 2 of the boss monster is beginning. The boss monster is more powerful than what they initially thought, and he was hiding his true identity all this time. Wandering Drake attacks the Prosecutor and he can feel like his bones shattering just by blocking that single attack. Wandering Drake attacks the Prosecutor with his sword, which is attached to its tail. Prosecutor gets directly hit by it and he receives massive amount of damage. The spectators become shocked after witnessing it. Manhwa Song starts crying as she knows Prosecutor is going to die and the raid will be a flop as well. Wandering Drake comes near the Prosecutor. As he is about to eat him, a lizardman corpse comes flying toward him and it blows up right in front of him. Sungwoo's minions jump from above and they smash his head with their bone weapons. Werebears take a hold of his body and they start smashing him with their fists. Wandering Drake gives off a huge roar as he gets up, but Sungwoo stabs him in the head with the masterless sword. The people from his town are watching the stream as well and they start cheering for him. Manhwa Song do not care anymore about the rewards anymore as she wants this monster dead so they can save the Prosecutor. Wandering Drake's head starts bleeding with Sungwoo's stab attack. Sungwoo jumps off from his head, leaving the masterless sword stuck in its head. Sungwoo equips his rare tiger with a bone hammer. Kang Yun Lee and An Suk-gu become happy as they predict Sungwoo is going to use that hammer to nail down the sword in Drake's head. A player informs Manhwa Song that a massive number of monsters is approaching them from Set Gang. Manhwa Song remembers that the one-on-one fight rule is only for players while the boss can take advantage from his minions. She orders all of their guild members to protect Sungwoo at any cost. Were-Tiger hammers down the head of the boss and it falls to the ground. The spectators start thinking that the boss is finally dead, but Sungwoo realizes that it is still moving. Some whines start coming out of the boss, which indicates that it is morphing to its third phase. Finally, the boss completes its final form and a new system message pops up. It informs them that this is the hidden raid boss monster called Young Host of the Seed. Even though Sungwoo has completed the main boss raid, but no one can enter or leave Yoido Island until this monster is defeated. Sungwoo is quite pissed because the system keeps on changing things like it's playing with them. More swarms of lizardmen start approaching them. These lizardmen have gone berserk and they are charging at them like crazy. But Sungwoo is not worried about them because he thinks Hanho and Ji Se-yoon can take care of them. His main problem lies with this new host of the seed. The boss uses a powerful fire attack, but Sungwoo somehow blocks it, but the Crusaders and the lizardman behind him get burned to a crisp. Sungwoo uses corpse explosion on him, but it has no effect on the boss. Werebears are trying to block the fire breath attack, but they're slowly dying out. Sungwoo revives the dead lizardmen which start attacking the boss, and Sungwoo tells his party members that they need to retreat and spread out for now, because the lizardmen attack people in groups. On his way, he tells the others to run away and spread out as well, because the raid just failed. On his way, Hanho notices the unconscious prosecutor. He tries to help the prosecutor, but the boss appears right behind him. Boss is about to gulp them both in one bite, but Righty slashes the boss with his sword. The boss tries to attack Righty, but he manages to parry the boss's attack. Righty attacks its head again, which deals a little bit of damage to the boss. Sungwoo appears out of the shadows, and he jabs a spear in the eye of the boss. When the boss gets mad, he uses his tail attack, which causes one of Sungwoo's arms to be chopped off. It was a shadow clone of Sungwoo in the first place, and it dissipates into thin air. Sungwoo appears behind Hanho and he tells him to run away from the boss. Sungwoo made that clone with his Shadow King's ring, but it can only deal 50% damage. The boss becomes enraged and it starts chasing Hanho and Sungwoo. Sungwoo is worried because maybe they provoke the boss too much. Ji Se-yoon does a powerful surprise attack on the boss. Sungwoo is now more concerned as he instructed them to run away before, but Ji Se-yoon tells him that they will face the boss monster together. Sungwoo and Hanho think that maybe she is right and they can defeat it together. Sungwoo activates Death Response and the zombies start appearing out of the ground. The boss slashes the zombies with ease and Sungwoo detonates the bodies. More minions start attacking the boss, but deep down Sungwoo knows that this boss is a tough nut to crack. Sungwoo can't blow it from inside because the boss is not eating any of his minions. Sungwoo is resurrecting the lizardmen which Hanho and Ji Se-yoon are slaying, but they are getting destroyed way more faster. The boss prepares for another fire breath attack, but this time, Hanho and Ji Se-yoon are right behind Sungwoo. The boss uses his fire breath attack and Sungwoo tries to block it with his bone shield. Sungwoo makes it through the fire breath attack, but he lost most of his minions. Boss rushes toward him for another attack, but Sungwoo is feeling tired right now. Boss goes for another tail swing attack, and this time, Hanho blocks his attack, but the attack was too strong and it destroys his holy force field. Boss goes for another attack, but Righty tries to block it, and his sword breaks down, so he grabs the sword of the boss. Righty slices off the boss's tail with his new weapon. The boss tries to retaliate, and Righty pushes Hanho back. Righty gives them his last farewell, and the boss smashes Righty to pieces. Hanho becomes enraged and he starts rushing toward the boss. Were-Tiger grabs both Hanho and Ji Se-yoon. Sungwoo pats Hanho and tells him to survive at any cost. The Were-Tiger starts running away from the battlefield. Sungwoo recovered enough just to move after Righty's last attack. He is quite sad about Righty's sacrifice. Sungwoo summons a bone shield and a bone sword because he needs to hold back the boss for as much time as possible. Both the boss and Sungwoo start going head to head in a one-on-one battle. Manhwa Song and her crew also become afraid because Sungwoo was the last ray of hope for humanity. Boss smashes the legs of Sungwoo with his tail attack. He starts preparing for another fire breath attack. Sungwoo tries his best, but now he thinks he is going to get burnt to death just like his parents. But he is satisfied because his attempt was not a complete failure, and he managed to save his friends. The boss performs the fire breath attack, and Sungwoo gets caught up in it. Hanho and Jisoo-yoon are sad as they are carried away by Sungwoo's minions along with the prosecutor. Sungwoo again appears inside this mysterious space. He thinks he has been quite lucky until now, but his luck just ran out. Sungwoo is still worried about his friend's safety. The Grim Reaper appears in front of him. Sungwoo asks him if he is here to take him to heaven or the hell. He further tells him that he is tired and he wants to end it as soon as possible. Grim Reaper makes fun of him by saying that he got tired even though he has not even reached 30 years yet. The Grim Reaper reveals his face, and it turns out to be Sungwoo's father. Sungwoo asks him if he's his real father or the system is playing with him. His father tells him that it is not important whether he's real or not. Sungwoo agrees with him because he's dead either way. Sungwoo asks his father if he resents him because he ran away when the house was burning. He tells his father that he ran away because he was scared at that time, and he's even scared right now. After his parents' death, Sungwoo struggled a lot to survive. He tried to help as many people as he could as he matured, but he failed in the end, and now he is meeting his father like this. His father starts laughing and tells him that he was worried about a useless thing all this time. His father starts making fun of him, and Sungwoo thinks that he is his real father. His father tells him that he didn't run away as a child, and he asks him to remember the day their house was burned. Suddenly, a fire started in their home and they were both together at that time. Sungwoo's mom was still stuck inside the room, so his father asked him to go out and never come back inside. Sungwoo was wrong, and he thought that he abandoned his parents that night who were calling for his help. But that was not the case, and they can never put their beloved son in any kind of danger. He tells Sungwoo that he has still not failed, and he can return back to his world after going through a light. Sungwoo tells him that he is glad to meet him after such a long time. His father stops him because he almost forgot something really important. He received a scythe from his father. It is a reward for completing Who is the Master of Death quest. He also got First Awakening and a personal skill. His fate has been slightly changed as well. In the real world, the boss is still going on a rampage. Jisoo-yoon and Hanho still can't believe that Sungwoo is dead. Prosecutor wakes up from his slumber and he is quite sad because all of this happened due to his recklessness. He turned away from the strongest player in this raid and he planned everything without him. Prosecutor needs to make this right or the whole world will be destroyed by the world tree. Minhum Song comes up to him, but the prosecutor thinks that he was saved by Han-ho because Minhum Song abandoned him in the first place. They start retreating from the battlefield and prosecutor promises the dead Sungwoo that he will protect Han-ho and Jisoo-yoon from now on. As they are retreating, the whole sky starts becoming darker, and they get a message that a weakened spirit has been activated within their area. Manhwa Song is spectating the boss from the air, and they see a green light inside the black fog. It turns out the green light is emitting from Sungwoo and he's showing lich-like features. Manhwa and her crewmates think that Sungwoo has been turned into a lich monster after dying. Sungwoo receives a notification that he has been revived with the unique characteristics of a necromancer, and he is on standby for just 31 days. After unlocking the First Awakening, Sungwoo can summon the Grim Reaper, and he can raise monsters with large builds into his horde. He received a secret store coupon as well for being the 9th player to reach the First Awakening. He can summon the Grim Reaper once per day for an hour and turn into a lich. His exclusive skill, Grim Reaper Realm, allows him to increase his minions by 50 and all of his stats will increase by 10. He can also resurrect and regenerate the undeads as many times as he wants. Sungwoo is now ready to face the Drake boss head on. He tells the Drake that there is going to be no playing around anymore. Sungwoo tells the Drake to get ready for his second phase as he resurrects all the dead skeleton minions along with Righty. Both Hanho and Ji Soo-yoon starts rushing toward the boss because they just witnessed Weakened Spirit, which is one of Sungwoo's skills. Ji Soo-yoon is quite happy after watching Sungwoo, and Hanho starts crying. But after watching Sungwoo's face, they think he has been turned into a monster. Ji Soo-yoon tells Hanho that he is not a monster and he just received his Grim Reaper scythe after his first awakening. Wandering Drake plunges toward his minions and he destroys most of Sungwoo's minions in one attack, but all of them get resurrected again due to his new skill. Manhwa Song and her crew become quite pumped after watching Sungwoo's minions getting resurrected again and again. Wandering Drake does another massive fire breath attack and Sungwoo blocks it with a big shield this time. The fire is about to reach the prosecutor and Sungwoo's companions, but Righty disperses the fire into thin air with his spin attack. Hanho becomes overjoyed and he hugs Righty. Sungwoo asks the Drake to attack him again, but it seems like he is already out of stamina. Sungwoo is still in perfect condition because he has infinite level of mana. Sungwoo resurrects more minions and they start rushing toward the boss. All of them start mashing and overwhelming the boss with their numbers. Sungwoo uses his weapon create skill to create bone chains to bind down the Drake. He instructs his minions to peel off the skin of the boss. After some time, they manage to peel off the outer skin of the boss. The boss is looking almost exhausted, and Sungwoo tells Righty that it is time to finish off the Drake. Righty finishes the Wandering Drake with a powerful slash attack, and this time, the Drake dies for real. The Masterless Sword has now 4,335 days until it can hatch the egg. Sungwoo has earned 1,115,556 gold for successfully defeating the raid boss of Lizardman Swamp region. He also received an exclusive title called Amateur Dragon Hunter, which increased his stamina by 2 and his fire resistance by 30%. Back in town, everyone is celebrating Sungwoo's amazing victory. Sungwoo is about to try something crazy. He tries to resurrect the Wandering Drake, and it becomes one of his minions in his first try. The prosecutor and his men know well that the power gap between them has just shooted up by a lot. One of Sungwoo's minions finds Drake leather, which is a heroic item. Meanwhile, Righty got a legendary rank material called Dragon Heart, and this Dragon Heart is a material which should be used precisely. Finally, he got the Seed of the World Tree, which is a godly rank item with unknown effects. Seed of the World Tree is a powerful item which is connected to the ending they saw in the Prophecy Stone. It can also be targeted by the mysterious Fallen Ones. The photographer comes up to him and asks him to say a few words of encouragement to others. Sungwoo tells him to not trust a group which promises to protect them. Up until now, all groups which welcomed the survivors ended up being useless. Sungwoo thinks that the system must have a big part in it too. He advises all of the viewers to get stronger on their own, or they will not survive in this new world. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and they see a big explosion in the direction of Yeongdongpo Station. Manhwa Song informs the prosecutor that someone is attacking their base. Prosecutor informs everyone to retreat to Yeongdongpo Station. Sungwoo notices that the black smoke coming out of the explosion looks like breath of the abyss, and he thinks it's done by the wandering peddlers because they were the ones going around selling it as a product. Prosecutor gets down on his knees and he begs Sungwoo to help them because the station is filled with non-combatants and he can't do much in his current state. Sungwoo tells him that there are many things he can complain about, but it is not the right time, so he will help them. The helicopters start landing on the outskirts because they can't fly through the smoke. One of the survivors informs Manhwa Song that they were attacked by the Beastmen. The survivor also saw them communicating with each other like their consciousness has returned. Now, Sungwoo knows for sure that it is done by the group which consists of the Beastmen and the mad scientists. Sungwoo tells them that he is going to deal with the mess inside. If what the werewolf told them before dying is true, then this anti-human group is going to be a big threat to the humans in the future. Sungwoo thinks that they are quite crafty because they attacked the Yeongdongpo Station when the main forces of Liberation Guild were away on the raid. Sungwoo summons the Drake out of the abyss so he can make his debut. The whole station is covered with smoke from Breath of the Abyss. Two beastmen are talking about how easily they pulled it off because their main forces were away on a raid. The werewolf mocks the humans for ignoring the threat of beastmen with intelligence. The hog beastman asks the other about how much time the ceremony is going to take. Werewolf tells him that only those werebeasts who got lucky and ate the brains of mages know about it. The hog is sad because he ate Archer's brains and he has hooves which he cannot use for most of his skills. Werewolf tells them that he is still lucky than those scientists bastard who ask their corpses when they die to make them into some sort of medicinal drugs. While they are talking, they see some glowing eyes through the windows. Bone Drake finished them both off in just a single attack. Sungwoo comes inside the building and he returns the Drake to the abyss. Both beastmen were talking about a ritual, so that means they are gathering people somewhere inside the station without killing them. Sungwoo thinks killing off the beastmen quietly with his Shadow King's cloak will be much smoother. Somewhere in the building, a bull beastman is gathering the players in a place. They have gathered about 200 human players, but they have been ordered by the higher-ups to bring in as many human players as possible, and they think more humans are hiding on other floors. The bull heard his higher-ups mentioning something about extracting the experience points out of all of these players. Soon, they hear 2 red warnings about weakened spirit and call of death being activated in their area. Sungwoo's minions start popping out of the abyss and killing the beastmen. Were-Tiger attacks the bull, but he blocks it with ease. Bull pushes the Were-Tiger back with a slam attack. Bull charges at the horde of skeletons, pummeling them on his way. Bull knows that these skeletons belong to the Necromancer and he calls them out. A spear pierces the bull from the shadows. Sungwoo pierces him from behind with his nameless sword. Sungwoo receives 30,000 gold for hunting a second-rank werebull. This is the first time Sungwoo is seeing an evolved beastman, and this also proves that beastmen can also evolve like humans. Sungwoo resurrects him and now he has a werebull under his command. Sungwoo orders his minions to move all the unconscious humans out of this gas or they will die. Sungwoo is moving out of the station with his minions, but the ground starts shaking. He gets a warning message that a massive summoning magic has been activated within the area. Sungwoo has no idea what they are up to, but he knows he needs to stop them as soon as possible, so he starts heading toward the location of the circle. Sungwoo reaches the location and the werebeasts become alerted after watching him. One of the sources of the breath of abyss is there, but Sungwoo knows there must be other sources too, because this one alone is not enough to engulf the whole area. One of the werewolves recognizes Sungwoo and he tells others that they will receive a massive award if they can gift his dead body to the researchers. A day has already passed, so Sungwoo summons the Grim Reaper's scythe for 1 hour and all of his stats become boosted after summoning it. Sungwoo gets an hour per day, but 5 minutes are enough to wipe out pests like these werebeasts. Sungwoo's minions start popping out of the abyss and they start balloting it out. No matter how many minions they destroy, they get resurrected. One of the magicians activates the summoning circle. One of the Sungwoo's minions bites the werewolf magician and he throws him off the roof. The building starts crumbling due to the summoning, so Sungwoo jumps off from the building. Sungwoo asks for information about the thing he just summoned. Werewolf starts laughing and he tells him that he will find out soon enough. The whole building starts shattering and they get a notification that the raid boss will soon appear in this region. The prosecutor received a lot of damage during his last fight, and even a high-rank healing potion is not enough to completely heal his wounds. He is pissed at himself for being too much overconfident and cocky. Soon, Hano and Jisoo-yeon spot Sungwoo's minions returning with the rescued survivors. The Crusaders become overjoyed with happiness. The breath of the abyss start disappearing from their area, and they get a warning message that a massive summoning magic has been activated in their area. A new raid boss, Ogre Champion, appears right above the building. The werewolf tells Sungwoo that he can't do anything against this boss because he exhausted all of his strength on the previous raid boss and they were watching all of it through the live stream. Sungwoo gives an evil smile and tells him that he should have watched the live stream till the end before making this summoning circle. Sungwoo has now one hell of a monster of his own to fight this boss monster head on. Wandering Drake lands a direct punch on the face of the Ogre Champion. Sungwoo's party members and the Crusaders become happy after witnessing it. The prosecutor has made up his mind that he will become stronger on his own without relying on the Crusaders team, just like Sungwoo. Ogre Champion is quite hurt after the punch attack he just received and he gives out a loud roar. 2 more of Sungwoo's minions appear from behind the Drake and they throw spears at the Ogre Champion. Ogre Champion kills them both with a single clap attack, and both of them cease to exist. Sungwoo realized that cease to exist must mean that they cannot be resurrected, and this boss has some of his own unique characteristics. Sungwoo's Drake cannot use Breath of Fire attack, or he would have made the Ogre Champion into a toasted chicken by now. But Sungwoo can still control its movements, which is a plus point for him. Drake gets a hold of the Ogre's hair and he kicks the Ogre Champion with all of his might. The Ogre Champion gets a hold of the Drake's shoulders, but Righty pops up one of his eyes with a stab attack. The Ogre crashes into the land and Wandering Drake gets a hold of his body while Sungwoo's minions close in on him. They keep attacking him until he finally gets defeated. Sungwoo has leveled up to 16 and he earned 705,000 gold for hunting the raid boss monster Ogre Champion. Sungwoo chooses an upgrade skill card for his Call of Death skill, which increases its rank. He can now summon 15 masterless zombies with 100 mana from the abyss, and they will remain for 20 minutes, and the skill cooldown has decreased to 30 minutes. Sungwoo is quite satisfied, and the best reward he received from this hunt is his new Ogre Champion minion he just revived. His Ogre Champion already has a heroic rank bracelet called Thunder God Blessing equipped. This bracelet consumes all mana to produce a great power, but if it is equipped by someone without mana, then it can be used once every 24 hours without any cost. His Ogre Champion has no mana, so he lets him keep equipping it. Both of his boss minions are acting as friends. The werewolf is shocked after watching all of this development. Sungwoo stabs him with the scythe and tells him that joking time is over. The werewolf is about to tell him everything, but something activates inside him and he dies after coughing blood from all holes of his body. The prosecutor tells them that their leaders must have planted something in them so they cannot leak any information. Sungwoo still has another way of extracting information, and he revives the werewolf. After reviving the werewolf, he receives a memory fragment. He gets a flashback from the memory of the werewolf. The werewolf, along with other beastmen, were on Shindorim Station, and they were heading toward Yongdopu Station. The werewolf was watching the live stream of the boss raid, but other beastmen told him to turn it off because they are almost at their destination. Sungwoo now knows that they didn't watch the whole stream, or they would not have underestimated him. One of them tells them that attacking the Liberation Guild was just a matter of time, and now they have the best opportunity for it. But another werewolf thinks it's all a hoax and it is something related to the lab they built in Yoido Island. Sungwoo thinks that they must be related to the bad ending of Yoido Island in some way. One of them is about to say something important about the scientists, but a werebeast shouts at them to shut their mouths. Sungwoo comes back from the flashback and he now knows that part of the reason why they attacked Yongdopu Station was so they can control Yoido Island. He also found out about their trial in Shindorim Station, and he just needs to find out about their true objective. Shindorim is the central station where Line 1 and 2 cross from. That is one of the reasons why countless people used to pass through that place. A mad scientist is experimenting on both human and monsters in a laboratory. The psycho-scientist is quite happy because he just got a lot of research material. One of his werebeast assistants tells him that they need more freezers because the smell of rotten corpses is becoming unbearable, but scientist tells him to just get used to it. The weremouse tells him that their werebeasts have a strong sense of smell, which makes them harder to work here. Plus, this beastman wanted to be turned back into a human, and he hates rats in the first place. The scientist tells him that their main branch already started experimenting on it, and he should have volunteered for them. But the mouse is afraid to be experimented on. The scientist gives off a grim smile and tells him that mouses are the first ones to be used in any type of experiment. The mouses are treated very badly among the beastmen, and the scientist tells him that they have a very short lifespan and he will have a hard time getting the developed drug. A dog werebeast rushes inside and informs them that a dragon appeared outside and it is destroying the buildings. It's an emergency situation, so they start moving out. A lot of droid werebeasts start heading out, and they have a synergy which gives them a stat boost if there are more than 10 drug beasts in a single group. The scientist is the one who is duping them, and one dog tells him that their Yongdopu raid failed. The Wandering Drake appears just outside their window. Sungwoo's party rushes inside along with the Wandering Drake. The scientists know it's the boss monster from Yoido Island raid, and he tells others to retreat immediately. He tells the dog to hold them while they go back to the lab to pack important stuff. They get back to the lab and start packing, but the mouse smells something similar. Sungwoo appears behind both of them. Sungwoo informs them that the ogre champion boss they gave him was quite good, so he is here to properly compensate them. Sungwoo summons the ogre champion right there along with Righty. Sungwoo tells him that their evil business of doing experiments on humans is about to go bankrupt. But the scientists get angry and he tells him that they are only doing this to further advance human science. Sungwoo has enough of this crap, so he shoots down one of his leg. The mouse comes to help him out, but the scientist stabs him with an experimental injection. The mouse starts becoming more bigger after getting the injection. Sungwoo summons a clone with his Shadow King ring and they both start shooting him down with their crossbows. The mouse slashes Sungwoo's clone with his attack and Sungwoo gets away. Ogre Champion easily crushes the weremouse with a stomp attack. And Sungwoo gets 13,000 gold for hunting an evolved were-rat. Sungwoo cuts off one of the arms of the scientist. His mouth starts foaming and he tells them that he already injected himself with poison. The scientist dies after coughing blood, but Sungwoo can read some of his memory fragments after reviving him. Sungwoo tries to revive him, but he gets a notification that he cannot resurrect a living being, which means the scientist was pretending to be dead. Sungwoo gets pissed and he crushes the eggs of the scientist. The scientist miraculously comes back to life after getting his dear balls crushed and he is in extreme pain. Scientist starts telling Sungwoo that he will work for him if he lets him live, but Sungwoo has enough of this drama, so he stabs him. Sungwoo then brings him back to life and he can check a memory fragment of the scientist. In the flashback, a mysterious figure tells the scientist that he will be in charge of a single department. This man is the leader of the traveling peddlers and he tells the scientist to put his efforts into creating the A-gas. The scientist becomes happy because he already has a lot of experience in creating items related to the poisonous gas. The mysterious man tells him to spread the gas over Yeongdong-po and leave the rest to the mages who will teleport 3 raid bosses they just captured. Sungwoo is a bit shocked to know that they managed to capture 3 raid bosses. The scientist tells him that these werebeasts smell a lot and he's not sure if they should trust them. The mysterious man tells him to watch his mouth because they cannot proceed with their plan without them. Furthermore, there are 4 beasts who are stronger than the top 3 ranked players, and they are going to need their help for their future plans. Sungwoo is a bit confused about how this man is so sure that these 4 beastmen are stronger than the human players. Sungwoo thinks that the beastmen came into existence much later than the human players, and there is no way they can become stronger than the ranked players in such a short span of time. But the beastmen are different. They receive their own quests, and they have the scientists helping them, which can explain their fast growth rate. Sungwoo perfectly knows that special quests can help someone get stronger much faster. The mysterious man tells him that their ultimate goal is not to chase away the players, and the scientists should use the humans in moderation. The scientist bursts out in happiness as he tells the mysterious man that the only reason he is going through all this is because he believes he can become a new species transcendent. Sungwoo thinks that it must be something related to their personal quest. A white werewolf comes inside and he tells them that they started chatting without him. Sungwoo has seen this werewolf before in his last flashback. The scientist tells them that he is one of the 4 beasts and he is a mage. The white werewolf tells him that he is not a mage. Everyone thinks he is a mage because he carries a cane, but that is not the truth. He suddenly uses a skill on the scientist. He tells the scientist not to worry, and it is a kind of insurance which will alert him if the scientist is in trouble. Soon the visuals of the flashback shatter, and Sungwoo gets teleported into an empty space with the white wolf. The white wolf knows about him and he tells him that he was curious to know how Sungwoo knew about their Shindorian branch so fast. But now his doubts are cleared and he knows about Sungwoo's skill to track memory fragments of a dead body. Sungwoo tells him that the Shindorian branch was too empty and their main branch must be somewhere else. The white wolf advises him to leave Yeongdong-po or their fight will be extended and they are gonna win at the end. Sungwoo asks about their origin and the werewolf tells him to remember the name Evolution Society. He uses a skill on Sungwoo and tells him that it is going to be the name which will soon end humanity. Sungwoo comes out of the flashback and he now knows that the white wolf had skills related to psychometry. They need to be on extra guard because the beastmen will change their future plans, and the mysterious man mentioned that they have 3 raid bosses. Righty hands over a map he just found to Sungwoo. It's a subway map with 3 highlighted places. A is for Yeouido Island and it is crossed out. B is for Sosadong in Bucheon and C is Bomgae in Anyang. Sungwoo already defeated the Drake before they could capture him, and he also got rid of the Ogre Champion, which means there is only one more boss left, and there is another branch of Evolution Society in there. Back in Yeongdongpo Station, everyone is busy rebuilding their station. Sungwoo asks Manhwa Song to find out about any information related to raid bosses in Bucheon and Anyang community. He is going to discuss the rest with the prosecutor himself. Sungwoo informs him that there is going to be another attack in Yeongdongpo. The attackers call themselves the Evolution Society, and their real goal isn't the Liberation Guild. Sungwoo has a suspicion that they are the corrupted ones mentioned in the Yeouido Island raid. The prosecutor knows that they can be a much bigger threat to humanity. He asks for Sungwoo's help once again. He requests Sungwoo to protect Yeongdongpo because he's the only person strong enough to help them. He further asks Sungwoo to defeat the Evolution Society, and he will give Sungwoo 1 million plus gold for this task. Sungwoo agrees with him because he was going to get rid of the Evolution Society anyway, but now he will also get a lot of gold for this task. Sungwoo comes out after the meeting, and he is happy to see the other leaders getting along with his companions, but Hanho informs him that they are all opportunists and they are trying to impress Ji Soo-yeon. Soon, Hanho gets another alert from the community app. It turns out the rankings have changed again. The prosecutor's ranking has gone down, and now Doctor is on the 3rd place, and he is on level 15. Sungwoo thinks that maybe Doctor is the same mysterious man he just saw in the flashback. A player gets his first awakening when he reaches level 15. Sungwoo is not sure if the first awakening is only exclusive for 5-star class, but he knows for sure that Doctor has gone through his first awakening. Sungwoo needs to do something before he can get more stronger. Minhum Song gets knocked out after opening the lid of a suspicious jar that Sungwoo's minions were carrying. Hanho gives him a potion to heal him up. These jars contain purified breath of the abyss, and they were crafted by the scientist. Once someone opens it, breath of the abyss will be released from it. Sungwoo tells Minhum Song that these are his spoils of war, and he advises Minhum to not touch them again. The Liberation Guild has assigned Minhum Song as an assistant for Sungwoo. Sungwoo and his party members are sure that he was demoted. That's why they assigned him to Sungwoo. Minhum tells them to head inside a building where the Liberation Guild is gathering the information that Sungwoo requested. On their way, Hanho informed Sungwoo that when he died, Ji Soo-yeon became very sad and she started crying like a child. Ji Soo-yeon hates Hanho because later he kept teasing her about it. On the other side, the prosecutor is still thinking about how he messed up during the boss raid. The public opinion about him has gone down the drain, and everyone is blaming him for their loss. Most of the powerful players are now part of Sungwoo and Righty's fan clubs. The prosecutor has a promotion-type exclusive quest. He needs to train 30 Crusaders up to level 10. As a reward, he will receive his first awakening, and he needed to complete this quest before the world tree could mature. Through some investigation, the prosecutor learned that awakening quests are only given to players with 4 or 5 stars. That is why he needs to complete it as soon as possible, or other 5-star players will take over him. 6 of his Crusaders died during their last raid, and he has only 14 Crusaders left. He is not sure how he can train 16 more Crusaders up to level 10. It is a difficult task, but Sungwoo already achieved his first awakening, and the prosecutor cannot give up now. The prosecutor summoned all of his guild members outside his office. Prosecutor tells Minhwa Song to assign members for a hunting team, and they will start hunting the next day. Minhwa Song and the other Crusaders advise against it because they need time and people to restore their station to its former state. Prosecutor reminds her that other players will get stronger in that time, and they will suffer more with the next attack. Sungwoo will take care of the Evolution Society for them, which is their biggest threat, but they need to become self-dependent in the future because they have the strongest guild of Korea. Meanwhile, on the other side, Minhum Song introduces them to the guy who was gathering information on Sosadong and Bomgye Station. He informs them that an Ogre Champion boss raid was in Sosadong, but once the second chapter started, the Ogre Champion was missing and no information is coming out of Bomgye Station. Sungwoo guesses that it is now full of black fog and zombies, and the information gatherer asks him how he knows about it. He shows him Hanho, who is the biggest cell phone addict in the world, gathering information. Hanho informs Sungwoo that their town is safe, and he already contacted Taesong and told him to stay in the safe zone and never come out. According to a post about Bomgye Station, it advises player to not approach it because it's filled with toxic gas and zombies. He thinks that Evolution Society has another lab in there, and that black fog is breath of the abyss. Sungwoo asks Minhum Song to lend him a chopper. Some players are running away from zombies in Bumgia Station. They are almost at their shelter and their friends start covering them. They need to stop them at any cost because they are the last line of defense between the zombies and the shelter. Zombies start getting pierced by arrows and crushed by rocks. The survivors are almost at the last barricade, but the zombies are advancing toward them in full speed. All the players on the barricade are quite afraid, so the survivors think of acting as a sacrifice to divert the attention of the zombie horde. They will both divert their attention by going in two different paths. The survivors throw their supplies toward the girl on the barricade and ask her to take care of their families. They are about to be overwhelmed by the zombies, but someone starts jumping above the zombies. It turns out to be Jisoo-yun, who takes care of some of them with a single ignition attack. Sungwoo arrives there with his ogre champion and he punches the zombies out of existence, while Jisoo-yun dodges the attack. Some of the players notice that these skeletons belong to the second-rank Necromancer and they become happy. Back in time, the players are waiting for Sungwoo to arrive. Hanho arrives there, but his parents are more concerned about Sungwoo and Jisoo-yun. He tells them that Sungwoo sent him back to protect the town because powerful enemies are going to target them, but everyone thinks he has been demoted. Plus, he came here with a lot of gold to keep the safety zone running. He tells them that he knows they think he was left out by Sungwoo, but he is about to show them something dear to Sungwoo. He brings out a kidnapped Righty out of the bag. They think that Righty will be quite useful, but as soon as he is released, he starts disappearing. Outside a door, some kids are saying that the Necromancer, who is the symbol of justice and truth, is inside the room. Jisoo-yun has some blood on her face, so Sungwoo tells her to clean it. They have been both through life and death situation, but there has never been anything to talk about between them. Sungwoo asks her if her home is in Jeju Island, and she replies with a yes. Sungwoo asks her when she is planning to go back to Jeju Island, but she thinks nothing will change even if she goes back. She tells him that her family members are all terrible people, so she wants to stay away from them. She finally managed to get away from them, but the world changed like this. The leader of the survivors comes in and he introduces himself as An Min-suk. Sungwoo introduces himself, but Min-suk already knows about both of them. He tells Jisoo-yun that kids in the shelter call her Red Demon Nim. Min-suk apologizes on behalf of the kids. They all watch their Yoido Island boss raid and they are like heroes for their children. Min-suk thanks them for the help, but he requests them to leave. Both Jisoo-yun and Sungwoo become shocked after hearing it. He tells them that the zombies started to gather there 4 days ago and they are at their limit. Jisoo-yun asks him why they are not leaving that area or asking for help from others. He informs them that everyone in their area got a regional quest. If they leave the building, they will be chased by a horde of zombies, and half of their population consists of children and elderly. There were some outsiders who tried to help them, but they become discouraged after hearing about their situation. Min-suk asks them to leave before midnight or they will be tangled up in their quest. Sungwoo can tell at one glance that deep inside, Min-suk wants them to be saved. Sungwoo tells him that he will still save them. Min-suk and his wife thank him for this favor. Min-suk asks them if they need a single room for the night, and Jisoo bursts with anger. They ask Min-suk to give them separate rooms. The children knock at the door and they ask if they can come inside. Jisoo-yun lets them come in and a little girl tells Jisoo-yun that she is a red demon and she looks cool. A kid asks Sungwoo to show his skeletons and he summons Righty for them. The kids start pestering Righty and Sungwoo leaves him to them for the torment and suffering. During nighttime, Sungwoo is wondering that the kids were too much lively. Suddenly, a regional quest called The City Where Death Has Arrived pops up. They can either escape or subjugate the zombies. The reward will depend upon the goal they achieve. Zombies will chase survivors outdoors, and once noticed, they will even chase them indoors. He gets another warning message that the difficulty of the quest is going to be adjusted because there is a player with higher level than 15 in this region. Jisoo-yun bursts in his room and she informs him that the atmosphere of the town is becoming ominous. She can also feel vibration of a lot of steps outside their building. A notification pops up that the zombies will now chase the survivors inside, and the kids become afraid after hearing it. Min-suk comes up to Sungwoo and he informs him that normally zombies don't chase them indoors, but the difficulty has changed. Sungwoo tells them that he knows the difficulty has increased and he thinks the system is toying with them, but they are gonna survive through this. Min-suk tells the other players to send the non-combatants to the rooftop because they can take care of zombies, but if ghouls arrive, they will not be able to hold them back. Ghouls are known to be the cannibalistic monsters which have a bit higher rank than the normal undead creatures. Min-suk kids come up to him and they think they are going to die this time. Min-seok assures them that nothing like that is going to happen because the Necromancer is with them. Both of them wish them best of luck as they head toward the rooftop. One of the players spot the zombies on their doorstep. They all start stacking the main entrance with as many barricades as they can. There are a lot of zombies outside and Sungwoo can't even summon his bigger boss skeletons in that narrow space. Sungwoo tells everyone to leave that place and they become shocked. He further elaborates that nothing good will happen by fighting in such a small space, and they will become exhausted after fighting for a long time in this narrow passage. Sungwoo can't use corpse explosion on those zombies or their path would have been cleared with ease. Sungwoo summons his werebeast minions and equips them all with a bone shield to achieve a powerful shield synergy. The skeletons manage to easily hold the wave of zombies with their shields. Min-seok uses Pressure of Valor to bash a zombie. He cuts through some other zombies with his Tornado Blade skill. Sungwoo thinks that Min-seok fights well and he must be a 3 or 4 class knight. Sungwoo tells his shield minions to retreat. Sungwoo tries to detonate the dead zombies and he succeeds in causing a big explosion. Sungwoo thinks that he must be careful from now on because the whole building can blow up and there are kids in there too. More zombies start gathering right outside the building. Sungwoo heads outside the building and he summons the Drake along with Raidi, which activates Weakened Spirit in their area. They both start clearing the front area of the building. Sungwoo tells Min-seok to evacuate the people from the rooftops, and Min-seok informs him that they have 2 buses prepared in the underground parking lot. One of Sungwoo's minions gets destroyed by the zombies. Sungwoo is saving Call of Death and Grim Reaper's Scythe for later, but if this fight drags on, it will be disastrous for them. Sungwoo tells Ji-seon that it's her turn now. Ji-seon equips a purification mask created by Lieutenant Kim and it is coated with a potion. She immediately starts cutting the zombies with ease. The buses arrive there and they start boarding the survivors inside them. Soon, they get a notification that the ghouls have started moving after smelling the scent of the living. Min-seok informs Sungwoo that ghouls are leagues above the zombies. They are fast and they mostly focus on the children. One time they even broke the window of his car and they took his youngest son with them. Sungwoo tells him to rest assured and he will not let them get the children. After some time, they start moving with buses at the center. The undead will not stop chasing them, so they are moving toward Bomgye Station to clear this quest. Some players feel that it is too quiet around them. Soon they arrive at another refugee camp which was fine until the last day, but now there are only dead bodies laying around them. Ji-seon senses something sticking close to their vicinity. One of the players' head gets chopped off and all of them become alerted. Ji-seon spots a ghoul which is moving toward the bus filled with children. She cuts it in half with a sword. Ghouls are faster than what Sungwoo predicted and only Ji-seon could match up to their speed. Soon they spot more ghouls leading hordes of zombies. The players become afraid after watching them. Min-seok asks Sungwoo if the players retain their consciousness after becoming a skeleton, and Sungwoo becomes a bit shocked after hearing this question. Sungwoo can clearly understand what Min-seok is trying to say, but he informs him that as long as he is here, they don't need to go that far. Min-seok asks for a last favor from Sungwoo and he tells him to take care of the children after his death. Even the wandering Drake can't hit the ghouls because they are too fast for him. Min-seok orders his player to shoot crossbows and fireballs at the ghouls, but they easily manage to dodge all of their attacks mid-air. One of the ghouls reaches the top of the bus, but he gets pushed back by one of Sungwoo's minions. Ghoul tears the minion into 2 with his bare hands. Min-seok gets rid of the ghoul by using a holy skill on him. A ghoul appears behind him and tries to do a sneak attack on him. Min-seok manages to block the attack of the ghoul with his shield. He cuts some of them with all of his might. Sungwoo revives the ghouls with his ability and he tells them to calm down because he will take care of everything from now on. Sungwoo has summoned the Grim Reaper Scythe and he can revive the dead minions as many times as he wants until 1 hour. He was saving it for later, but the situation is looking grim right now. A notification pops up which informs Sungwoo that these ghouls were under the control of another master, but after getting revived by him, their link to their previous master has been severed. His ghoul minions keep killing the ghouls and he keeps adding them to his collection. Min-seok is also motivated and he is cutting through the ghouls. Sungwoo thinks if they disregard each player's skills, then Min-seok is on par with the prosecutor. Only Jisoo, Sungwoo, and Min-seok are the ones who can fight against the ghouls, and other low-ranked players are still getting killed by them. The Drake and the Ogre Champion are taking care of the zombie hordes and they are not even fast enough to fight against the ghouls. These players are determined to fight till their deaths because the lives of their family members are on stake. Sungwoo needs to get more stronger because this game is evolving with each day. A ghoul makes it up to the gates of a bus and a werewolf minion tries to stop him, but he easily gets pushed back. An old man tries to stop him, but he also gets killed by the ghoul. Min-seok tried to use his ranged skill, but it is still on cooldown, so he plunges toward the ghoul with his sword, but both of them get thrown down the bridge. Sung-woo rushes down to save him, but his situation is not looking well. Sung-woo tells him that he will go and grab a potion for him. Min-seok stops him as he knows a mere potion is not enough to save him. Min-seok tells Sung-woo with his last breath to use his body to protect the children. Sung-woo receives a personal quest as certain conditions have been met. He can save or neglect the dead by making the knight into a skeleton. After he can assure the safety of the family of Knight, he will receive his ever-strong loyalty, and this choice will affect his destiny. Sung-woo is pissed at the system because it is almost a similar quest to the one he received after the death of the professor in the college campus. Sung-woo has no other choice but to revive Min-seok. After death, Min-seok's consciousness appears in an empty space, and he thinks he is in the afterlife. A Grim Reaper appears, which informs him that that is not the case. Even if it is not the afterlife, he is still dead, and he can't see his family ever again. Something starts happening to his body, and the Grim Reaper informs him that the Necromancer is turning him into an undead. The Grim Reaper tells him to leave everything to Sung-woo, and he has nothing more to be worried about as his memories will be wiped out. Min-seok starts crying, and he requests the Grim Reaper to not take away his memories. The Reaper tells him to leave those lingering feelings behind because someone stronger than him will protect his family. Min-seok tells him that he is the head of the family, and it is his responsibility to protect them. On the outside world, Sung-woo gets a system message that he has established a contract with the Death Knight. The memories of the Knight will be maintained, and he can be taken into Sung-woo Horde once certain conditions are met. Min-seok talks to Sung-woo, which proves that he has maintained his will. Min-seok is the most unique undead Sung-woo has seen up until this point. They both head back up to finish off the ghouls. Some ghouls try to jump at Ji-seon together. She cuts through them like butter with her ignition sword. A player thanks her for the help, but he informs her that the path near the bus is getting overwhelmed by the ghouls. She tries to save other players who are about to be overwhelmed by the ghouls, but they tell her to leave them and save the people on the bus. Another ghoul makes it into the bus, but he gets chopped into two with a single slash. Death Knight was the one who chopped the ghoul. More ghouls start surrounding him. Death Knight is one of the top-ranked undead, and he can feel the feelings of fear, discomfort, and jealousy toward him. Sung-woo had already equipped him with the masterless sword. He starts rampaging through the ghouls with ease, and the time limit for egg hatching also gets lesser and lesser as he cuts through the monsters. The players think of him as a new powerful skeleton, and the ghouls start retreating for some reason. Death Knight uses a skill to bind the ghouls. After that, he cuts them with ease. Sung-woo is a bit relieved as he thinks giving him the masterless sword was the best decision. Sung-woo looks through the Death Knight stats. He is a level 12 undead knight with both undead and a knight attributes. He has two skills. One is called Chains of the Abyss, and the other one is Exploit Life Energy. Ji-seon comes up to Sung-woo and informs him that they have taken care of the ghouls. Ji-seon inquires about the new Death Knight, and Sung-woo tells her that he will explain it to her later. They want to take a break, but they cannot stop until they reach Beomgye Station. Plus, it is now their turn to attack the people who are pulling strings behind the scenes. After some time, they arrive at the Beomgye Station, and the mist is becoming more thicker around them. Sung-woo asks Min-seok if he's not going to tell his family about him. Min-seok tells him that he's not brave enough to face them right now, and they need to take care of something first. Ji-seon starts coughing as the mask has become useless. The more closer humans get to the fog, the more weaker they become. But these rules don't apply to Sung-woo, and he heads inside the station with his minions. There are no guards outside, so Sung-woo thinks maybe they are confident enough that the gas will stop any kind of intruder. But he is still curious to know how they are able to confine the raid boss. Sung-woo is not going to head inside right now. He will wait until midnight so the cooldown on Grim Reaper's scythe can end. After a day, Sung-woo starts heading inside the station with his minions. They come to a stop when they see the entrance covered with sheets. There is a note written by the government hanging there which says that it is a containment testing facility and unauthorized personnel are restricted from entering it. Sung-woo and the Death Knight start speculating that the members of the Evolution Society can be government officials. They ignore the warning and head inside the room. After entering the room, they get a notification that the raid boss monster Ghoul King has appeared. They are both shocked because Ghoul King's arms and legs are already severed. An abyssal rift is opened in that area where zombies are pouring out non-stop. Soon, someone comes from behind Sungwoo. One of the scientists tells them that they spread the gas since the quest got updated, but they were not thinking of a test subject walking inside on his own. Doctor tells Sungwoo that he is not interested in fighting him and he can offer him a deal. The doctor tells Sungwoo that he picked a class connected to death and he is currently studying death. More specifically, he is studying the energy of the abyss, which opposes all life forms. Doctor and his colleagues think that this situation is a test for human evolution. They need to win and pass this test. The method they are going to use to achieve it is by throwing away their existing shell and transcending beyond it. They got a lot of information on this topic by capturing Ghoul King, and now a necromancer related to death has appeared in front of them. The doctor tells Sungwoo that their meeting might look like a coincidence, but it was already set up by this artificial system through quests. The doctor tells him that it is all for a happy ending for this game. Sungwoo thinks that maybe Doctor also came into contact with the prophecy stone. That's why he is talking about an ending. Doctor tells Sungwoo to join them for a greater cause. Sungwoo says that bastards like them spreading poisonous gas around and conducting human experiments can never work for a greater cause. All other groups he met in the past had some similar but delusional aims like them. Doctor tells him that if the world was normal, he would have taken more time to convince him with academic persuasions. Doctor calls out Sungkook as further talking with Sungwoo is impossible. Sungkook reveals himself and tells them that the restrictions on the Gold King will be released for a moment. Sungwoo orders his minions to attack them before they can do anything. Sungkook uses a divine power called Pose along with others on Sungwoo's minions. After getting affected by the divine skill, the power of Sungwoo's minions has decreased by 60%. Sungwoo realizes that it is the same type of skill that Hanho has, and they are all priests. Sungwoo uses his repeating crossbow to deal with them, but all of his arrows stop after getting in contact with an electrical energy. The female player was using this skill and she returns the arrows to Sungwoo. Sungwoo blocks the arrows with a bone shield and he thinks she has psychic powers. Death Knight is almost closer to Sungkook and his fellow players, but he gets thrown away with a skill called Holy Pressure and his shield breaks away right there. Death Knight crashes into a room and Sungwoo is worried about his safety. The female player tells Sungkook and his fellow players to be careful because her precious experimental tanks are in the room where they just threw the Death Knight. Minseok wakes up and he starts observing the experimental tanks in that room. He becomes really angry after watching a child shoe in a tank. They are about to do another pose in order to defeat Sungwoo, but one of the player gets his neck chained. The chained player gets dragged into the room with Death Knight. Death Knight kills him with a unique skill called Exploit Life, and the power of Sungwoo's undead minions increases by 10%. Death Knight has become enraged after watching the experimental tanks and he's determined to finish them all. Sungkook is not phased in any way and they use another divine skill with Pose which is about to hit the Death Knight, but Sungkook creates a bone shield for him. It activates a hidden synergy which cancels out every single abnormal status and it requires only a Death Knight and a shield made by a Necromancer. Sungkook and the players become afraid because their divine energy is not working on him. Death Knight can still feel their damage because this energy only cancels out the effects of the divine power, but it is still enough to get rid of these posers. He kills Sungkook and his fellow players with his Exploit Life skill, which cancels out divine power in the area. Sungwoo's ghouls start finishing off the remaining players. Death Knight goes for the female player as she is the owner of those tanks with human experiments. She desperately attacks him with her telekinesis skills, but Death Knight blocks them all. Death Knight remembers the shoe he saw in the experimental tub belonged to his missing son, Hyunjun. He cuts her in half with a single slash attack. Sungwoo receives 12,000 gold for defeating her, which confirms that she was a level 12 player. The doctor starts clapping with anger. He pulls out an item and tells them that he has no fighting skills, so he has to rely on other means. He throws his item at the ghouls and they get electrocuted. Sungwoo thinks that maybe he belongs to a production class. Some vines come out of the item and they grab both Righty and the Death Knight. This guy is full of schemes, so Sungwoo summons the Grim Reaper Scythe to kill him as soon as possible. The doctor uses another item to retreat. This item was a flash grenade with magic mist. The doctor is using this chance to get away from the battle, but he gets stabbed by Sungwoo's Grim Reaper scythe. It turns out in Lich mode, one of Sungwoo's eyes becomes hollow and light has no effect on him. They were experimenting on the Ghoul King to see how it can be utilized as a weapon, but now with the divine power holding him back gone, the Ghoul King starts regenerating. The doctor is still cocky as he thinks Sungwoo's friends outside will be dead as well because of the monsters lurking outside. Sungwoo orders the Death Knight Minsok to finish him off. They receive 13,000 gold for destroying a player's clone, which means the one they were fighting with was not the real guy. He was actually the 5th ranked player in the server, and the 3rd ranked player with level 15 is still alive. There are 5 players in the top 20 with Doctor surname, which means they are all one person. That is why their group got so big in such a short span of time. He was using his clones in various places to pursue the same goal. Death Knight informs Sungwoo that the Ghoul King has started moving. On the outside, Ji Se-yoon just got rid of a wave of zombies and ghouls. Both Wandering Drake and the Ogre Champion are assisting her. The players ask if their area is cleared, but Ji Se-yoon informs them that she can sense more monsters approaching them. The players are on edge because they are fighting wave after wave of these monsters. One more wave of undead monsters start approaching them. Ji Se-yoon is determined to stop them at any cost because Sungwoo entrusted the safety of the survivors to her, and he might be getting stronger, but Ji Se-yoon is following behind him without stopping. With that said, she starts rushing toward the center of the horde. The number of skeleton minions is dwindling as well because Sungwoo is not here to revive them again. But suddenly, one of the minions who just died revives. Ji Se-yoon realizes that Sungwoo must have used his Lich transformation skill, and she needs to use this chance to push back the undead. Ji Se-yoon is cutting them left and right as she's determined to become stronger. The players start saying that the red demon Jisoo, who is the lover of the Necromancer, is quite strong. Ji Se-yoon becomes red after hearing those gossips about her and Sungwoo. Some ghouls jump over and they start going directly for the buses. Ji Se-yoon can't give them backup as she's busy with some other ghouls. They are about to get inside one of the buses, but their necks get chained with the Death Knight scale, and they get cut down by him. Death Knight asks the kids if they are alright. His kids recognize him by his voice and they start crying. They think their dad transformed into skeleton temporarily. He tells them that Sungwoo helped him to transform for a bit. The kids start praising him and they say they want to transform into skeletons too. Sungwoo comes out and he praises Ji Se-yoon for her hard work. Ji Se-yoon tells them that they are the ones who defeated the boss monster. In the past, they were ready to defeat the Ghoul King after he recovered, but he fell down on his own after coughing a lot of blood. They thought the Ghoul King was going to die soon because they experimented on him too much. They finished him off with ease as he was unable to fight back, but Sungwoo tells Ji Se-yoon that it was a very difficult fight and they barely managed to defeat him. Another notification pops up which tells them that second chapter when faced with destiny has came to an end. The notification window informs them that an urgent balance patch is needed. It also commends the survivors of the Korean server for their extraordinary instincts, and they cleared all this within a short time span. A list of raid boss monster kills gets published. Han Kang-sok is on first number with 4 boss kills, and Sungwoo is on second with 3 boss kills, while the prosecutor is on third with 2 boss kills, and their total boss kills are 15. It is a unique achievement among all the servers, considering the average level of the Korean server is only ranked 4th in the world. Therefore, a hidden chapter will be opened during the remaining time period. They need to prove their overwhelming achievements were not created by chance in the upcoming Great Battle. An important warning pops up which tells them that large monster armies led by warlord monsters will appear in the Korean server in various locations, and this event will continue until the warlord monster is killed. Sungwoo tells his teammates that they will find out about these warlords as they work through it. The risk of the upcoming battle is going to be higher as well as the rewards for it. Sungwoo is not fazed by this new challenge and he tells his party to get moving and clear the current quest as soon as possible. The next day, some goblins are ganging up on a player. The player turns out to be Han-ho and he easily finishes them off. Suddenly, Han-ho starts running away with other players. They manage to get inside a shield and the goblins get blocked by it. Kyung-soo orders the other players inside the shield to get ready to face the goblins. The goblins are attacking the Pioneer Camp's shield, damaging it slowly in the process. Han-ho shoots down another goblin with his throwing knife, which activates his divine skill. He starts rushing at the goblins with a menacing look. Hanho keeps pummeling through the goblins with ease. Another group starts approaching him, but this time he's not going to run away like last time. Hanho starts ripping them all apart into pieces. While he's going through his meaningless rampage, Righty appears right next to him. Sungwoo and his party makes its appearance, but Hanho is a bit confused because Death Knight is taking his place in Sungwoo's party. After a while, they are all having a meeting in their base. Spearman Kyung-soo informs them that it has been quite chaotic after the new main chapter started. Almost every other group of survivors have been suffering from these attacks throughout the country. The safety zones have become almost useless as their power is getting weaker and the monsters are becoming stronger. The Liberation Guild is currently fighting off thousands of orcs and they are currently looking for Sungwoo. They are the closest to what they can call allies, so someone needs to help them. If the Evolution Society makes a move at this time, then it is going to be fatal. But judging by the current situation, they might be facing off against the monsters as well. Lieutenant Kim comes in and he informs them that they have found the base of the goblins. According to their movement pattern, their base must be in Paldao-san. Yeongdong-po and other regions are in a pickle because of strong monsters like the orcs, but they are quite lucky because they got only goblins. This time there are mage-like goblins which ride on boars in the mix. Sungwoo tells them that their goal is not to win the fight. He's more focused on knowing how much gold experience points they can gain from fighting this goblin army. Spearman Kyung-soo applauds him for thinking of gaining gold and experience from this situation. But Sungwoo tells them that he's not thinking for himself, but for them. The hunt this time is going to be a good opportunity for the townspeople to gain experience. During nighttime, two goblins are guarding a factory in Padal-san. Sungwoo appears from behind them and he thinks they must be guarding something important. He finishes them off in one go. Even weak goblins are scary when they are commanded by a warlord, and they move systematically. Sungwoo summons the Ogre Champion as he is about to deal with their leader. The Ogre Champion uses his Thunder God Blessing technique on the warehouse. He manages to kill every single goblin commanding Centurion with a single attack. A Goblin Lord is still alive and he makes it out of the rubble. Sungwoo summons the Grim Reaper Scythe and he transforms into a Lich. Death Knight finishes off the Goblin Lord in one strike. Sungwoo revives all the goblins he just killed and they start heading out. The goblins are moving in the form of a big army. The players from Sungwoo's town have formed a barricade along their way. Spearman Kyung-soo tells them to stay calm as the leaders of goblins are already dead and they are fighting a losing battle. The goblins start getting hit by ranged attacks. The players become happy after watching how easy it is and they will get a lot of experience from hunting these goblins. The poor goblins get hit by a lot of plenties as all of their commanders are already dead and they lose their will to fight. They keep getting nailed by the human players. All players are enjoying their easy grind fest. No matter what group it is, there will be a weakness in the absolute majority and they will end up becoming a burden for other players. Chefs and pioneers have a role outside of fighters, but now the difficulty is rising and it has become an unavoidable situation. Even those people who are weak by nature or are sick can become stronger. Some players are helping the elderly and the children to level up as well. After shooting a goblin, a kid levels up to 2 and he starts crying with happiness. Finally, they manage to defeat the whole goblin army, and Sungwoo receives a notification that he is the first contributor to defeat a monster army. The players have won a great battle, so all of them will receive extra gold according to their contribution. Sungwoo was watching the whole battle from a rooftop, and he is quite satisfied with the contribution of all the players of his town. The next day, Sungwoo is heading for the Yeongdong-po station. He informs Spearman Kyung-soo that they will be able to hunt safely from now on, and he wants the average level of every player up to 8 by the time he returns. He cannot stay in town forever, and it is not his obligation to protect the weak. He tells them that everyone needs to work harder because the world is going to become more and more crueler with each passing day. The chopper arrives with Myung-soo and they are pestering them to hurry up. Sungwoo tells them it is time for them to help out their allies of Liberation Guild. The next morning, some buses are moving together with Crusaders. The prosecutor inquires about the situation of all the monster armies that have appeared from his men. One of his men tells him that he will be able to see the northern border in a moment. He is using a mid-ranked magic drone to scout ahead. This magic drone can share the field of vision with the mage. He informs the prosecutor that there are about 200 trolls and they look like they are headed their way. One of the trolls destroys the drone after noticing it. Manhwa Song advises the prosecutor to destroy the bridge because thousands of orcs are heading there from Gimpo and they will be surrounded from both sides. The prosecutor asks for her advice on fighting the trolls first and then going for the orcs. Manhwa Song tells him that the trolls have regeneration abilities and their fight will be dragged to the point that the orcs will surround them from the other side. Prosecutor knows it too, but he needs to level up his crusaders to 10 as soon as possible for his personal quest. Some of his crusaders might die in the process, but it is the safest way to bridge the gap between him and Sungwoo. Manhwa Song informs him that she will summon all the guards from the station, leaving only a minimum number behind. Manhwa Song informs them that the chopper that went to pick up Sungwoo is about to arrive. Manhwa Song becomes happy as they will be able to manage this tricky situation somehow. But Manhwa Song informs her that Sungwoo tells them to not worry about the trolls. Suddenly, a chopper moves right above them. Sungwoo summons his minions when the helicopter reaches right above the trolls. Both Manhwa Song and the prosecutor are shocked after watching this scene. Sungwoo's boss monsters start rampaging through the trolls with ease. Sungwoo revives the dead trolls to add them into his army. Some players from a different faction are watching Sungwoo in action from a distance, and they start posting about it on the online forum. Sungwoo's party got another achievement after having more than 20 plus giant type members in his party. This synergy increases their damage against small and medium opponents by 30%. Finally, they arrive at the location of the main troll unit. The warlord troll chief makes his appearance. The troll chief starts hitting the ground. The spectators are a bit shocked after watching this random behavior of the chief. Suddenly, vines start popping out of the places where Troll Chief was attacking, and these vines start binding Sungwoo's skeletons. The spectators start thinking that it will be a hard battle for Sungwoo, but attack hits the hand of the chief and his axe falls out of his hand. The ogre champion punches his face with his fist. Wandering Drake takes a hold of him from behind, and the two bosses start rushing at him. The poor troll chief gets pummeled with their punches. Finally, the Death Knight finishes him off with the masterless sword. Sungwoo revives the troll chief and they start heading toward the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor thanks Sungwoo for coming to their rescue. The prosecutor tells him that a huge army of orcs is heading this way and they can only cross through this bridge. The prosecutor already blocked all other paths, so they can only move through here. The prosecutor is still hanging on to his competitive nature and he wants to prove himself by taking the lead in this upcoming battle. Suddenly, they start getting a lot of posts on the public forums about people wanting to join Sungwoo in this raid. It's becoming hard for the Liberation Guild to maintain their reputation because of smaller guilds releasing information about Sungwoo's fights. They got many messages from different small groups of survivors who are moving toward their location to help them. Manhwa Song thinks that they should welcome them and slowly convince them to joining their guild. The number of units in the orcs army is too large, so they need as much help as they could. Manhwa Song heads inside the meeting room where the heads of different groups are gathered. Manhwa Song starts the briefing. Their guild has blocked most of the bridge, but all of their guards are deployed there and they are monitoring their enemies through magic drones. All group leaders are piercing Sungwoo with their gazes. A crusader bursts inside the room and he informs them that a survivor flew over from the west and the thing she rode was quite unusual. Sungwoo thinks that even the Liberation Guild has limits when it comes to helicopters, but now something unusual has appeared. Since everyone is curious, prosecutor tells them that they can all come along to meet her. Sungwoo becomes shocked after watching this unusual ride with their very own eyes. This unusual ride is a tamed griffin monster and it is a bit agitated. A female player closes its beak and she tells them that this griffin is a good kid and it won't attack anyone. The griffin rider asks the prosecutor to help her. She informs them that a few hours ago, a large number of Chinese players landed in Manhwa and Sungwoo becomes shocked after hearing it. They move to a tent and the female player starts briefing them about their current situation. They live on Gyeodong Island, which is a small island connected to Manhwa Island by land. The players from Manhwa Island set up a small safe zone in Gyeodong Island. It is completely safe as long as they take care of small number of monsters there and set up a blockade on the Gyeodong Highway. They have strong players on the island, but they decided to live quietly. A few hours ago, pirates landed on Gyeodong Island. They have dozens of fishing boats alone. The islanders tried to resist them, but they were defeated by the pirates, and their escape route through Gyeodong Highway was seized. The prosecutor asks her if she knows the exact number of the pirates. The female player informs him that there are probably more than 1,000 of them. The other leaders think that China has a large population, so their player numbers can be high and they can also invade their country. Manhwa Song thinks that is not the case and these are just mere pirates just like the raiders in their own country. Sung-woo tells them that these types of guys are the worst in this kind of situation and they come rushing in when they find a weakness. All other group leaders agree with Sung-woo. Manhwa Song tells them that they already have their hands full with the orcs' invasion. An Sok-gu asks her what will they do if the pirates ride up the Han River and attack them from behind while they are dealing with the orcs. The prosecutor informs them that they will be dealing with the orcs only for now. They will set up a reconnaissance unit for observing the Han River and they will know right away if the pirates decide to attack them. The female player becomes shocked after hearing it and she gets down on her knees as she has lost all hope. Sung-woo tells them that he has another option for this situation. He suggests that they should dispatch a team to take care of the pirates and attack the orcs from both front and back with the help of the survivors from the Manhwa Island. An Sok-gu says that the whole island will be alerted if they send a helicopter, but Sung-woo can easily sneak in alone with his shadow skills. The prosecutor asks him if he is sure he can handle it alone. Sung-woo tells them that his necromancer skills are better suited to fight against human players. Sung-woo needs information from those Chinese players, or once they keep crossing the borders, it will become hard for Korean players to stop their assault. Just like goblin leaders, Sung-woo needs to take care of the orc leaders from the back through Manhwa Island. Sung-woo asks the girl to take him to the island as quietly as she can on her griffin. The prosecutor agrees with his decision. The next day, they are about to leave for Gyeodong Island. Han-ho asks Sung-woo to leave riding behind and Ji-seon tells Sung-woo to stay safe. More than 2 people can't ride the griffin. That's why he can't take them with him. With that said, they start moving toward their new destination. The female player informs Sung-woo that they need to wait until dark before they can enter the island so the pirates will not know about their arrival. The pirates have huge bird monsters who fly around and monitor the island. During nighttime, in the docks of Gyeodong Island, inside a boat, some pirates are talking about the prisoners they took. Their leader tells them that they will have a lot of gold and women when they reach the Korean mainland. One of the pirates tells them that they would not even have survived if they had not got the poison liquor made from the eggs of the monster centipede caught in Hangzhou. One of the pirates tells the other that he feels more at ease with being chased out of the country, and it is better being a pirate against a weak country than fighting against the strong players of their own country. One of them is about to say something about their general, but the other one stops him. This pirate has a bounty hunter class and he can feel a presence in the shadows. Sung-woo appears from behind them and he cuts 2 of them in one strike. The third one gets chained by the Death Knight and Sung-woo tells the Death Knight to keep him alive so he can interrogate him later on. After a while, the pirate wakes up with the griffin scaring him. The female player tells Griffin to calm down and she will feed him the pirate after the investigation is over. They can freely talk with each other thanks to the system without knowing each other's language, and Sung-woo tells him if he is not cooperative enough, he will just kill him and read his memories. Sung-woo tells him to choose whether he will stay alive and tell him everything, or Sung-woo can read his memories after finishing him. Inside another ship, a pirate leader is angry because 90 people just disappeared in just a few hours. He tells his henchmen to unanchor the boats and check if there are any prisoners missing. He orders the monster birds to find the intruder and bring him in. The leader of the pirates is sharing his vision with the monster birds, but he can't find anyone. He is pissed because the one responsible for this mayhem is hiding well. One of the pirate lackey tells him that they found the missing people and the leader is surprised his henchmen found them before him. They are all dead and they were laying side by side when he found them. The pirate leader is confused because the killer could have just thrown the bodies into the ocean to get rid of them, but he loaded them into enemy ships. Another lackey tells him that they found more dead bodies in other ships. They are closer to another boat with dead bodies, but suddenly all ships start getting destroyed one after another. They are confused after watching it as they have no clue how the boats exploded. The screams of other pirates start coming out of a nearby building. One of the windows opens up and a gas starts pouring out. One of the pirates knows that this gas is breath of the abyss used by mages and he suggests them moving away from it. The pirates start moving away on their cars. The birds are sending signals to the pirate leader from all over the island, and he thinks there are a lot of enemies on the island. They can only get away through the bridge because their boats are already destroyed. The pirate leader is angry because if they become isolated here, their expedition will be doomed to fail before the reinforcements arrive. They need to get out of there and secure a new area where their main fleet can land so they can welcome their general. They arrive at the bridge and their leader orders them to go faster. Suddenly, wandering Drake along with Sungwoo crashes in front of them. The pirates become scared after witnessing it. Sungwoo knows there are 3 Chinese servers and these hooligans came from the second server. Plus, these pirates are just the advanced party and they plan to create a base for their main force to land. The pirate leader comes out of the car and he orders his men to prepare for battle, but Sungwoo has no plans on wasting his time, so he will not let them play around anymore. Sungwoo activates Call of Death and weakens spirit in their area. Sungwoo's minions surround the pirates from all sides. The massive horde of Sungwoo's minions is about to approach them, and the pirate leader summons his monster birds to fight back. The birds start finishing off the zombies with ease. This gives courage to the other pirates and they start fighting back. The ghouls start catching and smashing the monster birds into pieces. After a while, the whole monster bird army is annihilated by the ghouls alone. The pirate leader is in shock as those birds were his only trump card. Sungwoo revives the birds and they become a part of his horde. The pirate leader tries to fly away with his last monster bird. Sungwoo's bird minions start chasing the leader. After a few seconds, they manage to catch up to the monster bird and kill it. The pirate leader falls to the ground, breaking his back in the process. The pirate can't speak from the last shock, so Sungwoo finishes him off to read his memory fragments and he levels up to 17 as well. After reviving the pirate leader, Sungwoo starts checking his memory fragments. Inside the memory fragment, he can see a huge ship. The ship crew seems to be well disciplined with everyone wearing proper uniforms. Their leader asks them where they should head next. It turns out they yielded the second server to a spiritualist player, and a self-proclaimed emperor is growing in power in the first server. Even the third server has succumbed to the emperor, so they can't go back to China. One of his assistants suggests they should ask for assistance from an outside power, and the general cuts his head off. The general tells them that they are floating out in the open ocean because they lack in power and violence. They will soon make up for the power they lack after they conquer another land, and they will return to their mainland to swallow it too, just like a starving ghost. Now, Sungwoo knows that another insane person is aiming for their country, and he needs to stop this psycho as well. The general tells his men that the main problem they face is that there is no occupied land they can take. One of his men is quite afraid, but he musters up his strength to recommend that they should attack the nearby islands. They can blockade the sea with the islands and march back to the continent through the Korean peninsula. The general pats his man for his idea and the man thanks the general. The general orders his general Crimson Earth to take over all the islands near the mainland. They need to take control of the seas while strong Korean players are busy taking care of monsters in the mainland. General Crimson Earth was tasked with leading a small fleet and establishing an outpost on the Korean peninsula. General further refrains him from provoking the main forces of Korean peninsula, and General Crimson Earth only needs to prepare for the arrival of their general. General further tells them to use the pirate synergies as much as possible. They also need to collect as much gold as they can while they're at it. The pirates have a rank 3 pirate synergy called I Will Become King of Pirates. It's a group synergy and it requires more than 10,000 pirates in the group. Its effects can double the amount of gold when killing a player, and they can also loot 20% of the gold a player has. Sungwoo now knows why these pirates were capturing live humans so they can later kill them with their main group and receive a lot of gold in the process. The general tells them that they also need to take care of the main quest they received, which says that a nobleman will be born at the end of this chaos. General motivates his men by saying that they are not walking the path of noblemen but one of Asura. They need to show no mercy and loot everything. With that said, the memory fragment is over and Sungwoo returns back to the real world. Sungwoo has leveled up as well and he got 5 card choices. Sungwoo chooses Call of Death skill card, which increased his Call of Death skill rank. He can now summon 25 masterless zombies from the abyss. Sungwoo is quite happy because the size of his horde has increased drastically. The female player asks Sungwoo what he's going to do next. Sungwoo informs her that he is done here and he will now head toward Gimpo to fight in the real war. While on the other battlefield, both human players and the red orcs are in front of each other. The red orcs are looking quite pissed as usual. Jisoo-yun informs them that there are many orcs in the mix, which are stronger than the normal orcs, and Han-ho becomes afraid after hearing it. An-seok-gu informs them that this is only one of their advance parties, but their numbers are still too much. Plus, they somehow managed to make the trolls their slaves who are now fighting for them. Myung-soo and some other players can't believe it because trolls are more powerful than the orcs. Rairi and Jisoo-yun start advancing and cutting the trolls on their way. They both jump toward the center of the red orcs formation. Some red orcs get stabbed by flying daggers. These daggers were thrown by Han-ho, who is looking quite motivated now. Han-ho is even punching some orcs to death. Kang-yun Lee performs a wave of fire spell to burn the orcs. He burns a lot of orcs with his attack, and each red orc warrior gives 1,200 gold. Kang-yun Lee becomes a bit cocky after defeating a few orcs, but An-seok-gu saves his life by catching a stray arrow which was about to hit him, and An-seok-gu tells him to be more careful. An-seok-gu starts pummeling the orcs with his fist attacks, and he orders his fighters to protect the mages. The orcs are getting pushed back quite hard, but they are still fearless, and it seems like they are enjoying this fight. An orc chief tries to attack them, but he gets punched by Han-ho, and he tells them that he is enjoying this fight more than the orcs. The shield bearer squad is blocking the orcs' advance while the priest squad is buffing them up from behind with their pose skills. One of the fighters points out something in the distance. These are orc shamans who are being carried by trolls. The orc shamans throw their magic spells toward the players, and the shield bearers ask their magicians to cast magic barriers on their shields. But the magic spells hit them before they can cast any kind of protection barriers. The players who got hit by the spell are not looking well, and some specialized orc cavalry starts heading toward them. The Crusader team arrives there at the same time. The Crusaders make their breakthrough formation, which stops the assault of the Red Orcs cavalry. Minhum Sung orders the crossbowmen to target the orc shamans. The arrows of crossbowmen successfully manage to neutralize the orc shamans. The other players become motivated after watching the Crusaders in action. The prosecutor is getting rid of the orcs one after another, and if things keep on going smoothly, he can clear his personal quest very soon. Prosecutor performs his cross spear skill to wipe out a group of red orc warriors. The last of his crusaders, who was on level 9, kills a red orc warrior and he levels up to 10. A system notification pops up which informs the prosecutor that his personal promotion quest has been completed. He received his first stage awakening as a reward and his fate has changed slightly. The orcs come to a stop as the prosecutor starts bursting with light. Even the human players can't keep their eyes open as something shining is falling from the sky. A light spear appears up in the sky. The current area has become the temple's domain for 1 hour. The healing effect in the area will increase by 2% and all Crusaders' strats will increase by 5 points. The prosecutor takes a hold of the spear and he orders his men to charge forward. The human players are slowly getting healed and they start praising the prosecutor, and the prosecutor can feel his self-esteem being revived. This new world needs a change, and the Liberation Guild will be the first step towards this change. Meanwhile, in China, a player informs Li Wei Nim that they received some information from the band of plunderers they defeated. The plunderers went to the Korean server after getting defeated in the Chinese second server. Li Wei is quite pissed because she thinks she should have gotten rid of those human-formed beasts right when they had the chance. The player informs her that there is no need to worry because the vanguard of plunderers were defeated in Korea. Li Wei is quite happy to know that there are still capable people in the Korean server. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the prosecutor receives 3,000 gold for killing the assault orc chief captain. After a few minutes, they are done with the current group of red orc warriors. Minhum Sung informs the prosecutor that they got a complete victory, except for a few orcs who managed to escape. Prosecutor inquires about the casualties on their side. Minhum Sung informs him that 3 Crusaders and 100 players have died in the last battle, but it is a lot less than what they expected. The prosecutor thinks that they should have decreased the casualties by as much as they can. They can't infinitely fill up their ranks like Sungwoo, and it takes a lot of time and resources to train the Crusaders who die so easily. An-seok-gu informs them that the players need rest, because if the orc attacks them again, they will die from exhaustion. All of a sudden, they start hearing a lot of footstep sounds. They see another wave of red orcs approaching their location. One of the orcs sound a horn and he is riding a rhino. Ji-seon informs them that the group they just fought was the advanced group, but now they're a part of their main forces here. And Seok-gu and Gang Yeon-lee inform the prosecutor that it will be impossible to stop the assault of this group of orcs. Min-hum-sung suggests that they should retreat back and fight in the closed streets. But the prosecutor is a bit confused, as if they retreat back to the buildings, the main force of the orcs can directly head for Yeongdong-po station. Ji-seon agrees with him because the orcs always go for the place with more people, and Yeongdong-po station has a lot more refugees than the fighters present here. With that said, the prosecutor tells them they cannot back down from this point, where the non-combatant humans will suffer in their place. The red orcs start advancing toward the human players, and some humans become disheartened after watching their advance. Han-ho points out towards something important. A dead orc drops toward a red orc warrior riding a rhino. Sung-woo detonates the dead orc, which results in a big explosion. Some huge birds are flying up and they are carrying the dead bodies of orcs. The birds drop the dead orcs toward the army of the main force of the orcs, and they explode after coming within their range. Everyone becomes happy as they know Sung-woo is back in this battle. Sung-woo makes an appearance there and he's riding the Drake along with the Death Knight. Prosecutor becomes a bit relaxed after watching Sung-woo in action. Magic drone belonging to different guilds are hovering over the battlefield. The whole battle is being live broadcasted on the community forums. They are discussing that maybe the Death Knight is the new main favorite skeleton of the Necromancer. Meanwhile, Righty is losing his popularity because he used to be the main favorite skeleton soldier of Sung-woo in the past. The broadcasters are quite happy as their number of subscribers is increasing drastically. The chat is quite active and they are wondering if Sung-woo is this much stronger than how much stronger the number one player can be. At the same time, someone starts banging on the door of the broadcasters and they become active. Manhwa Song barges in with the Crusaders team and tells them to put down their weapons. Manhwa Song tells them to turn down their broadcast or they will use force to stop them. The staff members start accusing her of monopolizing the press and fabricating the truth. Min-hum Song corrects him by saying that Yeongdong-po station was targeted due to the broadcast of Yeouido Island raid. Their locations can be easily revealed through these broadcasts. The member agrees with her and he tells them that they will cooperate with them. Min-hum Song grins her teeth as she knows there are a lot of other private channels broadcasting the raid live and they cannot stop all of them. Both their enemies and players with unknown objectives are watching their stream right now. During nighttime, outside the Liberation Guild camp, Righty is sitting next to the fire. Han-ho becomes afraid after knowing that the beastmen and scientists can attack them from south, and they have an orc army rushing toward them from west, and Chinese pirates will come for their necks from the ocean. Han-ho is pissed as he knows the difficulty of Korean servers is increasing drastically. Ji-seon thinks they are strong in the Korean server, but they don't know about the power of the rest of the world and their country size is small as well. She thinks that they need to hunt more and gain levels faster. Sung-woo agrees with her as their main goal since they left the college campus is to get stronger. But since Korea is a small country compared to the rest of the world, so the circulating gold and experience points are small as well. That is why Sung-woo thinks that this war with the orcs is a blessing in disguise for them. After the last battle with the orcs, Sung-woo already discussed it with the prosecutor that they will be facing off against other countries soon enough. After dealing with the orcs, they need to travel to other countries if possible and get rid of all possible threats. But he also has no idea what they will face after defeating the hostile players. One of the Crusaders outside hears something, but his fellow guard tells him that he didn't hear anything suspicious. All of a sudden, some roots start popping out of the ground. The roots become larger and they are growing randomly. Ji-seon and Righty burst into the room of Sung-woo to alert him, but all of a sudden, a red orc appears behind Ji-seon and he is about to attack her. Ji-seon and Righty easily cut the orc with their swords. The Crusaders start informing others that the orcs are here. The orcs are finishing off the players and they are wondering how the orcs got inside the camp. Han-ho points toward the location where orcs are coming from. There are some portals made up of roots and the orcs are coming out of these portals. Sung-woo is a bit taken aback after watching the orcs using portal magic. The orcs start heading for the camp of the prosecutor, but the prosecutor uses his skill to make the whole area into a temple's domain for 1 hour. The prosecutor is looking quite pissed at the orcs who disturbed their resting time. The human players become buffed and they are bursting with energy from the temple's domain skill. Kang Lee uses waves of flame magic to turn the orcs into ashes, and he destroys one of the portals in the process. Ansaku was hurt during the surprise attack, but now he's getting healed from the buff, and he can feel like he had jumped from 2 or 3 levels at once. The prosecutor uses cross spear skill to tear apart the advancing red orc warriors, and he destroys a portal as well. Minam Sung informs the crusaders that 2 portals have been destroyed and they should focus on the other portals, but he is a bit confused to see that they cannot spot another portal. It turns out, Sungwoo and his party already destroyed the rest of the portals. The Liberation Guild only took care of 2 portals while Sungwoo destroyed all other portals in such a short span of time. The prosecutor and Sungwoo are both at their first awakening, but the difference between their powers is immense. Soon they notice a rock which is giving off a black smoke, and they are wondering if it is the thing that created these portals. Sungwoo picks up the rock and a red warning message pops up which informs them that this item contains dark energy, and long-term contact with it can result in negative consequences. All of a sudden, a mission window pops up in front of all the players. The quest tells them that the Orc Lord is casting a large-scale black magic. If they don't stop it before 30 hours, all orcs will be buffed into a demonic state. Sungwoo remembers that the boss of the college campus was also a black mage orc. Sungwoo thinks that this Orc Lord is the perfect match for him. Minam Sung receives an emergency call from Manhwa Sung. He becomes shocked after hearing the message of Manhwa Sung. It turns out the wyverns are heading their way. After some time, the wyverns start passing through their camp. Hansoku is worried because they are getting into one mess after another, but Kang Lee tells him to stop bickering or the wyverns will hear them. Minhwa Sung informs the prosecutor that the wyverns have left, but they should still stay hidden for a while. They have a lot of people and wyverns can come back after observing them from a distance. They don't have a lot of time left, but they have no other choice, and the prosecutor agrees with her decision. Hanho asks Sungwoo if it is still too early to kill the wyverns. Jisoo Yoon informs him that they can somehow take care of 1 or 2 of them, but there are dozens of them flying altogether. Plus, fighting enemies in air is a bit difficult for them. The Alpha Wyvern male and the wyverns under its command are the true rulers of Korean skies right now. Everything comes to a halt when they pass through. Sungwoo wants to hunt them badly, but he can't think of a way to do so. The next morning, the wyverns are not in sight. Minhwa Song informs the prosecutor that they can start moving now, because the wyverns must have crossed the northern side of the Han River by now. The prosecutor agrees with her and he orders her to inform each team that they will be advancing ahead. Hanho got a useful information that the Gimpo Plains, where the orc army have been appearing from, has started to turn into a wasteland, just like how the Uido Island turned into a wetland during the raid on the Wandering Drake. This whole place was a grassy, fertile area and it turned into a wasteland in a single night. Minhwa Song informs Sungwoo that according to the report of the reconnaissance team, the orcs are gathering at the Gimpo International Airport. The prosecutor tells them that it will be a great battle where 2 powerful forces will clash. Sungwoo tells them that they need to make wise decisions because the orcs can be planning something behind the scenes. The prosecutor knows that it can be the case, but they don't have enough time and they need to get rid of the orcs in this battle before the timer runs out. The Red Orc army is advancing toward the human players from the Gimpo International Airport. The human players are a bit taken back after watching the huge number of orcs. Sungwoo knows that some of these players are disheartened and they want to run away from this battle, but there is no longer any place left for them to escape. If they retreat right now, they will later have to face the orcs, which will be buffed with dark magic. The prosecutor asks Sungwoo if he's going to start the fight with corpse explosion as usual. Sungwoo orders his birds to throw the dead orcs toward the advancing parties, but deep down, he knows that the orcs must have prepared something to counter corpse explosion this time. But he is still eager to find out what plans these unintelligent orcs can cook up. Sungwoo performs corpse explosion on the corpses, but after the smoke subsides, they see a shield around the orc army. This shield is one of the magics of the black mage orcs. Both prosecutor and Sungwoo realize that the orcs are not advancing forward, and they are maybe buying time for the completion of the black magic spell. This means they have to first initiate the attack and fight the orcs head on. Minhwa Song suggests that they should think of a way to minimize their casualties, because even if they win here, there are too many enemies which are waiting for them to become weak. Sung-woo tells the prosecutor to focus on developing the alliance after the war with the orcs, and there is no need to worry about the foreign enemies. The prosecutor asks him why they don't need to worry about the invaders. Sung-woo tells them that the Loki survivors have started to gather because of the invading monster armies, but the main problem is that there is not a safe group which can manage these survivors. Prosecutor assures Sung-woo that as long as there are no direct threats toward him, he will develop a large-scale group which can make people feel at ease. Sung-woo is wondering that the group which is targeting Korea were the losers of second Chinese server, and they should hunt them now before they can become big enough to cause them trouble. However, there is going to be a day when they have to face an even greater group. The more larger their group gets, the chances of their encounter with other groups will also increase. That's why Sung-woo needs an organization which works systematically to help him. Unfortunately, the small town of Suwon is not enough, so he needs a bigger group. At the same time, Prosecutor is thinking of making a large community at the national level, and now Sung-woo is going to support him to make his community bigger. In reality, both Sung-woo and Prosecutor are trying to use each other in some way. Han-ho and Ji-seon are happy now that the conflict between Sung-woo and the Prosecutor has subsided. They have to take care of the orcs first, so they start making a plan. Sung-woo informs the Prosecutor that he has a way to decrease the casualties by as much as possible, but that method is a bit unconventional. Sung-woo hints at doing some sort of sniping. After some time, the Prosecutor and the Liberation Guild start heading toward the orcs' main army. Min Sung says that it feels like they are marching to a slaughterhouse, but Ji Se-yoon replies by saying that they will be the ones who will become butchers today. Han-ho tells her that there are too many pigs to slaughter, and his daggers are not enough. An orc gives out a loud roar and they start marching toward the Liberation Guild. Prosecutor orders his tanks to come to the front and the mages to move in the middle so they can't get attacked from behind. One of the mages is feeling disheartened, but his friend tells him that he should focus on the fight now because he cannot run away even if he wants to. In order to motivate his men, the prosecutor tells them that they have already won many impossible battles, and today's war is just an extension of those battles. The prosecutor is sure that there will be even more difficult and exhausting fights from now on. More powerful foes will try to bring them down with their might, and he asks his men if they will give up in the face of such a small challenge. His men are bursting with motivation, so they say they will never give up. The prosecutor uses his Temple's domain skill and tells his men that this victory will belong to them. The outer shield of the orcs gets destroyed and the mages start casting fireballs. The fireballs hit the orcs, but their numbers don't seem to be dwindling. The orcs attack the front row of the Liberation Guild, but their tankers are holding back the orcs. The orcs are trying to surround them from sides, so the spearmen get ready. The orc shamans make their appearance, so the human mages also start getting ready. Rhino riders are pushing toward the human player formation, so the spearmen start aiming for them before they can break their formation. The human players are ferociously holding back the orcs. The siege weapons of the orcs start taking their position. An orc chief orders the siege weapons to start shooting at the human players. The prosecutor uses his Realm of Blind Faith skill to cast a shield around them. The prosecutor orders his men to hold their position and keep luring the orcs' main forces toward them. They need to bring the orc lord as close to them as possible. At the same time, a griffin is flying above the airport. The girl asks Sung-woo if he wants the griffin to lower the altitude, but Sung-woo replies by saying that this height is enough for him. All of a sudden, Sung-woo jumps down and he activates his Grim Reaper mode in the air. The orc shamans can feel Sung-woo's presence, but they are a bit late, and Sung-woo summons Ogre Champion out of the abyss. The orc shamans summon a shield around them, and the Ogre Champion gets ready for his Thunder God Blessing technique. The Ogre Champion smashes the shield into bits, and the orc shamans also get destroyed in the process. The prosecutor saw the whole thing, and now he knows that it was the sniping operation Sung-woo was talking about. The orc lord appears out of the rubble, and the last attack had a lot of impact on him. Sung-woo asks why he is looking angry. The ogre warriors start retreating back to protect their lord. Min Sung tells the Liberation Guild to attack the orcs which are trying to retreat. Sung-woo activates both Call of Death and Weakened Spirit at the same time. Sung-woo receives a new hidden synergy because he has a Commander Skeleton righty with more than 30 units under his command. He also got a second synergy called Giants, which require more than 50 giant-type units in the party. His third synergy is Steel Armored Knightage, which requires more than 50 units equipped with heavy armor. Someone throws a bottle filled with breath of the abyss in the middle of the orc army. The orcs start dying from the effects of breath of the abyss. Han-ho, who is now riding the griffin, was the one who threw the bottle at the orcs. Sung-woo is feeling even more buffed after coming in contact with the breath of abyss. Sung-woo tells the orc lord that he is sorry for coming to see him like this, but he wanted to have a nice little chat with him. Sung-woo orders Righty and the Death Knight to attack the orc lord. Righty and the Death Knight start attacking the orc lord in unison. The orc lord is somehow blocking their attacks. The orc lord gets distracted for 1 second, and the Death Knight seizes this chance to perform a slash attack on him. Righty jumps toward the orc lord to finish him with a head stab, but the Death Knight chains and pushes the orc lord toward himself. Death Knight slashes the orc lord into 2 pieces with the nameless sword. Sung-woo receives 900,000 gold for defeating the orc lord, and the time until the egg hatching has been reduced to 3,780 days. Righty is pissed at the Death Knight for stealing his kill, but Death Knight tries to clarify that he killed the orc lord to reduce the hatching time of the dragon egg. After the death of their lord, the orcs have lost the will to fight. The orcs are hit with a plenty effect and they became weaker. The human players start butchering the red orcs. Minhum Sung, along with some other Liberation Guild members, ride on bikes to kill the orcs faster. The prosecutor becomes relieved because now they can hunt the orcs without worrying about casualties. All of a sudden, Minhum Sung receives an emergency alert on his mobile. It seems to be quite important, so Minhum rides toward the prosecutor to tell him the news. Minhum Sung informs the prosecutor that the magic drone scout team just reported that the Wyverns group is headed their way. Prosecutor becomes shocked and he inquires about the current location of Wyverns. Minhum Sung informs him that scout team who reported it is 3 kilometers away from their location, so the Wyverns must be arriving at their location pretty soon. The prosecutor thinks that maybe they were tricked by Wyverns. The Wyverns were waiting for their prey to leave the city, which had a lot of obstacles, and head toward the wasteland. Prosecutor orders all human players to retreat and take shelter inside the airport building. The human players are a bit confused as to why a prosecutor is asking them to retreat. All of a sudden, a system message pops up which informs all of them that the field boss Wyvern Alpha male appeared near them. The human players are already too late as the Wyverns are upon them. The Wyverns start rampaging through the ranks of human players and eating them in the process. Sung-woo thinks that the Wyverns appeared at a bad time, and dealing with them can be a bit troublesome right now. Sung-woo orders his flying birds to carry the dead orcs toward the Wyverns. The Wyverns are busy in their rampage, and the birds approach near them carrying the bodies. Sung-woo asks the prosecutor to prepare the ballistas, and the prosecutor orders his men to prepare them. The Wyverns spot the flying birds. One of them bites a dead red orc and gulps it up without any second thoughts. Sung-woo uses corpse explosion to blast the red orc inside the mouth of the Wyvern. The prosecutor orders his men to shoot the Wyvern with ballistas. Sung-woo orders the Wandering Drake to finish off the Wyvern. Wandering Drake bites the Wyvern from behind, and after a bit of struggle, he manages to kill the Wyvern. Sung-woo receives 754,000 gold for finishing off a single Wyvern. All human players become happy after witnessing Sung-woo finishing off a Wyvern. Sung-woo always wanted to beat the Wyverns, and now he finally managed to achieve his goal. Sung-woo uses his skill to add the Wyvern into his horde. Sung-woo gets on the Wyvern and he orders Death Knight to do the same. They start flying high above the other Wyverns. The skies have finally opened up for Sung-woo and he can now travel freely and faster. Death Knight asks Sung-woo if they are going to hunt the Wyverns next. Sung-woo replies by saying that it's time for them to show the Wyverns how it feels like being hunted. One of the Wyverns spots the human players gathered below him. He starts rushing toward them at full speed. Sung-woo orders his Bone Wyvern to chase that Wyvern who got separated from the herd. The Bone Wyvern bites one of its wing. Death Knight uses his Chains of Abyss skill to bind the Wyvern. Sung-woo orders the Death Knight to finish it off with the Nameless Sword. All of a sudden, Sung-woo notices a second Wyvern above him, which is about to attack them. They dodge the attack of the Wyvern by ducking down. The Bone Wyvern starts flying away and the second Wyvern gives chase. Sung-woo is worried because taking care of 2 Wyverns at the same time will be difficult, but at the same time he receives a notification that the first Wyvern has been killed. Death Knight killed the first Wyvern by stabbing its head with the Nameless Sword, and now he is falling down. Sung-woo makes the first Wyvern into a Bone Wyvern with his skill. The second Wyvern is not giving up and he is about to bite them. Sung-woo summons Righty and he throws him toward the second Wyvern. As the Wyvern is about to gulp up Righty, he uses his spinal bones to dodge the attack. Righty then uses his spiral blade technique to cut the Wyvern. Wyvern received a lot of damage and he is bleeding. The wyvern Sungwoo is riding bites off the neck of the second wyvern. Sungwoo brings the second wyvern back to life, and now he has 3 of them. There are more wyverns below them which are in a horde, and the alpha male wyvern is watching them from above. Sungwoo can't deal with the whole herd of wyverns, so he will wait for some of them to leave the herd and he will hunt them one by one. All of a sudden, the alpha male wyvern who was hovering above them gives out a loud roar. All wyverns look up at the alpha male. The whole herd starts moving up in the sky, even ignoring Sungwoo who is standing on their way. The alpha male wyvern along with his herd is giving off some evil vibes. Death Knight tells Sungwoo to be on alert because things are about to get messy. There are about 30 wyverns in the herd and it is going to be impossible to run away from them. But Sungwoo still has a jar filled with Breath of the Abyss which can come in handy in this situation. The wyverns start rushing towards Sungwoo in unison. Sungwoo quickly spreads the Breath of Abyss around him. The wyverns become alerted after watching a cloud formed with Breath of the Abyss, but they still charge through and they get hit with the effects of the Abyss. The wyverns back away from the smoke of Breath of the Abyss. The Death Knight informs Sungwoo that the Breath of Abyss works like a charm on them, but the alpha male wyvern is still holding his ground. Sungwoo pulls up another empty jar and he tries to threaten the wyverns to back away or he will shower them with more jars containing Breath of the Abyss. The alpha male realizes they cannot do anything if the Necromancer keeps on using the Breath of the Abyss, so he decides to retreat with his horde. The wyverns fly off into the distance at maximum speed. Sungwoo's Grim Reaper mode also just expired and he is happy to finally have some peace. Sungwoo lands on the ground and his minions take care of the remaining orcs. The human players feel at ease by having Sungwoo with them. The prosecutor feels a bit relieved because Sungwoo is on his side, and he can take care of foreign powers while he concentrates on making a strong community. A notification pops up which informs them that the Koreans have cleared the 4th warlord monster, and Sungwoo is the biggest contributor in this mission. The human players start celebrating their victory. Sungwoo was the biggest contributor in this raid, but player Han Kang-sok is still on the first position in the Korean server. Sungwoo just leveled up to 18, so he chooses a +3 strength card as his level up reward. Sungwoo knows that information about him has spread too much due to the live streaming, and his enemies will target him in the future instead of his summons. That's why he chose a strength card to increase his strength. Sungwoo also got a legendary rank ring after killing the Orc Lord. This ring is called Blackened Pearl Ring. It increases curse-type magic damage by 10%. This ring also emits dark energy which can be harmful to players with no immunity. Sungwoo equips the ring and it will be quite useful for him when he uses Breath of the Abyss or other black magic. Sungwoo thinks that he could have gotten better loot if he had allowed the Orc Lord to cast the black magic, just like the legendary item he got from Orc Shaman in the college gym. But stopping the magic was more important or more people would have lost their lives. During night, they make an assessment that only 492 people survived the last battle. That's only a third of players they started the battle with, and the players are a bit concerned. The prosecutor comes up and he informs them that they have lost a lot of good men, but the ones who survived have become stronger. He further informs them that events like this will continue to occur, so they must use this incident as a reason to get stronger. Sungwoo thinks that the words of the prosecutor are a bit tough, but everything he says is true. Jiseon reached level 15 while Hanho is a bit slow, so he made it up to level 12. Hanho is on the 27th rank while Jiseon is on the 7th rank in the Korean server. Hanho takes a mic and he starts complaining to the system for only awarding 4 or 5 star players with Awakening, while the players with low stars are treated like extras. Sungwoo informs him that he had 2 chances to pick a class, and it's his fault that he chose low star classes both times. At the same time, some Liberation Guild members who were exploring the Gimpo International Airport come out. One of the players informs them that they found a store inside the airport building, but when they tried to get inside, they got a system message telling them that the store cannot be approached. Sungwoo becomes happy as he thinks this store must be only for special players like him. The other players with high star classes also become happy after hearing it. The prosecutor tells all of the leaders to head inside and give it a try. The player guides the leaders in the room with the store. There is something different about this store, and even its logo is marked with "cannot be used" symbol. Antagu and Gangyung Lee try to approach the outer wall of the store, but the entrance of the store is still locked, and a message pops up which informs them that they need a secret store coupon to enter. Sungwoo heads up near the store wall. He He puts his hand on the wall and a notification pops up which asks him if he wants to use the secret store coupon. This is the secret coupon Sung-woo got after his first awakening, and it was only limited to 50 people around the world. And it looks like the prosecutor got awakened pretty late, so maybe that's why he didn't get any secret coupon. The other leaders are a bit pissed because Sung-woo is the one who always gets special treatment by the system. Sung-woo heads inside the room and there's a chair with a screen in front of it. The system asks Sung-woo to sit down and Sung-woo sits on the chair. A system message pops up which informs him that 5 carefully selected items will be sequentially revealed to him. He needs to speak up if there is an item he wishes to purchase. Sung-woo will have 10 seconds to make his decision, and an item which already passed through cannot be purchased. Sung-woo tells the system store that he is ready. A bright light appears on the screen and the system message informs him that it's going to reveal the first item. The first item is a consumable blueprint, and it looks like a mech unit. This special rank item is called Golem Design Blueprint. The player can learn golem production skill after using this item. The owner of this skill can make large-sized golems using the materials around him, and it requires 1 million gold to acquire this blueprint. A 10-second system timer starts and Sung-woo starts flaring up after hearing he can make big golem mech units like Gundam with his skill. Sung-woo has a total of 10,500,000 gold, so he buys the golem blueprint item without any second thoughts. The second item is a set of Cure All elixirs. All status ailments can be cured after using it and it requires 2 million gold to purchase it. This item was also included in the reward choice during the hidden stage, but he had no idea that it was so expensive back then. Sung-woo passes on this item because he is a necromancer and he has immunity to most effects. The third item is a skill rank increasing medicine pill. The rank of one of the skills can be increased by 1 after using it, and it costs 3 million gold. Sung-woo ignores this item as well and he realized that the cost of each item is increasing by 1 million gold. The fourth item is a legendary rank Shadow King's bracelet. It increases different stats of its wearer by 3 and the user can teleport to a shadow within a radius of 100 meters. It has a 10 minutes cooldown and it costs 4 million gold. Sung-woo buys the Shadow King's bracelet without any second thought. The synergy effect of this bracelet is quite good and he needs it to complete the Shadow's King Heir quest. A notification pops up which tells him that he needs 1 more Shadow King relic to complete the quest. The screen starts revealing the 5th item and Sung-woo is quite excited to see it. A special rank consumable scroll appears. This item is called Resurrection Scroll, and its user can be resurrected at the designated location after death. This scroll requires 5 million gold. Resurrection is an exclusive feature for the Necromancer class. This same feature allowed him to deal with the Wandering Drake and finish his first awakening quest. Resurrection cooldown can take up to 31 days, but it is still an overpowered skill. There are 3 drawbacks of this skill. First, the cooldown of this skill is too long. Sung-woo has already used the skill and he's still waiting for the countdown to be over, and if he dies in that time, it will be over for him. Second drawback is that the situation can't be changed even after being resurrected, and the enemy who killed him once must be overpowered enough to kill him twice. Third drawback is that it's a skill Sung-woo can only use on himself, and if Han-ho or Ji-soo-yoon die, he can't do anything. Besides the fact that they are both his close friends, they are the only 2 people he can completely trust. They need to get strong and take risks. The Resurrection Scroll will be a huge advantage to them, so Sung-woo buys it before the timer can run out. Sung-woo bought everything he needed and the store starts sending him back. After the war with the orcs ended, the prosecutor established Capital's City Player Union. The Liberation Guild and the players from Sung-woo's town kept grinding levels. At the same time, Sung-woo and his party are enjoying their vacation. Sung-woo is gathering information because the fights they are going to have in the future will be more difficult. The Griffin Rider approaches them and she informs them that the pirates have already appeared. Ji-soo-yoon signs as their short break is already over. Sung-woo informs prosecutor about it and he asks Sung-woo how he is going to deal with the pirates. Sung-woo informs him that it will be best to take care of them in the ocean before they can make their landing. Han-ho says that the pirates would not have invaded them for the second time if they had a working brain. Ji-soo-yoon says that they must be careful because the pirates will try to approach them differently because they already know about Sung-woo. If those pirates are aiming for Korea, then they must have gathered as much information as they can from live streams or by kidnapping other players. Ji-soo-yoon asks Sung-woo if he has already thought about how he is going to deal with the pirates. Sungwoo has not thought of a plan yet, but he still says he has a plan. These pirates are a group of plunderers who were chased out of the Chinese mainland. They called themselves Lord General of Heaven, Lord General of Earth, and Lord General of People. Hanho tells them that he has already heard these names in Chinese games, and they refer to the Yellow Turban Rebellion. After investigating the underlings of the pirates, Sungwoo found out that they were all brainwashed and they acted like fanatics toward their boss. Ji Se-yeon tells them that the Yellow Turban Rebellion was also a historical event where the leader led fanatics to take over the world, and this situation seems familiar. Sungwoo heard some pirates talking about a poisonous centipede wine, which probably is the catalyst used for the brainwashing. The prosecutor says that their leader seems dangerous and he must be dealt with first. If they somehow lose him, he can come back with more soldiers using his brainwashing skills. Sungwoo says that they should start heading towards Kyeodong Island first, and this time, Ji Se-yeon and Hanho will be tagging along with him. Sungwoo summons his wyverns for the flight, but Hanho says that he prefers the safety of a chopper, and the girl assures him that her flying hawk is quite safe, so he should travel with her. Ji Se-yeon says riding wyverns is fun too, but Hanho replies by saying that it's fun for her because she is in physical education department. As Sungwoo is about to leave, the prosecutor tells him that he will leave the pirates to him. Sungwoo says that there is no need to worry about the pirates, but they don't know what the Evolution Society might do in his absence, so they must prepare well for any kind of attack. The prosecutor gets furious and he informs Sungwoo that they will be investing as much manpower as they can to prepare for the Evolution Society. During nighttime, Sungwoo and his party arrive at Kyeodong Island. Sungwoo asks a fisherman if he is sure he saw the pirate ships. The fisherman says that he is sure he saw ships belonging to the pirates. The daughter of the fisherman asks him again if he is sure, and the fisherman replies by saying that her uncle, who was the previous leader, was eaten by one of their monster birds. So he is quite sure about it. This guy is called Lee Mu-yeon, and he is the new leader of Kyeodong Island. Their resentment against the pirates was so great that they gave up hunting monsters and started to work as coastal guards. Lee Mu-yeon says that it's been about 12 hours since they circled the island. Then they went over to the shore of Ganghwa Island. Sungwoo says that this makes it clear that the pirates have not given up on the Korean peninsula. Ji Se-yeon says that they cannot rule out the possibility that they will land in other locations. Plus, they can land on the southern part of the peninsula and then move up. Hanho says that this can be better for them because warlord monsters still exist in other areas except for the capital city. The players have already evacuated upward, and the pirates will be cleaning up the monsters for them. Sungwoo says they are wrong, and the pirates will come straight this way. The idea of taking over another server isn't something you can accomplish with the usual confidence or momentum. The leader of those pirates only has his eyes on taking over the capital city, which is the core of their server. Sungwoo asks Lee Mu-yeon if they are thinking of staying on the island, even with the pirates coming back. Lee Mu-yeon says that they have suffered once due to those pirates, but they will not suffer again, and this time they are going to pay back the pirates. Ji Se-yeon says that they should get ready in that case. Sungwoo thinks that they must prepare thoroughly because the advanced fleet of pirates was wiped out, and this time maybe the main fleet will arrive. Sungwoo's party has a lot of gold, so they ask Lee Mu-yeon about the location of a store or a blacksmith shop because they want to buy some equipment. Lee Mu-yeon tells them that there is a smithy in downtown where they can strengthen their equipment. At the same time, a fisherman runs toward Lee Mu-yeon. The fisherman informs them that the pirates have already swarmed together. They are gathering on an island across the sea, where they are preparing to attack them. Lee Mu-yeon informs Sungwoo that it happened too fast and they are not ready yet. Sungwoo is thinking that the pirates are acting weird and they should have landed somewhere inland instead of a separate island. Sungwoo thinks that maybe the pirates haven't learned anything about him yet, or they are looking down on him. During nighttime, a ship is moving through the ocean. A player with a mic says that he will now inform all of them what they are about to do. The player says that they belong to the Lord General of Earth's fleet. They are currently in the middle of the ocean right now. He tells the men to be on guard because the ocean is filled with terrible monsters. After crossing this hellish ocean, they will be landing on the Korean peninsula in order to occupy that land. The people from the Chinese second server are calling them cowards because they ran away from there without a proper fight. But once they return to the Chinese server after conquering Korea, they will take care of all of them. The player with the mic says that the wish of their Lord of Heaven will be fulfilled in Korea. But Korea has an evil villain called the Necromancer who killed their advanced team without showing any sort of mercy. However, the same thing is not going to happen for the second time, because their great fleet will be conquering the land of Korea. The pirates become inspired and they start cheering for the Lord of Heaven. Their Lord General of People along with his advance party were annihilated by Song-woo. But that advance party was quite small and they don't need to be afraid of anyone with their main fleet. The player badmouths the spiritualist Li Wei and he tells her to not let her victory of the second Chinese server get to her head. They will be going back to Manchuria after taking over Korea, and he challenges Li Wei to come at Manchuria after taking over the first Chinese server so they can duke it out again. He further says that they will let the entire continent know by broadcasting themselves while killing the Necromancer, so they can prove to everyone that the Red Revolution Army are not a bunch of pushovers. But after a while, his expression changes because most of their ships have caught fire and they are sinking in the ocean. They are being bombed from the skies and these birds actually belong to their Lord General of People. A huge flying monster is approaching their location and on closer inspection, it turns out to be Sung-woo riding on it. All of a sudden, some birds die after getting pierced by a blue ray. It turns out to be Ji Xuan, who belongs to a Cannon Shooter Plus Ice Wizard classes. He is also their Lord General of Earth and his men start cheering for him. But no matter how many birds he blasts off, they keep coming back to life. Ji Xuan orders the magic squad to create a shield and step back. The magic squad successfully creates a large linked shield around their ships. But for some reason, Sung-woo is laughing instead of getting demotivated. Sung-woo retreats back to the island along with all of his monster birds. The men under the Lord General of Earth become relieved. Ji Xuan comes to the announcer Kwan, and he says that they have suffered a lot of casualties in such a short span of time. He is amazed by the capabilities of the Necromancer as he can explode corpses and he can control the monster birds which once belonged to their great General of People. Ji Xuan is a cunning and calculative guy. He thinks they did a good job of putting the ships of their subordinates first or the damages would have been massive. The announcer informs him that their casualty count is too high because they have lost 8 ships and over 100 people died in the last attack. Ji Xuan calls him by his name Kuan and he informs Kuan that it's no big deal because things like humans can always be replaced easily. The men under him get a bit afraid after hearing it. Ji Xuan further says that it is troubling that they broadcasted everything here instead of editing the images, but it is necessary to spread glorious rumors far and wide in order for their Lord General of Heaven to be able to return to the mainland. Li Wei left a sarcastic comment about their general after they got beaten up by Song-woo. Kuan says that they should just show them their prowess by making a comeback. Ji Xuan compliments Kuan as he tells them that they will restart their streaming after cutting off the head of the Necromancer. Ji Xuan calls Hui to come forward. Ji Xuan orders him to prepare a minigame. Hui needs to infiltrate the Manhwa island to register a minigame in order to kill the Necromancer. Ji Xuan asks him if he is confident enough to infiltrate the island, and Hui says that it is easy for a seafarer like him. He further informs Ji Xuan that even if the Necromancer can keep his eye on the skies, he still cannot catch them under the sea. The players of the island are gathered on the shore. Sung-woo arrives there and everyone congratulates him for roughing up the pirates. Sung-woo is thinking that it is not the time to celebrate such a small victory, because the pirates are a bigger group than what he expected. Just the advanced fleet of their Lord General of Earth consists of more than 1,000 people and their main fleet will be around 3,000, while they are only 800 people on his side who came to help them after the war with the orcs ended. Sung-woo can't even fathom the number of players their main fleet consists of. Plus, China is a big country, so a lot of people died there when the game started, but a lot of people also survived because of their great numbers. Lee Myeon informs Sung-woo that they have finished preparing the transport to Manhwa Island while he was busy with the pirates. With that said, they start moving toward the Manhwa Island to stop the advance of those pirates. The next morning, Sung-woo is patrolling the skies for any hostile activity. There are about 258 survivors from the Gyeodong Island, but only 100 of them can fight. This is because most of them died during the first pirate invasion, and in times of an all-out war, the numbers really matter. Sung-woo tells Lee Myeon to get as many people as he can to be assigned as lookouts. Sung-woo further informs him that the enemy could attack them just like how he attacked them recently. Plus, he can fight on his own, but it requires numbers to have lookouts. Lee Myeon informs Sung-woo that Manhwa Island is quite big, but his underlings suggest that they should use everyone besides the kids. Sung-woo says that it will be impossible to block them, but they need to know when the fleet approaches the island as soon as possible. The kids are motivated to protect their island as well, and some of them say they can fight too, because they are on level 3 and they have lynched some goblins by themselves in the past. But Hanho tells them that they are too young for it. The Griffin Rider informs Sungwoo that they are the family members of the people killed by the pirates. Those children saw their parents being murdered in front of them, so that's why they are in an uproar right now. Ji-seon says that he can understand their emotions, but if a point comes where children have to fight, then that means they have already lost the fight. Sungwoo inquires about the location of the blacksmith shops from the Griffin Rider. Sungwoo summons his orc skeleton carrying items from the abyss as he needs to get ready for the upcoming invasion. After some time, the squad of Hui arrives on the shore of Ganghwa Island. They are relieved after finally arriving safely at their destination. Hui orders everyone to gather up as they will be entering the forest after wearing their camouflage cloaks. After wearing the cloaks, they start heading toward the forest. Sometime later, they arrive at the location where they need to install something. One of his men asks him if they are really going to use that item in here, because it seems like a waste to him. Hui informs them that other islands of the mainland used items 2 ranks higher than this one. Their enemies had larger numbers, but they were crushed after losing to this game. This item is a special mid-rank minigame generator. After planting this flag, the area will be designated as a minigame area, causing a total of 3 plots to be formed as occupied territories. Different buffs will be granted each time a territory is taken over. Once they captured all territories, they will be tilted as the territory lord and a large buff will be granted to them. Hui tells them that he also thinks that there is no need to use this item in here because it can be used to give them an advantage while dealing with a larger group. But it looks the General of Earth is making sure they don't lose to the Necromancer this time. Hui plants the flag and he yells the game will now begin. The system scans the area of the Korean server and the game will take place at Ganghwa Island in the Korean server. Everyone gets a notification that a minigame has been activated in their area. 3 random areas will be designated as A, B, and C territories. A large buff will be granted to the one who controls all territories, plus the event will be destroyed within 15 minutes. Sungwoo and his party becomes shocked after hearing about the details of this event. Lee Mu-yeon calls the walkie-talkie of the Griffin Rider to inform Sungwoo that they have spotted pirate ship. He further states that it's a container ship and they are quickly approaching the south side of the island. Sungwoo is thinking that something is fishy because the pirates are approaching them as soon as the minigame started, like they were just waiting for this moment. The Griffin Rider receives another report from the lookout that some pirate ships are preparing to land in the west side of the island. Now Sohan is completely sure that this was all pre-planned by the pirates. Suddenly, they receive a system message that Territory C is being designated near them. The teammates of Sungwoo are a bit confused as to what they should do in this situation. Sungwoo is not sure what is going on, but he tells them that the key to winning this is to control all 3 territories. That's why the pirates are trying to push through with their numbers. Ji Soo-yeon asks Sohan as to what they should do, and Sohan says that he needs some time to gather his thoughts because he is not that much good at games. Hanho starts laughing as he tells them that they don't need to worry about anything. They can simply win this game with the help of a pro gamer like him. We are given a little bit of an overview of the feats of Hanho. People say that he picked the 1-star cards because they had girl figures on them. They also believe that he was the worst character because of his wrong choices during the early part of the game. Sungwoo is skeptical about his ability. After taking into account the recent decisions of Hanho, he seems like a noob. Hanho shouts at Sungwoo and he says how can a guy who has never spent a night at the internet cafe because he had no friends judge him. These words hit Sungwoo at heart and the others try to cheer him up. Hanho explains that he was bad at cards and gacha games. That's why he made poor choices at the start, but he is quite good at games like these. Sungwoo knows that the attendance of Hanho at the college campus was lower than his attendance at the internet cafe, so he asks him what they can do in order to win this game. After some time, Sungwoo and Ji-seon are flying through the island with their wyverns. They spot B territory flag, which is the midpoint between the other 2 occupied territories of Ganghwa Island. Hanho is the one who told them that they have better mobility than the pirates because of wyverns, so they should start by taking over the closest base. Normally, in a game, there would be monsters around the base, but they don't see any monsters around the B territory. A system notification pops up which says they have started capturing a territory and it cannot be paused in the middle. Another notification pops up which tells them that 100 seconds are left until the territory becomes captured. All summon units will be unable to move and they can't attack anyone during this time. Hanho even predicted that they will need to capture the flag by either solving a puzzle or through holding the point for a certain period of time. Sungwoo thinks Hanho is quite good at these games. Ji-seon gets ready as Sung-woo can't move until the timer is up, and there is a high possibility that they can be ambushed. After some time, Ji-seon notices some movement around them. Han-ho already told them that the pirates have a larger number, so they will try to capture all 3 bases at once. Some pirates appear near the B territory and they came here after using a teleportation item. 71 seconds are left until the territory is captured. The pirates start rushing toward both of them after spotting, as they know if the timer is up, they cannot hold their ground against Sung-woo. Ji-seon gets ready to take them all on by herself. Ji-seon rushes toward them as she needs to hold them back for as long as possible. Ji-seon slashes 2 of them in one strike and she receives 10,000 gold for each of them. Ji-seon keeps on rampaging through the pirates as they try to swarm her from all sides. No matter how hard the pirates try, they cannot stop her advance even with their numbers. The pirates on the back think that she is a monster, and another pirate suggests that they should first deal with the Necromancer. Some pirates rush towards Sung-woo while the rest of them try to hold Jisoo back. The pirates are almost close to Sung-woo, but Ji-seon activates tracking footprint skill on time. It is a skill which uses heightened senses to grasp the movement of the opponent. It allows the user to be able to reach the opponent location in an instant. It can be activated as long as the user knows about the enemy movement. As they are about to attack Sung-woo, Ji-seon appears behind them and she butchers them with ease. The remaining pirates start gathering together so they can take her on at once. With that said, all of them start leaping toward her in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Kuan reports to Ji-shun that their preparation for the battle are complete. Ji-shun tells them that they will be heading towards base A, which is closest to them. Ji-shun is thinking that he has a lot of soldiers under his command. The basics of war strategy is to always maintain a stronger and larger number of troops than the opponent. He might have become only a cannon shooter in this apocalyptic world, but this land monopoly game is what he is most confident in, since his dream when he was younger was to become a pro Baduk player. He wanted to be someone who can move and monopolize the wooden game board using the game pieces. But when he grew up, he realized the path to becoming a pro Baduk player was long and difficult. So, the end of the world was a new chance for him who had given up on life. Since their Lord General of Heaven is an amazing person, he has no time to focus on the small things. That's why he is the one who is moving the main army in his place. He says it's a shame for the player of this small country to face him after barely struggling to survive against the monsters. All of a sudden, a notification pops up which tells them that the point B has been taken over by the enemy. So buffs have been granted to their enemy and they cannot recapture the territory for 5 minutes. Another notification pops up which informs them that the defense of their enemies has increased by 30% and their stamina stat has been increased by 5%. Kuan becomes startled as the point B was taken so quickly, and Ji-shun tells him to not worry because he already predicted that they will lose at least 1 point to the enemy. He further says that this is as far as those Koreans who don't have a lot of soldiers can get with the luck. But he gets interrupted by another notification which informs them that point A has been taken over by their enemy as well. Now Koreans have 4 buffs in total with a 20% increase in attack and an additional 5% increase in strength stats. Ji-shun becomes pissed as he inquires about what is going on and how they lost 2 points so fast. But Kuan tells him he also has no idea how they lost 2 points so quickly. Ji-shun is really angry as he's wondering whether the Koreans already knew about the rules of this game. But there is no way it is possible because that item was a reward they got after completing a special quest. Kuan says that they don't have time to be thinking like this, and Ji-shun says he is right, because they have a large advantage in numbers. Ji-shun orders them to use a detached squad to aim for another base while they recapture the nearest base A, and they will march toward base C after that. Without wasting any time, all of them start rushing toward base A. Kuan orders everyone to stop as they spot something unusual. There are a lot of monsters' dead bodies piled upon each other on their way. Ji-shun knows these bodies can explode as they can be a trap set up by the Necromancer. Ji-shun orders his men to not take any risks and move around the dead bodies. But they come to a stop after witnessing more dead bodies on other paths as well. Ji-shun is bursting with anger as things are getting out of hand. He orders the mages to burn the dead bodies with their fire magic. Explosions starts bursting throughout the jungles on Manhwa Island as the pirates are trying to move aggressively toward their target. The Griffin Rider is worried because the pirates will start heading toward them once the dead bodies are destroyed. And Han-ho tells her to not worry because he already expected this to happen. Han-ho used those dead bodies like an observational tower. Even without a magic drone, they will know the location of the pirates throughout the exploding sounds. It's an obvious trick, but it will work as the pirates have no choice but to destroy the dead bodies because they have fear of corpse explosion. And in the process of doing so, they will waste a lot of mana. If things don't work while piling up the monster corpses, then they can just give up the base and run away. The Griffin Rider says that they will not be able to win the game if they lose all bases. And Hanho signs after saying that she's a noob, that's why she can't understand these things. Hanho is sparkling with confidence and he says this kind of game is played not to win, but to piss off the opponents. He points toward the jungle and he says that they have a lot of soldiers anyway. Even if they lose 1 or 2 bases, they just need to keep the balance without having any losses on their side. He further elaborates that the rest will depend on Hanho and Jisoo, who are their main strength in this fight, while he is the brain. After a lot of struggle, they barely manage to arrive at the base A. They see Hanho standing near the point A and one of them informs others that he is the party member of the Necromancer. Hanho congratulates all of them for the hard work they did in order to get there. He then starts mocking them by saying that they wasted their resources in burning all of those monster dead bodies as they didn't know that Sungwoo was not even here in the first place. Hanho is trying to mentally break them down with his words, as the more emotional they get, the more worse it will be for them. Jisoo screams at Hanho as to how dare he try to compare with his intelligence, and he calls Hanho a midget. Hanho says that Jisoo is pissed because he can't do anything to this midget as most of his time is spent in burning those corpses. Jisoo screams back at him by saying that how dared he talk to his elders like this, and he further questions the etiquettes of the East Asian countries. Jisoo orders his men to kill Hanho, and Hanho starts retreating from the point A. Jisoo is pissed because he could not get his hands on the midget Hanho, but they still got a base from the enemy. He asks the other team about how much time they are going to take in order to capture the C base. Hue informs him that he is at the C base, but the Necromancer is there as well, so he will contact him again after dealing with him. Hue is quite confident in taking down Sungwoo as he's busy capturing the flag and his units are standing still. Hue and his team members start rushing towards Sungwoo at full speed so they can take care of him before he can completely occupy the C base. Meanwhile, Sungwoo is thinking this Chinese party consists of only idiots, because Sungwoo is just holding a fake flag and they would have gotten a notification that someone is capturing the C base if it was a real one. On the other side, Hue is quite happy because he will get a big promotion and a word of appreciation from the Lord General of Heaven after this. All of a sudden, all of them receive a message that C base is still unoccupied. Sungwoo starts smirking as he knows it's already too late for them and they have fallen in his trap. The pirates shout at each other to retreat, but it's too late for them, as the summons of Sungwoo have already started to grind them to pieces. Sungwoo is hesitant to compliment Hanho because he will get cocky after hearing it, but this strategy to use a fake flag was also suggested by him. He also suggested another strategy to capture the flag while hiding under the ground. Hue gets surrounded from all sides with the summons of Sungwoo and he orders them to kill all of them, so he can easily capture the flag without any worry. Hue, in despair, uses a lot of summoning circles. Some sea monsters along with a lot of water come out of the circles and the area around them gets flooded in an instant. The whole area became covered in seawater, giving Sungwoo and his minions no chance to escape. After some time, the water starts disappearing and the sea monsters can't survive without water for long. Hue and his team members survived the flood by using masks to breathe under the water, and they are thinking that they got the Necromancer for good this time. Hue says that it will take some time for the sea creatures to completely die out, but they should have destroyed the minions and the Necromancer in this time. Hue and his team members have a rank 2 synergy called the Marine Boys. It's a defensive synergy which requires the team to wear 20 or more swimsuit type armors. It increases underwater endurance by 10% and it allows the party members to move freely underwater or on wet land. Hue orders his men to find the dead body of Necromancer, and if he is alive, then he must be barely hanging on to his life and they can finish him off with ease. Sungwoo is flying right above them and he tells them that they have no need to find him. The seafarers become alerted as they were not expecting this outcome. Sungwoo made it out safely because of instant teleportation skill of his Shadow King's bracelet, and his wyvern was on standby near them. This bracelet is a legendary item, and it increases strength, stamina, and dexterity by 3 points. It can teleport the user to a nearby shadow within a radius of 100 meters after infusing it with magic. Hue orders his men to attack Sungwoo as most of his minions are already dead, and the Necromancer without his minions is quite useless, plus they can move freely on this wet ground. They start throwing javelins at Sungwoo and his wyvern. Sungwoo is getting pumped up and he creates a lot of bone spears. He throws the bone spears at the monster fishes down below. After killing them, Sungwoo turns them all into his minions. Sungwoo is thinking that these skeleton fishes are the best monsters on wetland, and they cannot die due to less water because they only consist of bones. The fishes start gulping the seafarers and Hue tells Sungwoo to face them by himself like a man. Hui spots a magic drone of Kuan flying over Sungwoo. Hui contacts Jishun to request backup. Jishun tells him that it's a shame because his team's contribution to their cause was great after they were pushed out of the mainland. Jishun further says that they will create a new team after this to replace Hui, and he says that his final moments will be of great help to them for analyzing the power of the Necromancer. Hui keeps begging for help, but Jishun is a lunatic and he cuts off their connection. Jishun was able to learn more about the Necromancer in detail through this encounter. The death of his subordinates is a big loss, but he still benefited from this by learning that the Necromancer can refill his ranks very easily. They will hold off on overtaking Base C where Necromancer is right now. In the meantime, they will prepare a thorough defense line at Base A, then attack Base C after passing through Base B, plus a part of their army is already attacking Base B. They don't need to worry about the corpse explosion as Necromancer is at Base C, and they will take care of Midget Han-ho and the Korean players who are occupying Base B. Jishun contacts the team assigned on capturing the Base B for the report. The team leader informs Jishun that there are monsters in Base B and he's looking quite terrified. The two monsters he's referring to turns out to be Han-ho and Ji-soo-yun, who are rampaging through their ranks. He makes his last report to the Lord General of Earth as Han-ho of the North Star approaches him. Ji-sun gets angry after suffering another loss and he flips the table with the laptop. Ji-sun still can't believe he just lost another major battle as he thinks his strategy was foolproof. Kuan is quite worried and he asks him what is going to happen to them, and Ji-sun orders all soldiers to retreat so they can reorganize their plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji-seon and Han-ho just finish off the last pirate on Base B. The Griffin Rider and the Islanders are quite happy as both of them have finished a whole squadron of pirates by themselves without suffering any casualty. The Griffin Rider says that Han-ho is quite strong, unlike the rumors which say that he uses the Necromancer to climb the ranks, and Han-ho becomes more cocky as his pride pierces through the roof after hearing it. Han-ho asks her about who is spreading these rumors that he is carried by the Necromancer, and the Griffin Rider says she has no idea about it. Ji-seon asks Han-ho about what they should do next, or they should just use the same strategy again and again to lower the numbers of pirates. Han-ho tells her that same strategy will not work every single time, and they should just wrap things up. He further tells her that stalling for time is good for a game, but when people don't see results quickly, they start getting lame. But that's not the type of game they are playing right here. The pirates can have items that can change the whole situation in an instant, and there are way too many variables, which is why they need to finish this whole ordeal before the pirates can come up with a new counter. Everything Han-ho just said was transmission to Sungwoo on the walkie-talkie, and he asks Sungwoo if there are any questions. Sungwoo says there are no questions as everything Han-ho just said makes complete sense in this situation. Han-ho tells Sungwoo to make this a sure win by wiping them out with his overwhelming power. The magical drone is still following Sungwoo. Kuan, who is using the drone, informs Ji-shun that the Necromancer is flying toward their current location. Ji-shun says the Necromancer must have gone insane because he has an army, but it's nothing compared to their numbers. The other drone users inform Ji-shun that it's not only the Necromancer as the other Korean players who are at Base B are heading their way as well. No matter how much Ji-shun thinks about it, he cannot understand why the Korean players just abandoned their base because they can occupy them easily by sending a detachment. Even if the Koreans are stronger, they still cannot win against the pirates after getting their buffs stolen. And he is thinking maybe the Necromancer who is on number 2 in the Korean ranks is their strategist. He orders his men to play the magic drone transmission live in TV in front of him. He's thinking maybe the Korean players just got lucky up to this point, because they are now making irrational decisions. He sent some men to capture a base, but there are still some skeletons protecting that base. His men reports back that they are being attacked by giant skeletons and they are being overpowered by them. Ji-shun is thinking that the summoned creatures will disappear, or they won't be able to move once their distance from their summoner increases, and he's thinking to wait a little bit more, so the distance between the Necromancer and his minions can increase. Plus, they have a lot more teleport scrolls left, and he keeps on teleporting more men to Base C after some time. The pirates become alerted after watching something. It turns out to be a big mech unit, and the pirate complained that the Necromancer is cheating in a fantasy setting. Sungwoo named this unit the legendary hero Necrogen. The pirates never heard about anything like that before, and an otaku pirate tells them that they are up against a legendary hero which makes them the evil group. One of the pirates informs other that this one is not a gold mech unit. It looks similar in appearance, but it's made from mud. They start attacking it after saying that it's not a legendary hero. Golems can move on its own and follow the order it had previously received despite being far from its creator. The pirates are quite happy because the golem is breaking down quite easily, but all of a sudden, a pirate gets caught by it and yells out that the golem is healing. The pirate yells out that the legendary hero has caught a hostage. The mech unit talks and it tells them that there is no need for this machine with overwhelming specs to hold inferior organisms hostage. He informs them that his mission is to protect Base C, and for the sake of his mission, he must get rid of all inferior organisms. Necro again shoots out a big energy wave using a lot of mana which blasts away most of the pirates. The only flaw of this mech unit is that it needs a lot of mana. But Sungwoo can never run out of mana in the battlefield, so he is almost unstoppable. Sungwoo has his legendary Chaos Crystal, which gives the bearer Chaos attribute causing their mana to increase by 500, and it restores mana by 250%. It steals mana and health while attacking by 3%, making this item the best fit for a mage-type player. Jishun, who is watching all of it through the magical drone, can't believe that his troops are getting slapped quite hard by the Necromancer. Jishun is thinking that all of the information that they have gathered isn't right at all. He is thinking that maybe someone spread false information about him all over Korea to make him look like weak. He promised his Lord General of Heaven that he will be victorious in here, but everything is gone wrong. The giants are ripping through the ranks of pirates and the pirate unit leader orders his men to prepare ice magic. The ice mages freezes their limbs with their ice spells. Death Knight and Righty jump over their location as it's time for them to get their hands dirty. After landing, they start ripping the pirates to shreds. Jishun orders his men to target the Necromancer because all of his minions will die automatically after his death. The pirates are wearing the same uniform for a reason, as it gives them a defensive synergy which increases all of their stats by 2. The pirates are thinking that with all of their stat bonuses they will be able to get rid of the Necromancer. Some of them spot the Necromancer and they tell their fellow members to attack him in unison. They start rushing toward him in unison as they think they can overwhelm Sungwoo with their numbers. But Sungwoo easily slashes through most of them with his Grim Reaper scythe. The whole area becomes red with the blood of the pirates who attacked him head-on. Sungwoo informs them that he is weaker compared to most of his minions, but in his Grim Reaper mode, he is completely unstoppable. In Grim Reaper mode, Sungwoo can utilize the power of a Lich, which increases maximum number of his minions by 50, and it increases all of his stats by 10. He can also regenerate nearby destroyed undead as many times as the maximum number of units in his party. Sungwoo is not much suited for using the scythe as a weapon, but it increases his stats by 10, which is a huge boost. Jishun, who is watching all of it live, is trembling with fear. Jishun asks Kuan if he's streaming everything live, and Kuan informs him that he is streaming everything that is being broadcasted on his laptop screen. Jishun yells at him to stop the live stream as he is advertising their revolutionary army getting wrecked by a single person. He tells Kuan to change the channel to Base B, and their drones start heading toward Base B to record what's going on there. He further tells Kuan that they need to shoot some scenes to boost the morale of their soldiers. He sent Haerang to recapture the Base B. Haerang wasn't as active as Hue when it came to the pirate activities, but it's a different story for battles like these. The drone shows them the live footage of Base B and it looks like it's being protected by a single woman. Kuan is doing live commentary for the stream to boost the morale of their soldiers. He informs others that Haerang is a strong man known as the Black Master, so it's going to be a one-sided fight. There are currently 100,000 Chinese people watching this stream, so he needs to highlight the most famous scenes from this stream. When he zooms in a little bit more, he finds out that all of their men have already fallen in battle and the dead body of Haerang is lying there as well. All of a sudden, Ji-seon senses the presence of a drone and she cuts it into 2 pieces with a single slash attack. Ji-seon orders them to quickly stop this stream as it will only make their soldiers to lose morale. At the same time, the pirates on Base C are barely holding on. They are thinking they will soon receive the buff from Base B because Haerang went there to recapture it. One of the pirates who was watching the stream during the fight informs other pirates at Base C that their strongest fighter, Haerang, just died. The soldiers are losing their morale at a faster rate and this whole game was set up by them in the first place, but they are losing it badly. Jishun can't take it anymore and he starts heading toward the Necromancer by himself. He starts blasting away all minions on his way with the help of his ice cannon. He is challenging Sungwoo to come out to face him like a man. After getting rid of some minions, he spots Sungwoo in the distance. He starts preparing to shoot Sungwoo without wasting any more of his time. Finally, he shoots the cannon which directly hits Sungwoo. But after some time, they find out that he blocked the ice cannon with a bone shield. but Jishun can feel like it was not completely blocked as he can hear a squeaking sound coming from his body. Jishun keeps on bombarding him with ice cannon shots to turn him into an ice sculpture. Hanho appears from behind a bush and he starts mocking Jishun. Jishun bursts with anger as he thinks this midget Hanho is responsible for causing his military power to falter from the beginning. He diverts his attacks toward Hanho, but Hanho easily dodges them without paying much attention to them. The projection of Sungwoo disappears from the distance and he appears right behind Jishun and he tells him that he should have never turned away from his enemy. With that said, Sungwoo slashes him into two with his scythe. Sungwoo informs him that it must be painful but he should smile because he is on camera right now. Jishun is thinking that he ordered Kuan to stop streaming, but Kuan tells him that he is sorry. But he had no other choice but to stream the whole thing for their Lord General of Heaven, who is on the walkie-talkie right now. Their Lord General of Heaven says that it seems Jishun has failed, but Jishun is still stubborn and he says that he can still win with the remaining soldiers. The Lord General of Heaven says that it's a shame that Jishun failed, but he is satisfied with his current situation, since it allowed him to learn so much about the real abilities of the Necromancer and his companions, so it can also be called a gain. And then he repeats the same words of Jishun that a chess piece like him can always be replaced. Sungwoo has heard enough, so he kills all pirates around him. Sungwoo says he is sorry to interfere in his transmission, but it's time for him to finish the game. He further says that if he still thinks Korea is a free honeypot, then he can personally come over as Sungwoo will always be here to greet him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, the pirates are fighting against the island residents. The pirates are winning against the players due to their large numbers. A pirate kicks a player with all of his force. He then gets ready to kill the player because the game gives more rewards for killing human players instead of monsters. But soon, he comes to a stop after hearing a system announcement that says Point A has been captured by Korean team and buffs will be granted to them. A total of 8 huge buffs are then granted to the Korean players all over the island. The Korean weak player who was about to get killed grabs the hand of the pirate. He is overflowing with power and the pirate tries to beg him for his life. The Korean players are overpowering the Chinese players and they seem unstoppable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Sungwoo has finally taken control over all 3 points of the island. Sungwoo says that these buffs are too much overpowered for a minigame and he cannot understand why they ran away from the mainland while they had this much of a powerful item. A notification pops up which informs them that the minigame will conclude in 8 hours, and Sungwoo says that 8 hours are more than enough to finish things in here. In the afternoon, most of the pirates on the island have been either killed or captured by the Korean players. The Korean players are looking motivated as they landed a huge blow to the Chinese pirates. One of the Chinese pirates is announcing on a mic that everything is over, except for the few who ran towards the ships. Their entire fleet was annihilated. Sungwoo was thinking that after watching this stream, Chinese players will hesitate a bit before messing with Koreans, but the chat is filled with praises of the Emperor from Chinese server number 1, who is rumored to have controlled over 400 units in a single battle, and most people say that Sungwoo is a bit similar to their Emperor. Sungwoo is curious to know who this Emperor is, so he asks the announcer about it. The announcer informs him that he is the winner of server 1. He is based in Shaanxi and Beijing and he claims to be an Emperor. He asks the announcer why people are saying that he is like the Emperor, and the announcer informs him that the Emperor can also summon units like him. Sungwoo is thinking that most 5-star classes specialize in leading groups. The Vampire Lord used to do it by infecting players, and the Prosecutor does it by training other players, and the Lord General of Heaven uses brainwashing to control players. But Sungwoo is a bit different from others as he summons dead bodies instead of players, and people are still calling him similar to the Emperor. Sungwoo inquires about the class of the Emperor and the announcer has no idea about it. It turns out the strongest players in China are doing their best to hide their powers, while Sungwoo was just forced to reveal everything on these live streams. At the same time, Hanho starts screaming with joy as he found an item on the body of the Lord General of Earth. This item turns out to be a heroic rank 3rd stage dwarven made hand cannon. It can load bullets by just inserting 10 mana into it. Since there are 2 hand cannons, Hanho gifts one to Righty, and Righty's eyes start brimming with cuteness. Hanho throws the other handmade cannon towards Sungwoo as he's not good with using mana, and Ji-seon is a swordsman, so it's pretty useless for both of them. Hanho and Righty then start scavenging the corpses for some useful items. Sungwoo revives Jishuan to check if he can see his memory fragments. Luckily, he receives a message that he can check his memory fragments, and he gets teleported into his memory space with a bright flash of light. Back in time, the main ship of the pirates was moving through the ocean. Jishun, along with his top brass, was having a meeting inside a room. Hui says that a statue of an angel was recently found, and before it, there was a devil statue found in server 1. Quan gets too much excited after hearing it, and he starts showering them with questions like if they have finally gotten a hint about an absolute race. He further asks them about the effects and abilities of these statues. Sungwoo just remembered now that angels and devils were a part of future updates. Jishuan informs them that their Lord General of Heaven came in contact with the statue, and it granted him a quest, but he has not mentioned the details to Jishuan. Quan says that he is the brain of this rebellion, so he must know something, and Sungwoo is also curious to know more details about it. Jishuan informs them that the Lord General of Heaven said that he will explain it in detail after they overtake Seoul, and they should first focus on their mission. Jishuan informs them that after taking over the Ganghwa Island through the minigame, Hui team will sneak into Seoul and use this scroll. All of them get shocked after hearing it, as this item is the infamous Demon's Door. Jishuan says they are right, and if they use this item, the Demon's Door will stay open for 24 hours and all sorts of monsters will pop out of it. The monsters will disappear after 24 hours, but it's enough time to ravage the entire region, and if they're lucky enough, they might be even able to enter Seoul without suffering a single casualty. It's normally an item for opening a hidden dungeon, but since its difficulty is too high, they will use this legendary scroll in their strategy. Kwan says that it seems like a waste to use both minigame and Demon Door in the Korean server, but Jishuan tells him that investing this much is nothing. As long as they can control Korea, they can suck up all the goodies to their heart's content, and he is sure that's what their Lord General of Heaven is thinking right now. With that said, the flashback ends, and Sungwoo gets teleported back into the real world with a bright flash of light. Sungwoo is thinking that all other memory fragments that he has viewed up until now showed him ways to solve various problems, and he don't know what was the point of this memory fragment. The only thing he can do now is to find the scroll, and it might be in one of their containers. The Griffin Rider returns back to Sungwoo after the reconnaissance. She informs Sungwoo that the pirates are turning back toward China right now, and there are still a lot of pirates left on the deck of their main fleet. Sungwoo is thinking that there are still some hours left until the minigame ends, and the pirate ships won't be able to leave the coast yet. The Griffin Rider further informs him that there are always a few mages on standby on deck who are keeping the shields up, and they are thinking of leaving right after the minigame ends. The mages have casted a huge shield around their ships, and it's difficult for the undead to infiltrate because it's on water. After some time, Sungwoo remembers that he had gotten his hands on a useful card which can come in handy in this situation. After some time, the night falls and the mages are still on deck of the ship. One of the pirates says that it's too quiet, and another pirate warns them to not let their guard down as their enemies will attack them right after the game ends. They can escape this hellish Korean peninsula as long as they can endure it. They spot Sungwoo and his minion birds rushing toward them from a distance. This time, Hanho and the Griffin Rider are also present there, and they seem quite offensive. The pirates on deck start running to grab mana potions for their mages so they can keep their large shield intact. The pirate captain says that the undead soldiers and the corpse explosion won't be able to affect them on top of the water. The Griffin Rider says that they are trying to endure it for as long as they can, and breaking the shield will waste a lot of mana. Sungwoo tells her that it will be impossible to infiltrate the ship from the top, so he needs to find out if they placed shields under the water. The pirates notice that something is coming at them from under the water. After coming closer to the ship, the fishes jump out of the ocean. All fishes have orc skeletons in their mouths, which are looking like mermaids. After landing on the ship, they start battling it out against the pirates. All of a sudden, a big water splash appears behind the orcs. Sungwoo is looking quite pumped up as he already hunted a new type of monster before coming here. Sungwoo orders the monster to come out, and it turns out to be a big sea serpent, which is quite rare. A sea serpent is an underwater monster that is at least 10 meters long. It took just an hour to hunt this sea serpent, and it is a young sea serpent in the first place. Sungwoo was barely able to kill it while continuously reviving his minions during the whole fight. The shield of the pirates starts blinking as it is losing power over time. The pirates think that these orcs are manageable and they can get rid of them in a while, but another figure appears on their deck. This figure turns out to be Ji Se-yoon, who is known as Red Devil among the Chinese pirates. Ji Se-yoon, without wasting any time, starts getting rid of the pirates. The Griffin Rider says that it is almost game over for the pirates, and Sungwoo tells her to head down. After clearing the pirates from the ship, the Korean players head over to it. They start checking and unloading all containers containing good items. Since pirates were thinking of making a base in Korea, they brought a lot of good stuff with them. Hanho comes out with a lot of extra big chargers and he shows them to everyone. These chargers are quite rare and they can provide power or recharge batteries. Hanho informs Sungwoo that these chargers were stacked next to the engine room, and it looks like they powered this huge ship with these chargers. He informs Sungwoo that they should head over to the captain's quarters as more treasures can be hoarded in there. After making their way inside the captain's quarters, they find a locked safe. Sungwoo bursts open the safe with his raw power, which he is getting from the 3 points he captured as the game is still active. Inside the safe, he finds the item he previously saw in the memory fragment. This is a special rank magic scroll called Devil's Door. It can open a Devil's Door for 24 hours. In short, it creates a path to Devil's Lair. The players can obtain extremely rare items by exploring the Devil's Lair, but it is not recommended to rush inside because this path goes both ways, and the things inside can also come out, and the recommended level for this item is 35. Sungwoo thinks that this recommended level is too high. That's why they didn't clear it themselves and plan to unleash it in the Korean server. Sungwoo is thinking that if the level of danger is so high, then the rewards must be good as well. But he also remembers how he barely survived his last secret dungeon and he is still on level 18. Sungwoo stores it as it is impossible to clear it right now, and Ji Seon finds something else inside the safe. She finds a bank-type special item called Oath Safe. It's an item that allows a portion of the gold earned by contracted players to be automatically deposited. Players can register a contract by placing their palm on top of the safe. The owner of the safe can set a collection rate, and the gold that the contractor earns is automatically deposited into the safe according to the corresponding percentage. Its current collection rate is 80% and the number of contracts are 56, and the gold balance is over 13 million. Sungwoo is thinking that this is a crucial item to manage a group. They can rent it out or sell it to their allies as it is going to be quite pricey. At the same time, they get a notification that the minigame risk has came to an end with the victory of the Koreans, and now rewards will be given to them. All players start receiving their rewards, which are quite generous. Sungwoo got a total of 1.5 million gold as a reward for the minigame. His level has increased up to 19 and his stats have increased at an exponential rate. Sungwoo selects a random skill card as his level up reward. Sungwoo gets a basic crafting deadly poisonous cloud skill. It requires 30 mana and it creates a cloud containing deadly poison which sprinkles toxic rain on the area for 10 minutes and its cooldown is 1 hour. Sungwoo is thinking that he got a good area skill that doesn't negatively affect his summons, and these foolish pirates prove to be a treasure trove for them. The next day, everything is moved into their temporary base. Hanho tells them that it is time for the strongest rogue to read comments, and that is going to be the summary of today's news. Sungwoo and Ji Seon show fake excitement reactions, and Hanho tells them that their reactions suck. The first news is that the Metro Union is attracting a lot of attention. Upon hearing the news of the establishment of a union, groups of survivors from around the metropolitan area are gathering one after another in Yeongdongpo. The Liberation Guild side is intentionally spreading rumors. It's expected that the union will grow bigger in the future. Sungwoo is thinking that the players who have survived up until now are a bit more powerful and they can protect themselves. The key is to see how the union will utilize these survivors. Hanho tells them that the second news is regarding the spearman Kyungsu's secret letter. According to him, the average level of the people in the town of Suwon has risen up to 8. Even Kyungsu is bragging about hitting level 11. Meanwhile, Hanho, who is at the center of all this action, is working his ass off, is still at level 14. Sungwoo and Ji Seon don't think he's doing much hard work, and Hanho reminds them that they won this recent game due to his brain. Hanho is thinking of himself as a role model for all 1-star players, and he recently learned a new shadow skill. Hanho then moves on to the next big news, which says that the Necromancer has reached level 19, which makes Sungwoo tied for the first place in the rankings with Han Kang-sok. But then Hanho says he was joking as Han Kang-sok just hit level 20 an hour ago. Hanho mockingly tells Sungwoo to work harder because he's letting them all down, and Sungwoo gets ready to pop his head out of anger. Ji Seon is wondering that Sungwoo is able to deal with a lot of monsters at once because of his minions, which exposes him to a lot of witnesses. But how in the world is Han Kang-sok able to be number 1 in the rankings without a single person seeing him, and how he has been leveling all this time at such a faster rate? Sungwoo is thinking that maybe Han Kang-sok is hunting more than him, and maybe he's only targeting areas with a lot of monsters and a high-level boss. At the same time, Hanho notices a new sword on the waist of Ji Seon. Ji Seon informs them that she got this sword after finishing off the strongest fighter of the pirates. It's a heroic rank sword called Jinum sword. It can even cut through magic. This sword was created with a rare magical metal called jinum, and it is extremely durable. Hanho says that now she has 3 swords. She can give one to Raidi, but Jiseon is showing no signs of giving away her swords. After some time, the whole Ganghwa island is quite peaceful and there are some guards stationed outside the main building. All of a sudden, they spot a helicopter heading toward their location. Songwoo and his party arrive at the landing site. Minhum Song pops out with some crusaders and he congratulates Songwoo and his party for their marvelous victory against the pirates. Songwoo thanks him for the compliment and he asks him if there is a reason for his sudden visit. And Minhum Song informs him that something unexpected has happened. It turns out ranker number 1 Han Kang-sok has appeared. Songwoo asks him by appeared does he mean that Han Kang-sok came to Yeongdong-po? And Minhwa Song replies with a yes. He further informs Songwoo that Han Kang-sok requested one thing from them. He said he wanted to meet the 2nd ranked Necromancer. He further said that Songwoo is a crucial figure to the fate of Korea. He might be number 1, but he was too rude. He said that there was nothing for him to talk with the Crusaders and he won't say a thing until the Necromancer arrives. Songwoo tells Minhum Song to inform Kang-sok to wait a bit more. Songwoo needs to stop by the blacksmith store since he hadn't enough time before to strengthen his items. Minhum says that it is a request from the number 1 ranker and it can cause some complications in the future. Songwoo tells that even if he is number 1, it doesn't mean they should do everything he says. The union has just been established, so they need some sort of focal point. Songwoo starts leaving after giving a message for Han Kang-sok to wait. Minhum Song is thinking that it is turning into a staring contest between the 2 rankers and he's feeling like a shrimp stuck in a whale fight. After some time, Minhwa Song is looking over things at their headquarters. A messenger comes running and he informs her that Minhum Song just contacted them. He forwarded a message from the Necromancer who told them to wait since he had business to take care of. Minhwa Song sent him on this mission since she was annoyed seeing him play around so much, but he couldn't accomplish such a simple task. The messenger tells her to relax as Minhum Song is a nice guy and he will convince the Necromancer somehow. They get alerted after hearing the voice of the prosecutor who tells them that they have no choice but to wait. The prosecutor is getting more agitated as Han Kang-sok was someone who was always above him even before Songwoo surpassed him. And he is a person who he always wanted to meet once, but now he cannot even meet him because he keeps getting a notification that an unknown energy is encroaching the area. This unknown energy is being emitted by Han Kang-sok, who is waiting patiently for the arrival of the Necromancer. After some time, a helicopter flies over the vicinity of Yeongdong-po. New recruits of Metro Union are excited to see the Necromancer who is known as the number 1 problem solver all around Korea. After the helicopter lands, Songwoo comes out with his minions and his party members and it looks like he just upgraded his equipment to the next level. The new players around the helipad are quite impressed after watching the 2nd ranker with their own eyes. Han Sok-gu says that Songwoo somehow feels different after he dealt with the pirates and Gang Yeon-lee is jealous of Songwoo's new high-ranked items. Songwoo is carrying the newly upgraded dwarf refitted crossbow flames in his hand. It's a legendary rank crossbow. It increases its user dexterity by 3 and it grants bonus item damage of 30%. This weapon can be fired without reloading and if mana is used as its bullets, then it can shoot fire arrows for 1 minute. Songwoo is wearing Shadow King's robe, also known as Dragon Scale. It's a legendary equipment which decreases magic damage by 10%. It increases fire resistance by 30% and bonus item defense by 30%. The user can hide in the shadows, but his presence will be shown once he attacks or the enemy uses a detection skill. Songwoo is getting pretty intense stares from the new players as some are jealous of him, while most of them look up to him as their hero. Songwoo previously strengthened the Shadow King's robe with the leather he got after killing the Drake, and the crossbow with the Dragon's Heart. Songwoo is fully prepared to meet the number 1 ranker and his stats are looking pretty impressive for a level 19 character, as equipment boost is helping his overall stats to rise up by a lot. After the landing, Songwoo and his crew get escorted in some cars. Hanho says that their surroundings have changed by a lot in this short span of time, and Jiseon says there are a lot more defensive structures around as well as players. Minhum Song informs them that there were more than 6,000 people who came to join them within last few days, and there are even high-ranked group representatives among them. But since only the representatives came, the number of their members will increase by a lot if their groups agree to join us. Songwoo is thinking that the prosecutor must be having it rough these days, but once a solid foundation is set, it will become a huge strength for their union. Min Sung points towards something in the distance. There are a lot of camps in that direction with military personnel guarding the premises. Min Sung informs Sung-woo and his party that place is called the Rebuilding Alliance, and they are annoying humans. Sung-woo asks him if they are from military, and Min Sung replies by saying that not all of them are from military. They are players from Wijeongbu and Namyangju. But since some of them are from military, it looks like they are integrating the northern forces of Gyeonggi with military equipment. It's a big force, so they don't listen to their union, and they are messing around with psychological warfare and political maneuvering. It's more like they're here to stop the union from growing rather than coming here to cooperate with them. Sung-woo asks him if they can be their next opponents, and Min Sung informs him that all novels he read had destructive endings when something like this happened. After a few minutes, they arrive at the new Yeongdongpo Guild office, which is looking quite marvelous. They hear a lot of commotion after entering the building. Some guys in suit are forcing their way inside while the Crusaders are trying to stop them, and they are requesting to meet their #1 ranker. The Crusaders are trying to politely hold them back, but they keep on forcing them. One of the player in suit tells Min Sung that they should not be stopping players from commuting with each other. The guy in suit says that this injustice is the reason why they are asking for an equal voting body against the union's operating cost policy, so the Yeongdongpo Guild cannot become a dictatorship. Manhwa Song tells him that they cannot do anything because Han Kang-sok is the one who don't want to meet them. The player in suit says that they are trying to monopolize the #1 ranker when they already have the Necromancer, and they coaxed him into fighting the pirates. Sung-woo asks him about what he's talking about, and the player gets alerted after seeing Sung-woo in the flesh. They are a bit taken aback by this, as they thought it will take him a lot more time to deal with the pirate problem. Sung-woo informs them that he agreed to cooperate with the Yeongdongpo Guild on his own, and no one forced him to do anything. The player in suit says that Sung-woo is just misunderstanding something, and Sung-woo asks him about this misunderstanding. The player in suit says that he is misunderstanding the fact that he is not doing these things with his own free will. He looks young, that's why others can easily fool him. Sung-woo stares at him for a few seconds and he says that he will give him a piece of advice as he just gave him one. Sung-woo powers up and he tells him to speak well at every given moment. He is very wrong in thinking that his careless words will always be let go in this day and age. All men in suits become afraid after watching Sung-woo's pumped up state. They start leaving after saying that they are not pushovers, and their leader tells Sung-woo to think carefully about what he just said to him. Min Sung informs Sung-woo that this is the Rebuilding Alliance he was previously talking about. They have a leader, but the union don't know about his identity, and they keep making requests without offering anything in return. Sung-woo tells them to be careful while cooperating with such groups, and Min Sung says he is right, because bastards like the Evolution Society can infiltrate their ranks using such groups. Sung-woo moves ahead on his own as regular members are not allowed any further. When he enters a room, he finds an exhausted prosecutor who tells him that he was waiting for him. Sung-woo says that he's not looking well, and the prosecutor tells him that there is so much work to do as leading a bigger group requires a lot of attention. The prosecutor says that there is a lot more he wants to ask him about the Chinese server, but he needs to meet Han Kang-sok first. He told them that he came here because of something related to the fate of Korea, and prosecutor can't really figure out who he is. Han Kang-sok is something extremely different, and he's not sure if they can call him a human. Han Kang-sok refused to talk to anyone else, so the prosecutor hopes to speak with Sung-woo after his talk with him, since that fate could be something where time is running out. They both come to a stop after a few steps. A powerful wave appears around them, and they get a notification stating that an unknown energy is encroaching their area. Sung-woo gets alerted as he has never heard about anything like this before. Sung-woo asks prosecutor about it, and the prosecutor says that he has no idea about it. Another notification pops up which says that the unknown energy is causing his body to become intimidated and all of his stats decrease by 1. Sung-woo can barely stand up because of the debuff he just received by approaching the room of Kang-sok. The prosecutor tells him that they need to hurry up as the longer they are affected, the more worse it gets. And at the same time, they get hit with another debuff which decreases their stats by 2. The prosecutor opens the door where Han Kang-sok resides, but inside the room, they can only see a faint light over the desks. There is a fairy-looking creature eating sweet cakes at the moment. The fairy gets alerted as she sees Sung-woo, and the prosecutor asks her about Han Kang-sok. The fairy quickly moves to a room where she informs Han Kang-sok that he has got some guests. The door of the room opens up and they get hit by another debuff which decreases their stats by 4. Finally, Han Kang-sok makes his appearance with the fairy, and the players get hit by another debuff which decreases their overall stats by 5. Sungwoo is thinking that Han Kang-sok feels different as he has halo around him, or maybe Sungwoo is just seeing things. Han Kang-sok is surrounded by an unknown energy which seems completely otherworldly. Sungwoo receives another notification which says he has spotted a godhead, and he has the complete qualifications to directly meet a godhead. Sungwoo receives another notification that the powers of a demigod is putting pressure on his power, which in turn decreases all of his stats by 7. Han Kang-sok says to Sungwoo that it looks like he saw it. He says that Sungwoo took a peek at his identity. Sungwoo is thinking that it does not make sense for a first ranker to be a half god. In terms of the system classification, he is a 6-star class that exceeds even 5 stars. Sungwoo has no idea what does the system mean when it says demigod. It can simply mean that he is a demigod for real, or maybe it is related to some class, or it can also have some other meaning behind it. The prosecutor went out by himself as he could not stay there for long due to this effect, and Han Kang-sok wanted to meet Sungwoo in the first place. But being with Han Kang-sok is more difficult than what he expected. There is an absolute sense of difference, and it's hard to control the emotions as it fluctuates from curiosity to awe. Han Kang-sok asks Sungwoo if he wants a Coke or a Sprite. Sungwoo says that he is fine with water, while the fairy says that she needs a Sprite. Han Kang-sok hands over Sprite to her and he tells her to not drink too much. He further says that she might not be able to fly if she drank like last time, but it is already too late as she's drinking it like it's her last drink. Han Kang-sok says that he wanted to meet Sungwoo once as he's the biggest star of Korea. Sungwoo is thinking that he needs to remain focused as he needs to find out who Han Kang-sok is. First of all, his bracelet and 5 rings all look like high in rank. Even when he's not armed, anyone can still guess how much good his items are, and the same can be said about Sungwoo for his equipment. Han Kang-sok thanks Sungwoo for coming to see him even when he's so busy. Kang-sok was especially moved by his actions during the Yoido Island raid, and Shun the fairy also liked that fight the most. Shun says her name sucks as Kang-sok has the worst naming sense, but she agrees with him saying that Yoido Island fight was really awesome. Shun asks if Sungwoo can let her ride that bone drake later, and Sungwoo asks Kang-sok if Shun is an item. Kang-sok says that he is correct as Shun is an item, but Shun gets angry after they call her a mere item. Kang-sok asks Sungwoo if he has ever played Tamagotchi before. Its happiness level goes up if you feed it cake and Sprite. He further says that it is the best item to prevent depression. Shun angrily asks Kang-sok about why he called her an item and he will be alone all day without her. Kang-sok tells her that he just said that she's good for preventing depression. Sungwoo asks Kang-sok about the thing he said that will change the fate of Korea. Kang-sok applauds Sungwoo for getting straight to the point, and he starts by explaining about an item he has in his possession. He saw a prophecy through a prophecy crystal by chance during a hunt. It was called Bad Ending number 15. Sungwoo's expression changes a little bit, and Kang-sok says that he must have also seen those prophecy crystals before. The bad endings Sungwoo saw were an ascension of a lich and the emergence of a world tree. Han Kang-sok informs him that there are some prophecy stones which prophecy begins the moment a player learns about it. All you have to do is to discover that crystal and it will trigger that prophecy. Kang-sok gets to the point and informs him that he accidentally touched a prophecy stone and activated a new prophecy, and it was recommended to clear it with a party of level 27. Sungwoo gets shocked after knowing about this Hell's Door, while Kang-sok tells him that level 27 is no problem for him, but the main problem is the party play part. Kang-sok pulls out a crystal as it is probably faster to show him than to explain it. After touching it, Sungwoo receives a notification stating that he has come in contact with a prophecy stone of Korean server Bad Ending. Sungwoo's vision fades with a bright flash of light. He appears inside a dark space and it feels like the whole world is enveloped into darkness. After some time, Sungwoo can see Kang-sok along with Shun. Kang-sok finds a prophecy crystal inside the belly of a monster he just slayed. Kang-sok tries to touch the prophecy crystal, but as he was about to touch it, it gets launched up into the sky. The crystal splits the sky and a notification pops up saying that the Hell's Door first floor is opening. Hell Gate opens up in 2 different places. There are monsters present inside the Hell's Gate who are on fire. Sungwoo is wondering as to why Hell's Door opened up in 2 places that are far apart. One by one, powerful monsters start pouring out of the gates. These monsters are mostly the fire type, and they start wreaking havoc in the nearby cities. In a few minutes, a whole city gets lit on fire. A notification pops up which says that this is the future that will happen if he fails to stop the Hell's moving armor from Helldoor. As time passes, the Hell's moving armor will absorb the essence of the earth and release stronger flames. With that being said, the prophecy ends with a bright flash of light. Kang-sok asks Sung-woo if he has seen it all, and Sung-woo replies with a yes. Kang-sok says that maybe this game is trying to destroy their world. He can defeat any type of monster it can throw at him, but that Hell's moving armor opened 2 doors that need to be dealt within a time limit, and if they can't defeat them at the same time, they will just keep on resurrecting. Sung-woo is thinking that Han Kang-sok is a solo player, and he thought that Sung-woo will only be able to reach level 27 besides himself. Han Kang-sok further says that those 2 armors are heading north. They are slowly getting stronger and they will arrive at Yeongdong-po in a few weeks. They can think of Kang-sok being the only player who can deal with them. He can just leave the country as well, but he's offering to help them. He will split the rewards in half with Sung-woo as well. Sung-woo is thinking that Han Kang-sok was the one who touched the crystal, which in turn spawned those 2 armors, but he's not thinking that he's the main cause of this. It might not be his fault that the prophecy started as soon as he touched the crystal, but his way of saying that he will help is so patronizing. Sung-woo asks Kang-sok about the rewards. Han Kang-sok says that he thinks that an unexpected legendary item will be given as a reward. Sung-woo says then he is sure that there's gonna be only 1 item, and Kang-sok agrees with him, saying that only one of them will be able to take that item. So he asks Sung-woo to play a game with him if he's confident enough to win it. Sung-woo now knows well about the nature of this guy. Han Kang-sok is enjoying this hell-wrecked world. With that being said, Sung-woo agrees with his request. After some time, right outside the Yeongdong-po main building, Sung-woo informs the prosecutor about the things he just talked about with Han Kang-sok. Prosecutor says that one bizarre thing is happening right after another. He really wants to believe that it's all a joke. Manhwa Song says it is true, as the report she received from the emergency wide raid scouting team they dispatched says that a group of monsters started fires in the Pyeongtaek and Ansang region, and they are now roaming around. The boss monster is an armor-type monster and dozens of hellhounds are circling around the area. The real problem is that the places they have passed through have all burned down and are left with nothing but ashes, to the extent that nothing can be reconstructed in there. The prosecutor is a bit scared as something of such massive scale is coming to Yeongdong-po, and it might not be their final destination, but it doesn't look like it won't avoid them on their way. Sung-woo is thinking that they cannot predict the Hell's armor movement, so even the people of Suwon can be in danger. After the pirates, they now need to face the Hell's armor. That's why Sung-woo decided to cooperate with the number 1 ranker, as he had no other choice. Sung-woo says that he is planning on moving now because the longer they wait, the stronger their enemies will get. Prosecutor tells him that he will help them in evacuating the people of Suwon, and he is thinking that it is frustrating as all he can do is work in the back like this. But right now, he needs to grow strong under his shadow and send those capable to fight, though things might change if they can create the union. Rather than believing in the mysterious Han Kang-sok, it's better to fully support Sung-woo right now. After some time, Sung-woo and his party arrive at a location after following Han Kang-sok. Han Kang-sok stops for a moment and asks Sung-woo if he's really going to take his friends along with him. He gives an advice to Sung-woo to not take them along as they can die on this quest. Han-ho asks Sung-woo if it is true, and Sung-woo took him along after saying they were just going out to eat lamb cutlets. On the other hand, Ji Soo-yoon says she has heard enough, and she knows well that there's a high possibility that they might die sometime soon. But by only overcoming this ordeal, they can learn to become stronger, and their experience from this quest will give them better chances of survival in the future. Han Kang-sok says then it is fine then, and they will go to Osan using teleportation magic, and Jeon will create a teleportation point for them. Jeon is overjoyed and she introduced herself to Sung-woo's party, and Han-ho greets her back. But for some reason, Jeon looks at Han-ho with suspicion. Then she kicks him right in the face while saying that he smells like a bloody weakling. Jeon then flies up in the air to prepare her magic. She makes a big teleportation circle around them, and a notification pops up which says that they will be teleported to a designated point. All of them disappear with a bright flash of light. In just a few seconds, they appear in Osan, which was hundreds of kilometers away from their previous location. Sung-woo and his party are amazed at the fast teleportation skill of Jeon. Sung-woo tells Han Kang-sok that Jeon is a great item, and Kang-sok replies by saying that it becomes really helpful after eating what it likes. Jeon gets angry at them once again after being called an item. Han Kang-sok tells Sung-woo and his party to go ahead towards Pyeongtaek, while he will teleport to An-sok to handle the situation there. Kang-sok hands over an earring to Sung-woo, and Sung-woo asks him about its use. Han Kang-sok informs him that it is another one of Jeon's skill and they can communicate with each other in real time if he sticks this near his ear. Jeon warns Sung-woo to not take it off or it will disappear. Sung-woo equips it and he gets a notification stating that he has been connected to the Jeon communication network. Jeon and Kang-sok teleport away after wishing best of luck to Sung-woo and his party. Han-ho compliments Kang-sok by saying that the #1 ranker really deserves his reputation and he badmouths his ill-mannered fairy. He further says that his righty is the best companion as compared to that moth. Sung-woo and his party ride on bone wyverns to cover the distance at a faster pace. Jeon asks them if they can hear her, and Sung-woo replies with a yes. Ji-seon points out something important below a building to their left. It turns out some survivors are being chased by hellhounds. All of a sudden, Kang-sok informs them that he forgot to inform them about something. It turned out that the armor boss just summoned a fire giant. It can throw a ball of fire, so he tells them to be careful while flying. Han-ho points out toward a building with a large fireball on top of it. It turns out to be the fire giant which Han Kang-sok just warned them about. Han-ho is afraid as the size of this fire giant is extra large. The fire giant pulls out a big chunk of the building with his bare hand. He then hurls it towards Sung-woo and his party after igniting it on fire. Sung-woo tells Han-ho to hold on tight as it is already too late to dodge. The bone wyvern gets completely destroyed after getting hit with the fireball. Both Sung-woo and Han-ho start falling and Han-ho says that this is why he hates flying. Ji-seon and Righty rush toward them on their wyvern to save them. Ji-seon catches Sung-woo and pulls him up while the wyvern saves Han-ho by putting him in his mouth. Ji-seon informs them that it is hard to circle around and they are going to crash. A few seconds later, the wyvern crashes into the ground and Ji-seon asks others if they are alright. The hellhounds start dashing toward the crashed players. Ji-seon gets ready to take them all on by herself. She cuts up most of them with a single slash attack, but more hellhounds rush toward them. Sung-woo gets rid of them by using his dwarven crossbow and he receives 10,550 gold for hunting a single hellhound. The Death Knight comes forward after sensing something. Death Knight says that this place is in utter chaos and he should get ready as well. Ji-seon and Righty rush toward a group of hellhounds. They start getting rid of them after slashing them to tiny pieces. Death Knight says Ji-seon and Righty have gotten stronger and it seems he also needs to work hard to get stronger from now on. Death Knight uses his chains to catch the hellhounds. He then slashes them all after pulling them together. Sung-woo tells his party members that they need to get out of here because the giant will be arriving here in very soon. Sung-woo is thinking that he can't waste his awakened state in here and he has to sparingly use his summons. The moment that fire giant takes a notice of them, all of his mid and lower rank skeletons will be goners and it will only make him waste his awakening. Sung-woo realizes that a small alley in front of them is open. He orders everyone to run toward it as fast as they can. The fire giant is standing still in his position. Sung-woo is wondering about how he can get rid of it while the giant is so strong it got rid of a wyvern in a single hit. But first, they need to get to a safe location, so Sung-woo summons his troll skeleton. It is going to be hard to find another skeleton like this, but Sung-woo still orders it to block the alley behind them. The hellhounds breathe out fireballs. They start bombarding the troll with fireballs and it gets destroyed after some time. Sung-woo summons 2 more troll skeletons and he orders them to block the path of the hellhounds. But all of a sudden, Sung-woo realizes a big fireball in front of them and he orders everyone to stop. This massive fireball turns out to be the fire giant. At the same time, Han-ho, who was previously pretending to be unconscious, wakes up and he asks them if he can again go back to being unconscious. Sung-woo was previously thinking of saving his strength for the Hell's moving armor boss, but after seeing the fire giant he is having second thoughts. Sung-woo says that he has no other choice but to take a gamble and use it in here. All of a sudden, the fire giant reaches a bus and screams of survivors can be heard from a building behind it. Sung-woo is thinking that maybe these guys are the same players he just saved a moment ago. Inside the building, a kid is asking his dad for help. Death Knight says that he's going to save them even if Sung-woo tries to stop him. Looking at the burning building reminds Sung-woo about his past. It reminds him of the day his parents died. He was too weak back then and he was afraid as well, but the situation is completely different right now. Sung-woo screams out that he will face the fire giant by himself. Sung-woo summons the Grim Reaper Scythe and he gains the power of a lich for a certain duration, and he orders the rest of his party members to watch his back. Ji-seon asks Sung-woo if he can really face this monster by himself, as the recommended level to fight it is at 27. Sung-woo says that it is fine, and he will find it out pretty soon if he can defeat it or not. Sung-woo leaves the Hellhounds to Ji-seon and the Death Knight, as they will be able to handle them with ease. Sung-woo is thinking that he needs to find a different way to deal with this fire giant, as he cannot damage it using normal attacks. His entire body is covered with flames, and the skeletons will easily melt after coming in contact with it. As long as it maintains its form, its head is probably its weak point, but it is positioned too high for a direct attack. Sung-woo is thinking that maybe he should give his new skill a try, and he summons the deadly clouds. The whole sky gets covered with dark purple poisonous clouds. Sung-woo doubts the poison will work on the ball of fire, but the important thing here isn't the poison, but the raindrops. The rain starts pouring, and the giant puts his hand up to save his head from getting wet, indicating that the poison rain is working on him. The fire giant firmly breaks a big piece of a building. He then hurls it towards Sung-woo with full force after covering it in fire. Without wasting any time, Sung-woo summons his skeleton warriors and he equips them with his battle gear production skill. The giant rock smashes into the skeleton warriors formation, which ends in a big explosion. The impact was so huge that even Ji-seon and the Death Knight got caught up in its aftershock. Some raindrops fell on the head of the fire giant and he's showing signs of worry. Sung-woo is thinking that his guess was right, as the head of the fire giant is his weakness and he needs to target it next time. In a desperate attempt, the fire giant tries to attack Sung-woo with a fire palm attack. Sung-woo summons a bone shield and he tries to block the palm attack. Sung-woo cannot die in a fire because his fire resistance alone is on 60%, and his Dragon Hunter title along with his Shadow King's robe provide many buffs against fire-type enemies. The fire giant is in extreme pain because his head is cooled down from the rain, and Sung-woo thinks that it is his chance to strike. Ogre Champion, who was hiding behind the fire giant, rushes toward him. He quickly grabs the fire giant from behind, but the fire giant is heating up again, and Sung-woo needs to do something about it. Sung-woo pulls out his heroic ranked dwarven-made hand cannon. It can load bullets as well just by inserting 10 mana in it. Sung-woo starts shooting the head of the fire giant with his dwarven hand cannon, and the giant starts screaming in pain. Sung-woo orders Raidi to go on ahead as well. Raidi starts hitting his head while Sung-woo keeps on bombarding it with his hand cannon. Some skin on the head of the fire giant breaks off, revealing a fire orb behind it. Sung-woo starts running toward the fire giant and he tells the ogre champion to hold on a bit longer. Without wasting any time, Sung-woo grabs the orb from the fire giant's head. Sung-woo pulls out the fire orb with all of his force, which results in the death of the fire giant, and he receives 2,800,000 gold for defeating it. Hanho comes back to his senses after finding out that Sung-woo defeated the fire giant, and the Death Knight asks Hanho about how long is he planning on clinging to him. The survivors look out from their buildings and they become happy after finding out that the Necromancer saved them. Sung-woo forgot to ask something else, so he contacts Jeon. Sung-woo asks her about any weakness of the fire giant, and Jeon tells him that he needs to destroy the core that's inside the head of the fire giant, and she warns Sung-woo by saying that fire giant is a tricky opponent, and even Han Kang-suk is having trouble while dealing with it. Sung-woo tells her that he already knows about this weakness, and Jeon asks him about how he already knew. Sung-woo tells her that he already opened up his head and pulled out a fire orb. After hearing it, Jeon tells Kang-suk about this huge problem, and Sung-woo can hear her as well. He's thinking that maybe she's worried about his bet with Kang-suk, and winning it can be possible if he can continue on this pace. Plus, he was just able to get his hands on a premium item like this. This fire orb is a heroic ranked material called Life Force of Fire. It contains a strong power of fire that does not exist in the real world, and if certain conditions are met, he may be able to control this fire with mana. According to his crafting experience, it should be a good material, but the real problem is a tattoo that appeared on his arm. Its description says that it is imprinted by the demons of hell. The demons of this land will be able to track him, and this curse will be lifted once the boss monster, Hell's Moving Armor, is defeated. Sung-woo was not planning on avoiding it either, and even if they can track him, he can use it the other way around. He can find them at a location of his own choosing and tells his party that it is time to make a nice, fun trap. Sung-woo brings over all survivors with him and they head over to a school. They make big holes in the school field, and it is a good place because this place doesn't have a lot of things to burn, and its wide space provides the best place to fight. A survivor informs Sung-woo that they brought over all fire extinguishers from close by buildings as he requested. They are all alive thanks to Sung-woo, and they were on their way to Yeongdong-po after hearing about the union, but they had no idea that hell would break loose on them. Sungwoo tells them they have a higher chance of survival if they deal with these fire bastards right here rather than recklessly heading up north. The survivor further informs him that they buried the monster dead bodies all around the field as he requested, and Sungwoo compliments them by saying that it will help him a lot during this fight. Hanho says that they should hide now that the traps are all ready, but before he can complete his sentence, he hears a huge lightning zap sound. Hanho is wondering about how can the lightning occur while the sky is fully clear. He asks others if they heard it as well or if he's the only one whose ears are ringing. But before he can say anything else, a big cloud appears out of nowhere and lightning strikes come out of it. In just a few seconds, the clouds start emitting huge lightning bolts on the ground. Everyone becomes a bit anxious, and Sungwoo knows about the place where these lightning clouds are coming from. These clouds are coming from Ansun. It's the place where Han Kang-sok went to deal with the Hell's Moving Armor, but he has no idea if this lightning is related to Kang-sok or the boss skill. They don't have much time to ponder as Ji-seon informs them that the Hell's Moving Armor is here. Sungwoo tells the survivors to get inside the building, and they start moving without wasting any time. The Hell's Moving Armor is emitting a special type of heat which can be felt from a long distance. Sungwoo is thinking that this heat wave is tremendous, and the air around it is completely different from the fire giant. He has no choice but to be the bait himself, since he is the only one with high fire resistance. Everything on Sungwoo's end is ready, and he shouts at Hell's Moving Armor and the Hellhounds surrounding it to come and get him. Hellhounds slowly start rushing toward the school grounds. Sungwoo is holding on against the heat shock waves as he needs to get the monsters as close to him as he can. All of a sudden, the Hellhounds come to a stop and they start smelling their surroundings. And Sungwoo thinks that maybe they can smell the dead bodies of monsters buried in the ground. In order to pull them closer, Sungwoo pulls up his dwarven crossbow. He then starts shooting the Hellhounds to get their aggro on him. The Hellhounds become enraged after seeing their brethren getting pierced by the bolts, and they start rushing toward him. Sungwoo says that they look pretty when they are unified like this, and it's nice seeing how they don't have any patience. Sungwoo orders his monster bird to carry him in the sky. After getting up in the sky, Sungwoo uses his corpse explosion skill on the dead bodies of monsters buried in the ground. This in turn results in some huge explosions, which get rid of all Hellhounds, and Sungwoo receives 15,000 gold per Hellhound he killed. Sungwoo is a bit calm now as he just got the sidekicks of the main boss. Now all he has to do is to focus on his main target. After the boss monster gets close, a notification pops up stating that the Hell's Moving Armor has appeared. The heat wave emitted by the Hell's Moving Armor is getting fiercer by each passing second. Now, Sungwoo needs to start the second phase of his plan, and he summons golems. The dead bodies of Hellhounds get lifted up in the air and they start mashing together. After some time, the meat of the Hellhounds turns into 2 golems, and Sungwoo gets a notification that he has summoned 2 flesh golems. Sungwoo then equips his minions with shields using his battle gear production skill. Sungwoo receives a rank 1 gear synergy called Armor Break. This synergy requires more than 10 units equipped with blunt weapons, and this synergy gives various buffs, such as a stun chance of 6% and additional damage against monsters with medium to large builds, and 10% additional damage against targets wearing plated armor. Sungwoo prepared this special synergy in order to destroy the armor of the boss. After that, Sungwoo orders his bird monsters to charge forward, and they are equipped with fire extinguishers. The bird monsters throw the fire extinguishers on the Hell's Moving Armor. This in turn lowers the temperature around the Hell's Moving Armor by a little fraction. Sungwoo used these throwing type fire extinguishers in order to lower its temperature by blocking off the oxygen. But after a few seconds, the Hell's Moving Armor summons some fireballs. He then uses the fireballs to kill off the monster birds summoned by Sungwoo. Sungwoo can feel that the fire of the Hell's Moving Armor is still quite strong, so he calls out Hanho to start something. Hanho comes running toward the sports ground. He is carrying a big water pipe, and he tells other players to turn on the water valve as he's going to turn this whole place into a swimming pool. Ji-seon realizes that the water is evaporating before it even hits the ground, but Hanho keeps on pumping more water as they need to lower the temperature. The evaporating water is very hot and they are barely holding on, so Hanho tells other players to think of this as a hot sauna. Sungwoo says that now it's his turn to engage in the action, so he summons Righty and the Death Knight after turning his Lich mode on. Death Knight asks Sungwoo that if they just need to break open that metal can in front of them, and Sungwoo tells them to break it to their heart's content. Sungwoo revives the dead Hellhounds around him, and Death Knight along with Righty ride on them. Both of them start rushing toward the Hell's Moving Armor on their undead mounts. Sungwoo uses his Call of Death skill to summon the zombies, which in turn triggers the activation of Weakened Spirit. The Hell's moving armor gets really pissed after getting hit by a bunch of debuffs. He then starts battling it out with Righty and the Death Knight, but they are too fast for him, and they easily manage to dodge his attacks. The fire around them is still very strong, so Sung-woo summons his undead lizard men to go and spray the remaining fire extinguishers on the Hell's moving armor. The Hell's moving armors gets hit for the second time by a bunch of fire extinguishers. This time, the amount of fire extinguishers was too much, and the area around the Hell's moving armor slowly starts getting enveloped with gas, which in turn cuts off the oxygen supply to the boss monster. On the other side, Hanho keeps on pumping more water on the battlefield. Sung-woo is not finished yet, and he summons the deadly clouds right above the Hell's moving armor. The combination of these small tactics is working well in Sung-woo's favor as the Hell's moving armor is becoming weaker. The temperature around the Hell's moving armor has dropped by a lot, and now it is possible to approach him. Sung-woo orders the skeletons he equipped with blunt weapons to charge forward. They start bonking the Hell's moving armor from all directions using their blunt weapons. The Hell's moving armor gathers up all of his remaining strength and he smacks the skeleton soldiers with a single massive punch. Sung-woo is thinking that it dealt with the armed skeleton soldiers in just a single blow, and this boss is too dangerous to deal with physical attacks alone. Sung-woo needs to pin him down, so he orders his bone wyvern to smash into it. The Hell's moving armor smashes the bone wyvern into pieces with a single punch. Hanho and Ji-seon get worried as they think that maybe Sung-woo got caught up in that last attack. But Sung-woo was too fast to get caught and he landed right behind the shoulder of the boss. Sung-woo realizes that his shoulders have no fire on them, and he starts smacking them with the scythe. Death Knight tries to tie the Hell's moving armor using his chains while Righty keeps him in check. Sung-woo summons troll skeletons and he orders them to push the Hell's moving armor to the designated location. The Hell's moving armor heats up one of his hands to an extreme degree. He then uses his hands to fire an extreme level fire burst attack on the troll skeletons, and the heat behind this attack was so strong that the trolls return to eternal death and they cannot be resurrected again. The fire of the Hell's moving armor is getting its heat back, but Sung-woo cannot lose more of his undead soldiers as they are quite hard to gain, so he orders the ogre champion to punch him from behind. Hanho and the players are running out of water, so Hanho asks the other players if there are any water mages or they will have to use their piss as liquid to cool off the Hell's moving armor. Death Knight has taken his time to completely envelop the Hell's moving armor with his chains, and Sung-woo needs to make full use of this opportunity. Sung-woo orders the wandering drake to pull the chains with all of his strength. Hell's moving armor falls down after tipping over the chains, and Sung-woo orders the wandering drake to drag the boss monster to the trap they previously set up for him. After the Hell's moving armor is dragged to a certain location, Sung-woo orders his flesh golems to get closer to it and they jump toward the Hell's moving armor. Sung-woo tells the flesh golems to endure it for as long as they can as he's going to use up all of his mana in this single attack. Sung-woo uses his corpse explosion skill, which explodes the flesh golems along with the buried dead monster, and this in turn results in a huge explosion. The players get down as the heat wave emitted from the explosion is too strong. This final attack was too big for the Hell's moving armor and he dies in that explosion. Sung-woo earns 4.5 million gold for hunting the second Hell's moving armor. He gets an additional B rank experience card as a reward for hunting it with a level lower than what was recommended. Sung-woo gained a lot of experience from this fight and he levels up to 20. After reaching level 20, all of his stats increased by 2. Sung-woo gained a title called Hell Repeller. This title granted him 2 dexterity, plus his resistance against curses and magic has increased by 10%. Sung-woo says that it is finally done, and the quest is clear, but then he remembers something. This quest previously said that it can only be completed if they killed both boss monsters within 2 hours, so in order to confirm his suspicion, he asks Zeon if they are done on their side. Zeon informs him that they killed their Hell's moving armor about 118 seconds before him, and Sung-woo becomes a bit sad as he just lost the bet after working so hard. Han Kang-sok will now get the legendary item. Sung-woo still has no idea about the class or skills of Han Kang-sok, and still, he is number 1 for a reason. Sung-woo is thinking that there's no use of crying over spilt milk, and he should move on. All of a sudden, Sung-woo finds an item emitted from the dead body of the dead boss monster. After coming in contact with the item, a notification pops up, which informs Sung-woo that he has met a certain condition by gaining the Hell's Repeller title, and he is now qualified to plant the World Tree Seed. As the Guardian, he will be able to grow the World Tree and it will grow by being influenced by him. Sung-woo is not so sure as to what the system means by the World Tree, as the World Tree he saw before was not a good sign, and it was about to end the whole Korean continent. Sung-woo receives a personal quest called Guardian of Death. He needs to grow a divine world tree in Korea. As a reward, a personal skill and a title called Owner of the World Tree will be granted to him. Sungwoo has stopped the invasion of demons from the other world, which granted him the qualification to become the Guardian. If he accepts his destiny and grow the world tree, then he will be able to obtain the great power to support the world. If the objective of nourishing the world tree fails, a great calamity that cannot be turned back will befall on Earth. Sungwoo remembers seeing the second bad ending of the world tree, but that world tree was called Fallen, while this one is called a Guardian. This is a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity that is only granted to Sungwoo. There are more powerful people like the number 1 ranker Han Kang-sok, but this task was only granted to him. Sungwoo calms himself down as it's not like he can do this task right now, and there's no need to rush things. Sungwoo needs to reorganize some stuff. He might have lost the chance to get a legendary item, but it's not like he's going home empty-handed. Sungwoo received a special ranked item called Hellfire Armor. This armor increases defense by 50%, magic resistance by 30%, fire resistance by 100%, and fire damage by 20%. The size of this armor will automatically adjust to permanently fit the wearer, thus making it untradeable. Sungwoo's level increased up to 20, so he chose Corpse Explosion card as his level up reward. After choosing the card, the rank of his skill increased from basic to proficient. Now after the explosion, a small amount of breath of the abyss will be emitted, which will cause an additional 30% damage. Sungwoo uses Corpse Explosion on a dead hellhound nearby. The results are quite nice, as Sungwoo and his summons can become buffed after coming in contact with the breath of abyss. Sungwoo gained a lot after this mission, but there's a huge price he paid for this victory. He lost all of his troll skeletons, which are quite hard to obtain. About 30% of his skeletons died permanently during this battle, but fortunately, most of his special skeletons are still alive. All of a sudden, Hanho comes running towards Sungwoo, screaming out loud that they are in big trouble. Sungwoo asks him what is wrong, and he asks about the guys accompanying him as they don't look like they are refugees. One of the players informs Sungwoo that they are part of outer range scouting team from the Union. Sungwoo remembers that the Union has many small teams which are used to gather information from the surrounding areas. Sungwoo asks him why they are here, and the scout says that they need to get out of this place as soon as possible. They were sent here to scout the area, and while doing their job, they witnessed a huge group of werebeasts coming from the Songtan area around 15 minutes ago. And judging from the diversity of werebeasts, they must be part of the Evolution Society. Sungwoo is thinking that maybe the Evolution Society was waiting for the perfect time to eliminate him. He is far away from the Union and he just finished a tough fight. Maybe they thought this was the best time to get rid of him. The scout says that he already sent a report back to Yeongdong Station, so the prosecutor and the Crusader team will be arriving here as well. But the number of enemies is high, so Sungwoo must be careful. Before he can say anything else, they observe something passing by them at a high speed which alerts them. That unknown object collides with a building nearby, which results in a big explosion. The scout informs Sungwoo that their Team 3 and 4 were hiding inside those buildings which just exploded. Sungwoo is thinking that maybe they are already under siege as the Evolution Society is here. All of them start running inside a nearby building, and Ji-seon informs them that she can feel a lot of enemies around them. Ji-seon says that there are around 300 enemies just in their vicinity, and the scout says she is correct, as they previously saw that many werebeasts marching toward this area. Sungwoo is thinking that the number of enemies are not important in normal scenarios, but if their enemies are 300 intelligent werebeasts, then everyone here will be dead. Out of nowhere, their building gets shot with another explosion shot. The survivors inside the building are panicking as they don't know what their enemies are attacking them with. Sungwoo knows well that the last attack was just to keep them in check. They threw that blast attack without knowing the exact location of Sungwoo. He is wondering if they are doing this to hold Sungwoo from running away. That explosion just now had same power as the fireball of the fire giant. The werebeasts can't endlessly make these fireballs like the fire giant, but Sungwoo cannot use a wyvern in this situation. This time, they made thorough preparations after carefully observing the fighting pattern of Sungwoo. A survivor tries to take a peek outside from his window, but the poor guy gets shot through his neck by a sniper. Ji Soo-yeon uses her area sense ability to know that the werebeasts are coming closer from the front. The werebeasts are wearing gas masks, so they cannot come in contact with the breath of abyss. The werebeasts send Team 1 and 2 to infiltrate the building and get rid of Sung-woo. They start entering the school building through some open windows. The survivors are getting anxious and afraid as they don't know exactly what is going on. The scout asks Sung-woo about his orders, but Sung-woo is trying to come up with a plan. Sung-woo is thinking that he cannot summon his huge undead boss skeletons inside the building, but that does not mean that he can just abandon the people inside and run away from here. Sung-woo orders the survivors to hide inside the classrooms and protect their families, and he will make sure that the werebeasts cannot come any closer to them. Sung-woo is a bit anxious as he is being hunted. The Evolution Society knows well about the exact number of summons he has and his fighting patterns. All of a sudden, Sung-woo observes some trucks coming toward the school building. Some new type of monsters come out of these trucks. These monsters have a bizarre look. They look neither like a human nor like a traditional monster. They are something else. Sung-woo is thinking that maybe they are the results of unethical experiments performed by the Evolution Society. Sung-woo orders Ji Soo-yeon and Han-ho to stay here and protect the survivors while he heads toward the hallway. There are only 14 minutes left until the Grim Reaper's scythe goes on the cooldown. All of his larger monsters are on cooldown as well, but fortunately, he can continuously summon small skeletons while he is in his lich mode. Sung-woo is thinking whether waiting for the Crusader team is the only thing he can do right now. All of a sudden, a werebeast starts shouting after he spots Sung-woo. Sung-woo shoots 2 crossbow bolts at them, but those bolts get deflected by some sort of magic shield casted around the werebeasts. This is not looking good in Sung-woo's favor as his enemies came fully prepared. They have their gas masks on them, which means that Sung-woo can't use his Breath of Abyss skill. A few werebeasts come from behind the hallway to surround Sung-woo from both sides. Righty and the Death Knight get ready to engage them, and they tell Sung-woo to leave his back to them. Some werebeasts jump towards Sung-woo from the front as they know that he is alone right now. Sung-woo powers up a little bit. He then performs a big slash attack with his scythe to cut through the first wave of werebeasts. Sung-woo keeps on chopping them like a grinder and he gets 25,000 gold for slaying each second rank werebeast. Sung-woo can kill the werebeasts without the help of his skeletons for now as Lich Mode increases all of his stats by 10%. But the main problem is on the first floor where his minions are duking it out against the new type of monsters. His skeletons are getting destroyed at a faster rate. He can resurrect them for now for as many times as he wants, but a new problem will occur once his Lich Mode ends. Sung-woo can't go outside so carelessly as there are snipers waiting for him. Plus, they have a weapon that can perform a super long-range attack, and his huge skeletons will be destroyed the moment they are summoned. There are even some beastmen which are climbing the walls. Sung-woo is thinking that he needs to do something else as he cannot hold any longer. Desperate times call for desperate measures, so Sung-woo is thinking of using some riskier items like the Devil's Door to turn the tides of this war. Sung-woo has 2 options now. He can either use Devil's Door or the Beast Syringe. These are both items he has got as a loot after defeating some difficult foes, but both of these items come with their side effects. The Beast Syringe is an unidentifiable rank item which is crafted by a player. It will temporarily turn its user into a werewolf. It is an extract made by boiling a beast. After using it, the player will return to normal within 20 minutes. Sung-woo is a bit hesitant to use it because it can cause some unknown side effects, but he has no other choice. On the other side, the Devil's Door is a special rank magic scroll. It will open a Devil's Door for 24 hours. The Devil Door creates a path to and from a Devil's Lair. Extremely rare items can be obtained by exploring the Devil's Lair, but it is not recommended to rush the Devil's Lair because the monsters can rush out of it as well, and the recommended level to clear it is 35. Sung-woo is a bit hesitant because all of them can die if things go wrong. Devil's Lair is an item that the pirates were planning on using as a strategy to destroy a certain region in Korea, and Sung-woo was originally planning on challenging it himself, but right now he has no other choice. Sung-woo is thinking of transforming into a wolf first using the Werebeast Syringe. Then he will turn around and open the Devil's Door behind them. After that, he will run away as the only thing he needs to do first is to survive. Sung-woo tells this plan to Righty and the Death Knight, and he instructs Death Knight to guard the school. After that, Sung-woo starts heading downstairs with his minions. The way forward is blocked by the test subjects and his skeletons are barely holding them back. Righty and the Death Knight jump in the ranks of test subjects and they receive 100 gold for slaying each test subject. These test subjects are quite strong, but Sungwoo is only receiving 100 gold coins, which are nothing compared to their raw power. Sungwoo uses corpse explosion on the dead bodies of the mutants to kill them off in one go. Sungwoo is thinking that the snipers will not be able to see through this smoke. Sungwoo uses weakened spirit on the incoming wave of werebeasts. Their leader orders them from outside to not remove their masks as the gas released by Sungwoo can easily be repelled using them. While the werebeasts are busy with his minions, Sungwoo seizes this opportunity to use the beast syringe on himself. On the other side, Righty gets punched by a werebeast. The impact of the punch was quite strong, so he crashes near Sungwoo. Sungwoo just used the beast syringe on himself. He starts feeling some changes in his body. All of a sudden, a lot of energy starts bursting out of him, but surprisingly, his lich form is not cancelled. His entire body feels like it's being ripped apart, and his face feels like it's being crushed. A notification pops up which informs him that he has met some special conditions by combining his lich state with a werewolf state. A big ball of energy forms in the hallway and it starts pulling in the breath of abyss from the area. The werebeasts are a bit confused as they don't know what is happening in front of them. After soaking in the gas, the core starts shattering. Sungwoo comes out of the core in his new state, which shocks everyone present around him. It turns out Sungwoo has temporarily gained the power of Anubis, the god of death, and he is temporarily in a state of a demigod. All of his stats have increased by 10. He can now use 3 new master rank skills such as Soul Siphon, Demon Bombardment, and Twilight Attack. The Beastmen are a bit taken aback because Sungwoo just became a Beastman like them. A new notification pops up which informs the Beastmen that their stats have decreased by 2 because of an unknown energy. The morale of the Beastmen is hitting rock bottom, and they are all in a state of confusion. The Beastman leader orders his minions to attack the Necromancer as he thinks that Necromancer is using some petty tricks to get away from them. The Beastman rushes towards Sungwoo, but he disappears in an instant. In a few seconds, Sungwoo appears right behind them. He then chops up the Beastman using his scythe. Sungwoo is feeling completely different from before. It might be because he kept focusing on upgrading his skills and summons, but with the Anubis Lich state, it feels like he's not human anymore. Sungwoo absorbs the souls of the 11 werebeasts he just slayed. He then uses those souls to buff his minions, which increases their attack rate by 10%. With his newly acquired power, Sungwoo is feeling like a true god of death right now. The Beastman leader orders the snipers to shoot Sungwoo from the distance. All of them release their bolts in unison, but Sungwoo disappears once again even before the bolts hit him. Just like last time, Sungwoo uses the shadows of his enemies to teleport himself behind them. He then chops off a group of snipers using a single slash attack, and he earns 21,000 gold for slaying each second-rank rat beastman, and he absorbs their souls as well. The other sniper beastmen found out his new location and they start preparing their crossbows. They shoot their bolts at him, but Sungwoo vanishes into thin air. He appears behind the snipers and shreds them to tiny pieces. Other werebeasts try to surround him from all sides. The werebeast leader orders one of his snipers to ready the Saint Silver Arrow. The sniper gets ready to try out this new type of arrow. The results of the Saint Silver Arrow are quite amazing as it's a holy item and it manages to return 3 of Sungwoo's minions into eternal death. The sniper becomes a bit happy as his divine arrows can damage Sungwoo for real. Sungwoo gets alerted as he now knows that the Beastman prepared some divine weapons for him, but he has a divine weapon of his own and he imbues his scythe with Demon Bombardment. Demon Bombardment is a master rank skill and it costs 20 mana to use. It consumes souls and explodes them with a powerful curse. Sungwoo used the Demon Bombardment on the werebeasts around him. One by one, they are getting ripped into shreds. Even their divine shields cannot protect them. Sungwoo absorbs the souls of the newly defeated foes. He then uses corpse explosion on the dead bodies of werebeasts around him. Sungwoo has now accumulated a total of 34 souls and he's feeling quite awesome. After absorbing a lot of souls, Sungwoo imbues his scythe with Demon Bombardment once again. He then upgrades his skeleton minions using the souls he just gathered. The Beastman leader orders his men to get away from Sungwoo. He will deal with the Necromancer himself, so he orders his men to hold off his minions. After some time, both of them come face to face and the Beastman leader says that Sungwoo just changed his fighting style. He is wondering if Sungwoo was one of their kin all along, but Sungwoo mocks him by saying that a wolf like him cannot be a kin to a cow. The werebeast tells him that those concepts are old, and now all beastmen belong to the same species. Sungwoo asks him if he is one of the 4 werebeast leaders. The Beastman leaders asks him about how he knows about the 4 leaders, and Sungwoo says that he just knows about minor details. Sungwoo imbues his Grim Reaper scythe with demon bombardment. He then uses it on the Werebeast leader, but the Werebeast leader somehow managed to block the attack, and he throws some chains towards Sungwoo. The chains envelop the Grim Reaper scythe, and Sungwoo gets a notification that his weapon has been sealed for a short period of time. This beastman is called the Red Rider, and he prepares to finish off Sungwoo. Sungwoo has only 7 minutes of Grim Reaper state remaining, while his werewolf state has 14 minutes left. His weapon is sealed, but thankfully it didn't cancel his Grim Reaper state. Red Rider tells Sungwoo to brace himself for a huge impact. Sungwoo is thinking that this guy is quite powerful and he cannot drag out this fight any longer. Red Rider can read Sungwoo's expression, and he knows well that Sungwoo is getting impatient. Sungwoo compliments him for having an ability which tells the state of animals. Red Rider informs Sungwoo that he was a vet in his human years, and it's a basic skill for a vet to read the expressions of animals. Sungwoo can easily capture him with his minions, but they are currently busy with other beastmen. Sungwoo looks back, but it seems like the beastmen are holding his minions back. Sungwoo asks him if he prepared this plan to engage him in a one-on-one fight. Red Rider says that he is correct, and he made this plan because Sungwoo normally fights cowardly. Red Rider mostly fights without weapons, but this time, he is using equipment to get an equal playing field against the Necromancer. Sungwoo says that Red Rider is a coward as he's a fighter and he's trying to fight a mage-like character in a melee battle. Red Rider tells Sungwoo to shut up as he talks like a coward. Red Rider feints a punch and he lands a kick on Sungwoo. Sungwoo felt the impact of the kick and he's getting a bit nervous. Red Rider uses another powerful attack on Sungwoo. Sungwoo got hit pretty badly this time and blood starts coming out of his mouth. Red Rider pulls him up to ask him what he's going to do next, as all of his underhanded methods have been dealt with. Red Rider prepares a strong punch attack to get rid of Sungwoo, but this time, Sungwoo easily catches his punch with his bare hands. Sungwoo informs him that his time of playing around is over, as he just got all the experience points he needed to put the Red Rider in his place. Sungwoo's strength stats alone is 52, and if you add the bonus stats acquired after becoming a beastman, then there is no need to be afraid of this Red Rider. Sungwoo breaks one of the hands of the Red Rider with his strong grip. He then does a follow-up punch barrage attack. Red Rider is in extreme pain, but he can't block any of the attacks. Sungwoo kicks his face into the ground. Red Rider has not hit the dust yet as he got another trick up his sleeve. Red Rider pulls out another syringe. He injects himself with the syringe. In a few seconds, he starts brimming with power. At the same time, the Grim Reaper scythe of Sungwoo has been unsealed. Meanwhile, inside the building, the test subjects have been dealt with. The refugees are amazed as Ji-seon killed so many beastmen on her own. But there is a test subject hiding among the other dead bodies. He jumps out toward a refugee to kill him. Han-ho comes in between them and he blocks the attack of the test subjects with his invulnerable body. Han-ho then rips him apart using his bare hands. Ji-seon says that the interior of the building has been cleared out and Han-ho comes back to his normal state. Ji-seon goes toward the windows to check out the situation outside. The situation on the outside is not looking well as there is poisonous rain everywhere and the buildings around them are almost destroyed. Sungwoo is hiding from the Red Rider, so Red Rider tells Sungwoo to fight him like a man. Plus, he got his scythe back, so it must be easy for him to deal with the Red Rider. Red Rider is the 4th ranked beastman and he's like Sungwoo, who has gone through his first awakening. At last, the Red Rider finds the Necromancer and they start juking it out. They keep on attacking back and forth. Sungwoo is running out of time, so he imbues his scythe with demon bombardment skill as he needs to get rid of this beastman as soon as possible. Red Rider jumps up to avoid the demon bombardment skill, but he has already been poisoned and blood starts coming out of his mouth. Red Rider falls down to the ground. He starts shouting at the Necromancer as he is using some cowardly skills again. Sungwoo tells him to grin his teeth as his situation is about to get worse. Sungwoo uses Twilight Attack on the Red Rider. Twilight Attack is a master rank skill. It costs 40 mana and 20 souls. It uses the energy of the souls to move at a fast speed. It inflicts strong magic damage on enemies at the landing point and binds them with the ghost's hands for 10 seconds. Red Rider gets caught up in the Twilight Attack. Sungwoo activates Ghost's Hand skill on the Red Rider, which completely binds him in place. The lackeys of the Red Riders are getting anxious as their leader just got trapped. Red Rider is in despair and he orders his lackeys to bomb this place. They can't afford to let the Necromancer live, but Sungwoo says that they are already too late for that. All of a sudden, a red portal appears near them. Another beastman with a cane comes out of the portal. This beastman is another 4th ranked beast and the others call him the White Cardinal. There is only 1 minute remaining until the Grim Reaper scythe runs out of time. Sungwoo is thinking of running away, but at the same time, the White Cardinal tells the Red Rider to run away. The White Cardinal starts coughing up blood and he keeps on telling the Red Rider to run away. All of a sudden, some bolts of yellow lightning pass by them. Other beastmen get confused after seeing the lightning above them. Sungwoo has an idea about what can be causing this lightning to emerge here. A notification pops up which tells everyone that an unknown energy is making their bodies intimidated, and all of their stats have decreased by 5. 2 yellow-colored hands appear above them and they start ripping the space apart. Han Kang-sok appears out of the space and he tells Sungwoo that these bastards tried to stop him from meeting him. But this is expected as Sungwoo is the biggest star of Korean server and everyone wants to meet him. Han Kang-sok makes his appearance on the battlefield. Xian says that all of these beasts are weaklings and they think they can take down anyone if they group on him together. Han Kang-sok throws the head of a beastman on the ground. Red Rider recognizes the head as it belongs to the Blue Cardinal of the Beastmen clan. There are 2 different teams of beastmen stationed on buildings behind Han Kang-sok. These beastmen have a weapon called Thunder God's Mace. It is the same weapon they were previously using to bombard the surroundings of Sungwoo. They finally activate the Thunder God's Mace after powering it with their magic. Thunder God's Mace shoots a huge beam of energy toward Kang-sok. Kang-sok pulls up his weapon in time, then he uses it to pull up a huge chunk of rock in order to block the beam of energy. Han Kang-sok tells them that they made a wrong choice of attacking him. Then he splits the rock into 2 parts. He throws both parts of the rocks toward the beastmen stationed on the buildings to blast them off. Han Kang-sok focuses his attention on the White Cardinal who escaped him once before. Kang-sok uses his weapon to shoot a lightning bolt toward the beastmen. White Cardinal uses a skill called Psychic Barrier to envelop himself in a protective layer. Red Rider is quite angry at Kang-sok and he asks White Cardinal about this monstrosity, and White Cardinal tells him that the enemy they are facing is Han Kang-sok, who is the #1 ranker of the Korean server. They are in a tough spot as the #1 ranker is in front of them and their #2 ranker is right behind them. White Cardinal opens up another red portal as he knows that they cannot face these 2 monsters at once and they need to cut their losses right here. White Cardinal and Red Rider try to run away through the portal, but Han Kang-sok is not having any of their crap and he uses lightning bolt at them. Red Rider gets struck by the lightning and the White Cardinal tries to pull him inside the teleporter. The portal closes down and the White Cardinal safely exits the battlefield. Red Rider was not so lucky as he got roasted into beef by the bolt of Han Kang-sok. Han Kang-sok is not happy as he lost one of his prey. The Beastman transformation of Sungwoo dispels as he ran out of time and he is feeling a lot of pain. He now knows well that the penalty of transforming into a demigod is quite huge and he's feeling weaker as all of his stats are reduced by 10. Han Kang-sok compliments Sungwoo for his half-god transformation. Sungwoo knows well that Han Kang-sok is a permanent demigod unlike him who temporarily transformed into one for a limited time, and he thanks Kang-sok for his help and asks him about what he's doing here. Han Kang-sok says that he was just coming here to say goodbye to him, but too many beastmen blocked his way, so he had no other choice but to eradicate them. Kang-sok points towards Sungwoo after telling him that he is famous for a good reason and he hopes to continue to work together with him in the future. Kang-sok is impressed by Sungwoo as he defeated the Iron Golem boss just 2 minutes after him. He further says that he is glad that he made a good friend like him. The system forces cooperation like this, so they will have to work together often in the future. Sungwoo directly asks Kang-sok that if demigod is a class, and Kang-sok asks him that he just transformed into one few moments ago, so he must have an idea about it by now. Kang-sok says that demigod is not a class. It's like a power that you can obtain if you meet certain special conditions. He got it as well after meeting certain conditions, and even he don't know how to obtain the full power of a demigod class. Kang-sok says that it is all he can tell him about the demigod. With that being said, Kang-sok and Xian bid farewell to Sungwoo. Sungwoo is still thinking whether Kang-sok really came here to bid farewell to him or if he had any other motive. Maybe Kang-sok sensed his demigod state and came here to check it out. After a few hours, some helicopters belonging to Yongdongpo Guild arrive there. Minhum Sung comes out of the helicopters along with other crusaders and he apologizes for being late. Sungwoo tells them that it's okay as their surveillance team informed him beforehand about the Beastman assault, which saved his neck. Minhum Sung says that he is happy that Sungwoo resolved this huge incident by himself, but there is another big piece of news they just got. It turns out that an angel statue was discovered in Seoul. After that being said, all of them get on the helicopters to return to their base. Hanho is quite happy as they just got a powerful cannon from the Evolution Society. The treasure they got is the Thunder God's Mace. It can shoot up powerful lightning bolts and it uses mana as bullets. Ji-seon says that it uses up a lot of mana with every shot, but she is glad that they finally got their hands on a siege weapon. Manhwa Song informs them that they scavenged a truckload of weapons from the Beastmen. Sungwoo tells her to send one of the 3 Thunder God Maces to his town of Suwon and moderately divide the loot. After the loot is divided, Sungwoo got all weapons belonging to the Red Cardinal. The first weapon he got is a heroic rank fighter's shackle. It can seal all of the opponent's weapons for a short period of time. The second item he got is the Mountain Goblin Shield. This shield can nullify magic attacks 3 times, and it has a cooldown of 3 hours. He got 3 more werewolf syringes so he can transform into Anubis 3 more times. Plus, he turned the Red Rider into one of his minions, so now he has another powerful summon on his beck and call. Manhwa Song comes to Sungwoo to tell him that the angel statue was discovered near Namsan. Since it's an installation object, it can only be moved after 24 hours of initial discovery. Hanho asks her about how much time is left until they can move it, and Manhwa Song tells him that there are only 17 hours left, and they are currently preparing their transport team for this task. Ji-seon says that she is happy that now they can rest for at least 17 hours, and Hanho asks them if they have an air-conditioned room as he wants to take a nap along with Righty. After some time, they are resting in the room, and Hanho informs Sungwoo that the town of Suwon grew a lot, and the average level of players in Suwon is 8. Sungwoo is happy as the town of Suwon has a lot of production classes like blacksmiths, chefs, and leather workers. Everyone back in Suwon is helping each other, which is contributing to their synergy, becoming stronger by every day. It turns out that the movement of the pirates is again being suspicious near Ganghwa Island. Koreans know well about what is going on in China, as they have a lot of captured pirates and they can use their mobiles to check the condition of Chinese second server. But there are still a lot of chances of another pirate invasion. Hanho asks Sungwoo that if he thinks that the pirates will come again, and Sungwoo tells him that they will, but they're going to take a lot of time to replenish their ranks. Ji-seon says that their entire advance force got annihilated, so they will first try to become stronger than before. Sungwoo says that it's a pain in the ass, but they need to get this union stronger for a bigger invasion. All of a sudden, a notification pops up which informs all players that the first part of the mainstream Chapter 2 has ended. It turns out all monster armies were annihilated in this time. The system reveals the rank of players who defeated the monster army bosses. Sungwoo defeated 3 bosses, Han Kang-sok, Doctor, and the Prosecutor defeated 2 bosses, while other ranked players and guilds managed to defeat 1 boss each, and there were a total of 14 bosses. Hanho is a bit happy as this long and frustrating boss raid chapter is over, but Sungwoo reminds him that it was just the second chapter, and there are more chapters to come. After some time, they get a notification about the start of the 3rd chapter. This chapter is called Selecting Factions. The system congratulates all survivors from the Korean server as they managed to defeat all powerful bosses. The players can now choose between 2 factions known as Angels or Devils in order to continue the struggle for the survival of Earth. Hanho says that selecting Angel faction is the right choice, and no one in their right mind would select the Devil factions except one person present in the room whose stats match with that of Devils. Another system message pops up with 5 guidelines. Players can sign a contract with a faction through the stone statues of Angel or Devil races. Player can receive promotion quests through the statues, and upon clearing them, they will get a shoulder pad of a certain level. Each faction is given a faction quest, and all players receive great rewards after that quest is completed. A lot of large-scale dungeons will be added in this update. And lastly, the current event will last for 7 days, and the schedule may change depending on the situation of the game. Sungwoo says that the system is dividing the players into 2 groups and making them have a competition. The judgment of good or evil is pointless whether they choose Angel or Devil faction, since the system will be toying with them on both sides. Angels and devils are beings that represent good and evil, but Sungwoo is still confused as he's not sure if these devils and angels are the same as their fairy tales. Hanho suggests that maybe they're aliens, and these aliens can be playing with them. The aliens might be making fun of the humans by giving them popularity votes, and Ji-seon confiscates Hanho's phone as he's watching too many alien conspiracy theories and he needs to touch some grass. Sungwoo is thinking that these are just theories and the truth will become clearer as the game goes on. After a few hours, the angel statue is about to arrive, and Minhwa's song alerts everyone and tells the snipers to be ready for any kind of ambush. Minhwa's song informs Sungwoo and his party that everyone knows about this statue and there are many groups eyeing for it, so that's why they have to be extra careful while handling it. He's not sure if anybody is so careless to attack them, but there is no harm in being cautious. For security concerns, only a few members of the Union are allowed near the vicinity of the statue, and Minhwa Song tells Hanho and Ji-seon to wait at the gate. After a few hours, a helicopter arrives with a huge container. After landing, the container is loaded onto the truck. It turns out the prosecutor was personally safeguarding the statue, and he applauds Sungwoo for going through all of that basement trouble. The prosecutor orders his men to open the container so that Sungwoo can check on it. After coming near the statue, a notification pops up which informs them that they are facing the traces of the absolute race of angels. Sungwoo says that this angel statue almost matches the fairy tales from their world, and the prosecutor says that it's carrying a sword and a crown in its hands. Sungwoo is thinking that there must be a meaning behind this sword and crown, but he don't know about it yet. A notification pops up which tells them both to put their hands on the statue. Both Sungwoo and the prosecutor put their hands on the statue without any hesitation. An angel party contract message pops up in front of them with 4 points. It informs them that they will be a part of the angels party and they can use the exclusive bulletin board. They will be given a party quest. Their defense will increase by 10 and a buff will be given to them as a basic condition. They can obtain plenty of extra gold if they kill a devil player. The prosecutor says that the game is splitting the players into 2 factions so they can kill each other. Sungwoo says that he is correct, but no one will refuse these contracts because of the immediate buff the statues are offering. A new notification pops up which asks them if they are ready to choose the angel party. They can't withdraw after a certain period of 7 days. If they leave the party later on, they could be given a penalty for enraging the angel. Prosecutor is thinking that he has no other choice but to choose one of the factions, but he is not sure if choosing the angel faction is the right choice, even though they found the angel statue first by accident, but humans are bound to suffer great losses as they will be tied to either of these statues. But he is glad as he chooses to select the same faction as Sungwoo. Sungwoo selects the angel faction, but a system notification pops up which informs him that he can't choose the angel faction as he is currently possessing a filthy item called Crystal of Chaos, and he can touch the statue again after destroying it. Sungwoo is quite pissed at the statue as it is straight out dissing him. The Crystal of Chaos is a legendary ranked item and it is one of the best items Sungwoo ever got, so he cannot easily give it up. Moreover, Sungwoo can feel a dim sense of uneasiness emitting from this angel statue. All of a sudden, a hidden quest called the Third Choice pops up in front of him. He needs to destroy the 3 faction statues. After destroying them, he will activate a third faction. The system states that these 2 races are not on the side of humans. Their goal is not the advancement of humanity. Rather, it's to utterly destroy humanity in order to fulfill their ambition. Thanks to Sungwoo's item, which belongs to the Chaos attribute, he will have to stand up on his own to ensure the preservation of humanity and his victory as he escapes from the hand of the Absolute Race. The system further warns him that the Absolute Race will be enraged after Sungwoo accepts this quest. Sungwoo is now sure that he needs to accept this hidden quest and he presses yes on the system menu. All of a sudden, a notification pops up which informs him that he has enraged both factions. Both factions have issued a wanted order to all players to kill Sungwoo. Angel faction has put up a bounty of 20 million gold on his head, while the Devil faction has put up a bounty of 15 million gold on his head. The prosecutor starts trembling and he asks Sungwoo about what he has just done. He informs Sungwoo that the status window is telling him to kill Sungwoo right now. It turns out the prosecutor already chose the angel faction as he thought that Sungwoo was choosing it as well, and Sungwoo informs him that things have gotten a bit complicated. The angel statue is pumping prosecutor up and he's bombarding him with messages to kill Sungwoo. Sungwoo tells him to not worry as he will soon resolve that issue. Sungwoo pulls up his Grim Reaper scythe and he uses a slash attack toward the prosecutor. The slash attack was aimed at the angel statue behind him and it manages to destroy it. The prosecutor asks him about why he destroyed the angel statue. Sungwoo informs him that they have a hidden third choice in this chapter. He further informs the prosecutor that they cannot win this game by submitting to an unknown being of evil nature. Sung-woo walks toward the statue after telling him the truth, but the prosecutor is still trembling. He is thinking that things are getting out of hand as he got another notification informing him that the Angel faction has registered killing Sung-woo as the faction quest, and reward of killing him is now increased to 50 million gold. Sung-woo goes to the statue as it is emitting a light after being destroyed. Sung-woo gets a legendary rank consumption item called the Angel's Wing Piece. The player can move to the Angel statue within a certain range when used. The Devil faction members are unable to use this. It can be used as the last emergency escape if the stone statue is destroyed. Sung-woo is thinking that this is an amazing item and maybe he can move to another statue if he used this. So basically, it's an item which can be used by the losers to escape from the other faction. Sung-woo previously heard about another angel statue nearby, but it was first found by the pirate leader, and maybe he has it in his possession. It's an opportunity in disguise for Sung-woo as he can directly assault the pirates and get rid of 2 birds with 1 stone. After some time, Sung-woo is a bit taken aback after watching Han-ho. Han-ho shuns him for being arrogant, and now he made powerful enemies without even discussing anything with his party, and Han-ho is thinking about cutting ties with him. Han-ho tells him to look at the new notification window. It turns out that the Angel faction has issued a quest for the entire server. Players can choose between 3 options. The first option states that players can stop Sung-woo and they will receive a lot of buffs while fighting Sung-woo. Plus, the players who contribute the most will get some legendary treasures as a reward. The second option states that they can choose a third faction, but as a penalty, they will be hunted by both light and dark factions. The third option states that they can just be bystanders and wait things out. Han-ho yells at Sung-woo for being a dimwit, and he's drawing to kill him so he can get his hands on these juicy rewards. On the other side, Ji-seon is barely holding back her sword as 50 million gold reward is too much even for her. Ji-seon tells Sung-woo to listen to their opinions before making a big decision like this, but Sung-woo tells them that it was an urgent matter, that's why he took a quick action. At the same time, the prosecutor arrives there along with his guild members. He is looking quite furious and he tells Sung-woo that the angel statue was an item founded by his guild, and he asks Sung-woo for an explanation for his action. Sung-woo knows that explaining everything in detail can be a bit tricky, so he tells the prosecutor that he is not 100% sure if he made the correct choice, but he has a grim idea about these factions. The prosecutor says that he trusts him, but this situation is different as the new quest rewards are quite tempting, and there are many players around them who will jump at the first opportunity to kill him. It turns out that the Crusaders along with other smaller guilds are quite tempted by the system rewards. Their stares are getting more intense, and Han-ho asks Sung-woo that if he is sure that the Union is still their ally. The prosecutor informs Sung-woo that he is the leader of a big group, and he cannot bear to become enemies with a faction god. Sung-woo says that he understands well as this situation has become very complicated even for him. The prosecutor informs him that they may even go to war with Sung-woo right here. All guild members get ready to unsheath their weapons. Han-ho asks Sung-woo to say something in order to defuse this situation, or even he will cut ties with him. Sung-woo has no idea if he can win against the prosecutor because he has a lot of powerful players with diverse skill set under him. The prosecutor tells Sung-woo to ease up as he has decided that his guild will remain neutral for now. Sung-woo thanks him for trusting him as all of this is his fault in the first place. Prosecutor tells him to hurry up and form the third faction so he can join him. After a few days, Spearman Kyung-soo is ordering around the other townsfolk to check around their surroundings for any suspicious people and organize all items which were recently sent by the Yeongdongpo Guild. Han-ho's father asks him if his son and Sung-woo are coming back, and Kyung-soo replies with a yes. After some time, Sung-woo arrives there while riding on his wyvern and he's being escorted by 2 helicopters. Sung-woo makes the landing in the town of Suwon. Spearman Kyung-soo rushes over to greet Sung-woo and he informs him that no one from their town chose the Angel faction after reading the notification and they chose the third option. Sung-woo is relieved after hearing it as he has now a safe spot and there are some people who believe in him. Kyung-soo further informs him that he has bolstered the defenses around the town in case someone tries to attack them, and he is at ease after knowing that the Union sent these helicopters to support them. Sung-woo says that he is wrong as these helicopters are the trophies they collected on their way. It turns out they were attacked while they were trying to reach Suwon town, and after investigating these pilots, they came to know that they belonged to the Reconstruction Guild. The union is an assembly of several guilds. The prosecutor trusts him, but it does not mean that the other guilds will respect his decision. Previously, Min Sung told Sung-woo that he, along with the Yeongdongpo Guild, received a huge penalty after accepting the third option. And there are not that many people around Korea who will accept the third option and lose all the free buffs Angel Faction is giving them. Sergeant informs them that there is a big fuss going on in the community forums. There are countless attention seekers who are saying that they will kill the Necromancer. Some brain-dead players are doing strange type of live streams to attract attention. Sung-woo tells them to not worry about it, but he also knows well that things can go wrong at any given time. Sung-woo tells them that all of these attention seekers will become quiet once he succeeds in his mission. But as he was about to say something else, he gets a unique sensation. The World Tree seed comes out on its own, and it starts levitating in front of him. Sergeant and others are amazed after watching the seed glowing in yellow color. A notification pops up which informs Sung-woo that he completed a certain condition by choosing the third faction. He has now earned the qualification to become the progenitor of a new party. If he plants the World Tree seed right now, it will grow into a divine tree that will bless his party. Sung-woo just needs to complete the third faction quest and succeed in party establishment. Before this, Sung-woo was trying to figure out where he's going to plant the World Tree, but right now he has no other choice but to plant it right here in Suwon Town. Sung-woo needs to protect this divine tree until it fully grows, since it will be disastrous if it is destroyed, and he has no idea about how large it can grow, so it will be impossible to hide it from others. He needs some of his most trusted town members to safeguard it, and he is thinking of planting it in the square, which is in front of the town. The next morning, the army under Lieutenant starts digging the ground under the instructions of Sung-woo. After a few hours, they manage to dig up a big hole in the ground. Hanho tells the military guys to leave some space unscathed for the helipad. Sung-woo tells them to give up on the helipad because they lack space. But Hanho shuts him down after saying that he is the one who captured these helicopters in the first place, and he's not going to give up on this precious piece of technology. Spearman Kung-soo informs Sung-woo that he is thinking of installing a watchtower rampart around the World Tree. The Yeongdongpo Guild sent them 2 Thunder God cannons, so they are going to install them as well. Lieutenant suggests that they should install 1 Thunder God cannon on the summit of Mountain Paldao Summit. They can hide it with something like a camouflage on regular days. After a few minutes, biker gang arrives there. Bike gang leader Taesung informs them that there are no other new monsters nearby. There are still some kobolds crawling underground inside a building, but stronger monsters like the dire wolves have almost disappeared. It turns out the biker gang have removed damaged vehicles from the roads, and they have also secured a shop around the town of Suwon. The funds to operate all of these facilities are raised smoothly by Hanho's father, who is in possession of a special rank finance item called Vault of Pledge. This item can automatically deposit some of the gold from contracted players. A person can register a contract by putting his hand on the vault. The vault owner can decide the money collection ratio, and the gold earned by the contractor automatically gets deposited into the vault. Currently, the money collection ratio is 10%. There are 226 contractors, and current gold in the vault is around 1,655,048. Most of the town people have already accepted the contract registration willingly, but deep inside Hanho knows that his father has a suspicious past, so he must be stealing money from the vault. Ji-seon says that life around this town is quite peaceful, but Sung-woo says that they cannot stay here for longer as they have missions around the country. After a few hours, the ground is perfectly made for the plantation of the World Tree seed. Sung-woo takes out the World Tree seed and it is glowing with yellow energy. The townsfolk become amazed after witnessing the World Tree seed. Sung-woo plants the seed and he gets a notification which states that a magical being has begun to take root in this land. After a few minutes, the seed releases a big flash of light which can be seen from far away. A hidden quest notification pops up. The title of this quest is For the Sake of the Divine Tree. The players need to protect the World Tree until it grows up to a certain size. The first fruit of this World Tree will give a permanent buff to the one who eats it. This is a divine tree, but it's still quite weak, so the monsters who have sensed its presence will come in groups in desire of its power. The players need to protect the World Tree until it becomes strong enough to protect itself. The World Tree can take nourishment from the slain monsters, and the more monsters they kill, the faster it will grow. If the world tree is destroyed, an unrecoverable disaster will happen around them. This same quest has been given to all 226 players in the town of Suwon, and Sungwoo is quite pumped up for this quest. The common players from the town become a bit afraid after hearing that they need to protect the world tree against the countless waves of monsters. All of a sudden, they start hearing loud voices coming from a certain direction. It turns out that a horde of monsters is approaching their town. A player from the watchtower informs others that the monsters are approaching them from 3 o'clock. There are a lot of ogres and kobolds are also coming out of the sewers. Spearman Kung Su says that this situation seems familiar to a defense game and he tells everyone else to move to their positions. He orders the tankers to the front and he assigns the archers to be stationed on the watchtowers. The players start moving big wall-like structures to the front. Hano asks about these big structures and Lieutenant informs him that these are called moving castle walls. They can easily defend a big area after connecting them together. The magicians, archers, and spearmen start boarding the moving castle walls. It can be used as a turret. Hanho is quite amazed by it and he asks about who came up with this idea. Lieutenant says that there are many talented people in the village and they have prepared a lot after the beastmen attack on the Yeongdongpo building. Sungwoo and Jiseon compliments the players for coming up with these amazing ideas and how everyone is equally playing their part. The magicians use wide area magic like fire blasts to get rid of the first wave of goblins. After that, they start disposing the kobolds using crossbows and spears. At the same time, Sungwoo orders his minions to come out of the abyss. The scale of their battle is quite big and it can be seen from far away. It turns out some unknown players are spying on Sungwoo. This player tracked down Sungwoo after going through great lengths. He is quite amazed after seeing such a big battle unfold in front of him. He first thought that it was quite cool that the Necromancer went against the absolute race, but now things have changed as the Necromancer has a big bounty on his head. He chose option 1 as the free buff was too good to ignore, and now all people who chose the first option are searching for Sungwoo right now. He is currently live streaming this whole event and he told the location of Sungwoo to his viewers. He is personally a tracking expert, so he leaves the rest of the fighting to other players who are watching his stream. Sungwoo already had an idea about these players, so he sent someone to catch them. After a few minutes, one of Sungwoo's orc minion reaches the rooftop where the tracking team is camping. After bonking them, he takes them back to Sungwoo. Hanho informs Sungwoo that the Korean server is in a total mess as there are 5 different clans who broadcasted him live just now, and among them there is a person who officially declared that he will kill the Necromancer. The title of this live stream says that he will blow up the Necromancer along with his followers, and there are 23,000 people watching him right now. This player introduces himself as Terror Kim. He is on level 16 and he is ranked 10 in the Sihuang region. He further says that he will massacre all followers of the Necromancer with the help of a nuclear bomb. Terror Kim seems to be a bit more serious about his plan than he should be. He pulls out a yellow ball and asks Sungwoo if he likes bombs. He throws away the yellow ball while saying that he have been seeing the Necromancer play with the explosive dead bodies all the time. The yellow ball he just threw behind him results in a massive explosion. A huge building behind them crumbles to pieces in a matter of a few seconds. The class of Terror Kim is called Terrorist. That's why he is number 1 when it comes to handling explosions. He has a specific skill which he uses to make bombs, and that yellow bomb was the weakest among the other ones he can make. He can also create a unique type of bomb after every 24 hours, and all this time he was thinking about where he's going to use that. But now he is going to use it on the town of Suwon, and he is sure that even the Necromancer cannot withstand its impact. He further says that everyone who follows him is a bastard, and he has no remorse even if the whole population of Suwon perishes along with the Necromancer. He is determined to level the entire area with the Necromancer, and he will make sure to get the bounty placed on Sungwoo's head. Hanho says that something is wrong with this guy's head, as he could have just came here in secret and thrown that bomb, but he is on stream doing these weird publicity stunts and maybe he is just a bluffer. Jiseon says that maybe what he is saying is not a bluff and they should be prepared to stop him. Plus, they are in a situation where they can't move their base anymore, which is a major disadvantage. Sungwoo is thinking that this guy has got some screws loose, as he's not only just targeting Sungwoo, but he's going to kill everyone in town in order to get experience points and rewards. Sungwoo double checks their whole base for any bombs, and he finally comes closer to the World Tree Seed. Spearman Kung-soo reports to him saying that there are no threats nearby right now. Monster mobs have been appearing every now and then, which is proving to be good for them. Sungwoo advises them to be extra vigilant, as monsters are the least of their worries. Most of the videos uploaded in the online forums must be bluffs, but there will always be someone taking this opportunity. After a few minutes, a notification pops up stating that the seed of the World Tree has grown up by 11%. Sungwoo is thinking that there has not been much progress after it reached 11%, and Ji-seon asks him about what are they going to do after creating the third faction. Sungwoo says that he has no idea about it, but he knows for sure that this was the best option out of all available choices. Sungwoo knows well that there is an ending to this game. He has not seen angels or devils appearing in the prophecy crystals, but he don't think that they will help the humans to get a good ending. That is why it is right for humans to decide an ending for themselves. Besides, angel and devil factions are not allies of humans. Just by seeing the quests, he can tell that they are treating humans as existences lower than them by ordering them around. Even if the third option didn't exist, he probably wouldn't have chosen to follow the other two sides. Spearman Kung-soo is a bit angry as the vampires previously killed his friends, and he asks Sungwoo that if they will be able to find out the person who created this game. He really wants to meet the creator of this game who didn't inform the humans about what was going on, which resulted in the deaths of countless people. During nighttime, the guards are stationed on the watchtowers. All of a sudden, a big explosion occurs which sends them flying from the watchtower. The whole town gets alerted after hearing the sound of the explosion, and Spearman Kung-soo orders his men to inform Sungwoo about the situation, and he further orders his men to fly the drones to find out about the attackers. It turns out that the attacker was Terror Kim, and he is laughing out loud with his men. Terror Kim says that their defenses are a bit lacking, and he was expecting more of a resistance from the infamous Suwon town, which is supported by the second-ranked Necromancer. Sungwoo comes face to face with Terror Kim, but he warns Sungwoo that he already prepared everything in advance, and he advises Sungwoo to run away. Terror Kim prepares a big explosion, and he says that he's going straight to the climax without any explanations, and he tells everyone to take a good look at the ending of the Necromancer. The radius of this kill is quite huge, and it can totally destroy an entire apartment. A warning notification pops up which informs them that a dark red storm has been called upon in the area. The players of Suwon Town are afraid after watching it, and Sungwoo tells them all to get down. Sungwoo tells Raidi to come up, and he jumps up using the shoulder of Sungwoo. Raidi jumps up right next to the bomb, and he blocks the blast using a shield. Terror Kim becomes confused after watching this. He don't know the reason why his bomb didn't explode, and Raidi lands right in front of him. Sungwoo says that this bomb was a skill, not an item, and he has the best shield to counter skills like these. It turns out the shield Raidi just used was the Mountain's Goblin Shield, which Sungwoo previously got after defeating the Red Rider, and this shield can nullify 3 magic attacks, and it has a cooldown of 1 hour. Terror Kim is in a desperate situation, so he tries to go all out with his next attack, but before he can do anything, his hands get blasted. It turns out Sungwoo used Dwarven Hand Cannon. Sungwoo looks back to find out that the defenders of his town are looking afraid, and their morale is hitting rock bottom as well. Sungwoo calls out the cameraman who came with Terror Kim. Sungwoo powers up as he tells the cameraman to record everything from now on as he's going to make an important announcement. Sungwoo says that he is making 3 promises to all players in the Korean server. He is going to hunt down and kill all bastards who have announced that they will come to kill him or have prophesied his death. At the same time, Terror Kim tries to pull a sneak attack on Sungwoo, but he gets blasted off. Sungwoo goes on to say that he will even kill those bastards who swore an oath to join the Angel or the Devil faction. Sungwoo shoots down every single person who came along with Terror Kim to make his point clear. Sungwoo then revives those players to tell the people who are watching the stream that their suffering will not end, even after their death, as he will revive them and torment them for the rest of eternity. But if they join the third faction he's about to create, then he will personally guarantee their safety. Sungwoo is thinking that he is not a good leader as he has not much political knowledge, so it's better if he shows them his strong side. This is the only way he can stop these hyenas from coming after his group. After some time, the attention-seeker streamer who was saying that he's going to kill the Necromancer performs a public apology on his live stream. He says that his brain was in the gutter and he's sincerely apologizing right now. He further requests that if any one of the friends of the Necromancer is watching this stream, they should kindly forward his apology video to him. He further says that he is planning to join the third faction along with his friends. Manhwa Song, who is watching the stream, says that she don't know how these brain-dead players think that they can kill a person who is on 2nd rank in their server. There is a recent popular post by someone named Miss Choi, who says that these bastards choose the first option while thinking that they can kill the 2nd rank player, or someone else will kill him for them, and all of them will get rewards for free. And right now, they are begging the Necromancer to spare them, and soon, the Necromancer will clean up this whole community from opportunist trashes like these. Manhwa Song says that this time, the Necromancer did a pretty good job, and the whole server is in an uproar. All the bad comments have disappeared and Sungwoo is getting a lot of appreciation posts and his popularity is skyrocketing through the roof right now. The prosecutor is quite embarrassed as he also chose the Angel faction, but he had no idea that Sungwoo was going to make his own faction. He had no other choice but to split with Sungwoo after choosing the Angel faction, and now that decision came back to bite him in the ass. Prosecutor orders Manhwa Song to recruit more players and form a new scouting team which will be tasked with finding other statues. Minam Sung asks him if he's thinking of making the Necromancer his enemy, because Sungwoo has declared that he will kill everyone in the Angel or Devil factions. Prosecutor tells them that he's not that much dumb of a person and he is thinking of using the statues to negotiate with Sungwoo, since he is a reasonable person. Prosecutor knows well that he can't make any rash decisions right now, and he needs to get stronger or he will be swept away by others. Manhwa Song informs the prosecutor that another angel statue was found in the Gimpo area. The prosecutor is quite happy after hearing it and he tells her to tighten the security and start the transportation operation right away. Manhwa Song says that this statue is a little different from the previous ones. Unlike the previous angel statue, this one has 4 wings instead of 2. The prosecutor is thinking that maybe there are ranks among the angel statues as well. The monsters kept on raiding the town of Suwon for the next few days. Most of these monsters were low ranked, that's why even Han Ho could kill them with a single punch. The minions are making a quick work of these waves as well. Han Ho and Ji Seon are trying to hold back some trolls, but Spearman Kyung-soo spots one more orc coming from the opposite side. The biker gang easily takes care of the orc in a tactical way. They have been fending off large waves of monsters for a very long time, which in turn is helping the world tree grow faster, and right now its growth rate is at 99%. The average level of players in the town of Suwon is soon going to hit level 9, and if they keep on going like this, all of them can soon reach level 15. A notification pops up which states that the growth of the world tree is almost complete, and Sungwoo thanks the townsfolk for their hard work. Another window pops up which informs them that the world tree has reached the first stage of growth. All players who contributed to this quest will receive a permanent status bonus of +1 strength, and those players will be given a blessing for the next 24 hours. This blessing will increase their acquisition rate by 20%. After reading the new system message, Sungwoo goes up to the world tree. After observing it, Sungwoo says that this tree looks no different than any other ordinary tree. Sungwoo touches the world tree and it starts glowing with strange energy. An apple comes out of the tree and the system informs Sungwoo that the world tree just bore its first fruit, and only those deemed worthy can take this fruit. This mystical ranked apple is called the first fruit of the world tree. This fruit is imbued with mysterious power of the world tree, and the one who eats it can gain a special power. Without wasting any time, Sungwoo starts munching on the apple. A system notification pops up which informs him that after eating the world tree fruit, he has been linked with the world tree. This is a passive skill called World Tree Linked. Sungwoo may gain a certain amount of increased stats whenever the world tree grows, and he got a skill called Return. Sungwoo can return to the world tree no matter where he is. This skill has a cooldown of 24 hours. Sungwoo is thinking that growing the world tree is the best option as it already granted him some stats plus a return skill. He couldn't dare to even try to raid the pirates before, since escaping from their clutches might be difficult, and he will now head to them once the world tree becomes stabilized. The second phase of Grow the World Tree starts. The world's tree energy has spread even further now, and now it will draw in more powerful monsters. All players inside Suwon Town got this notification as well, and Lieutenant says that now this quest became even harder, and he don't know when it will end. The scout team informs them that their magic drones just detected something coming from the northern sky. These invaders turned out to be the herd of wyverns, and they are coming in full swing. Spearman Kyung-soo says that there are too many wyverns, and he's wondering if they can even hold them back or not. But Sungwoo says that if this thing had happened in the past, then the whole town of Suwon would have perished. But right now, things are a lot different. After a few minutes, the wyverns reach the outskirts of the town. The alpha wyvern is personally leading this pack of wyverns. After coming near the town, they start revolving around the alpha wyverns, which in turn makes the townfolk more anxious. Hanho asks why they're just circling around instead of attacking them, and it's making him dizzy. Sungwoo is thinking that maybe the wyvern alpha male is gauging his strength. The alpha wyvern is committed to only observing and controlling the wyverns, and he almost never participates in a hunt. He is so cautious that he will retreat the moment he feels like his opponent has the upper hand. But this time, Sungwoo will use every single one of them as a fertilizer for the world tree. The alpha wyvern gives out a loud roar, and the wyverns start rushing toward the town. After the air raid begins, Spearman Kyung-soo orders his men to wait for now. Once the wyverns close in on them, Spearman Kyung-soo orders his men to shoot one of their camouflaged Thunder God's cannon. The blast of Thunder God's cannon is so strong that it pierces through several wyverns in a single shot. The townsfolk become motivated after the wyverns drop dead on the ground. Sungwoo orders his ogre champion skeleton to come out of the abyss right above the wyverns. The ogre skeleton uses his single punch skill to obliterate countless wyverns. Each dead wyvern gives 600,000 gold, which is more than the gold dropped by several high-ranked bosses. Sungwoo uses werewolf injection along with his Grim Reaper state, and he tells alpha male wyvern that it's time for him to come down in person. Sungwoo just harvested 48 souls from the dead wyverns, and he is thinking that this amount of souls must be enough to deal with the alpha male. For some reason, the wyverns start heading toward the Thunder God's cannon. The magic users are trying their best to reload the Thunder God cannon, but the wyverns are almost upon them. But unknown to them, Sungwoo already placed a trap near the cannon. Necrobot comes out of the abyss and he punches the wyverns in the face. The wyverns start retreating, so Necrobot steals the Thunder God's cannon from the humans. Necrobot powers up the Thunder God cannon to the max using his own mana, which in turn shreds the wyverns into pieces in a single blow. The remaining wyverns give up on the Thunder God's cannon and they focus their attention somewhere else. All of them start attacking the barrier created by Hanho's father. The barrier will not last for too long, and Hanho's father informs others that these wyvern will directly go for the world tree once this barrier is down. Sungwoo activates both Fell Blade and Death Response at the same town in order to cover the outskirts of the town with Breath of the Abyss. The Breath of the Abyss blocks the vision of the wyverns. The wyverns start getting shot down by fire arrows once they get closer to the outer layer of the Breath of the Abyss. Sungwoo gathered all of the souls of wyverns in his Grim Reaper scythe for a single demonic bombardment attack. Sungwoo warns everyone to get away as he's about to use a powerful attack. The demonic bombardment attack shreds through the wyverns like thin paper. Hanho and Jiseon seize this chance to launch their attack on the wyverns who just survived the last attack. The wyverns are getting wrecked left and right, but Sungwoo don't know what the alpha male is up to. Jisoo-yeon spots the alpha male and she informs others that he is about to shoot something. Alpha Wyvern spits an unknown green liquid from his mouth. Some drops of this liquid drop on the fully armored trolls. This green liquid turns out to be corrosive acid, which easily melts the troll skeletons. Sungwoo thanks the alpha male wyvern for getting rid of those trolls as he was thinking of replacing them with his newly killed wyverns. Sungwoo takes this fight to the sky along with his party members. After witnessing it, Lieutenant says that this is no fight for humans, and Hano's father wants everyone to get back from the drops of this acidic liquid. The alpha male gives a serious look as if he is cooking up something new, but instead of attacking, it starts running away, and Jiseon informs Sungwoo about his escape. Sungwoo informs his party members to not let him escape, and they all start chasing after him. After coming close to the alpha wyvern, Sungwoo uses his Twilight Raid skill on him. The Twilight skill completely binds the alpha wyvern, rendering him motionless. They don't have much time left, so Sungwoo along with Jiseon rush toward the alpha male at max speed. Both of them attack the wings of the alpha male in order to drop him to the ground. Alpha male could no longer stay in the sky due to the damage to his wings, and he starts falling down. Finally, he drops down to the ground with a big bang. Sungwoo tells him to grin his teeth, as this is going to hurt a lot. As Sungwoo gets closer to him, he tells him that from today onwards, he will be the conqueror of the skies. But Alpha Wyvern is not going down without a fight, so he tries to bite Sungwoo, but Sungwoo manages to escape his mouth before he can completely close it off. Sungwoo then slashes him with the Grim Reaper Scythe, which deals a lot of damage to Alpha Wyvern, but his resistance is still too high. Ji-seon tells Sungwoo to get back, and he obliges to her request without any question. Ji-seon uses her skill to find out the weak points of the Alpha Wyvern. In just a few seconds, she is able to pinpoint all of his weak points. She then starts slashing off the weak points of the Alpha Wyvern using both of her swords. Alpha Wyvern has suffered a lot of damage, so his unconscious body falls down to the ground. Ji-seon tells Sungwoo that it's almost over, as the Alpha male cannot move anymore, and Sungwoo thanks her for her help. He then orders the Death Knight to deliver the final blow to Alpha Wyvern. The Death Knight uses the Dragon Sword to kill the Alpha Wyvern, and they receive over 4 million gold for killing him. The system further informs Sungwoo that a special reward will be given to him for hunting the monster ruler. Sungwoo receives the title of the Sky Conqueror, which increases his agility and stamina by 2, and his physical defense increased by 10%, while his wind resistance increased by 20%. There are only 2,733 days left until the dragon egg hatches, and they received 700 days worth by just slaying this one Alpha Wyvern boss monster. The rewards don't just end here, as the B-grade experience card Sungwoo received by killing the Hell's Moving Armor activates by itself. It informs Sungwoo that he has reached the experience points threshold to level up, and it asks Sungwoo if he wants to use this coupon. Sungwoo agrees to use the coupon, and he levels up to 21. At the same time, Ji-seon informs Sungwoo that they have taken care of all straggler wyverns as well. The world tree starts emitting a blue light. A notification pops up informing everyone that the world tree has reached the second stage of growth, and it increases Sungwoo's strength by 1 as he's linked to the world tree. Spearman Kung-soo and Hanho's father are quite amazed after watching the growth of the world tree. Hanho says that he don't know why, but the color of the leaves looks off to him. The system window informs Sungwoo that the world tree has developed propensity due to his influence, and Sungwoo is not sure what this propensity is. A new window pops up stating that the world tree has obtained a new ability called Divine Tree Shadow. This ability allows the Divine Tree to form a strong magic barrier throughout the area, which will serve as a strong protective shield, and it will restrict unwanted ones from entering the area. The world tree obtained another ability called the One Who Holds the Souls. Whenever a person blessed by the world tree takes the life of someone else, the souls of the dead will be bound to the world tree. Hanho's father says that this looks more like a ghost tree which eats souls instead of a world tree. Hanho mocks his father by saying that he must be getting nervous as he had only one barrier ability, but now he had been ousted by the world tree. Hanho's protection skill is off, so his father takes his sweet time to commit some domestic violence. Sungwoo is now at ease because the world tree was so weak before. If that brain-dead Terra Kim had thrown even a single bomb at it by surprise, then the world tree would have died right there. This new ability of the world tree, called the One Who Holds the Souls, is completely similar to the abilities of his Anubis form. Whenever he turns into Anubis, he cannot use his most powerful skills as all of them require souls, and he had to kill the lackeys of the boss in order to acquire those souls. But right now, the world tree will suck the souls of fallen enemies, and then he can use those souls right after transforming into Anubis. Sungwoo is amazed as well after seeing the growth of this world tree. All of a sudden, a dark and bright ray entered the radius of the world tree. It turns out the Angel faction has increased the bounty on his head by 70 million gold, while the Devil faction has increased it by 25 million gold. Plus, his influence has grown a lot, so the bounty quest has elevated from server quest into a world quest. Starting from now, the players from all over the world will aim for his life. Hanho informs Sungwoo that he has gone viral worldwide, but not in a good way. Sungwoo is thinking that it is really bad. It forcibly turned into a world-class quest since they know he cannot be killed by the Korean players. Hanho tells Sungwoo that the Chinese parrots must be having orgasms after getting this quest. Ji-seon shuns Hanho by saying that he should mind his language, but she knows well what Hanho said has some truth to it, as the pirates already hated him, and now there's a reward involved in it as well. Hyeon from the Gwanghwa Island informed them that the pirate community is going crazy about the Necromancer, and they are saying that they will punish the Necromancer for his sins. They have already figured out a way to capture him, and they have 3,000 players ready under the Angel faction. They are boasting that they will conquer Korea right after getting rid of the Necromancer. Hanho informed Sungwoo that greed has taken over the Korean community, as well as most of the players are rooting for the pirates to kill him. Sungwoo tells them that they have no choice but to wait and watch how this situation develops. The whole town was on edge, and now they are resting. The townsfolk are quite safe, as the barrier of the World Tree is more powerful than their previous barrier. Hanho is getting pissed after reading the posts, as some posts say that the pirates will hold a grand parade before finishing the Necromancer. Plus, they will do this on a live stream so the whole world can watch the end of a pathetic Necromancer. Jisyeon says that she is sure that not only the pirates want Sungwoo dead, as the other high-ranking players from other servers will try their luck as well. Sungwoo says that the whole world must be curious about the one who defied both absolute races. Sungwoo is thinking that if these players were after him, then there was not that much of a big deal. But it seems like most of them are after the Korean server as well. He is pissed as the Angel and Devil factions are controlling the quests while they are not getting any compensation. All of a sudden, a system notification pops up stating that the World Tree's attention is on him, and a quest has been created. This is a party quest called the Counterattack Strategy. The goal is to broadcast the scene where he severely damages other factions. As a reward, a party skill and a party item will be given to him. It further states that the absolute races are wary of the rise of a new force. They are deploying all type of tactics to keep the Necromancer in check by ridiculing him in a variety of ways and declaring a war even before the new faction is established. This will leave a negative impact on Sungwoo and the reputation of his faction. That's why a response from Sungwoo is needed. He needs to prove to his enemies wrong by having more people witness it through the broadcast. There is a condition to this quest, which states that he needs to attack his enemies before they strike him, and if a scene of him being defeated is exposed, then he will be given a penalty. Sungwoo is thinking that maybe the system is trying to make this quest more intense by putting the condition of broadcasting. Sungwoo takes out his legendary rank Angel's Wing piece, which he received after destroying the first angel statue, and this item can teleport the user to the location of another angel statue. Sungwoo says that he needs to teach a serious lesson to these pirates. The Divine Tree Shadow skill is active around the town of Suwon, and the barrier shield has health over 150,000. There are only 226 people currently allowed inside the barrier. The townsfolk are feeling quite safe by having this barrier. Spearman Kyung-soo further informed Sungwoo that the range of this barrier is 2 kilometers and the allowed players are free to enter or exit the barrier. Sungwoo asks Hanho's dad if he's using the vault item well to fund the city operations, and he replies with a yes. Hanho's father further informs him that they have accumulated a lot of gold. They already have enough batteries and purifiers, so now they will purchase some drones from the store. Lieutenant further informs them that they will be purchasing auto parts as well. They can even make a siege weapon or a blueprint item. Sungwoo tells them to not hold back on the spending of the money, and it will be great if they can make weapons like the Thunder God's cannon. Hanho informs Sungwoo that he received a report from Gwanghwa Island. It turns out the pirates will start a parade at the Memorial Hall base tomorrow at 3 p.m. And the beastmen who were expelled or treated disdainfully will also participate to strengthen their solidarity. Jisyeon says that they look desperate as all vermin are joining hands right now. Sungwoo says that he will have to attend this parade secretly and mess them up real bad this time. Meanwhile, at the office of Yeongdong-po Guild, the prosecutor is on a bit of an edge. It turns out they moved the angel statue to their base and it gave them a quest. They need to clear the devil faction members from the metropolitan area. Their goal is to destroy the devil statue in the northern district. As a reward, a faction skill and a rank point will be given to them. The angel faction will obtain blessing once the battle begins, and this blessing will increase their defense by 20%. The same quest is given to the devil faction as well, and the quest will fail once the angel statue is destroyed. Minhum Song says that the angel statue is trying to impose a war on them, while Manhwa Song informs them that there are no big rewards for this quest, but they have no other choice as that guild in possession of the devil statue must have gotten the same quest. The prosecutor asks them about the identity of the guild which is in possession of the devil statue, and Minhwa Song informs them that it must be the Reconstruction Guild. After they failed to raid Sungwoo, They held them responsible, and now it's hard for the prosecutor to avoid this fight. A crusader bursts in the room with bad news. It turns out their guard post of Dasan area has been ambushed. The surveillance team that witnessed it stated that the crusaders were not killed by monsters but a player. The prosecutor becomes pissed after realizing something. A war quest has been given to everyone belonging to the devil or the angel faction. As a reward, the attack power and defense power of the winner faction will be increased by 30% for 7 days. Both factions need to conquer 3 areas, which include Bukhansan, Kwangwon University, and Cheongnyanggi Station. Every single player who belongs to either devil or the angel faction can participate in this quest. After the announcement of this quest, a lot of movement starts throughout the Korean server, and the prosecutor is afraid that this quest can easily escalate to a big-scale war. This war will end with the death of countless players. Some people never hope for a war to break out, while some are waiting for this opportunity. Everyone is excited to know how the Yeongdongpo Guild will fight this war and which hero will be the most active in it. But Gangyun Lee is thinking that he must be on the Korean top interest list during this war. He orders his lackeys to get the camera ready and take the best shots of his face because these scenes will be recorded in history. Gangyun Lee is thinking that he is a natural-born influencer and he was famous in Korea even before the world changed into a game. 1 minute is left until the stream starts and he's wondering if the number of viewers will be around 50,000. The director informs Gangyun Lee that everything is ready. During wars, live streaming is full of dangerous aspects as their location and strategy could be exposed, but the prosecutor is the one who told him to do it. Other smaller clans are voluntarily streaming for fun, but their stream is an official broadcast operated by the main party involved in this war. The purpose of this broadcast is to convince as many people as possible to participate in the war, and this role is perfect for someone like him. Gangyun Lee gets full of himself and he tells his lackeys that at this moment, he is more important than the Necromancer, so he wants them to focus on his face during this broadcast. Han Sok-gu is getting a lot of cringe vibes, but he is somehow holding himself back from pummeling the face of this purple-haired Harry Potter. Gangyun Lee is thinking that no matter how outstanding the battles of Necromancer may be, a war between absolute races like this will always catch more attention. But deep inside, he knows well that people go crazy over any stream featuring the Necromancer. But if he focuses on the fight between angels and devil factions, then maybe the popularity of the Necromancer will decrease a little bit. He is getting agitated while thinking about how far can the Necromancer go with his third faction. After a few minutes, the stream starts and Gangyun Lee introduces himself as the man who can burn anything. He asks his followers if they have seen the video where he burned some devil faction bastards to a crisp. But his crew seems to be focused on something else. The director comes up to Gangyun Lee and Gangyun Lee asks him if something happened to the broadcast. The director informs him that they have only 19 viewers, and Gangyun Lee becomes shocked after hearing it. Han Sok-gu informs him that the Necromancer started his own live stream, and maybe all of their viewers went there to see it. Gangyun Lee goes berserk and he says that how can the viewers go to other live stream while they are live streaming a war with deaths and glory. The director says that the Necromancer is on the move and Gangyun Lee asks him where is the Necromancer going. The director informs him that the Necromancer is currently on the sea, but he's not going toward the Manhwa Islands and it seems like he's already far from the land. Gangyun Lee watches the live stream where Sungwoo is making his way through the ocean using his wyverns. Gangyun Lee shouts out that maybe he's going to invade the pirates. Meanwhile, there are many ships docked at the pirate island. The preparations for the parade are going in full swing and they are already being monitored by many smaller guilds. Meanwhile, inside the memorial hall, the pirate leader Chen Gong is standing in front of the angel statue. He is looking at the current quest issued by the angel faction. One of his men comes up to him to inform him that it is time for their sermon and they should hurry. Without wasting any time, Admiral Chen Gong starts moving outside. The training grounds in front of the memorial hall are filled with pirates and beastmen to the brim. A new announcer informs everyone about the arrival of the Admiral Chen Gong and his executives, and right now, they will proceed with the rally of the Red Revolutionary Army. He further says that they will merge their powers in order to take care of this Necromancer catastrophe. Chen Gong is thinking that he has came so far after being kicked out of the second Chinese server. He has taken control over a lot of islands on this continent as well. Several forces on each server have sent their envoys to broadcast this live, and there are spies among them as well. In other words, the entire continent is watching this stream. They will all soon see him killing the players and reducing them into submission with his merciless powers. The announcer invites Admiral Chen Gong to give a speech. Chen Gong moves up to the stage. Admiral Chen Gong says that he was barely alive when this catastrophe happened, but today, all of those who were similarly pushed out of the continent have gathered under him. He further says that there must be others in this continent who are keeping an eye on him, but he tells them to rest assured as he has no plans to return immediately to the Chinese servers. Tomorrow, they will head over to the Korean server, and once he has taken over that place, he will return here and proudly announce his ownership over the Korean peninsula. But before he can finish his speech, a big earthquake starts happening. His subordinates say that this earthquake is too intense and maybe a volcano erupted somewhere. The walls of the memorial hall start crumbling from inside as if they were hit by an explosion. Sungwoo makes his entry on the parade grounds while riding on the Alpha Wyvern. The pirates become anxious after watching a huge wyvern. Sungwoo summons a lot of monster birds on the battlefield. The monster birds start killing off the pirates along with the beastmen while instilling fear among their ranks. The announcer shouts out that the Necromancer from the Korean server is here. Chen Gong is wondering how the Necromancer appeared from inside the memorial hall without alerting anyone. Sungwoo pulls up the angel statue he just destroyed in order to demoralize the pirates. Their whole main building is on fire and it is about to be razed to the ground. Sungwoo destroys the head of the angel statue and he gets a notification stating that he has successfully destroyed 2 statues, and there is now only 1 statue left until the completion of this quest. Chen Gong says that the Necromancer has a lot of nerve for flying into the enemy territory and destroying his angel statue. The low-rank pirates were only told that the Necromancer has a few flying summons and most of his skeletons can only move on the ground. A pirate commander orders snipers and magicians to shoot down Sungwoo, but he can't do much against Sungwoo as he already came pretty close to their leader. Sungwoo recognizes Admiral Chen Gong for the first time. Ji Se-yoon informs Sungwoo that the rampart and external rooftop buildings are filled with snipers and the armies around the training ground have started to move here. Sungwoo says that Admiral Chen Gong already prepared for an external attack, but they had no idea Sungwoo will ambush them from inside by using the Angel's Wing Piece, which can teleport a player to a nearby statue. However, it will get harder the longer they stay here as they are still in the enemy territory. Sungwoo tells Ji Se-yoon to proceed with the second strategy, and she agrees with him. First, Sungwoo is going to get rid of the snipers. Sungwoo orders the monster birds to kill all snipers stationed on the rooftops. Snipers had no chance against the monster birds and they get shredded into pieces. Sungwoo has an air dominant synergy active right now. This synergy requires more than 40 flying allies. Its effects increase flying speed by 30%, descent acceleration by 20%, and evasion probability of long distance attacks by 20%. Admiral Chen Gong says that the Necromancer has grown a lot in this time. He gives off an evil laughter while saying that this battle will go down in history. Sungwoo orders his flying beast minions to rip apart any pirate on their way. The birds kill off the pirates with ease, and all of them drop a lot of golden experience points. Han Ho, who is live streaming this whole massacre, tells Sungwoo that the performance of his minions is overwhelming and the chat is going crazy for more action. But Han Ho is not sure why Admiral Chen Gong is not moving, or maybe he got stunned after watching Sungwoo in action. Sungwoo says that they have gotten rid of their air defense, snipers, and magicians. Now it is time to deal with the pirate leader. Admiral Chen Gong tells his subordinates that having to look up is quite annoying, so maybe they should bring down the Necromancer. With that being said, the pirates start chanting an unknown spell. This spell turns out to be gravity magic, and Sungwoo starts feeling quite heavy. Sungwoo along with his minions start falling down, and he's not sure how a player can use magic this powerful. The players who are using this gravity magic start coughing up blood. A player is about to die while bleeding from all holes in his body, and he shouts out loud, "This is for Admiral Chen Gong." A warning message appears stating that the fanatic wave has started in the area. Sungwoo is not sure what this fanatic wave is, and he jumps down from the wyvern. All pirates rush towards Sungwoo while shouting out loud that the Necromancer has fallen, and now they will offer their lives for Admiral Chen Gong. Sungwoo is thinking that this feels a lot like some kind of mass brainwashing technique, and it is no different from what the Vampire Lord did back then. Sungwoo summons Righty along with some other Beastmen minions, and he covers them up with armor using souls. This in turn triggers a synergy which increases their attack power, defense, magic immunity, and agility by 30%. Righty along with some other minions wreak havoc among the ranks of the pirates. Sungwoo is thinking that the gravity magic was unexpected, but conquering their base feels a bit too easy. And the most weird thing is that Admiral Chen Gong has not even moved a little bit, and maybe he believes in this human wave strategy of throwing his pirates against the minions of Sungwoo. It's not a bad strategy if you are loaded with multiple armies, but Sungwoo is 100% sure that Admiral Chen Gong knows that he has an endless supply of undead. Sungwoo has no idea about what this pirate leader is up to, so he decides to end this in one strike by enchanting his weapon with Demonic Bombardment. Sungwoo throws his Demonic Bombardment skill towards Admiral Chen Gong, and a lot of low-ranked pirates throw themselves on the Demonic Bombardment and get shredded into pieces. On the other side, Ji-seon is trying to find the prisoners. In the past, Sungwoo told her that the pirates must be hiding their prisoners somewhere after fully occupying this island. Sungwoo will draw all of their attention toward him, while Ji-seon will search and free the prisoners. Ji-seon uses her surrounding sensibility to find out that there is a presence of a lot of people ahead. Finally, she comes up to a door which is fully sealed. There is no one guarding the place, and a voice comes from inside inquiring if she is with the pirates. Once she moves forward, 2 monster centipedes comes out of the ground from behind her. Without wasting any time, Ji-seon quickly leaps away from them. These centipedes are quite big, and there is something annoying about them. According to an informant, the pirate leader can brainwash his men through a poisonous centipede. While fighting them, Ji-seon is thinking that maybe he fed the prisoners to these centipedes to raise them. Without wasting any time, Ji-seon cuts them all to pieces. After that, she breaks the door in order to free the prisoners. The prisoners tell her that she immediately needs to run away before the monsters get her, but Ji-seon tells them that they don't need to worry because she has already taken care of the poisonous centipedes. The prisoners are quite afraid, and they inform her what she slayed just now were not the giant poisonous centipedes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sungwoo is a bit worried. Chen Gong tells him that if he was a little bit more stronger, then maybe he could have left a scratch on him. It turns out Chen Gong blocked the Demonic Bombardment skill without moving an inch. Sungwoo is thinking that Demonic Bombardment is not an attack one's physical body can withstand, but Chen Gong didn't hesitate blocking it using the bodies of his subordinates. Sungwoo tells Chen Gong that he is quite relaxed for someone who just lost all of his subordinates, or maybe he's just stunned. In return, Chen Gong asks Sungwoo if he's referring to those things scattered around the ground as subordinates. He further says that they are not subordinates, but dogs who have lost their purpose. Sungwoo enhances the Grim Reaper Scythe with Demonic Bombardment, and he says that the pirates were brainwashed, but it's still a pity that they were used by a scum like him. Sungwoo throws the Demonic Bombardment skill towards Chen Gong while saying that this time, there are no dogs who will block this skill using their bodies. All of a sudden, the ground near Admiral Chen Gong starts shattering. 2 huge centipedes pop out of the ground, and they take the Demonic Bombardment skill head on. Chen Gong informs Sungwoo that his first class is Archbishop and his second class is Evil Monster Tamer, and both of these centipedes are his true subordinates. Sungwoo says that these giant poisonous centipedes are quite strong, and if he had them from the start, then he should have used them instead of gathering people and making an army out of them. Chen Gong explains by saying that these centipedes specialize in destruction, but maintaining their strength is hard, and without him, they will start eating each other. He further says that he can also make good items out of them, plus using this method is the most common way to survive in such an unstable world. But before they can continue to juke it out, the reinforcements of pirates arrive at the scene. The pirates surround Sungwoo and his minions from all directions. General Chen Gong says that the spirit of his pirates is quite commendable as they fulfill their duties to the end. With that being said, Chen Gong starts running away using his poisonous centipede, and Sungwoo is confused as to why Chen Gong doesn't fight himself when he is this much strong. Sungwoo is not feeling good about this and he needs to catch up to Chen Gong quickly, but these suicidal pirates are in his way. Sungwoo uses a skill to burn away every single pirate around him. He then orders his minions to find the pirate leader quickly. Chen Gong comes to a stop after getting away from the mayhem. He then thanks Sung-woo and the pirates for giving him time to use this Underworld Gate magic scroll. It's a legendary grade scroll. It will open the Underworld Gate for 24 hours after use. Its description says that this scroll creates a passage that's connected to the Underworld. Players can obtain valuable items by exploring the Underworld, but it's recommendable to not test it hastily. And don't forget that monsters present inside can come out as well. A notification pops up which informs Sung-woo that the gate can be upgraded by sacrificing the blood and the body of the user's troops. Once the Underworld Gate reaches the legendary grade, then all routes with evil monsters will connect to this gate. Chen Gong says that he was not being himself when he held back, although he could have killed those pirates by himself, but he would have still felt guilty for them. That's why he let Sung-woo take care of them. Sung-woo is almost there and he's pissed at the pirate leader for sacrificing his own troops. A red warning sign appears stating that the Underworld Gate has appeared in the area and the affected area will be sealed. Hanho announces at the live stream that there is a barrier around the entire island. The atmosphere has also become strange and no one can now run away from here. Meanwhile, Sung-woo is hoping that this World Tree Link skill is not blocked or it will be a disaster for him. Chen Gong transforms into a war beast and he calls out the demigod Anubis. This is an active skill called War Beast and it is received after the first awakening. The attributes of a War Beast can only be used for an hour per day to become the beast of the battlefield. There is a skill called Mayhem which comes with the War Beast transformation. On the battlefield, the subordinates of the War Beast will not experience fear. The more creatures the War Beast kills, the more bonus stats they will receive. And if the War Beast shows his weakness, then his subordinates will either flee or go after him. War Beast says that this world either before or after its ruin was always a world where only the strong beasts lived. Without wasting any time, Sung-woo uses Fell Blade, Death Response, and Poisonous Cloud in the area. The War Beast belongs to a 5-star class. Meanwhile, Anubis, which is a half-god of death, is his opponent, and they will now both duke it out to find out which one of them is more suitable to rule this ruined world. The Underworld Gate becomes fully activated and huge evil beasts start emerging from it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the army of undeads is fully prepared to take on these evil creatures. The past year, before the game event in China, Chen Gong was eating a rice ball by himself, but something caught his attention. There was a dog who desperately wanted to have some food. Chen showed no signs of mercy, and he kicked the poor dog. He was angry at his construction director for making him work hard like a cheap ass and not paying him the proper amount of salary. The dog got up and he started growling at Admiral Chen, but this time he was not alone, and he called his whole gang of feral dogs. Admiral Chen is a calculative person. He knew he could not get out of this situation without paying a serious price, so he threw all of his food in front of the dogs. All the dogs seemed quite happy after receiving the food, and Chen became a bit sad about his shabby life. He was born in a poor background and he had no parents. If his life had kept on going at that rate, then he also knew that he would meet more toxic bastards, and his life would end as a street bully. He always wanted to avoid that outcome, so he started working in order to live like a normal person, and he knew for sure that good deeds would pay him back later in the future. The next day, Chen was moving some logs on the construction site. His day ended after getting knocked out by the construction director for making a small mistake. He has no place to sleep, so he goes back to the temple. As days pass, Chen is becoming more and more exhausted as he is not getting proper nutrition or sleep, and his work is physically demanding. Finally, Chen had to put the sack down as he was totally exhausted, and he started wondering why these people were so mean to him and exploited him at any given chance. Shouldn't they be helping each other in tough times like these? But why is no one lending a hand to him? The construction director abuses Chen for resting during work time, and it makes Chen angrier. All of a sudden, the game screen appears in front of everyone, and it asks them about what is the best class in order to survive in a Fallen world. Everyone at the construction site becomes confused at this sudden change of weather and these weird system techs. A lot of cards containing different classes appear in front of everyone. The system reminds them that they have 10 seconds left to choose a class. Without giving it much thought, Chen picks up a random card with the most number of stars. After the timer runs out, everyone comes back to reality with the weapons and skills related to their class. One of the construction workers dies after getting stabbed, and others become alerted after witnessing it. It turns out that a large number of goblins had invaded their construction site. The workers start running in the opposite direction, and the construction director loses balance and falls down after clashing with an elder worker. The construction director starts crying for help, which catches the attention of Chen. Chen tries to help him get up, but the construction director was a complete ass, and he threw Chen down so he could get away while Chen acted as bait. The construction director thanks Chen for being a simpleton and saving his life. The goblins rush toward Chen to kill him while he is wondering if this is the result of showing mercy to others. But before the goblins can stab him, another construction worker slashes them all using a straight slash skill. The construction worker chooses a warrior class, and he tells other workers to calm down and gather in front of him. He looks back to tell Chen to stop being a coward and get up. But Chen stabs him in the back of his neck because he thinks that this worker is going to just use him as a meat shield. He then ruthlessly takes away the sword of the warrior, and he thinks that there is no such thing as a human-like life. Those who are weak end up dead, and others take advantage of you. If you are kind-natured, this world has always been a battlefield where people kill or get killed. Chen returns to the temple after taking care of the construction workers and the goblins. He has finally decided what he needs to do. He will survive by swallowing up weak ones and getting stronger. Inside the temple, the dogs are munching up on the goblin corpses that they just slayed. Chen compliments the dogs for being strong and fearless, but when he gets closer to them, they get extremely feral. Chen had fed these dogs for more than a year, but now they are ready to bite him off since they have no use for him. Chen becomes enraged as he now knows that animals will always be animals no matter how much you take care of them. Chen activates a basic skill called the beginning of fanaticism. This skill suppresses the enemy's spirit with bloodlust. When successful, the enemy receives a penalty for their physical and mental power. Plus, it becomes difficult for the enemy that has been hit by the skill to maintain rational thinking. It can also overwrite skills like brainwashing and hypnosis. The dogs get overwhelmed by the skill and they become slaves of Chen. Chen tells them not to worry as he will not kill them just yet as he has some work for them. At the same time, a red orc enters the temple. The world has become a battlefield and he needs to find out how long he can survive on this battlefield. In the present, Admiral Chen has turned into a war beast, and he compliments Sungwoo for being amazing. He didn't expect the Necromancer to stop the Devil's Gate like this. It turns out that Sungwoo summoned a lot of minions inside the Devil Gate. The minions are trying their best to keep the creatures of the Devil's Gate from going outside. The skeletons are working like a lid on a bottle. The skeleton wall will not collapse easily as Sungwoo is strengthening it with souls and infinite resurrection. But time is on the side of the war beast as he activated his awakening after Sungwoo. The primary awakening is the same for almost all players. Players can temporarily maintain their awakened form for a fixed amount of time. Sungwoo needs to get rid of the war beast before his timer runs out, so he runs toward the war beast. According to his calculations, he should be superior when it comes to physical abilities due to the primary awakening and the demigod's stats increase. The war beast easily dodges the first slash attack of Sungwoo. He then punches Sungwoo in the back. The attack was quite powerful, and Sungwoo fell quite far away. He started bleeding from his mouth as the impact was too strong for him. The war beast informs Sungwoo that he has invested most of the items and gold he received from the looting to buy the best available gear. These items in this war beast's body took an immense amount of gold, but finally it is paying off. Sungwoo tries to get up, but he is still coughing up blood. After seeing him get up, Warbeast states that something strange is going on in here. He is 100% sure that he heard his ribs getting smashed, but the Necromancer is still able to move. It turns out that Sungwoo survived that last attack thanks to the Chaos Crystal. Chaos Crystal can fill up his mana and stamina at a very fast rate. Warbeast is wondering whether Sungwoo is healing due to an item, or if it's an ability of his demigod state. But it doesn't matter anymore as his skill War Hand has been already cast. Sungwoo instantly gets 3 holes in his body. Warbeast is not going to give him time to rest, so he rushes towards Sungwoo with his War Hand skill. Sungwoo made an attempt by calculating and setting up a plan in his own way, but the Warbeast is beyond his expectations, and escape is also not an option due to the area lockdown. Sungwoo is cornered in the worst way possible, and he will die for sure if he doesn't find a solution right now. Warbeast gathers all of his power to finish off Sungwoo for good, but his attack gets deflected by the sword of Righty. Sungwoo remembers that in the past, although he picked a 5-star class, he still had to go through countless dangers. Unlike other classes, he had to clash against monsters without a weapon. He faced monsters that had physical abilities superior to humans. The first reason he was able to survive against overpowered abilities was because of Righty. In the present, War Beast tries to attack Sungwoo, but all of his attacks get deflected by Righty. Righty has a deflection skill, and he can deflect enemy attacks with a high chance. The only exceptions for this deflection skill are extremely huge enemies or range attacks. War Beast is trying his best, but he cannot get any attacks in. Sungwoo tells him that Righty is his best minion who has always surpassed his expectations. For once, the deflection skill of Righty fails, and the War Beast crushes him into powder with just one attack. He then quickly goes for Sungwoo as he cannot give him enough time to pull another trick. But before he can crush Sungwoo, his war hands get blocked by the Dark Knight. Righty and Sungwoo are the main damage dealers, while the Dark Knight is a tank. Righty revives due to the skill of Sungwoo, and he gets prepared to chop the ugly head of the War Beast. He successfully manages to slash the back of the War Beast. The War Beast is not dead yet, but the last attack of Righty had some impact on him. War Beast asks Sungwoo if he is sure that he can block the entrance of the Devil Gateway if he keeps on removing his minions from it. Sungwoo tells him that his minions have been strengthened by the power of the souls and they can hold their ground on their own. Some of the demonic beasts that were already out of the Devil's Gate rush toward the Necromancer. War Beast informs Sungwoo that his demonic beasts get stronger the more living beings they kill. And all this time, they have been killing and eating each other to get stronger. The beasts gather behind the War Beast, and he tells the Necromancer that this time he is lacking in numbers, and maybe he should call back his minions holding the Devil Gate. Sungwoo laughs at him, while saying that he has another card up his sleeve. The War Beast becomes pissed after hearing it. The players, Jisoo-yoon saved, rush toward the gate as they know that they will also die in this closed zone once the Devil Gate opens. War Beast is not sure how these slaves got out of their well-secured prisons. At the same time, a hidden survival quest called Before the Devil's Gateway appears. The players need to survive for 24 hours, and they will get C-tier experience card and various payments of additional rewards for completing this quest. It turns out that a curse has been cast on this land, and the Devil's Gateway is opened. Soon, beings from an external dimension will flow out and trample over everything. The players need to survive by utilizing all available methods. The demonic beasts can detect living beings within a certain distance. Additional rewards will be given to those players who manage to kill some demonic beasts during this quest. The players become more excited after hearing the terms and conditions of this hidden quest, and now they have another reason for stopping these beasts. Sungwoo also got an exclusive quest for this event. This quest is called the Duty of the Guardian, and his goal is to eliminate the boss monster. For his rewards, he can choose between regular divinity and a class change ticket. The details of the quest state that the external dimension's invasion has begun. Sungwoo have the duty of protecting this land as a guardian who has repelled monsters from another dimension before. If he eliminates the main boss monster of the invading army, then he will be able to convey a powerful warning message to the invaders. The boss monster, the Devil's Gateway Keeper, makes an appearance after the second wave has ended. If Sungwoo fails to eliminate the target within 24 hours, then the title of the Guardian could be stripped off. Sungwoo thinks that it is his chance to obtain a complete demigod state like Han Kong Seok. At the same time, Jisoo-yoon arrives there to give backup to Sungwoo. Even though the whole situation is not looking well for the War Beast, he is pretty confident. He did not want to say it, but it turned out that he was really being blindsided. Sungwoo asks him if he is scared, and the War Beast tells him that it's the opposite. The War Beast powers up for another skirmish. He rushes towards Sungwoo while telling him that the one with the most power among them will survive. It doesn't matter whether the most powerful person is him or the Necromancer. The War Beast uses a fully charged war hand on Sungwoo, but his attack gets blocked by the Dark Knight. He then kicks off right before he can land a strike on him. The whole battlefield situation is maintained evenly, but the time is not on the side of Sungwoo. They are missing that one blow which can break through this even situation. The War Beast pours a ton of mana in his next technique, which takes a huge toll on his body, and he coughs up some blood. The war beast then uses a powerful skill called Blade Storm. The war beast was hiding this powerful skill all this time, and he managed to make a lot of holes in the body of Sungwoo. War beast informed Sungwoo that he couldn't use this skill before as it consumes a lot of mana. But right now, killing Sungwoo is the priority, so he needs to go all out. The war beast needs to seize this chance to finish the Necromancer for good, or his endless skeletons will be a huge threat to him in the long run. Righty, Dark Knight, and Jisoo-yun rush toward the war beast to stop him. But they get back in order to avoid the storm blades of the war beast. Sungwoo gets pierced once again by a lot of projectiles. But before the war beast can come up with a follow-up attack, another prodigy riding an alpha wyvern rushes toward him from the sky. Hanho then crashes directly into the war beast, which makes Jisoo-yun worried. As the smoke subsides, Hanho gets up from the rubble. It was a close call, but he survived due to his indestructible body skill. It turns out that he killed a minor monster by throwing a dagger toward it, which in turn granted him an indestructible body for 5 seconds. Hanho starts praising himself for being the trump card of his party. He is too proud, and he says that he can easily beat the King of Pirates Luffy with his indestructible body technique. The war beast gets up, and Hanho begs Sungwoo to finish the war beast as quickly as possible before he can pull out another trick. Sungwoo tells him to calm down as the victory is already on their side unless the war beast has a healing skill or some potions. War beast laughs out loud while saying that his body is a mess and he doesn't even have a way to heal himself. On the other side, Sungwoo has already recovered from all of those wounds, but everything is not over for the war beast, as he has an exclusive quest for this class called Archbishop, and soon his quest will be completed. His quest is called the Advent of the War God, and he needs to kill 100,000 individuals through war. As a reward, he will obtain Asura's demigod state. The details of this quest state that the world is a battlefield, and living itself is a fight. The only true god in this world is the god of war, so he needs to kill without mercy and prove that he is the final winner and survivor. Every kill counts, whether they are friends or foes. If the war beast fails to complete the quest within 1 year, then he will be permanently unable to obtain the divinity of the war god. It turns out that the war beast is only 2 kills away from reaching his goal of 100,000 kills. On the other side, the beasts are killing and getting killed at a faster pace. Soon a notification appears in front of him, which informs him that he has completed the quest. The war beast gets fully healed, and his new Asura demigod state activates, which buffs up all of his stats. Sungwoo becomes nervous after witnessing it, and he orders everyone to direct their attacks toward the war beast before he fully activates his demigod state. But before Sungwoo can do anything, the war beast gets struck by a powerful lightning strike. The war beast is not sure about where this strike came from, but Sungwoo knows well that only Han Kang-seok can pull something like this. At the same time, Han Kang-seok is present on a faraway island. It turns out that the lightning strike was performed by him, but the strike became weaker because he was far away from the target. Zeon is quite pissed, and she asks Han Kang-seok if it is really necessary to use such a powerful item. It is a legendary consumable item called the Eye of Horus. The user of this item can look over longer distances depending on how much mana they pour in. It can also be used for sniping, and it hits the target without fail. When all uses have been consumed, this item disappears, and right now, there is only one use left. Zeon tells Han Kang-seok that the war beast is a player who just awakened his demigod state, and he can take him as a cooperative partner. Han Kang-seok informs Zeon that the Necromancer is calculative, but he has affection in his personality. That's why he can borrow his strength in various ways, like convincing, making a deal, or threatening him. On the other hand, the war beast is an animal, and animals don't listen to words. With that being said, Han Kang-seok starts preparing for the second and final lightning strike. This time, he pours in much more mana than the last time. He then shoots the lightning strike toward the pirate island. After getting hit by the lightning strike, the war beast gets completely obliterated. After the lightning attack is finished, the atmosphere around Han Kang-seok becomes stable once again. He is a bit sad at the loss of his powerful item. Zeon excitedly asks him if he managed to get rid of that war beast demigod. Han Kang-seok informs her that he poured almost all of his mana into those 2 attacks. Still, it looks like he has only done the Necromancer a favor instead of completely eradicating the war beast. Meanwhile, on the other side, the war beast is still burning from the impact of the last attack, and Sungwoo, along with his party, is watching it in awe. On the surface, it seems like there is not much left of the war beast. Jisoo-yun and Hanho think that maybe the war beast is barely hanging on to his life with around 1 health point. All of a sudden, the war beast gives out a loud roar, and he is wondering if he already lost the battle. Sungwoo is moving toward the war beast, and he asks him if he is feeling bitter because he lost due to someone else's intervention. War beast tells him that he is not bitter at all, and he admits that he lost due to his lack of strength. Since the game started, he has never shown mercy to a human, not even once. So, he doesn't want to be shown mercy, and he requests the Necromancer to finish him off. After hearing it, Sungwoo quickly slashes the war beast with his Grim Reaper scythe. Sungwoo receives 340,000 gold for punishing the executive player of the Angel faction. In response to this, the Angel faction increases the bounty on the head of Sungwoo by 75,000 gold coins. Even Sungwoo is shocked to find out that Admiral Chen Gong is the executive of the Angel faction. Sungwoo looks up at the sky and he mocks the Angel faction by saying that the only thing they can do after losing their executive is to increase the bounty on his head. Hanho informs Sungwoo that he found a necklace on the dead body of the war beast. This necklace is known as the key to the Devil's Cave. It increases the user's mana by 100. Its description says upon wearing it, you can ignore monster attacks. However, the user can only get this effect if he makes a human sacrifice to the Devil's Cave periodically. The current validity period is 23 days, and every time the validity period is renewed, the user receives a Devil Gateway item. Now, Sungwoo knows how Admiral Chen Gong had so much mana, and most of his powerful items must be from this Devil's Cave, and Sungwoo is thinking about destroying it after completing the quest. Meanwhile, on the other side, there seems to be some unknown movement going on the outskirts of Suwon Town. Few high-speed players are moving toward the town. They stop on the rooftop of a building to take a 10-minute break. One of the mercenaries asks their leader if it is true that the request their mercenary group got this time is 3,500,000 gold coins. The mercenary leader informs his lackey that he has no idea about the amount of the request, and they must have received a lot of money because their target is the main base of the Necromancer. Their men seem to be tired from the journey, and the lackey informs the leader that not many personnel participated in this mission because it involves messing with the Necromancer. Their leader tells them to not worry much because they will be done with this small town even before the Necromancer returns. Their Evolution Society clients even sponsored them with these good items. This item is a mana reflux device. It can destroy spells by refluxing mana. By installing it near the barrier and pouring in mana, it will create a hole in the barrier after about 10 minutes. The mercenary leader says that even the Necromancer will not be able to freely move once his base is destroyed. At the same time, the minions of Sungwoo are massacring the monsters from the Devil's Gate. Meanwhile, Hanho is telling Jisoo-yun and Sungwoo to make a dignified expression for their viewers. Hanho then informs them that the livestream actually ended when Sungwoo got hit by Admiral Chen. They can edit and upload just enough photos to advertise and instigate people into thinking that it was a one-sided victory. Both Sungwoo and Jisoo-yun are disgusted after watching the cringe face Hanho makes. Sungwoo has a faction quest called Counterattack Operation. Its category name is Sneak Attack and Propaganda. Sungwoo needs to broadcast scenes containing great damage caused to other factions. As a reward, he will get a faction skill and a faction item. Its description says that the Angel and Devil factions watch out for the appearance of new factions. They mock Sungwoo in various ways and mobilize all methods, like declaring war even before the faction is established. This will only be a bad influence on Sungwoo and his faction's reputation. That's why Sungwoo needs to respond to this. He needs to prove his enemies wrong and make more people witness it through broadcasts. There is also a condition to this mission, which states that Sungwoo must strike first before the Angel or Devil faction strikes him, and in case the scene of Sungwoo losing is exposed, then a penalty will be given to Sungwoo. At the same time, another notification pops up stating that the first level wave is complete, there are 2 more waves left, and the players have 20 seconds of preparation time before the next wave begins. Sungwoo now knows that the demonic beast's admiral, Chen Gong, was controlling and was a mere level 1 beast, and now more powerful monsters will come out of Hell's Gate. Sungwoo tells the players to not worry. As of now, he is well prepared to tackle whatever comes next. Sungwoo just activated a powerful hidden synergy. It requires a level 3 commander and 90 plus or more members in the party. This synergy increases attack and defense power by 7%, and the players deal 3% extra damage when attacking a single enemy together. The second synergy is called Shield Phalanx Level 2. It requires 60 or more minions equipped with shields, and it drastically increases both physical and magical defenses. There is a Level 5 Giant Synergy active as well. It requires 50 or more Giant-type minions. This synergy increases damage reduction from small and medium-sized opponents by 40%. His fourth synergy is called Ironclad Knights, and Sungwoo strengthened all of his minions using the exploited souls. There are only 15 minutes left until the effects of both the Grim Reaper Scythe and the werewolf form wear off. Once the timer is up, the Hell's Gate opens up, and giant black hands start popping out of it. The monsters pour out of the Hell's Gate in swarms. A notification pops up stating that you are being oppressed by intimidation from the external dimension. The players start feeling weak as all of their stats drop by 20%. Sungwoo thinks that maybe Admiral Chen was keeping this necklace because of these guys. The beings from Hell's Gate are terrifying, but there is something more ominous than them. The sheer scale of the minions controlled by Sungwoo and their buffs makes these monsters look like ants in front of them. Sungwoo and his minions start moving while the monsters are still a bit hesitant. Without wasting any time, Sungwoo starts slashing the beasts, and each of these monsters gives more than 500,000 gold after being slain. The players who are watching Sungwoo in action are amazed at his battle prowess. Sungwoo tries to raise the slain monster as one of his minions. Still, a notification pops up stating that you cannot raise an external dimensional being as your minion. Sungwoo starts wondering about what the external dimension beyond this gate looks like. He cannot go to that dimension, so he focuses on the current problem at home. At the same time, we get a view of what is going on the other side. The people on the island Sungwoo previously liberated are quite happy with his progress. Lee Hai-yeon was the one who brought the Necromancer to their village, so all of them started praising her. Lee is glad as well because the decision she made in the past proved to be quite useful for her and her island. On the other side, the prosecutor is watching all of this unfold with his clan. Sungwoo is wreaking havoc among his enemies, and the prosecutor tells others that Sungwoo has gotten much stronger in this short period. Min Heum-seong suggests that they should become permanent allies with the Necromancer, or they will get annihilated by him in the future. Manhwa-seong informs her that they have no time for that, as they are in the middle of a war. At the same time, on the pirate island, the monsters are trying their best to overpower the humans, but they are easily getting defeated. Ji Soo-yeon warns the other players to stay back as these monsters are way above their pay grade. While killing some monsters, Ji Soo-yeon levels up to 17. The whole battlefield is littered with corpse explosions, and Hanho is live broadcasting all of it. After a few minutes, the second wave gets annihilated, and now there are 20 seconds left before the last wave starts. The human players start reorganizing their ranks as not much time is left. Ji Soo-yeon asks Sungwoo how much time he has left. It turns out there are only 8 minutes left, so Sungwoo needs to end the next boss wave as quickly as he can. This time, the boss monster will appear as well, so Sungwoo is thinking of tightening the siege and going on the offensive. After 20 seconds, the eyes on the gate start flashing. Some sort of particles start gathering at the front of the gate. Sungwoo realizes that something is missing. A huge fire tornado forms, and Sungwoo warns everyone to get back. His summons, which were covered in all sorts of buffs, easily get turned into dust. A notification pops up stating that the boss monster, the Devil's Gatekeeper, has appeared. The boss monster is gigantic, and his height is almost the same as the Devil's Gate, and it seems like he has a fire attribute. The boss monster has a magical staff in his hand, which indicates that he is a being capable of using magical spells. A notification pops up warning everyone that they are oppressed by intimidation from the external dimensional being, and all of their stats decrease by 50%. The low-level players can't even breathe in front of a monstrosity of such a big scale. Sungwoo also realized that this boss monster is on another level, so he should be careful while dealing with him. In the past, no matter how strong the enemy was, Sungwoo could find an opening as long as he kept on attacking. That's how he has been defeating the boss monsters that were hard to go up against. The weakness of this monster can be exposed, but it will require a lot of time, and he is about to run out of time for his demigod form. Ogre Champion gets ready to use his One-Punch Man skill. After gathering some mana, he releases all of his power in one go. but the boss monster summons a magical shield and the shield easily negates the powerful punch. Without giving the boss monster much time to relax, all the minions rush toward him. They manage to successfully pin down the boss monster with their huge numbers and size. The boss monster still has some cards up his sleeve. He blasts away the monsters using a powerful fire tornado attack. The fire tornado spell was quite massive, and the players who witnessed it were amazed. At the same time, Hanho is still live streaming the whole thing, and he is exaggerating about the power of the boss monster to pump up the audience. Even the players watching the live stream think that today is the day the Necromancer will bite the dust. The boss monster looks quite pissed after that last attack. He starts moving toward the Necromancer. Sungwoo starts moving toward him as well. Jisoo-yoon and the other players don't know why the Necromancer is heading toward his certain death. Sungwoo is about to be crushed under the feet of the boss monster. But the boss monster steps to the side. No one knows why the boss monster just passed by while ignoring the Necromancer. It turns out that Sungwoo is using the key of the Devil's Pathway necklace. Upon wearing it, the monsters ignore the player, and the player needs to periodically keep on sacrificing humans to this item to keep it active. Sungwoo thinks that even that overwhelming, powerful monster cannot escape the power of the system. But even though he has this item, the boss monster will recognize him the moment he attacks him. Sungwoo doesn't need much time, and he gets ready to attack the boss monster. The boss monster looks back after feeling a murderous aura behind him, but it's too late, as Sungwoo has already used all of his power to stab the boss monster a lot of times. Even though the body of the boss monster is totally ruptured, his mouth is still working, and he tries to gulp up Sungwoo. Sungwoo uses his skill Twilight Raid to summon all of his previously perished minions. He then orders them all to go on all out against the boss monster. The minions start restraining the movement of the boss monster and chopping him to pieces. In the end, the Dark Knight gets ready to deal the final blow to the boss monster. Dark Knight manages to cut the boss into 2 pieces. Sungwoo earns 7,800,000 coins by hunting the boss monster of the Devil's Gateway. His level increases up to 22, and the time remaining until the dragon egg hatches are now reduced to 1932 days. Sungwoo obtained the title of the Devil's Gateway Hunter. His physical power and agility increased by 3 points, and his curse immunity increased by 10%. Sungwoo is quite pleased with his progress, and now he needs to choose a level-up skill card. Sungwoo chooses a new skill called the Spectre Summoning. This skill consumes 70 mana, and it summons 2 formless ghosts known as a spectre. Spectres do not take damage from physical attacks. They can pass through obstacles and provide visibility. They apply curses like fear and movement speed decrease to low-level opponents. Now there is only one thing left to do. But his Anubis form is about to expire, so going into the Devil's Gateway will be suicide right now. A notification pops up telling Sungwoo that he can save the level of the Devil's Gateway in the scroll he has. Still, the difficulty level of the dungeon will increase by 1 if Sungwoo saves it. This is good for Sungwoo because if the difficulty increases, then the rewards will increase as well. Sungwoo saves the Devil's Gateway into the scroll, and it changes the description of the Devil's Gateway. Now, the Devil's Gateway will open into the 2nd floor instead of the 1st floor. Upon usage, this item will open a door leading to the Devil's Cave for 36 hours. Sungwoo can obtain very rare items upon exploring the inside of this cave. Still, it is not recommended to recklessly challenge the cave. Once the Devil's Gateway is opened, then the player can go inside, but the monsters inside the gate can come out as well. The suggested level for exploring the cave is 43. All players who survive this battle start cheering for the Necromancer. After some time, the time limit for the Anubis form expires, and Sungwoo feels a lot of pain due to the decrease in his stats. Another notification pops up congratulating Sungwoo for completing the exclusive quest called Duty of the Guardian. He can now choose between a regular demigod state or a class change ticket. Sungwoo has no need for a job change, and Hanho is the only one in his party who needs a change of class. But Hanho is now utilizing his class to the max, and his growth potential could actually be the greatest among his friends. Sungwoo chooses the regular demigod state. Sungwoo can now choose between 3 demigods of death. The first one is Anubis, and the second one is Thanatos, also known as the god of sleep. The third one is called Yamraj. Sungwoo thinks that there are several gods related to death. Still, he can choose between these 3. And he is curious about the abilities of other demigods, but he does not have much choice. Sungwoo finally makes up his mind. and he chooses Anubis, the god of death. His current demigod power is at level 1. Sungwoo can activate his demigod state for 1 hour per day. After activating the demigod state, all of his stats will increase by 10%, and he can also transform into a lich state for 1 hour. Now, Sungwoo doesn't need the Werebeast transformation capsule anymore, but the time to maintain the skill is not much. But right now he is on level 1, so maybe it will increase once his demigod level rises. The players thank Sungwoo from the bottom of their hearts, and they tell him that they are ready to do anything for him. They also heard that Sungwoo was forming a third faction, so they asked him if they could join his faction as well. Sungwoo tells them that there is still some time until the third faction is formed, and he asks them about why they want to join the third faction. The player looks around to gather his thoughts. He then informs Sungwoo that there is nothing more important than safety in this world, and since they were saved by Sungwoo, they can rely on his help in the future. Sungwoo tells them to join the devil or the angel faction if they still want to rely on someone else, because he won't be doing that. Sungwoo starts leaving, and the player curiously asks him, then what is the purpose of this third faction, and what else can his purpose be in a world like this, other than safety? Choosing the third faction was just due to some coincidence, but breaking the angel statue was because he was sure of something. Because there is something that can become only possible if one gets out of the control of the angel or devil faction. Sungwoo informs the players that he is forming this third faction in order to find a solution to this ridiculous phenomenon. He will not randomly accept people into his faction. He will gather people with the same goal as him and see this game to the end. The player tells Sungwoo that maybe they are still not fit to join him. Sungwoo asks Hanho if the broadcast has ended, and at the same time he gets a system notification. The system congratulates Sungwoo for completing the faction quest. As a reward, he will be given a faction skill and a faction item. Hanho quickly jumps towards Sungwoo to tell him that he received an emergency call from Suwon Town. It turns out that someone attacked their town while they were not present there. Sungwoo gets worried, and he tells everyone to get ready as they will fly there as fast as they can. But before they can leave, Hanho informs him that the players of Suwon Town have already captured the intruders without taking any damage. The whole world has changed into a game. No one knows if this game was made by the god or the devil. It can also be the conspiracy of an unknown being or a dream, but nobody cares about that now, as it no longer matters where the quests come from. Because people are more concerned about how to complete the quests and survive another day. These quests keep the players on edge most of the time, so they have no time to think about these things. Anseo-gu is reading a post on the forums which says that the Necromancer is the only one who is trying to find the solution to this phenomenon. The post has 11,000 views, and it says that there is something he realized while watching the pirate subjugation broadcast for fun. He has come to wonder about why the world has become like this, and after thinking about it, his anger resurfaced. They don't even know what the devil or angel factions are plotting, so he will try putting effort into supporting the third faction of the Necromancer. Anseok-gu is reading the comments of the other players on this post, and most of them are in favor of the Necromancer. It looks like the last broadcast of Sungwoo left a deep impression on many players. At the same time, the Crusaders are falling in the eyes of the public, and they are getting comments stating that the broadcasts of the Crusaders are boring. Even though the Crusaders are live streaming a war, it looks more like a street skirmish compared to the Pirate Island raid. Some players try to sneak up on Anseok-gu while he is wondering if his decision of joining the Angel faction was correct. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Yeon gathered all the islanders. She informs the islanders that they are currently weak, so they should start hunting monsters today. Her father tells her to calm down for a second. Lee Muyeon informs his daughter that she is rushing things and they should take a slow and calmer approach to this hunting business. The newly established Gyeodong Island New Force members inform Lee Muyeon that they already have a plan in mind. Lee Yeon informs her father that they cannot hide forever, and from now on they will invest all their manpower in infrastructure recovery and their personal growth. The islanders also agree with her because they know they need to get stronger, and they cannot rely on the Necromancer forever. Lee Yeon is determined to make her island a bold pillar of the third faction. Meanwhile, on the pirate island, Sungwoo and his party head for the treasury of the pirates. Hanho found 2 daggers. These daggers are called ghost daggers, and their description says that when you swing this dagger, there is a chance you may fire a ghost blade, which is shaped like a blade, but its cooldown is 10 seconds. This is the first time Hanho has got a powerful weapon, and he is too excited to use these items in real combat. He is thinking that maybe now he can kill someone like the Vampire Lord in a few seconds. The treasury of the pirates is filled with unique items and gold coins. Sungwoo will leave some golden items behind for the residents of the pirate island so they can soon recover from this situation. Among the treasures, Sungwoo found a special tier item. This item is called Safe of Oath, and it belongs to the finance category. A certain part of the gold earned by the contracted player automatically gets deposited in it. Its description says that you may register a contract by putting your hand on safe. The applicable portion of the gold earned by the contractor is automatically deposited in the safe, and the owner of the safe may determine the collection rate. It has a 50% collection rate. 67,858,248 gold coins are in it, and there are 119 registered members. After finishing this quest and using the experience coupon, Jisoo-yun got to the 5th rank in the Korean server. Han Kang-seok is in the 1st rank, and his level is unknown. Sungwoo is in the 2nd position at level 22, the doctor in the 3rd at level 20, the prosecutor in the 4th at level 19, and Jisoo-yun is in the 5th rank at level 18. Hanho says that both ranks number 2 and 5th are in the 3rd faction, and it will have a positive impact on their faction. With that being said, Sungwoo opens up the return portal of the World Tree, and they head back home. Sungwoo brought back a ton of unique weapons for the players of Suwon Town. The players from Suwon Town have never seen so many unique and rare items in one place before. Spearman Kyungsoo is quite amazed after watching the quality of these weapons. One of the female players picks up a triple-shot bow, while another player picks up a shield and armor. Hanho's father says that with the help of these weapons, they will soon surpass even the Crusaders. Sungwoo asks them about the intruders who attacked the Suwon town in his presence. Spearman Kyungsoo starts explaining what happened in the past. Some of the players were patrolling inside the town. One of the players asked his leader that they have the World Tree barrier, so is it even necessary to go on patrols like this? The fat nerd guy says that they should not just rely on the barrier. In games and novels, there are abilities or items that can counter these types of barriers, just like how those guys are trying to use an item to break into the barrier. The players freak out, and their leader tells them to hide. The fat nerd says that these guys are stronger than us, and if they manage to break into the barrier, then the whole town will be done for. Fat nerd quickly starts reporting this incident to his superiors. After some time, the assassin leader asks his henchman about how much more time is required, and the henchman says that they are almost done with it. After a few seconds, the item starts working, and a small hole appears in the barrier. The assassin leader orders everyone to quickly get inside and kill every living person in Suwon town. On their way, they encounter some fences. All of a sudden, the players from the Suwon town power up the fences with electricity. At the same time, some crossbowmen stationed on the buildings take aim at the assassins. The assassin's leader tells his men that they are being trapped. They should use the buildings to jump over the fence, and as he was about to warn them about the crossbows, he senses something coming his way. But before he can react, he gets obliterated by a fire beam. Spearman Kyungsoo informs Sungwoo that half of the assassins died in that first attack, and the other half surrendered. Sungwoo compliments Spearman Gyeongju for his quick thinking. Gyeongsu further informs Sungwoo that the captives have been separately confined in the 2 storehouses inside the art gallery. Most of them were severely burned and are under treatment, so Sungwoo can visit them later. Sungwoo is free for now, so he checks his rewards from the exclusive quest. Sungwoo got a basic skill called the 3rd Faction Safe. This skill consumes a certain amount of gold. It opens an inventory that can store or share items in the subspace. If the players have permission, they can use it anywhere. Every time an item is stored, it consumes 100,000 gold, and a total of 10 items can be stored in it. The item he got from the exclusive quest is a special flag. This flag is known as the 3rd Faction's flag. Once the flag is put down, a buff will be given to the players belonging to the 3rd Faction within 1 kilometer. This buff increases all stats by 1. This buff can get strengthened or weakened depending upon the power of the faction. Sungwoo thinks that these items and skills are different from ordinary skills, and they are temporary. His faction is not complete yet, and compared to the other 2 factions, it's still insignificant. The items and skills the other factions provide to their followers are far superior to what he has right now. At the same time, a notification pops up stating that the World Tree has reached level 2 and its current growth rate is 15%. Sungwoo knows well that competing against those 2 factions is not going to be easy, and he needs to make a much more solid organization. an organization strong enough on its own without the buffs. During nighttime, Sungwoo heads toward the prison area. The assassin leader informs Sungwoo that they belong to the Hunter Company. Their company is pretty famous as a business that lends strength to others who can afford to buy their services. Sungwoo powers up, and he says that it seems like this will be their last heyday. The assassins beg Sungwoo to let them live. They further say that they attacked this place because of their company, and they had nothing personal against the Necromancer. Ji-soo-yoon goes up to the leader. She says that she has a personal grudge against them now. The leader says that he doesn't know much, but once their company finds out that they failed and got captured, they will send a negotiator. Sungwoo thinks that something is wrong with this guy's brain, as he thinks that negotiation is still possible after committing something like this. Hanho says that these guys are funny, and they think all of this killing stuff is business. Sungwoo tells them that he will wait for this negotiator before making the final decision. The next day, 2 new players arrive on the outskirts of the World Tree Barrier. One of the players says that he came here as the negotiator from the Hunter Company, and he asks the guards if they can lead him to the Necromancer. The guards start escorting them to their leader. The negotiator thought that this job was quite easy, but they still failed in it. Something must have gone wrong, or their information was incorrect. Right now, this is the biggest danger they have faced since the establishment of their company. They finally arrive in a throne room where Sungwoo and his party members are waiting for him. Sungwoo asks him if he came here as the negotiator. All of a sudden, the negotiator starts feeling overwhelmed by a dark aura. Sungwoo tells the negotiator to start talking. The negotiator introduces himself as the team leader of the negotiation department of the Hunter Company. The negotiator can feel an overwhelming bloodthirst engulfing him, and he apologizes to Sungwoo for the trouble they caused on his turf. Sungwoo asks him if the Evolution Society was behind this contract. The negotiator says that the Hunter Company is very strict with its rules, and they cannot reveal the information of their contractors. Sungwoo tells him to shut up, as the leaders of the Hunter Company who accepted the contract are probably making a run for it while you are buying time for them. The negotiator says that it is not true, and he thinks that the Necromancer was supposed to be the hero of the Korean server. He initially thought that the Necromancer would let it slide if he pleaded with him a little bit, and gave him some rewards to please him. Sungwoo gets up and says that your leaders will be stupid if they don't run away after this blunder, and he asks the negotiator about how they are going to handle the retaliation from him. He made it clear when that bastard terror Kim tried to attack his town that he will annihilate everyone who tries to go for his people. The negotiator lost his calm composure, and he is thinking that the events happening right now are different from what he expected. Sungwoo tells him that he has the right to remain silent, as he can easily retrieve memories from his corpse. Sungwoo will first kill him and then use his memories to find out the coordinates of their headquarters, and then he will massacre the whole Hunter Company. He gives the negotiator 10 minutes to change his mind, or he will do what he just said. The negotiator quickly opened up the bag he was carrying. There are a lot of expensive gems and rare items in the bag, and the negotiator tells Sungwoo that they are ready to pay the rightful price for their wrong decision. Sungwoo points his scythe to his neck, and he tells the negotiator that he doesn't have time to kill every one of their company members and look through their memories one by one. So he tells the negotiator to bring him the coordinates of the main base of the Evolution Society. Once the meeting is over, the negotiator quickly leaves for the Hunter Company. Hang asks Sungwoo if he did the right thing because there is a possibility of him returning and joining forces with the Evolution Society. Sungwoo says that if they really run an organized company, then they will stick to the side that profits them more, and even if they join the Evolution Society, they are not strong enough to stand against him. Sungwoo thinks that getting rid of the Evolution Society is the only problem left in the Korean server. Lieutenant Kim comes over and informs Sungwoo that they saw some sort of grass shining in the mountain ranges, so they picked it up and it turned out to be items. This grass is a rare quality healing herb. It has the effect of recovering wounds quickly when consumed. The players can bring out a more excellent effect by processing it, and if it is consumed regularly, then it can bring about an increase in stamina. There is another herb in the mix called the Root of the Abyss. It is a herb that has taken the wrong influence. It decreases vitality upon consumption, and a more excellent effect can be brought out by processing it. Sungwoo thinks that maybe these herbs are growing due to the influence of the World Tree, and he tells his men to handle them with care. Lieutenant Kim says that they are planning to build a potion manufacturing room, and they have some people who have the alchemist class. Although they are not knowledgeable yet now, they should be able to conduct experiments and slowly learn to manufacture these herbs. Sungwoo is quite happy as he knows that potions play a very important part in a life or death situation, and if they make proper use of this, then they could gain some really powerful buffs. Hanho calls out to Sungwoo, telling him that his father has been upgraded, and his father asks him what he means by upgraded, as if he is some sort of an item. After the world tree started growing, his ability ranked up, and now he no longer requires mana or gold to expand the safety zone. He also got a system message telling him about a synergy. He obtained a secondary skill called Eye in the Air, and he is able to look near the barrier when he closes his eyes. This is not all. At most, 3 people can be connected to this skill and look near the barrier. Hanho's father proudly announces that someday his shield will go beyond this town and cover the whole world. Hanho says that if this is the case, then he doesn't need the money and he can give his wallet to his son. Hanho's father is a bit reluctant to hand over the wallet, and he requests his son to not take it, while Hanho tells him that you are not fit to take care of the money and you has bad habits like losing money in card games. Then, a chase between Hanho and his father starts. Another notification pops up, telling them that the abundance of the divine tree is granted in the area. This effect increases the item manufacturing rate by 50%, and it increases the chances of additional options being granted during manufacturing by 10%. It decreases the item manufacturing cost by 10% as well. Sungwoo thinks that the world tree is giving off so many benefits, and it has only grown up to level 2. And once it fully grows, they can easily widen the level gap between him and the other groups. At the same time, the biker gang rushes towards Sungwoo. Kaesung informs Sungwoo that they found a new shop, but there is something strange about this shop. Kaesung tried to confirm the rank of the shop, but it showed an off-limit sign. Sungwoo becomes excited after hearing about this secret shop, and he asks Taesung for the location of the shop. When Sungwoo defeated the alpha male wyvern, he got a secret shop coupon, and now he will be able to use that in this secret shop. After some time, Kaesung arrives at a mart with Sungwoo. They come to a stop near a static wall, which restricts the entrance of the players without the coupon. Sungwoo goes closer to the static wall and uses his secret coupon. The whole biker gang previously tried to enter the shop, but they were rejected by it, and now their leader easily entered it. The last time Sungwoo visited the secret shop, the items displayed there were random, and he had to pick which few advanced items to purchase within 10 seconds. He was also limited by the gold reserve at that time, but right now, just the gold he possesses is over 148 million. There was an item he wanted to buy so badly, but if his luck was good, then he could buy it this time. After Sungwoo sits down, a notification pops up informing him that a total of 5 carefully selected items will be revealed one by one. If he wishes to purchase an item, then he needs to say, "Purchase." The time given to make his decision is 10 seconds like before, and once the items have passed, they cannot be purchased anymore. The first item turns out to be a special rank set of 5 perfect potions. Upon usage, these potions cure all abnormal conditions, and the price for these potions is 3 million gold coins. Sungwoo skipped these potions last time due to a low amount of money, but right now he is swimming in cash, so he buys them. The second item is a legendary rank overcoat. It's called Asura's Robe, and it increases agility by 2 points and stamina by 3 points. After the user puts his hands together, this robe activates the 4 arms built into the robe. They can be maintained for 10 minutes and have a cooldown of 1 hour. The price for this item is 6 million gold coins. This item is going to be super useful as it has the same effect as the Asura demigod state of the War Beast. The price of this item is double. And overall, it's a better item than the Shadow King's robe, but he cannot switch it off for the sake of the set item effect. Sungwoo still buys the item, and he is thinking of gifting it to his retarded friend Hanho. The third item is a special rank consumable key. This key is called the Master Key. This key can unlock all locks, and after 1 use it will be destroyed, and its price is 9 million gold coins. The Master Key is a good item, but the only chest he has found so far is the Mimic chest. All of a sudden, he thinks that maybe it can be used to release area restrictions and barriers. Sungwoo buys it, and he is going to keep it on him until one day he might need to use it. The third item is a legendary rank mask. This mask is called the Ghost Face Armor. Upon wearing it, damage with a sword increases proportionally to agility. It allows the user to detect people's presence around you more clearly by 20%. Sungwoo thinks that Jisoo-yeon needs this item the most, as her detection skill is almost useless. Without thinking much, Sungwoo taps on the purchase button. Another system notification pops up telling Sungwoo to next time purchase items after he has read through all information provided by the shop. A big flash of light appears before the last item is revealed. Sungwoo becomes amazed after watching the last item. The last item is a mythic rank bow. This bow is called a heavenly heavyweight bow. Ordinary people can never pull its bowstring. Physical strength above 100 is required to use this bow. It automatically forms arrows once the bowstring is pulled, and it activates the skill called Fall of the Sun. It's a skill that creates a wide range of explosions and flames around the point where the arrow hits. The player should be cautious while using it, as it can lay waste in a whole area. The countdown for this skill is 10 days. There is an unconfirmed set effect that activates when possessing a heavenly heavyweight arrow. The price for this item is 15 million gold coins. Sungwoo has not seen anything of mythic rank other than the seed of the world tree, but this mythic item came out of a secret shop. Looking at the influence of the world tree, he knows for sure that the meaning of a mythic rank is nothing light, and the conditions for using it are also that tricky, since Sungwoo only has 37 strength points. Just to fire a single shot, a strength of 100 points is required. Even if he stacks himself with all sorts of buffs like the Lich and Anubis form, 57 points are the most limit he can reach. It's not an item Sungwoo can use right now. He has never used a bow before, but he will still buy it and keep it for now. This time, he really hit the jackpot with the secret shop, and he doesn't know when he will get his hands on such an item in the future. Sungwoo clicked on the purchase button, but the timer was still going down. Sungwoo becomes agitated, and he quickly starts clicking on the purchase button and saying purchase again and again. Finally, he buys the item, and the system notification informs him that the secret shop session has ended, and Sungwoo will automatically exit the shop in 10 seconds. Sungwoo really wanted to buy the Shadow King set, but those items were not on display. He still has some good items. The secret shop items are mostly randomly selected, so his chances of getting what he wants are slim in the first place. If he manages to get a hold of all items belonging to the Shadow King, then he is sure that he will be able to achieve a huge power increase. After returning to Suwon Town, Sungwoo gives the Asura's robe to Hanho. Hanho becomes really happy and activates the Asura robe right away. Hang informs Sungwoo that he now has the power of the pirate Admiral Chen, who almost annihilated Sungwoo. Sungwoo says that he never got beaten by him, and then Hanho makes a weird face while playing the secret video where Sungwoo is about to die. At the same time, Jisoo-yeon received her gift as well, and she is smiling like a creep. Hanho informs Sungwoo that he brought the gift at the right time because Jisoo-yeon just wasted all of her money in the shop, and she got nothing good. Jisoo-yeon thanks Sungwoo from the bottom of her heart. Hanho starts updating Sungwoo about the ongoing war between the Crusader Guild and the Reconstruction Alliance. It turns out the Crusader Guild is winning, and now the Reconstruction Guild is left with only one stronghold. Sungwoo remembered that previously the notification said that when a guild loses a total of 3 strongholds, then a 30% buff for attack and defense will be given to the winner for 7 days. When the war began, the Reconstruction Alliance took the upper hand through a sneak attack, but it looks like the Crusader Guild has turned the tables. There is something Sungwoo is sure about. Both of these guilds are not strong enough to pose a threat to him. Sungwoo is now in a completely different league. For now, he will continue growing the world tree and take over the Korean server. With that, he will get closer to the cause of this phenomenon and find a way to fix it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the last stronghold of the Reconstruction Alliance had just been destroyed. Min Hyun-seong announces that they have finally won the war. The prosecutor gives the official statement relating to the metropolitan area skirmish. In his statement, he says that those who are already part of the faction must have already received the news through the system, but I announce that the Angel faction, whose main guild is us, the Liberation Guild, has won the metropolitan area skirmish. However, we ultimately pursue peace and unity, and as such, we do not wish to capture others through raw power. This notice goes to the Devil faction. If you are willing to give up on this meaningless fight, then surrender through an official announcement and receive the following orders from the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor is giving them 24 hours to make their final decision. Hanho says that this war just ended so easily, and he says that maybe the prosecutor is planning to create a union of his own. Sungwoo says that there is more to this quest, as this quest is called the Metropolitan Area Scramble 1. A second war quest called Metropolitan Area Scramble 2 appears at the same time. All 3 factions present in the Korean server need to participate in it. The rewards for this quest are 5 legendary ranked item boxes. The first faction to raid and conquer the large-scale dungeon, the Amugi Cave on Bukhan Mountain, will win. This event will begin after 35 hours, and each faction can enter the Amugi Cave from a different entrance. Ji Soo-yoon says that the system never lets go of an opportunity to make the humans suffer, and she asks Sungwoo if they are going to join this quest. Sungwoo says that they will join because the end of the 3 factions' war is almost here. Bukhan Mountain is just a normal mountain area with nothing of interest. All of a sudden, vines start popping out of the rocks. These vines soon turn into gigantic trees. A female reporter who was near the Bukhan Mountain reports the current development. It turns out that the geography of the Bukhan Mountain has completely changed. The entire Bukhan Mountain has been covered by a giant dome of what looks like a devil forest that won't even let in a single ray of sunlight. All of a sudden, a part of the mountain gets blasted. An enormous snake appears from the blast. The reporter announces that in just 34 hours, the 3 factions will participate in the event and face each other, and she is curious to watch which side wins. Minhyum Seong says that now they are left with no other choice but to fight with the Necromancer. The prosecutor is not sure if they are going to win this, but as long as they are at the mercy of the system, there is a strong chance of them fighting against Sungwoo in the future. Not just the prosecutor, but even the other Liberation Guild members are feeling uneasy about it. The prosecutor slams the table while telling them that he is not planning on losing this event. Luckily, the Devil faction lost their power during the last mission, and now they can focus their attention on the Necromancer. Minhwa Song says that she will start preparing some counters for the Necromancer and his undead army. At the same time, Minhwa Song finds something bizarre. It turns out a support force has joined the Devil faction. Another guild called the Conflict Guild, which has 12,454 members, will participate in this war. Their representative announces that 254 members of their guild will participate in this raid from the side of the Dark faction. Most players don't know about them because all this time, they were busy surviving in the Taebaek Mountains. It's an area filled with countless monsters along with its warlord. They have been fighting non-stop until recently, and finally, they came out victorious. They will not just stop here. They will go to a new battlefield and win once more. After some time, the system announces a gambling event. The winning faction will receive 1% of the total betting amount as prize money. On correctly predicting the winner, dividends will be paid according to the dividend rate, excluding 1% of the prize money for the winning faction. The prosecutor becomes angry after hearing it as he thinks the system is playing with their lives. Sungwoo suggests that they should start acting weak, so that would make people think that they will lose. Sungwoo hands over this difficult mission to their propaganda expert Hanho, and Hanho agrees to it. Jisoo-yeon says that this betting thing is wrong, but Hanho puts her in her place by saying that you should be the last person to say it, as you wasted all of your money on those gacha shops. Jisoo-yeon starts feeling bad while Sungwoo asks them about how they should act weak. Hanho says that they can use those people. At the same time, the Liberation Guild gets summoned by the prosecutor. The prosecutor announces that they will lead the dungeon raid on Bukhan Mountain to victory, as well as this second scramble. Since they received a 30% buff after the last mission, they are currently the ones most likely to win. The legendary item they receive will be shared with the groups participating in the Metropolitan Player Union, which is being created right now. The chat is rooting for the Crusader Guild as well because the Necromancer never takes in low-level players, but the Crusader Guild even takes in people who are of no use to them. At the same time, the Reconstruction Guild is making an announcement as well. Finally, the chairman of the Reconstruction Guild makes a public appearance. One of the reporters recognizes him as Chairman Lee Young-wan. This Young-wan guy got the title of a bulldozer even before the world changed into a game. He was quite rich, and he had a notorious reputation. Young-wan says that if you know who I am, then you must probably know how much I have contributed to this country's growth. Just like how they elevated their country through business, they will also lead the revival of the Devil faction. And they are not the only ones in the Devil faction. From what he knows, there are many players in Busan who belong to the Devil faction. He He would like to get in touch with them, and they are willing to provide them with 2 of the reward items from this event. In addition to that, 1 legendary item will be given to an independent player who chooses to join their faction. The method is simple. They need to keep their betting vouchers safe and come to the Devil faction. More details will be announced on the community page. The chat quickly buys into the promise of the chairman, and they are eager to join the Devil faction. Someone from outside the Suwon town posts a thread stating that he is outside the 3rd faction main base and he can see some smoke coming out. His hideout is near Suwon town, and while passing by, he comes across a giant smoke cloud. This could be a sneak attack. He can even hear people fighting. He is not sure if someone attacked them while they had their guard down due to the upcoming scramble. The chat is not buying this since they know the true power of the Necromancer, but Hanho tells them through a fake account that he saw some people leaving after this invasion. The damage is pretty big, and it looks like the Necromancer was caught off guard. This news quickly spreads like wildfire throughout the Korean server. The chat is now predicting that maybe the Necromancer is dead, or he is gravely wounded, and some even say that maybe the one who attacked him is a reclusive, overpowered character. In just a few minutes, the islanders, including the Griffin, come to the conclusion that it is all a scam. The next day, Hanho got a studio prepared. The comment section on that propaganda post is going as he wanted, and now he wants to get some actors in. Suwon Town manages to convince the assassin prisoners for this task. Their leader is a bit hesitant as he knows that their company will not like it because they value credit, and getting involved in manipulation tactics will tarnish their reputation. Spearman Kyung-soo tells him that it doesn't matter if the company likes it or not, and they will get their heads smashed in if they refuse to do this job. Plus, if they pull something funny, then Sung-woo will resurrect their dead bodies and make them suffer for eternity. The assassin squad leader agrees to cooperate after taking a single glance at Sung-woo. With that being said, the hunter squad leader comes to the stage, and they announce that they have dealt a heavy blow to the Necromancer and his town. At the same time, the Liberation Guild releases an official statement saying that those who are already part of the faction must have received the news through the system. But he announces that the Angel faction, whose main axis is the Liberation Guild, has won the first metropolitan area scramble. However, they ultimately pursue peace and unity, and as such, they do not wish to capture others through martial prowess. This notice goes to the Devil faction. If you are willing to give up on this meaningless fight, surrender through an official announcement and proceed with the follow-up from the Crusader Guild. We will grant you 24 hours to decide. There is only 1 day left, and the people have bet on the Angel faction the most, with 69 million gold coins. The Devil faction is in second number with 63 million gold coins, while the third faction has only 4 million coins placed on them. Hanho says that the number of people betting on them has drastically decreased, but there are still some people who did not fall for this propaganda. Sungwoo says that these people must be quite good at telling which news on social media is fake or not. Sungwoo informs his party that they will head towards Bukun Mountain as late as possible, so that way people might think they will not even show up. Hanho gets excited, and he says that he cannot wait to show off his Asura form in the field. The next day, the Liberation Guild heads toward the mountain on their helicopters. After entering the competition area, they get a notification stating that player killing is not allowed in this area. In case someone attacks another player, he will be automatically declared dead. The Angel and Devil factions come face to face outside the entrance, and they start cursing each other. The Conflict Guild is present there as well, and the Crusaders start making fun of them while saying that they are mountain introverts who have only fought some no-name monsters back at their home, and they will not contribute anything to this actual raid. The Conflict Guild players reply to them by saying that they will not be spewing those fancy words once they plant their axe on their forehead. There are some reporters present right outside the entrance, and they are streaming this live for their viewers. There are now 1 hour and 10 minutes left until the timer is up. Both Devil and Angel faction have gathered there. The reporter says that maybe the Necromancer really took some irrecoverable damage, just like the Hunter Company claimed. A bald assistant tells the newscaster to look up at the sky. Every player becomes amazed after seeing something in the air. It turns out to be Sungwoo, who came to the party with his squad of wyverns. They land near the other players. The players can clearly see that they look fine, unlike the rumors. The reporter asks Sungwoo if she can have an interview with him. Sungwoo moves past her without replying to her. The reporter keeps on begging Sungwoo for an answer, but she gets no reply. The reporter and her team become furious, and they start cursing Sungwoo behind his back. Sungwoo heads toward the prosecutor, and both of them do a standoff. The prosecutor says that he has no idea what can happen inside the cave, but as long as they don't cross paths, they won't have to fight each other. The prosecutor, in reality, doesn't want to hurt Sungwoo as they were allies in the past, and he owes him a lot. But if push comes to shove, then they are both ready to take each other's lives. The Devil faction members are wondering about what must have gone down between these two big shots. Their leader is a bit furious as he now knows that the Necromancer was not attacked at all, and that this was all propaganda done by the Necromancer. He further says that the Necromancer is a slippery bastard, and even in these end times that guy is only thinking about money. One of his assistants opens up a case with 4 divine blood arrows. Their rank is unknown, and they were produced by a player. These arrows can concentrate strong divine power, and they deal additional damage to undead attributes. On a hit, they deal 2000% damage, and they apply a fatal purification effect on the undead. Its description says that this weapon was created after long research and improvements, and no one will believe it if they are told that this item was created after boiling 10 priests alive. It will deal a critical hit if it hits the Necromancer's heart, using the marker's skill. Chairman Lee informs his lackeys that they only have 4 arrows, and they must use them properly. The member of the Conflict Guild is quite impressed with this high-tier item. Chairman Lee warns them to never underestimate the Necromancer. The moment they miss their first arrow, the Necromancer will be on alert, and they will not be able to land the other 3 shots. The Conflict Guild member says that this item is a perfect counter for the Necromancer, and asks where he got it from. Chairman Lee tells him that he is not obliged to tell him his source. The Conflict Guild tells the chairman to not worry about anything, and the chairman warns them that the Necromancer is not the only one they should be worried about. The Swordmaster woman right next to him is quite strong as well. That girl is at rank 5 in the Korean server, and she didn't get to this high rank with only the help of the Necromancer. In the video where they swept out the pirates, she single-handedly defeated the beast that was annihilating the tanks. The situation may change depending on that girl, so the chairman tells him to deal with her first once the battle starts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sungwoo goes up to the entrance, which is marked for the 3rd guild. Sungwoo says that it feels good that each faction gets to have its own entrance, and Hanho says that he is feeling a little bit left out, as if no one considers him a threat. After some time, the winner prediction betting ends. The Angel faction is on 170 million gold, while the Devil faction is on 163 million gold coins, and the 3rd faction is on the last number with 95 million gold coins. A total of 400 million gold coins were placed in this event, and the winning faction will get 4 million gold coins. The most money placed on the 3rd faction was spent by Sungwoo and his allies, and if they won, they would get a lot of money in return. A total of 70 million gold coins were placed by the 3rd faction, and they will be getting around 296 million coins once they win this raid. Sungwoo and his faction are at a disadvantage when it comes to gathering funds, as it's a small group of elite players. At times like this, they will take the other faction's money little by little to grow their economy. With that being said, the timer ends, and Sungwoo enters the image cave with his party. Upon entering the cave, they are welcomed with a bright flash of light. A system notification appears, informing them that they have entered the large-scale dungeon called the Amugi Cave. They cannot leave until the raid is completed. There is almost no light in the dungeon, and there is a vibe of dread around them. There are some really huge, unnatural-looking trees in the Amugi Cave. A notification pops up telling them that they are on stage 1, and in order to proceed, they need to find a key for the next stage. They need to catch the shadowy mandrill that has the key and move on to the next stage. While they are moving, Hanho says that maybe that mandrill is going to be a real man with a drill. Jisoo-yun informs Hanho that mandrill refers to a monkey. Hanho asks if this word is from a foreign language, but Jisoo-yun informs him that this word is Korean, and Sungwoo, in his mind, thinks that Hanho himself is a university student of liberal arts and he doesn't know this basic stuff. Sungwoo says that facing off against monkeys in this environment is not going to be easy. He is about to say something else, but they get interrupted by a cry for help. Sungwoo says that the other factions must have gotten in contact with the monsters. It turns out that the devil faction is fighting something. The monkeys are attacking them from the trees, but their arrows are not doing much damage to these monkeys. The monkeys are quite fast, and they are easily dodging their projectiles. The monkeys get inside the formation of one of the devil faction squads, and they rip apart the devil faction players into pieces. Meanwhile, the angel faction is pinned down by the monkeys as well. The Crusaders are safe behind their shield walls, but they need to get out and bait the monkeys if they want to get the key. Not all of the monkeys will have the key, and they don't know how much losses they will suffer before they get the key. The prosecutor thinks that the quest itself is not difficult, but taking losses from the get-go will have negative impacts in the long run. All of a sudden, a notification pops up stating that the third faction has obtained the key. The prosecutor is in disbelief, as obtaining the key so fast is almost impossible. A few minutes ago, the monkeys attacked Sungwoo and his party. Jisoo-yun activated her Ghost Sense skill, and the damage of her blade increased proportionally to her agility stats once she activated this skill. Through Ghost Sense, the user is able to sense the presence around him more clearly. With the help of Ghost Sense, Jisoo-yun can sense the location of each monkey. She even sensed the sound of the iron cladding of the key. She quickly informed Hanho and Sungwoo about the location of the key. The area around them is too dark and Hanho needs help locating the key. Plus, the monkeys are above them, so it will be hard to get the key down to the ground. In order to make the monkeys come down, Sungwoo activates the Poison Cloud skill. Soon the clouds became thick and it started raining. All clouds were focused on a little area, so the rain was too intense. The water is trickling down from the trees at a faster rate, which makes it hard for the mandrill monkeys to grip the branches. Unless the monkeys are resistant to poison, their only option is to come down and fight Sungwoo and his party head-on. But before the monkeys can land on the ground, they are caught off guard by the ghoul minions of Sungwoo. The ghouls start tearing the surprised monkeys to pieces. Soon, the other monkeys ganged up on the ghouls and threw them off the trees. Sungwoo summoned the Dark Knight Minsuk to deal with the rest of the drill monkeys. Dark Knight used his skill, Chains of the Abyss, to summon a lot of spiritual chains. The chains managed to bind the monkeys and drag them down from the trees. No matter how much they tried to resist it, the grip of the chains was too strong. Once the monkeys were closer to the ground, Jisoo-yun started chopping them like a chopper, and she got a 135,440 gold for a single mandrill monkey. The Dark Knight and the other minions were just a little behind as they were eagerly participating in the eradication of the mandrills. The remaining mandrills lost their will to fight, and they started to climb up toward the poison clouds rather than get chopped by the players. Hanho says that the monkeys are in quite a pinch. Above them is a poisonous cloud while there is a certain death waiting for them down here. Sungwoo summons his bird minions in order to deal with the mandrills. The birds are carrying the dead bodies of the mandrills who lost their lives on the ground. Sungwoo uses corpse explosion on the dead bodies once they are closer to the mandrills. Most of the monkeys die from the explosion, while some of them get infected by the breath of the abyss. The mandrills fall to the ground like flies, and now it looks like this whole place is the territory of Sungwoo. Hanho mocks Sungwoo by saying that he has the powerful strength of Asura, which almost beats up Sungwoo to death. Hanho quickly activates his Asura form. He then showers the falling mandrills with daggers. After getting boosted up from the kills, Hanho uses his Gatling Dagger's skill to sweep up the rest of the mandrills. At the same time, Jisoo-yun snuck up on the mandrill with the key. She then obliterated him with a sword sweep attack while obtaining the key in the process. The chains around the key disappeared on their own, and it started levitating in the air. The key started moving on its own as if it was trying to guide them to the next area. Sungwoo and his party followed the key to the next area. This place is quite bright as compared to the first area, and even the moss is emitting its own light. A new Stage 2 notification appears. In this stage, they need to secure the poison immunity. This stage is an area covered by the poison fog. The players can move to the next stage after hunting down 100 venomous giant wasps in the area and obtaining the poison immunity buff. After a few minutes, they detect some giant wasps. Hanho says that they look like some sort of drones, while Jisoo-yun says that they don't look realistic because they are so huge. After some time, they detect a hive emitting loud sound, and Jisoo-yun says that maybe it's their main hive. Hanho jokingly says that touching that thing would be a crazy thing to do. But he becomes afraid after he sees the expression on Sungwoo's face, which says that he is about to do something crazy. Sungwoo says that hunting down individual wasps that got separated from the hive would be too inefficient, so he pulls up his drawn-up automatic crossbow. This crossbow increases the flame element on attacks by 2. It also increases the user's agility stats by 3 and base damage by 30%. It is equipped with a magazine connected to the subspace armory, meaning that it can be fired without reloading. After inserting mana in it, the player can use the ignition arrow feature for 1 minute. Sungwoo releases the arrows on the beehive as he can just burn them all and get it over with. But later, to his surprise, the bees have some sort of shield around their hive, which deflects all arrows. Sungwoo then summons the mandrill minions. The bees, in response, shoot their poison stingers toward the mandrills. Even though the poison stingers are a decent attack, they are useless against the minions as they are completely resistant to poison attacks. The mandrills soon close up on the hive, and they start attacking the branches holding it on the trees. Soon the beehive falls down to the ground. The werebears get ready to decimate the hive. They keep on attacking the shield with their sharp claws. After some time, the shield gets destroyed, making the hive vulnerable to direct attacks. Sungwoo once again uses the drawn crossbow. He keeps on shooting the hive non-stop. Sungwoo gets 5,000 gold for killing the larvae of the wasps, while a single poisonous wasp drops 200,000 gold coins. Hanho says that at this rate they will be able to hunt 100 of them pretty quickly. But Sungwoo corrects him by saying that they are going to hunt more than 100 wasps, and Hanho asks him why they are going to do it. Sungwoo replies by saying that it's something that those who are leaders do. Meanwhile, in the first stage, the Dark faction is gaining some ground against the mandrills. After a furious battle, they manage to get hold of the mandrill with the key. The key starts leading them toward the second stage. One of the conflict guild members reports to their leader that they lost 20 players on the first stage, but it was not that big of a sacrifice. The conflict guild leader says that they made a mistake while creating the raiding party with only rangers and warriors. Before the raid, they thought it was unnecessary to distribute personnel to protect the mages and the priests, since they were initially thinking of tanking the damage with warriors and completing the raid before anyone else. But they have fallen behind the Necromancer once again. He is wondering what the chairman will think of them now. All of a sudden, the players get interrupted by a system message. They get the same notification of killing 100 giant poisonous wasps. The conflict guild leader thinks that they must be all over the place since there are 100 of them, so he orders his men to spread out and search for the wasps. Even after a few minutes, none of them manages to find the wasps. The conflict guild leader is getting agitated from all this searching. After some time, he managed to find a giant wasp hive, but it is empty, and the whole jungle around the hive is on fire. The conflict squad leader bursts out with anger, as Sungwoo has reached the next stage by now, and he kicked the ladder so others can't reach the third stage. Meanwhile, outside the Amugi cave, all factions are eagerly waiting for the winner of this raid. The reporter informs the people at home that it's been an hour since the 3 factions entered the competition area. The Angel faction is still raiding the first stage. The 3rd faction has just completed the 2nd stage, while the Devil faction is raiding the 2nd stage. The people who had previously placed a bet on the Necromancer became happy after hearing this news. Another player with white hair says that you must have invested in the Necromancer based on high returns, but the player says that he invested in the Necromancer based on the previous results of his battles. The white-haired player tells the other guy that he is a newbie and he is going to lose big time. The white-haired player further says that he is not denying the achievements that the Necromancer has made up until now. But he is alone, and the remaining 2 factions have literal armies. The player says that the Necromancer is not alone, and he has comrades, while the white player refutes it by saying that this raid is not a small-scale skirmish, but a war, and Chairman Lee doesn't fight in losing wars. Although power has become everything in this world, Chairman Lee was able to analyze the situation in a short span of time, and he cultivated a large force with the power he had. Even when they were getting pushed back in the previous war, he held the Angel faction forces just through negotiation. There is no way the Necromancer can hunt down the Amugi cave boss by himself in a short amount of time, and the Devil faction will surround him front and back, and he will ultimately lose. The player thinks that this white-haired dude has cool-headed situational judgment and analytical skills, and he is wondering about his identity. It turns out that the white-haired dude has a history of gambling, as he was previously a horse gambler. The white-haired player asks the other player if he can hear it as well. the sound of the victory shouts from the leader of the conflict guild. Meanwhile, in the cave, Sungwoo and his party arrive at the last stage. They get a notification stating that the poison immunity buff is being applied, and the effect will disappear once they exit the dungeon. Stage 3 is called the Owner of the Black Mountain. They need to defeat first phase of the boss monster of Imugi Cave. Hanho notices some strange murals on the walls, and the atmosphere around them indicates that they are indeed closer to a boss's room. Sungwoo tells Jisoo-yoon to activate her shadow sense skill, but she can't feel anything as if there are some transparent shields blocking everything. Sungwoo thinks that they have never faced an entity that can block the ghost sense of Jisoo-yoon, and Sungwoo tells his party members that the boss is going to be of an extraordinary level, especially since Imugi is a spirit that's undergoing the process of becoming a dragon. The more they advance toward their destination, the grimmer the atmosphere becomes. They can feel something really stuffy as if they are in hot water, and Sungwoo thinks that this pressure they are experiencing must be from a divine power. Sungwoo orders his minions to break down the main door. With that being said, they advance further into the boss room. In just a few seconds, they spot a snake-like creature. This creature was the source of the divine sensation they were facing. Finally, the boss monster, Phase 1 Imugi, appears before them. It has an overwhelming size. The contraction and relaxation of its hard scales indicate that this thing not only has size and strength, but also speed and agility. The Imugi speaks to Sungwoo and his party, addressing them as owners of this land. Sungwoo says that unlike the other ones, you speak well, and the Imugi asks him if it's the only thing he is curious about after coming this deep into the cave. Imugi informs Sungwoo that there is no world without language, and those low-level creatures who know to cry out only possess a sense of self and the outside. But Imugi himself, as a part of this world, is fully conscious. Sungwoo thinks that this Imugi boss is really making the momentum for a serious fight. Imugi asks if there are only 3 of them, and he has felt more presence coming from the top, but it looks like they are just wandering around. Sungwoo asks him if he is going to fight them or not. Imugi says that you are the guys who came down here to kill him, and why is Sungwoo talking as if Imugi is the one who came here seeking a fight? Regardless of whether it's their will or someone else's request, they have come down here to take him byproduct or wealth, which makes them the thieves. Imugi comes to the conclusion that since they have no answer to his words that have no logical flaws, then that means they acknowledge it too. Imugi gets ready to attack them, and he tells them that they need to take responsibility for their actions. Sungwoo thinks that all this talk must be a cutscene before a boss battle, and he tells his party to get ready. Imugi activates his skill called Fen Fire, which summons giant white fireballs. Sungwoo is now completely sure that this Imugi boss uses his brain to fight as well, and he tells his minions and party members to dash to the side. The fire turns out to be quite strong, and it annihilates anything in its path. Fen Fire is not a simple attack as it takes a U-turn toward the players. Sungwoo and his party members quickly jump up to dodge the Fen Fire. Sungwoo summons the Grim Reaper Scythe. Its duration is 1 hour. Sungwoo got the powers of a lich. His maximum skeleton count has increased by 50, and all of his stats have increased by 10 points. Now, he can resurrect the nearby undead minions without limit while maintaining a maximum minion count. Imugi says that Sungwoo is a guy with evil powers. Sungwoo tells him to wait and watch his real evil divine power. Sungwoo temporarily obtained the power of the god of death, Anubis. He is in a temporary demigod state, and all his stats have increased by 10. He can now use the Skill Soul Siphon, Spirit Bombardment, and Spirit Assault. Imugi says that not only is Sungwoo evil, but he is barbaric as well. Sungwoo activates Giant Spirit Regeneration and Death Response in the area. All of a sudden, Necromech appears from above, and even Imugi cannot detect him because he is not human or a creature. Out of nowhere, an unknown circle appears. The circles start appearing all around the arena, blocking everyone's movement. Sungwoo is not sure what these circles can do and how they can stop his minions. Imugi asks Sungwoo if this is all he has while he prepares spells with different elements. He then uses those spells to blast away most of the Sungwoo minions. Sungwoo summons the monster bird wyverns. Imugi tells him that they are useless. Then Imugi uses his wind magic to blast away the flying minions. Sungwoo thinks that he is no match for him. Hanho says that this wind is too strong and even approaching the Imugi will be difficult. Sungwoo thinks that this situation is quite difficult, and he might have to use the resurrection spell here. But these two have only 1 life, and he needs to think of another way if he wants to save them both. Sungwoo thinks that the system would not have made an overwhelming powerful monster for no reason. This Imugi must have its own gimmick in the raid strategy. Maybe Sungwoo can utilize the terrain, or maybe he can wait for his skills to cool down, or if its attacks have a limited reach. All of a sudden, he remembers that there was a triangle behind the snake in the mural. Sungwoo quickly starts gathering the 80 souls bond in the world tree. Sungwoo now knows that he should not have targeted the Imugi in the first place because the answer was somewhere else. With that being said, Sungwoo gathers the souls for demon bombardment in his weapon. He now knows well that he needs to break the wall Imugi is blocking. All of a sudden, a glitch-like scenario happens. A system notification appears stating that the client-server connection has ended due to a fatal error. Both Jisoo-yun and Hanho freak out after hearing it. They think that maybe the game is crashing due to a bug or something really messed up is going on. Imugi's attack stopped midway, and it seems like he is completely glitched out. Sungwoo is wondering if the whole game got shut down. Sungwoo tries to order his minions to make a move, but it seems like they are glitching as well. Sungwoo is wondering if the game is going to resume or if it will remain like this for eternity. His skills have been rendered unusable, but he is still in his Anubis form. All of a sudden, Imugi becomes normal, and he asks Sungwoo if he has ever felt like he was being watched by someone. Sungwoo has not told Imugi his real name, but Imugi somehow knows it, and he tells Sungwoo that he has obtained temporary freedom. Hanho is confused as well as to how the Imugi knows Sungwoo's name. Sungwoo thinks that it's weird for a boss monster to find a player's real name, and there are too many things out of place here. Sungwoo is now sure that there is a glitch in the system that is making these weird changes. Imugi tells Sungwoo that they don't have much time left, only the area around them is not under the creator's watch, but they will soon notice them. Jisoo-yun asks Imugi about this creator, and Hanho says that maybe this creator is a god, and all atheists are going to burn in hell. Imugi tells them that the creator he is talking about is not the creator of humans. He is talking about the being that created the monsters in this place. He creates the power the players use as well. Sungwoo thinks that this being must be an aggressor because he stuffed the system into the world they live in. Sungwoo asks the Imugi about the identity of the entity that created them. Imugi says that he doesn't know about it since he was not allowed to know of the creator's existence. Sungwoo says that it makes sense that Imugi doesn't know about the identity of the creator since he is just a boss monster created as a hurdle for the players. Imugi informs Sungwoo that he got a revelation after an unknown power entered into him. It was for only a small amount of time, so Imugi could realize only a small part of what the unknown power wanted to tell him, so he told Sungwoo to listen closely to what he was about to say. Jisoo-yun tries to attack Imugi as she thinks that Imugi is trying to get closer to Sungwoo to kill him, but Sungwoo orders Jisoo-yun to stand down. Imugi informs Sungwoo that there is a being who wants to contact him. These beings are just like his creator, but they are not currently able to appear on their own, so they are trying to convey a message using the Imugi. Sungwoo asks the Imugi what the creators want from him. Imugi informs him that the creators want the system to collapse. Sungwoo thinks that maybe they want him to end the game, and he asks Imugi why they chose him out of everyone. Imugi says that the creators have been watching everything since the start of the game. They are searching for the one who constantly deviates away from the system's fixed directions, and after careful consideration, they chose him. Imugi tells Sungwoo to survive and overthrow the system, and the creators will find an opportunity to contact him and call out his name. At the same time, a system notification appears informing the players that the system is undergoing emergency recovery, and it's on 13%. All of a sudden, some tears drop from the eyes of the Imugi, and he says that his existence is meaningless. His memories, his history, everything is fake. He is an existence that was made just to be exterminated without any meaning. Imugi asks Sungwoo to take the reverse scale from his body after killing him. Jisoo-yun explains to Hanho that a reverse scale grows in a reverse direction and is considered to be the dragon's weak point. Imugi informs Sungwoo that this scale is a gift from the being who wants to help him. The power contained in the scale will let him know if he is being watched by something or not. All of a sudden, Imugi goes berserk, and he randomly starts attacking his surroundings with his powerful elemental spells. Hanho says that suddenly going crazy while talking is a cowardly move, and Jisoo-yun asks Sungwoo if they are fighting again. Sungwoo realized that this was just an act and Imugi was doing it to fool the creator's eyes. Right now, Imugi is creating some traces of a battle. Sungwoo tells both Jisoo-yun and Hanho to listen carefully. Sungwoo says that once the recovery notification they see in front of them is complete, they need to start acting like they are fighting and as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Imugi informs Sungwoo that he is done creating fake battle traces and now Sungwoo can kill him. Imugi begs Sungwoo to collapse the system and find his world back while he launches an attack on him. Imugi threw some huge rocks at Sungwoo and his party. They easily dodge the projectiles. Hanho starts destroying some projectiles using his Asura form, and he mocks Imugi by saying that he handles fire like his mother slaps him on the back. All of a sudden, Jisoo-yun and Sungwoo appear right above Imugi using the shadow swap skill of Sungwoo. While Jisoo-yun is attacking, Imugi moves his head right where he will receive maximum impact from her hit. At the same time, Sungwoo runs toward the wall behind Imugi, and Imugi acts like he is trying his best to stop them. Sungwoo breaks the odd-looking wall behind Imugi. There is a pot inside the wall with a seal written on it. Sungwoo gets tackled from behind before he can do anything. Imugi shouts at Sungwoo, saying that you shameless intruders will not be able to break the Imugi's ancestral pot easily. At the same time, Sungwoo thinks that they are going to attract suspicion if things go out too smoothly. That's why Imugi is putting up some resistance. Sungwoo plays along, and he uses demonic bombardment on Imugi, but the Imugi easily nullifies demonic bombardment using a magic shield. Sungwoo summons his giant boss minions right next to Imugi to catch him off guard. The boss minions easily pop off the eyes of Imugi. Righty seizes this chance to jump toward Imugi using a boss minion as leverage. He then starts cutting the skin of Imugi like butter paper while Imugi screams in pain. He then makes his way to the ancestral pot and destroys it. A system notification appears to inform the players that the ancestral pot of Phase 1 of Imugi has been destroyed, and that Imugi has lost all shamanic powers. Imugi goes off on a rampage after his ancestral pot breaks. Sungwoo thinks that this much acting should be enough to fool the creator, so he summons all of his minions. The minions perform the all-out attack on the Imugi. They start ripping him bit by bit, and the poor Imugi withers in pain. Dark Knight appears right above Imugi using the shadow swap skill. He then chops off the head of Imugi in one swing. The players receive 11,550,000 gold coins for slaying Phase 1 Imugi. The time remaining for the dragon egg to hatch is now 1030 days. The title of Amateur Dragon Hunter gets upgraded to Expert Dragon Hunter. This, in turn, increases stamina by 6 points and physical strength by 3 points. His fire immunity increases by 40%, while his magic resistance increases by 10%. With his last breath, Imugi keeps crying and saying that this is unfair. He dies after saying that he never thought he would be killed by these 3 pieces of shit. Righty searches the head of Imugi, and he finds the reversed scale. Righty secretly hands it over to Sungwoo. It looks like a normal scale, and no information about it is available in the system window. Sungwoo has no idea about how he is going to find info about this item. All of a sudden, he sees a system message with on-air text written on it, as if he is being broadcasted. Sungwoo can feel an unknown presence. He now knows that the being called Creator is watching this place. Sungwoo is wondering if the Creator can know that Sungwoo has an item that lets him check if he is being watched. He now has something in his possession that can even hide from the eyes of the existence that presides over the system. Sungwoo is pondering the identity of the Creator and the other existences that are on par with him, and he also has no idea why they turned the world into a game. At the same time, a War Quest notification appears, informing everyone that the third faction has won the Metropolitan Area Scramble. 5 legendary tier chests are given to the representative of the winner faction. In the blink of an eye, 5 chests appear in front of Sungwoo. Other than that, the third faction won 296 million gold coins from the betting. Sungwoo is quite happy after winning such a massive amount of cash, but all of a sudden an earthquake hits the cave and a passage to the surface opens up. Hanho is overjoyed by their progress, and he is eager to see the expressions on the faces of people who place their bets on the angel or the devil faction. While moving up, Sungwoo thinks that the quest ended, so no player killing area effect must have ended as well, and he is not sure if the other factions will obediently let him pass. At the same time, the devil faction losers are still pissed at the Necromancer. Their leader says that a total of 741 devil faction members entered the cave, and 201 people perished in this dungeon. This was a humiliating loss from which they did not gain anything, but they lost a lot. But it's not over yet. The leader of the Conflict Guild tells his fellow players not to lose hope. they will rise up just like they rose up against the warlord of the Taebaek Mountain. He furiously tells his men that they will make this Bukhan Mountain the grave of the Necromancer. Chairman Lee is a cunning man. He already knew that something like this could happen, so he made a plan B. There are an additional 320 players stationed on the outskirts of the mountain. This plan B is called Operation Exorcism, and they are finally going to kill this demon necromancer for good. At the same time, the huge trees around the Imugi cave start to fall down on their own. The reporter announces that the event is finally over, and the giant dome that covers Bukhan Mountain is disappearing on its own. After a few minutes, the winner of the event, Sungwoo, and his party come out of the cave. The reporter announces that the third faction has won the event, but there is arrogance in her words. Ji Soo-yoon gives off a deadly glare as she reaches for her weapon. This makes the reporter afraid as she thinks that maybe Ji Soo-yoon is about to kill her for her offensive tone. But Ji Soo-yoon uses her sword to deflect some arrows coated with holy powers. The reaction of Ji Soo-yoon was too fast, and she managed to deflect the first volley of arrows with ease. Hanho and Sungwoo make a minion shield while the reporter informs the viewers that the quest has just ended and a new battle has started. Ji Soo-yoon quickly pinpoints the location where the arrows were fired, and she ravages through a whole unit of low-level archers and other long-ranged units. The reporter is quite shocked after witnessing the lightning speed of Ji Soo-yoon, otherwise known as the Red Devil of the third faction. Sungwoo says that the reporters who put their lives on the line to broadcast these fights are amazing, and Hanho says that it's sad, but she is probably going to die from a stray arrow. Conflict Guild members leap toward Ji Soo-yoon to engage her in close-quarter combat, but they get chopped like thin paper in a matter of a few seconds. The Conflict Guild leader orders the crossbow units to retreat and the mage unit to target the Red Devil. The Conflict Guild leader is on edge as he thinks that this Red Devil is getting in his way of enacting revenge on the Necromancer. He now knows why Chairman Lee told him to get rid of this girl first, but he overlooked her potential. Ji Soo-yoon destroyed 2 of the arrows that were meant for the Necromancer. They just needed to get rid of the Red Devil and then wait for an opportunity to target the Necromancer with these arrows. The Conflict Guild leader orders his lackey to use a painting to blow off the Red Devil. The player unfolds a huge painting scroll. A notification appears informing everyone that the divine landscape painting of the True View is activated. Ji Soo-yoon tries to jump back in order to avoid a black substance, but it's too fast, and it seems like she can't make it out on time. Ji Soo-yoon blocks the painting using her dual swords. She opens her eyes to find herself in a different location. She was teleported to the deep valley of Taebaek Mountain. The Conflict Guild leader becomes happy when they have sent away the Red Devil. With that being said, the Conflict Guild members leap towards Sungwoo. This time, Sungwoo is not going to show them any mercy. Sungwoo reactivates the divine Anubis form. All approaching players get inflicted with a lot of negative perks due to the presence of the divine state of Sungwoo. All players' stats are decreasing one by one. Some low-level players start spurting out blood while the leader of the Conflict Guild orders his men to hold on until the Necromancer summons his minions. They thoroughly research the Necromancer beforehand. When Sungwoo summons the undead in a large quantity, he releases a black smoke. He either puts a curse, poison, or a debuff on them, and then he wraps up his prey. The Conflict Guild members are not advised to rush in recklessly if they are already under his debuff. The Conflict Guild members start closing in slowly. At the same time, the players get hit by another debuff, and their stats are decreased by 2 points. Players get annoyed as the debuffs stack upon each other, and their experts never warn them beforehand about this. Sungwoo starts laughing like a maniac as he powers up. The ground behind Sungwoo tears up. All Conflict Guild members become scared after watching something come out of the ground. This unknown minion turns out to be the final boss of Imugi Cave. Sungwoo announces that from today onwards, the Devil faction in the Korean server will no longer be active. The morale of the players is hitting rock bottom as they are getting weaker every minute. With that being said, Imugi rushes toward the players. He starts rampaging through the ranks of the Devil faction. Sungwoo summons his skeleton minions, and then the zombies to show everyone that he is the true incarnation of the death itself. The reporter informs her viewers that the Conflict Guild members are getting swept away by an overwhelming force that seems unstoppable. The Conflict Guild leader is still cocky, and he tells Sungwoo that he cannot stop a huge army with a bunch of skeletons. Sungwoo tells him that he is correct and that later on, this Conflict Guild might belong to him. But the conflict guild leader tells Sungwoo that he cannot win now against their raw power without the protection of the Red Devil. At the same time, Sungwoo gets hit by 2 arrows imbued with a huge amount of holy power. The holy arrows were shot by an archer by the name of Kate Kim. Ever since the days of the high school archery club, he is the top-level archer that appeared in the Korean peninsula in 5 years. But during high school every month, his position would be stolen by talents that appeared after a few years. But he had dedicated his life to archery. His first 2 shots failed, but he will hit the target this time. With that being said, both his shots land on the chest of the Necromancer. Sungwoo tries to pinpoint the exact position of the sniper, but before he can think further, his head gets crushed with another arrow. Kate Kim says that the Necromancer should feel honored as he was killed by the top-level archer. But all of a sudden, the crushed bones of the Necromancer start to dissipate in the air. Sungwoo appears behind his minions, and he asks Kate Kim if that last headshot was shot with an ordinary arrow. Sungwoo came to the conclusion that they had only 4 holy arrows, which is why they are now using simple arrows. Kate Kim is completely shocked by this revelation. It was Hanho who suggested that Sungwoo should set up a dummy necromancer in case something like this happened. Back then, when Jisoo-yun was absorbed by the painting, Hanho panicked a little bit. Sungwoo told him to get his act together as just Yun is a ranker, and they could have only sealed her or teleported her with that item. All this time, Jisoo-yun was deflecting the arrows that were targeted at Sungwoo, and Hanho asked him what he was going to do now about the arrows. Hanho suggests that they should let them use all of their special arrows by setting up a werewolf as a stand-in for Sungwoo. Sungwoo says that there are too many people watching them right now, but Hanho says that anyone can use magic while others are watching. He further informs Sungwoo that they have the best material to divert everyone's attention, and that special material turns out to be the Imugi minion. Sungwoo picks up one of the special arrows that were aimed at him. By reading its description, Sungwoo says that anyone can tell where this item came from just by holding it. This arrow is called the Divine Blood Arrow. This item was produced by a player. Its effects include concentrated divine power. It gives additional damage to undead attributes. It gives a fatal purification effect to the undead with a 2000% on-hit damage. Its description says this weapon was created after long research and improvements. Would you believe it if you were told that these were made by boiling 10 priests alive? It will deal a critical hit if used on the Necromancer's heart with the marker's skill. Kate Kim now knows well that they cannot stop the Necromancer anymore, and he needs to run away. But before he can even take a step back, Righty catches up to him. Righty ends the life of Kate Kim by shooting him with a pistol. Kate Kim was a fan of Righty, and these proved to be his last words. The Conflict Guild members are hiding in a forest, and they are not sure if they can stay hidden for longer. The Conflict Guild leader is pissed at the fact that the Necromancer can find them even in this thick forest. A lot of specters are flying above the forest. All Conflict Guild members fall under the Spectre Curse. They are now in a state of fear, and their movement speed is decreased by 30%. Sungwoo is watching them from above, and knowing this fact is making the Conflict Guild leader angrier. Sungwoo releases all of his flying-type minions with the Asura Hanho. Righty and the other goblin minions are wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The Conflict Guild members are not sure if they are going to get any reinforcements. The chairman previously told them that there is a large-scale reinforcement troop lying in wait, but the fact that it's not showing up even during an emergency situation like this one can only mean one thing. There were no reinforcements to begin with. The Conflict Guild leader is pissed at the chairman for abandoning them. At this rate, everyone is going to be taken out by the Necromancer, so the Conflict Guild leader orders Ijin to take out the box. While Ijin is preparing the box, the Conflict Guild leader says that maybe they should retreat, but there is nothing left for them, and they can't even return to the Taebaek Mountains. Jin asks him if they should make another attempt at the monster in the Taebaek Mountains, but the Conflict Guild leader shuns him. That monster is out of their league as well, and they leave Taebaek Mountains in order to run away from him. Finally, Ijin takes out the box with seals on it. The Conflict Guild leader devours an item from the box. This increases his power by several-fold, and he starts emitting a lot of berserk energy. The spirit of the mountains have spread throughout his whole body. All of his stats are increased by 15%. He gained an automatic healing effect of 5 regen per second. He gained the power of the mountain god, and his influence on the natural objects increased significantly. His affinity for all spirits increased drastically. All of a sudden, his body starts going through overexertion of energy. a warning message pops up stating that his stamina levels are lower than the acceptable level. The spirit of the mountain effect will be temporarily applied, but he will suffer terrible pain and severe penalties afterward. The spirit of the mountain has entered his body, and it is absorbing his stats. In the event of neglecting the current state for an extended time, he might end up facing death. The conflict guild leader is boiling from the inside as his power is overflowing. As he previously thought, his primary class strongman goes well with his linked class dark elementalist, and he should be able to win with this. With that being said, he jumps toward the minions of Sungwoo. With just a single Earth Shatter skill, he managed to kill a ton of minions. Minions are not the only ones who died with the Earth Shattering, as there were many conflict guild members who were swept away by that attack. The buffed-up conflict guild leader calls out the Necromancer for a 1 versus 1. He throws many insults at the Necromancer, saying that he is a piece of garbage who hides behind his minions, and he is not even fit to be a man. He then points out at the cameras, and he asks the audience at home if they are not curious about what the real power of the Necromancer is like. Sungwoo says that you are asking for a 1 versus 1 after trying every cheap trick in the box. There were many bastards like him who came before to fight him, just like now, but in the end, all they received was death at his hands. Conflict Guild Leader says that he is different from him as he has survived thanks to his own skill and body, unlike the Necromancer who keeps hiding behind his skeletons. He points towards Sungwoo while asking if he can boldly say with his own mouth that he is strong. Sungwoo gets pissed, and he says, do he needs to say it loud? The Conflict Guild members who got swept away by the Earth Shatter are on the edge, and Ijin gets to them. He tries to help one of them, but this person turns out to be Hanho. Instead of thanking Ijin, Hanho punches his face. The survivors say that Hanho is the weakest among the Necromancer comrades, and they can somehow manage him. Hanho gets pissed, and he says that he is going to change this perception right here and right now. Hanho leaps toward them while activating his Asura arms. He then uses a skill called Ghostly Daggers, a fist of violence. Some of the players die after getting hit by the daggers, but the remaining players say that they should remain steadfast as Hanho must be from a thief class at best. Hanho gets buffed up after the kills, and the survivors become afraid after watching this form. Hanho thanks Admiral Chen for bestowing this power upon him. With that being said, Hanho pummels the surviving players with Asura fists. Hanho thinks that he is looking super cool right now, and even the broadcasters must be filming him right now. Maybe he will get a fan club like Sungwoo in the future. However, the broadcasters are focused on the fight between the Necromancer and the Conflict Guild leader. Something bizarre happened in that battle as Sungwoo already knocked out the buffed-up Conflict Guild leader. Sungwoo gives out a grim smile while saying that he already told him that many others tried to pull this head-on fight card on him, and now the Conflict Guild leader will soon lie with them. The Conflict Guild leader coughs up a lot of blood as he tries to say something. He is still confused about how he lost this fight. Even if there is a difference in levels, there shouldn't be much difference in stats since he got additional stats to even out the odds beforehand. Sungwoo is not sure, so he asks the Conflict Guild leader if he got more stats through side quests. The Conflict Guild leader is level 18, and he is ranked 10 in the Korean server. He thought that the bonus stats he got from various hidden quests would be enough to be compared to the top 3 rankers. Even if his stats were lacking a bit, he thought he would be able to overcome the Necromancer if he were to receive the Spirit of the Mountain. Before striking him down, Sungwoo informs him that he is not the only one who walked a dangerous path to get here. He is more like a frog in a pond who was stuck in the Taebaek Mountains. With that being said, Sungwoo strikes the Conflict Guild leader, chopping him into tiny pieces. Sungwoo earns 145,000 gold coins by killing a player who is in a demigod state. After witnessing the demise of their leader, other Conflict Guild members tremble in fear and throw their weapons. It's over for them, as their leader is dead, and they are no match for even the weakest of the comrades of the Necromancer. Ijin admits their defeat, and he begs the Necromancer to spare their lives. Sungwoo obtains a legendary consumable item called the Inner Pill of the Taebaek Mountains from the corpse of the Conflict Guild leader. The user of this item can obtain a huge increase in ability stats by accepting the spirit of the mountain. Also, the affinity for mastery over nature and energy increases drastically. This allows the player to occasionally gain power in the mountain demigod state. However, for a player to completely absorb it, they need a minimum vitality level of 80 or more, and the recommended level for its usage is 100. But Sungwoo already has his demigod state, which can create conflict and cause adverse effects. The description says that this inner pill was formed after someone unqualified forcibly ingested the demigod ginseng. Instead of gaining power, their power was absorbed by the pill, thus resulting in a more strongly concentrated state after consuming the power of the conflict guild leader. This is the first time Sungwoo gets his hands on an item that can unlock the demigod state. Sungwoo asks Ijin about the girl. Ijin is not sure which girl he is talking about, so he tells him that he is inquiring about Ji-soo-yun, the woman wearing the red tracksuit. Ijin calls her the human butcher lady by mistake. He opens up the divine landscape painting to show Sungwoo the location of Ji-soo-yun. This painting is a legendary consumable item. It teleports the target to the painting's location, and right now it's on a cooldown of 96 hours. Sungwoo asks Ijin about this place, and Ijin informs him that it is the deepest place in the Taebaek Mountains. Sungwoo asks him if it's safe there since he heard them saying on a stream that they had already cleared up the whole Taebaek Mountains. Ijin informs him that it is partly correct, but cleaning up the whole mountain is a lie. They tried to exterminate the monsters, but the mountains were too deep, and monsters kept increasing in number and strength every day. They even started a power struggle, and in the end, one of them united the mountain range. From that point onwards, a being called the King of the Great Mountain Range was born. Sungwoo thinks that he never saw a being with the title of a king, and Ijin further informs him that they could never confirm its existence and that they only saw the quest message. They couldn't even handle the subordinates of that king, so they moved to a different area. Hanho asks him if that is the reason why they joined the Falling Devil faction. The Devil faction needed troops after the last war, and the Conflict Guild needed an area to migrate to. Sungwoo becomes a little bit worried after hearing it, as it is not a good idea to leave the growing monsters to themselves. Hanho asks Ijin if he has any other information, and if he is honest with them, then they will treat him better than other slaves by giving him alcohol and drugs. Ijin rejects his offer by saying that I am 18 and I don't want to break the law by drinking liquor. Both Hanho and Sungwoo are not sure if he is being honest about his age. Hanho becomes pissed at this young boomer, and he straightens him up by saying, "You are too young for drinking, but you have no remorse for plundering." At the same time, the Crusader Guild arrives at the scene. Sungwoo asks the prosecutor what he wants. Deep down, Sungwoo knows that this prosecutor is not someone who plays tricks like the Conflict Guild. The prosecutor informs him that their wide area surveillance team found a group from the Devil faction that was preparing for a sneak attack, and they had just finished suppressing them. The chairman ran away, so the Crusader Guild was thinking of eliminating the main base, but they came here to support Sungwoo. But looking at this place, it seems the situation is already settled here. The prosecutor already lost the dungeon raid, and he doesn't plan on losing again. It's not worth raiding by sacrificing guild members, but he will not miss this chance to completely destroy the Devil faction. The prosecutor informs Sungwoo that they will take care of clearing the battlefield for them. Sungwoo tells him that he has an offer to make. He will clear the Devil faction in the northern metropolitan area, and the Liberation Guild will be able to take hold of the metropolitan area without much effort. The prosecutor says that he is sure that this offer doesn't come for free, and Sungwoo must have something he wants from them. Sungwoo asks him to find information about the Taebaek Mountains through the wide area surveillance team of the Crusader Guild. He further informs the prosecutor that Ji-soo-yun fell into the mountains due to the magic of the Conflict Guild, and they can't even reach her through the community server. The prosecutor quickly agrees to these terms. They both shake hands as they know that they are competitors, but they need some friends in these difficult times. At the same time, the reporter informs the audience that the Necromancer has won this battle, plus he even took the Yamugi cave boss as his minion, and it looks like even the prosecutor has acknowledged it. At the same time, the reporter levels up to 13. She has successfully completed the hidden quest of mobilizing 100,000 people on her stream. She is given an additional skill as a reward, and additional features have been opened up for her, like viewer sponsorship. The reporter becomes super excited after receiving these rewards. She thinks that if the Necromancer had given her an interview at that time, then she could have mustered up a larger audience. But before she can think further, Sungwoo comes up to them and asks them if he can say something through their broadcast. All guilds and influential people around the Korean server are super excited to find out what the Necromancer is about to say. Sungwoo flares up as he tells them that at the end of the day, he is going to destroy the main base of the Devil faction, and all of the viewers already know the reason why he is going to do it. The undead do not differentiate between people. They only differentiate between the alive and the dead. He warns the Devil faction members that if they don't want to die, then start running away with their families. And that's the only mercy he is going to show them. By tomorrow morning, there won't be a single soul left alive in the devil faction. The reporter shakes in fear, and she begs the players around the area of the main base of the devil faction to run away with their children and elderly. The reporter's assistant calls her out for something. It turns out the main base of the devil faction is broadcasting, expressing their views about the Necromancer. Sungwoo is curious as well to find out what this broadcast is about. The security around the devil faction's main base is quite strict. After a few hours, they spot Sungwoo and his wyverns. Sungwoo lands at their entrance, but his mood does not look good. Lee Minchul welcomes him, and previously, he used to run a shelter in this area. Sungwoo asks him if the things he said in the broadcast are true, and Lee Minchul confirms it. Lee Minchul tells him that they want to surrender unconditionally as the executives of the Reconstruction Alliance, including Chairman Lee, got scared and ran away. The common players in this place were being unwillingly controlled by the Reconstruction Alliance in the first place. So, he asked the Necromancer to understand their reason for forcibly participating in the plans of the Reconstruction Alliance. Sungwoo knows from this conversation that these guys are drawing a clear line between them and the Reconstruction Alliance. But Sungwoo is not interested in that small stuff, so he asks Minchul about the object. Minchul leads the way after informing Sungwoo that they have kept it ready. The common folk of the Dark Faction are afraid, as they all saw Sungwoo saying that he would even kill their children and women. Sungwoo thinks that he has at least left a strong first impression, although that might make him quite infamous. Thanks to that, he easily obtained the last piece. He finally got his hands on the Devil Stone statue, which is the final piece for the third faction's hidden quest. He had already destroyed 2 of the Absolute Race's statues, and now only 1 was left. The devil statue is holding a cup containing fire and a spear held in reverse. On the other hand, the angel statue had a sword and a crown. Sungwoo is wondering what these things could mean, or maybe the statues imply what each faction has to pursue. Whatever their dreams are, they can no longer be fulfilled. Righty smashes the Devil Stone statue with a head-on sword strike, and in retaliation, the Devil faction increases the bounty on Sungwoo by 50,000. Due to the breaking of the Devil statue, the levels and bonuses provided by the Devil faction were removed from the nearby players. A notification pops up informing Sungwoo that he has completed the hidden quest by destroying 3 Absolute Race statues. Another notification by the title of Great Moment Establishment pops up. His goal is to choose the faction's home base. His initial operating capital is 30,000 gold. Sungwoo has passed the test for becoming the progenitor of a new faction and has finally obtained the qualification to establish a new faction. Sungwoo first needs to assign a home base. For the faction's eternal development, Sungwoo needs to select a safe and great area and lay the foundations of a 100-year plan. Sungwoo needs to assign a home base within 72 hours. Once a home base is assigned, it cannot be arbitrarily modified. Hanho found an item that looked the same as the horn of the devil statue. This is a legendary consumable item known as a devil horn fragment. On usage, the user can move to a devil statue within a certain range for a single time. It cannot be used to move to an angel faction or the third faction location. Its description says that in case the stone statues are destroyed, they can be used as a last resort for escape. Sungwoo had his fun until now, enjoying the loopholes in the system, but with the establishment of the third faction, that fun is over. As Sungwoo is about to leave, Lee Minchul runs up to him and requests him to accept them in the third faction. Since the stone statue was destroyed, they received a huge penalty, and they were expelled from the devil faction as well. Sungwoo tells him that he is sorry, but that he cannot accept them in his faction. The third faction doesn't easily accept people. They can only join his faction by proving their worth by raiding dungeons. With that being said, Sungwoo leaves, and Lee Minchul says that even survival alone is difficult, and the Necromancer is talking about raiding the dungeons. After some time, Sungwoo arrives in Suwon. Hanho is trying to find something on the community forums. Hanho informs Sungwoo that Jisoo-yun leaves no comments and that something might have happened to her. Sungwoo tells him to calm down and that Jisoo-yun will be fine. Sungwoo wants to go and search for her right away, but there is a chance that things will get dangerous if he makes a move. There are still too many forces on the Korean server looking for him. There is that Evolution Society, the Reconstruction Alliance, and other potential enemies that have yet to be revealed. No matter how careful he is, if he tries to search a wide area like the Taebaek Mountains, then his movement will be known to others. It's not a problem if they target him, but it could make matters worse if they started targeting Jisoo-yun. The wide area surveillance team of the Liberation Guild has many members, and they have outstanding capability. Sungwoo will wait for their report for now. The growth level of the World Tree is 2, and it has grown up to 83%. Spearman Kyungsu informs Sungwoo that they don't need lights during nighttime as the world tree illuminates a lot of light, and it also stands out because the surroundings have no light. The world tree is pretty much a landmark right now, and hiding it will be useless. Hanho, with a severe face, says that they should use it since they cannot hide it. They can emphasize its sacred yet dominating presence to the people outside. A system message pops up asking Sungwoo if he wants to choose the location of the third faction's main base, and Sungwoo clicks on the yes option. Another notification pops up asking Sungwoo for the faction name. After choosing a name, it cannot be changed for 30 days, plus an enormous amount of gold is required to change it for the second time. Sungwoo has already thought up a good name for his faction. He names his faction the World Tree Faction. All players get a system notification. The system congratulates all players as a new faction has been established. All of its members will get faction quests just like the other two on. New features will open according to the faction rank. Another notification pops up informing Sungwoo that he has completed the faction quest for the establishment of Great Moment. Initial operating capital of 30 million will be given to him as a reward. Sungwoo got the title and was the first investor, and all of his stats increased by 3 points. He can now add regular members to the faction. The World Tree, also known as the Holy Tree of Life, becomes the symbol of the faction by satisfying a particular condition. The whole world gets a system message. The system informs the players worldwide that for the first time in the history of the Korean server, a player-led faction called World Tree Faction has been born. The Suwon Town residents become overjoyed and happy after watching this system message. Spearman Kyungsu says that the Suwon Town members felt alienated for not being a member of a faction for a long time. All of a sudden, the Angel faction releases an emergency worldwide faction quest. Its title is the Ominous Segment Purification Project. Their objective is to disrupt the World Tree faction and kill the Necromancer leader. After completing the objective, they need to touch an angel statue. As a reward, they will be given 150 million gold coins and the highest position on the server. The Devil faction releases a worldwide quest as well. Its title says Stepping on Parasite Eggs and Bursting Them. Their objective is to offer the World Tree faction member corpses to the Devil Stone statue. After completing the objective, they need to touch the Stone of the Devil. They will be given 1 million gold for each World Tree faction member they kill, and the highest position on the server will be granted to the player with the most significant contribution. Sungwoo thinks these two factions have invested a lot of money in this quest and must feel threatened by his existence. Another world quest, named after the one who is hated by the world, pops up. It's a hunting or protecting type of quest. Their objective is to either hunt or defend the World Tree players. The rewards are different depending on the situation. Number 1, in case of hunting, 5 million gold for each World Tree faction player will be given, and on killing the first ancestor of the World Tree faction, 500 million gold will be given. In the case of protection, the first player of the World Tree faction is the most problematic in the world. He took actions that brought the two absolute races anger upon himself. As such, the two absolute races have decided not to leave him alone. This event is for the whole world and is not limited to the Korean server. The players must also choose whether they are going to follow the orders of the absolute race or resist them to join the new birth. The contents of this quest may change depending on the progress. After hearing about the reward on the head of Sungwoo, even Hanho becomes a little bit inclined to kill him. The reward money is too big, and Sungwoo thinks that soon enough, the atmosphere will shift to that of a house full of people mourning a deceased person. Hanho's dad goes into rage mode, and he asks, how dare they try to hunt us? Not just Hanho's dad, everyone from Suwon Town becomes excited after thinking about how much experience and gold they will gain for free by killing the people who will come for their heads. Sungwoo is confused about how these people change from being naive to human-killing butchers. Spearman Kyungsu informs him that their situation is different from when their only way of survival was running away. They will start preparing for this new fight, and this time, they will make a little bigger and perfect war plan. While talking to Kyungsu, Sungwoo checks the image scale. It turns out the game maker is watching him. This time, Sungwoo will make things fun for this being, but with a completely unexpected twist. After some time, the Hwarang Guild from the Devil faction comes live to give their official standpoint on the World Tree quest. The Hwarang faction decides not to pursue the hunting of the World Tree faction. Some other minor factions within Korea support the World Tree faction. On the community forums, someone posts that this current situation is the same as a historical event. During the Donghak Peasant Revolution, they had to bring in foreign powers because they could not stop the peasant army. After this quest, people from foreign countries will come and make a mess of their Korean server while trying to hunt the Necromancer. Most of the Korean players support Necromancers as they don't want any foreign invaders on their land. A female player on the helicopter tells Dr. Yu, the top 10 ranked, that the world is a whole of incapable people who are too scared to look at the bigger picture. After some time, the helicopter arrives at a specific location and many players come out to greet Dr. Yu. A player by the name of Arhata says that this is the first time they have met him in person. Dr. Yu greets them and he asks if the elder came to the sea to greet them. Arhata informs Dr. Yu that the Yakuza boss hasn't moved to these remote places himself, but they have made sure to dispatch sufficient troops, so they ask for his understanding. Dr. Yu asks them about who is here in place of their boss. Arhata informs him that Chief Kata Akira has come in place of their boss. He is the Sword Saint, and he is in charge of educating the guild assistants. Doctor, you move into the chief room. Chief Okata is sitting there alone with a sword in front of him. All of a sudden, he releases a lot of aura. Dr. Yu gets a notification informing him that a sharp sense is looking through his identity. His profile information is partly exposed and his movements are being read. Chief Okata thanks Dr. Yu for coming all this way by himself. Dr. Yu thanked him in turn by saying that it was an honor to meet the Sword Saint. He points out to a sword, stating that it's his honor to stand behind the hilt of that sword. Chief Okata says that Dr. Yu knows the nickname that people call a joke on the Japanese server, and Dr. Yu seems to be very interested in Japan since the amount of information he has is impressive. After some time, they move to a more friendly room and eat food together. After having food, they enjoy special Japanese wine. Chief Okata asks Dr. Yu if the target they and the Evolution Society requested is this guy. Doctor, you confirm it by saying that he is the same guy who was pointed out by the World Quest yesterday. Chief Okata says that he just came out here for a short outing, but this feels like catching a sea bream with a shrimp. If they manage to deal with the Necromancer first through the Korean server informant request, then that would be a huge achievement for their organization. Chief Okata tells Dr. Yu not to worry about the Necromancer as he is planning to dispatch his most precious special unit. Dr. Yu says that he once entrusted the request to the Korean server mercenaries, but they failed, and the Necromancer must be preparing for a sneak attack. Chief Okata gives a killer look to Dr. Yu. He then flares up as he informs Dr. Yu that they are not some back alley mercenary trash. They are knights errant who hold the sword of honor and loyalty. Their skills are different from those of a handyman who works for a penny. Dr. Yu says he is correct, and no one dares to think lightly of Yamato Guild's sword. Still, this time, their opponent is not easy to deal with, but before a doctor can say anything, Chief Okata stops him by telling him to set his worries aside because they have the ninjas. Ninjas are an advanced class of assassins who specialize in deceiving, exploiting, and killing strong opponents. On top of that, they have received professional training that has been passed down from generation to generation. Creating synergy by gathering 15 ninjas of this caliber is definitely no easy task. Since their conversation seems to be over, Chief Okata is about to turn the ship around. Dr. Yu tells Chief Okata that it is his honor to meet him, but before Dr. Yu can leave, Chief Okata tells him that the Yakuza boss gave out orders to first receive the object before drawing out the sword. Dr. Yu tells him to rest assured that the item they requested will be delivered to them within a day. With that being said, Dr. Yu leaves the ship using the helicopter. The female player asks Dr. Yu about the boss of this Yakuza clan. Dr. Yu informs her that Yamato Guild's master is an older man who took control of Kyushu. He is an older man who couldn't awaken even after getting to level 22. He must be in a hurry since he is trying to collect items that are required for awakening, and they happen to have one of them, so they got a deal out of it. The female players ask if the ninjas can get the Necromancer for good. Dr. Yu gives off a grin and smiles while telling her that they only need the ninjas to buy them some time. Even if the Yamato Guild fails, they need to complete the plan. Then, everything will be over once they execute the plan. Meanwhile, on the other side of Suwon Town, Spearman Kyungsu says they told everyone that they were preparing for war, but their clan was not big enough. Sungwoo says that he is correct since they only selected a small number of elite players. Sungwoo did this in order to reduce the risk associated with the dependent population and to form a solid formation. Spearman Kyungsu says thankfully they have had almost zero death up until now, but that can't be guaranteed if they were to join a war. Their town's population is 226, and even if a small number of casualties were to occur, that would still be an irrecoverable blow. Spearman Kyungsu says that they cannot accept people recklessly and Sergeant Kim says that it would be quite difficult to find those with evil intentions among the recruits. Sung-woo has a plan, as he thinks they need to lay a solid foundation first. Money, items, hunting, and anything that can be grown, they will raise to their limits. This is the beginning of a project aimed at militarizing the entire population's abilities for multi-personal combat. First, they will focus on items. After some days, they manage to create a new item thanks to the loot obtained from the conflict guild. This is a rare crossbow called the highest grade repeating crossbow, and it has a high-capacity magazine. A semi-automatic gear is attached to it, and a high-capacity magazine has been added to it. After equipping the magazine, 28 shots can be fired continuously. The Reconstruction Alliance produced this 8 continuous shot crossbow, but it was improved by the blacksmiths of the World Tree faction through the addition of 90,000 gold. If its performance is lacking, it's probably because the gold was not enough. Hanho gives a lecture to everyone, saying that they need to make the World Tree faction great again. They can proceed with everything since Sung-woo still has over 300 million gold coins. Their faction's next objective is hunting. The main hunting fields are always wiped out clean, but the new dungeons are filled and overflowing. Also, there are 4 large-scale dungeons so that they can take their pick. Sung-woo tells them to divide the players into groups that will carry out the dungeon raids, plus they will join the dungeon raids with him. Sergeant Kim asks Sung-woo if he is going to guide them by himself. Sung-woo flares up as he tells them to come quickly since he wants to get over this dungeon business. The next day, they arrive in a dungeon by the lake. This dungeon is known as the Troll's Crypt. After some hardcore fights, the guild members are quite exhausted. Sergeant Kim tells the exhausted members to rest assured as they will soon get to the return point. All of a sudden, the ground starts shaking as something approaches them. 4 trolls come running toward the players. The players get to their position as they know they can easily take care of them with their level and experience. Tanks take the head-on charge of the trolls while the casters cast some debuff magic on the trolls. After that, the players smash the legs of the trolls with ranged attacks. The players continue rampaging through the trolls, earning over 25,000 gold coins. Finally, they manage to reach the entrance to the second floor, which is also the return point. In a few hours, the World Tree faction members reach the surface, and the minions carry out the dead bodies of the trolls. Troll's Crypt was a large-scale dungeon with 3 floors, which was formed in Seoho Park, but they can get a lot of experience points by just raiding the first floor, exiting the dungeon, and then repeating the process without casualties. Spearman Kyung-soo says that it is a relief there are no casualties, but the faction members are exhausted to death. They had been raiding the dungeon non-stop for 11 hours straight, which made them familiar with every nook and cranny of the first floor. Sung-woo says, the more experience you obtain, the faster the raids get. The shorter their resting time will be, and they will get even more experience. An exhausted Lieutenant Kim says that even factory machines will break if you keep using them non-stop. Sung-woo says that how can you say it when it's a process that even Hanho endured. Back in their days, the 3 of them used to hunt monsters with food held in their mouths. Sung-woo asks them if this grinding trip is not effective. Hanho's father says that no one is dead, but there are many injured. Even if they heal them using potions, the mental fatigue will only continue to build up. Most of the elites of their faction, including Hanho's father and Sergeant Kim, have leveled up to 15. But they are worried as things are getting competitive and the newcomers are catching up to them. Hanho tells the citizens of Suwon Town that there is no time to rest as they should be moving the troll corpses before they spoil. And now, it is time for the collection and production phase of their faction. After some time, the wyverns arrive in Suwon Town with the newly acquired trolls. The workers have not yet dismantled the already acquired trolls, and the wyverns keep adding new trolls to the pile. With that being said, the players start draining the blood and removing the skin. The potion boxes in the storeroom are already filled to the brim, and there is no more space to store new stock. Troll's blood is used to make potions, but they lack some herbs that go along with the blood, so they send a team to gather more herbs from a nearby mountain. The collection team is already on edge, but the players ruthlessly feed them potions and send them to the mountains once again. Right now, the World Tree Factory is going through a rapid economic boom, and soon it will be filled with the best talent and materials. Things in Suwon Town are going well for now. The only thing Sung-woo is worried about right now is Jisoo-yun. Someone tells Jisoo-yun that you guys call us monsters. But looking at what Jisoo-yun has done, he is not sure which one of them is a real monster. This entity turns out to be the king of the Great Mountain Range. Jisoo-yun thinks that it might be difficult for her to return. The wide area search team of the Crusader Guild is at the Taebake Mountains. Due to an unknown power, their low-level magic drones are being blocked. They can hear the sound of monsters coming from different sides of the mountain range, and they think that this must be the reason why the Conflict Guild ran away from this area. They must have thought that fighting other factions would be better than this. Plus, the monsters around this area are strange. It's like every one of them is a boss monster. The female player says that this environment is a huge challenge for them, even with their wide area surveillance team's resources and personnel. They can't do much, and they are not sure if it is possible to survive here alone. The male player informs her that Jisoo-yun is no ordinary person and she is a ranker. They become afraid after thinking that the Necromancer will kill them if they find Jisoo-yun as a corpse. One of their underling informs them that he found a witness. After a few minutes, they reach a well-maintained home. An old man with his granddaughters come outside to greet the players. It turns out that for a short while this family was with Jisoo-yun, but for some reason she got separated from them. Both the wide area surveillance team leader and the old man bicker back and forth. In the end, player asks the old man if he knows where Jisoo-yun went. The old man says that she has not returned since the time she borrowed our clothes and left. He lent her some clothes, worrying about whether she would be able to stand this cold place with an outfit like that. The old man starts crying, thinking about how these city people scammed him so many times. At the same time, the granddaughters inform the surveillance team that it looked like Jisoo-yun received a quest at that time. This quest seems to be related to the king of the Great Mountain Range, so maybe she was following the quest route. All of a sudden, the grandpa gets up and he shouts aloud. The surveillance team leader asks him if he remembers something. Grandpa informs them that Jisoo-yun also ate a lot of their emergency food. After that, she hunted wild animals and left them here, saying she was returning the favor, but he has never handled animal meat by himself. One of the granddaughters informed the search team about something. She said that the king of the Great Mountain Range has the Shadow King set item, but the player is not sure what that means. Surveillance Guild has no information about Shadow King in their library. The players say that tracking Jisoo-yun will not be easy, as she is headed for the boss of this mountain range. That's why they will have to delay or abandon this suicide mission. The surveillance team leader orders his underlings to log the information they got from their investigation and send it over to the Necromancer. Few kilometers away from the Suwon town, some players are clearing the roads from the low-level monsters. Sungtae says that he envies the people living in the Suwon town. The very area next to them is developing at a faster pace, but they are looking like this. Before he can say something else, he spots two players coming toward them. The new players asks for directions. Sungtae becomes alerted as this person is not looking like a native Korean. The players behind him ask about what is going on in the front. Sungtae becomes a bit relaxed as he got 26 people with him, and if things go downhill they can take care of it. Sungtae informs his friends that these people look a bit lost. His friends mockingly say that they should call the police if they are lost. The Japanese player asks Sungtae if this road leads to Suwon town. A signboard next to them says that Suwon town is 8 kilometers away. Sungtae asks him if he can't read the sign right next to them. The Japanese player thanks him for the direction. Sungtae becomes a bit agitated as this player is getting on his nerves. All of a sudden, the expressions on the face of the Japanese player changes. The Japanese player tells Sungtae to calm down as he is not looking for any signs and he can't even read. Sungtae looks back to find out that all of his friends have been annihilated and the ninjas are surrounding the place. Sungtae starts shivering with fear, and the Japanese player says that their border security has a lot of holes and it's totally pathetic. Sungtae gets down on his knees as he begs the Japanese player to spare his life, and in return he will safely escort them to Suwon town. The Japanese player turns out to be Arhata, and he tells Sungtae that what he needs is not a guide. Arhata only requires Sungtae and his phone as he wants to keep digging information from the Korean server community. Arhata says that no one has ever managed to live after meeting their first division. If Sungtae is not willing to cooperate, then they can easily find a replacement, and Sungtae says that he will cooperate. Sungtae asks them about where they are from. Arhata says that we are teachers who have come to teach a lesson to the unruly guys on the Korean server, and in the end, he asks Sungtae to guide them to the Necromancer. Around the same time in the Troll Crypt dungeon, the players have finally made their way to the 3rd floor of the cave. The boss monster king of the underworld makes an appearance. The player unit leader orders the other players to freeze the legs of the boss so they can stop him from approaching them. Spearman Kyungsoo orders the airborne troops to target the legs. They keep on attacking the boss monsters with different types of magic and ranged attack. The boss monster puts one of his hand back to get something. It turns out to be a slingshot. The boss monster keeps on attacking the players with the slingshots, but all of his attacks get broken down by the defense magic of the players. Spearman Kyungsoo says that their entire Group 5 has specialized in defense magic, and they should be able to block even the Thunder God's mace once or twice. With that being said, all players unleash their fury on the boss monster by chopping him limb from limb. Hanho says that nowadays all sorts of dogs, cows, or kings appear with 6 limbs, but they are all fake except for him. After a few minutes, the players manage to subdue the king of the underworld and they receive 115,000 gold coins. The players become overjoyed with happiness as most of them leveled up and they received a lot of gold. Sungwoo is proud of his faction as their confidence is increasing with their levels. All of a sudden, some players spot something unusual near them. This unusual thing turns out to be a huge locked gate. A system message informs them that this gate is being protected by a powerful magic. Only the being engraved on the wall can approach it. It requires a 3-rank or higher unsealing spell, or it can be unlocked by an expert rank or higher unlocking skill. Spearman Kyungsoo says that it's their second time encountering something like this. This dungeon doesn't seem to show other hints, and it looks like a hidden reward that one can obtain through their personal skills. Hanho tries to open it, but there are no holes in the wall, so he can't lockpick it, or he is simply lacking in lockpicking abilities. Sungwoo grins a little bit as he says that he has got another way. Sungwoo pulls out the special master key. The master key is a consumable item. It can open all locks and it gets destroyed after one use. Sungwoo pushes the key toward the door and it asks Sungwoo if he wants to open the door, and Sungwoo agrees to it. The door starts to open and the system message informs them that this is King of the Underworld's giant safe. Sungwoo says this is breathtaking and he didn't know that trolls would gather these things. Hanho is not sure if the King of the Trolls had a unique taste or they randomly collected these treasures. They find a lot of weapons along with gold and a divine weapon. This divine weapon has a legendary rank and it is known as War Wagon. It's used as a military equipment. Once mana is funneled into it, 40 projectiles are simultaneously fired and create explosions aimed at the target point. It has a cooldown time of 5 minutes. The required mana changes according to the level of mastery. Lieutenant Kim says that this wagon does not look like a historical divine weapon, and it seems to contain magical powers. Spearman Kyungsoo is happy because they finally got something good since the wars upon them. Hanho's dad says this weapon is super broken, and they can even conquer the whole world with it. And Hanho adds to it by saying that the World Tree faction will shred through its enemies with this weapon. Lieutenant Kim tries to lift it up, but it is too heavy for him alone, so Spearman Kyungsoo says that they will have a hard time taking it back to the surface. Sungwoo activates the World Tree faction safe in order to store the war wagon. This safe consumes 100,000 gold to store a single item, and right now there are no weapons in it. A system message pops up asking Sungwoo if he wants to store the divine weapon war wagon. A total of 15,000 gold coins will be consumed in order to store this item. Sungwoo clicks on the store button. A huge bright flash blinds everyone in the vicinity, and Hanho says that if they were making a game, they should have given every single player an inventory of his own. Once the war wagon is stored, everyone jumps in the pool of treasures to claim their bounty. Hanho finds a wooden staff, but he is not sure if it is used by troll magicians or not. Hanho's dad informs him that it looks like a sari, but Hanho has no idea what a sari is. Sari are things that are erected next to totem poles. This is a heroic rank totem and its name is Sari of Luck. All production power and production technology improves in the radius of 5 kilometers. The place where Sade are installed have 10% additional item production success rates. This item is going to be quite useful for the production facilities of Suwon Town. Checking everything right now in this treasure trove will be quite difficult since there are all sorts of rare items, materials, and weapons in here. Sungwoo says that they have gained a lot since these past few days, and they will head back first. After a few days, the World Tree is emitting huge rays of light. Sungwoo installed the Sadi of Luck right next to the World Tree. Due to this factor, abundance of the sacred tree is granted to this area. Item production success rates are increased by 50%. On producing items, the chances of an additional option being granted increase by 10%. All item production costs are decreased by 10%. Another notification pops up which states that the effects of the Sadi of Luck are granted to the area. All production power and production technology improved by 10%. All item production success rates increased by 10%. The production team is quite angry at Lieutenant Kim for bringing these buffs upon buffs for them because now they have to work even during their sleep. Spearman Kyung-soo says that the amount of medicinal herbs has also increased since the installation of the sade. The herbalist team has yet to come down from the mountains, or maybe they ran away. Sungwoo says maybe they are absent because he pushed them a bit too far. Sungwoo gives a 12 hours leave to everyone in the World Tree faction to boost up their morale. While everyone is celebrating their long-awaited break, Sungwoo is thinking of raiding a much higher difficulty dungeon once the break ends. Sungwoo gives a bad news to the surveillance team since they will be not getting a break because they need to secure their borders. Hanho's father is the leader of the surveillance team because of his eye and the air skill, and he is not happy about it. After a few hours, the night falls, and the World Tree is giving off a soothing bright light. Someone is watching the World Tree from afar. These turned out to be ninjas, and they say that they have confirmed their target. They report that they have sighted the Necromancer, and there is also an unidentified giant tree that pumps out powerful energy. With that being said, all ninjas start assembling. Their squad leader refrains them from approaching any further beyond this point. His lackey says that the Suwon town residents seem to be enjoying a break right now. Their leader says that they will have to kill him by aiming for the moment the bastard Necromancer comes out of the barrier. Their squad leader orders them to keep watch until their target comes out. The next day, World Tree faction starts packing their stuff for their next expedition. Spearman Kyung-soo informs Sungwoo that this time the large-scale dungeon they will be raiding is at a university campus. According to the results obtained through scouting, religious fanatics and others appear there. This time the boss monster is expected to be some kind of corrupt spirit. Sungwoo had a previous encounter with a similar fanatic group. Sungwoo tells them that this time they could practice defending against not only physical forces, but magic and curses as well. Hanho tells Sungwoo that he is pretty sure Sungwoo is the only person who uses dungeon raids as some training ground. Lieutenant Kim informs everyone that their advance party is setting out right now. Spearman Kyung-soo says, even though they are ready, but they should be still cautious outside the World Tree barrier, but Hanho shuns him away by saying, you don't need to worry. If anything bad happens, he will immediately start praying. But Spearman Kyung-soo has no idea what Hanho means by praying. With that being said, Hanho gets into his vehicle and he orders everyone to depart right away. Spearman Kyung-soo asks Sungwoo if Hanho is going to be alright, and Sungwoo tells him to not worry about Hanho since he is more powerful than he looks. While the World Tree faction vehicles are moving through the streets, the ninjas are right above them. Squad leader says that the World Tree faction members have started moving, and by looking at their movement cycle, they must be headed east. He orders Group 3 to track down the target. If the Necromancer is there, they immediately need to get into action, otherwise they will proceed with Plan B. The ninjas are moving at a faster speed by jumping over buildings. They come to a halt near a board which says that A campus is 1 kilometer away. The squad leader informs everyone that the trucks are slowing down. The ninja in blue robe witnesses something out of order. His comrades ask him what is up with him, and he says that he maybe felt a presence just now. The ninjas start scouting immediately, but after some time the ninja says that no one is watching them, and if he is really sure there is someone watching them, the blue robe player seems to be a bit sure about this. The ninjas puts his worries away by saying that they have got Hayabusa at the back of their formation. Hayabusa is always looking at them from a distance. The blue-robed guy don't need to worried about when there is a guy watching everything and sending warnings like a falcon. The ninja become a bit agitated after hearing repeated concerns from the blue-robed player asking him if he is looking down on the skills of the ninjas. The ninja squad leader feels something is amiss. He asks the other ninja if he can contact Hayabusa. They have stopped receiving reports from the Hayabusa team for the past 2 minutes, which seems a bit fishy. Right now, they are not even answering the phone calls either. The squad leader orders Two Tails to come out and the shadows of the players start merging. Two Tails pop out of the shadows and their leader orders them to move to point F. They need to check the whereabouts of Hayabusa and report back to him. They don't need to engage if they encounter a problem, and their prey should not notice any type of commotion from them. The other ninja asks if they should proceed with Plan B, and the squad leader agrees to it. Although they are facing an unexpected situation, they can still kill the World Tree faction advance party, go undercover, and slit the Necromancer's throat. If they give the Necromancer more time, he will only get stronger and their opportunities will decrease, but all they need is one chance. His underlings say, no matter how skilled the Necromancer is, up until now they have been able to kill anyone with just one shot. After coming together, the ninjas form a level 1 ninja operation synergy. This synergy requires a formation of 10 or more ninjas. All defense power and resistance power will be set to 0, and in return, all of the target's defense power and resistance power is nullified as well. Additionally, the damage of the first attack increases significantly by 500%. The blue-robed player is thinking that this unit is formed by Okata Akira in order to assassinate the overwhelmingly powerful opponents. He eliminated all powerful rankers of Japan using this team. He raised the Yamato Guild, which was an ordinary force at first, to what it is right now. The assassin leader says that failure cannot exist in this small land, and with that being said, they start advancing. The assassins seem to be approaching the advance party at a faster pace. The advance party seems to have not noticed anything just yet. The assassin leader says that this is going to be their last happy moment, but before he can say anything else, a fierce firebolt pierces through the formation, killing some of the ninjas. The assassin leader is not sure if they got hit by something like an anti-aircraft weapon or something like that. This situation is unpredictable, but they cannot retreat like this, so they try to break through with everything they have. A player in the advance party spots the assassins, and he alerts everyone. The assassin leader thinks that it's too late for the advance party, and he will finish them off within a few minutes. But before he can advance any further, more of the ninjas under his command will perish. The ninjas keep getting slashed left and right without any mercy. The ninja leader drops down to the ground, and he is now sure that they did not get hit by an anti-aircraft weapon, and he calls out the perpetrator of this massacre. Someone makes a landing near them. This person turns out to be Jisoo-yun, and she seems quite pissed. Hanho is in disbelief after seeing Jisoo-yun. The assassin leader has no idea about the identity of this girl, and he thinks that she must be quite formidable as she got rid of Hayabusa and the two tails by herself. Thanks to this girl, the ninja synergy that requires 10 ninjas at a party has disappeared. The assassin leader says that he heard that the Necromancer had an extraordinary samurai by his side, and this girl must be that famed samurai. The assassin leader introduces himself as Gato Toma. Jisoo-yun says that she is not interested in his name. Gato bursts out in anger as Jisoo-yun disrespects their custom, and he further says that it's basic etiquette to make acquaintances with each other as fellow samurai, putting their skills to the test. Jisoo-yun says that you are too deep into this samurai and ninja roleplay, and it's quite disgusting talking about honor when you come here to assassinate someone. Gato says that the ninjas lost to you because you made a sneak attack and attacked from behind, and now she made a big blunder by appearing in front of them. Gato gives a secret signal to his underlings to surround Jisoo-yun from all sides and create an opening to get rid of her. With that being said, Gato rushes toward Jisoo-yun with his ninjas. Gato hides some kunai knives behind the hilt of his swords. Gato performs a feint sword attack and throws all hidden kunai toward Jisoo-yun. Jisoo-yun burns the kunai in the air using her flame skill, but it turns out that the kunai throw was just a smokescreen, and now she is completely surrounded by ninjas. Gato uses a speed-type ninja technique called momentary stealth. After using that technique, 9 ninjas instantly disappear before Jisoo-yun, and she will soon die now knowing what hit her. All ninjas attack Jisoo-yun in unison, but their swords strike each other as Jisoo-yun has already moved from her position. One of the ninjas behind Gato gets his head chopped off. One by one, other ninjas keep dying like flies. Gato realizes that this woman is using the same footprint tracking techniques as their sword saint. Gato and his underlings become afraid as they think that maybe this woman is on par with their sword saint. Gato tells his underlings that they cannot handle something at this level, and there is only one thing they can do now. But before they can do anything, Jisoo-yun warns them against running away, as she is not planning to spare even a single one of them. The ninjas use wall climbing skills to climb a building, but 2 of them get stabbed by some thrown swords. Jisoo-yun quickly rushes toward Gato. She manages to cut Gato in half, but the player wearing green robe blocks her attack. The player gets pushed quite far away due to the impact of Jisoo-yun's sword. The player says it's a massacre. The player is about to say he surrenders, but he gets knocked down by Hanho's headshot skill. Hanho quickly rushes toward Jisoo-yun to inquire about her health. Hanho starts crying like a puppy, and he says that he is quite worried about her even though Sungwoo has to leave the dungeon raid team in his capable hands so he can go search for her. Jisoo-yun says that she arrived in Suwon a few hours ago, and she saw some suspicious movements, so she followed them here. Jisoo-yun asks if Sungwoo has already gone far away, but Hanho says that he must be nearby and will contact him right away. After getting news about this recent incident, Sungwoo quickly returns to his alpha male wyvern. After returning, he inquires if Jisoo-yun is alright. Jisoo-yun says that a lot of things have happened these past few days. Some time passes as Jisoo-yun informs them about the events that took place on Taebaek Mountain. Jisoo-yun further told them that she had received this quest after defeating an especially strong monster during a bloody fight. Jisoo-yun received a hidden quest by the name of encountering the king of the Great Mountain Range. It's a locate the target type quest. It requires the player to reach King Mountain's fort. As a reward, the player will obtain additional qualifications for the hidden quest. The king of the Great Mountain Range, who rules over the Taebaek Mountains, wants to meet face to face with the strong one who defeated one of his vassals. He is not a violent monster, and as a being with rationality, he wants to interact with players who are worthy. Ji-soo-yun will receive an unexpected quest if she encounters the king of the Great Mountain Range, which could create an even bigger change in her fate. The hidden quest will be cancelled if it is not completed within 48 hours. The king of the Great Mountain Range is planning to test her. The closer she gets to his fort, the more savage the monsters lurking there will be. She might die depending on the mood of the king of the mountain range. Ji-soo-yun further informs them that she managed to meet the king of the Great Mountain Range at the end of her wander through the mountains, but he looked like a similar being to a Mugi, and he even gave her a quest. Sungwoo thinks that this boss monster is quite extraordinary, and that he must serve as an NPC so he can give out quests. Sungwoo asked Ji-soo-yun about this quest. The king of the Great Mountain Range told her to bring back the divine ginseng that the conflict guild had taken away. Sungwoo is a bit hesitant to give it back, and Hanho shuns him by saying that you must think that it's a waste of this overpowered item. Ji-soo-yun further informs them that as a reward, the king of the Great Mountain Range will give them the last item of the Shadow King set, which Sungwoo is looking for, as well as the awakening of Ji-soo-yun. After hearing about the rewards, Sungwoo quickly hands over the inner pill of the Taebaek Mountains. He further says that it changed a little bit, but their customers should like it even more. The inner pill is a legendary consumable item. The user can obtain a huge increase in ability stats by accepting the spirit of the mountain. Also, the affinity mastery over nature and energy increases drastically, allowing the user to occasionally gain the power of the mountain god divinity. In order to completely absorb it, the player needs a vitality level of 80 or more, and its recommended level is 100. Its description says, this inner pill came to be after someone unqualified forcibly ingested the divine ginseng. Instead of gaining power, their power was absorbed by the pill, thus resulting in a more strongly concentrated state after consuming the arrogant one's power. Hanho says that, looking at the description, this really looks like a waste of this item, and Sungwoo hands over the pill to Ji-soo-yun with regret. Ji-soo-yun tries to take away the pill, but Sungwoo is tightly gripping it while muttering senseless words. Hanho asks Ji-soo-yun how she got back here because Suwon Town is quite far away from Taebaek Mountains. Ji-soo-yun says that the king of the Great Mountain helped her. He had various items, including an item that could open a portal that goes to any place. Hanho is thinking of stealing this overpowered item, and Sungwoo is still sad about departing from his beloved pill. Sungwoo says that if the king of the Great Mountain is so eager to get this divine ginseng, but they don't know what his purpose is, but since those are rewards that they need as well, they don't have much choice. With that being said, Ji-soo-yun says that she should start going, and she informs them that she also received an item that can take her back. Sungwoo tells her to be careful and not blindly believe this king, even though this monster speaks well, in the end, they could be just monsters. Ji-soo-yun says that she will keep it in mind, but before she can leave, she points toward the captive who was knocked down after surrendering to her. She says that he is dangerous, and that it might be best to just kill him right now. But before Hanho can ask her any question, she gets teleported away. Hanho says that it's not like Ji-soo-yun to kill a captive who willingly surrendered. Sungwoo raises the dead ninjas as his subordinates, and he says that they should put the captive issue aside for now, and he will first look through the memories of the corpses. He will find the roots of the people who sent them and pay them tenfold, so that no one in the future will dare to peek out their heads ever again.